Who is this young man? He gets drunk, dances, a few sword moves against a wall on a whim, and suddenly it becomes the supreme secret technique of an entire sect. The martial arts world is in turmoil over the Great Orthodox-Demonic War, yet he refuses to join because he doesn't want to get involved in the fights of the weaklings. What is his true background? And why are his subordinates all peak-level grandmasters? No one knows his true cultivation level. They only see that he has reached the legendary ability to walk in the void, yet he has the face of a 20-year-old. Everyone can only speculate that he is a centuries-old master who has achieved eternal youth. He always carries 2 swords on his back, wrapped tightly in bandages, but when those bandages are unwrapped, the sound of hellish screams echoes in the air. No one knows what the blades look like, because everyone who has seen them is no longer in this world. Enough talk, let's get started. That night, the rain was pouring down outside. Several assassins in dark raincoats stood stiffly at the door with swords in hand. The tension was suffocating. Inside the room, 2 men sat opposite each other. The man speaking was a terrifying devil named Chen Erfeng, the boss of the Manhwa trade guild. He raised a hand with missing fingers, wrapped in white bandages, and spat. Not only did he steal all my wealth, but he even cut off my fingers. He was furious. Even though I'm in this state, don't underestimate me. At least I still have enough money to hire you to kill him and get my revenge. The man sitting across from him was the Guild of Ghosts' top assassin. His eyes were dark, his face was colder than ice. Don't you have any other identifying features? He asked. Clothes? Appearance? Anything? The fat old man widened his eyes. He thought for a moment before blurting out. He looks very handsome. He continued, I met him at a party. He seemed very elegant, eloquent, and capable. Even though he was only 20, he was incredibly well-read. He traveled to every corner of the Central Plains. We spent 2 months together like that. After getting drunk one night, he unleashed a martial arts technique. The old butler standing behind the fat man understood the hint and pulled back a screen to show the assassin. It was the unique technique of the lightning sword, Leng Dishang. The slash left on the screen was terrifying just to look at. The Ghost Guild assassin jumped back, his eyes widening in shock. This lightning pattern, it's truly the mark of the legendary lightning sword. It belonged to one of the 10 great experts of the previous generation, Leng Dishang. He went missing a few years before the Orthodox-Demonic War. The war ended 20 years ago, and he still hasn't reappeared. The fat man Chen Erfeng added, At first, I didn't believe it either. But after seeing the secret manual in his hands, I was sure. I decided to kill him and steal the manual, which is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold. From the Deathlife sword to 100 top experts, we even sent out the demonic sword. Tian Wu Yue, one of the top 10 experts in the world. Saying this, his face turned deathly pale, whiter than a sheet. But no one survived to return. Every time that kid came to find me, he didn't just cut my fingers and steal my wealth. When he left, he even told me, I'm in such a good mood, I can openly take everything of yours. The male lead couldn't help but smirk at that, but what he said was spot on. That was the fate the old man deserved. Even the Ghost Guild assassin couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for him, though he only dared to think, you better kill him first. He wasn't wrong, but he was also terrified. Could a 20-year-old really fight against Tian Wu Yue? Mentioning the name made the old man's stump of a hand tremble. That guy just needed an excuse to steal my wealth, the old man said, looking shamelessly at the assassin. I beg you, you must kill him. That demon's name is Liqian. The Ghost Guild assassin followed the name to a village, where an old farmer pointed the way. Young Master Chi's house is over there. While he lived here, he treated us servants very well. He's a very kind person. The assassin's head spun. Kind again? In reality, he had already investigated. He is the romantic young master, Liqian. The girl at the brothel blushed as she praised him. Young Master Chi barely spends any money. He's a true romantic, very sophisticated. The song he sang that day still echoes in my ears. Someone else said, a few months ago, another man had his fingers cut off. He had stolen wealth from another rich merchant. When the Ghost Guild arrived at the gambling den, the guy there just laughed until he cried, saying he poured all his life's failures into the gambling den, claiming it was for his future fortune. In the assassin's eyes, the pieces of the puzzle about the male lead were coming together. The fool keeps betting and losing. The final piece of information he found was that the male lead had participated in the martial arts assembly. The Ghost Guild assassin sighed. This guy is truly like an onion. Who the hell is he? He asked the man guiding him. When he left, did he say anything? He said he was ready to start his own sect and was looking for an intelligent woman to help him manage the household. The assassin was speechless. A woman? What an unpredictable guy. The old man pointed carefully. This is the room young Master Chi used to stay in. Please, Take your time. The Ghost Guild assassin pushed the door open. The room was tidy, with simple furniture, a desk, a bookshelf. That was all. As the top assassin, he scanned the room and saw nothing special. Suddenly, he was startled by a painting hanging on the wall. There was a line of text and a mark on it. Hubei Conquest. Dominating Hubei. He pieced the words together. He wants to dominate Hubei? He had found a clue and smirked triumphantly. If it was Hubei, there were 2 martial arts assemblies held there this year. He stood there reading the paper, muttering happily. Catching him is only a matter of time. But, dominating Hubei? If you're going to write it, you should just write, dominating the world. He was so absorbed in talking that he didn't notice someone appearing behind him. A voice spoke up, causing him to jump out of his skin. He originally intended to do that, but I stopped him and told him to take it one step at a time. The assassin turned around abruptly, but before he could even see the person's face, a piercing scream of pain echoed through the room. A moment later, the room returned to silence, filled with the sound of tea being poured. Why would Liqian go to Hubei? How would I know what that guy is thinking? The Ghost Guild assassin was covered in blood, his eyes fluttering. It seemed he had been ambushed and knocked unconscious, and he could hear voices near his ear. Let's go, too. We don't have anything to do anyway. If a senior like you shows up, it's going to shake the martial arts world. His body was pinned to the wall by a sword. In front of him sat 3 old people drinking tea. One look was enough to know they weren't ordinary people. He woke up and was terrified by the scene. He looked at the hook embedded in his arm. You're all over 100 years old. What do the rules of this world even mean to you anymore? As they were talking, an old woman turned to look at him. Kid, she said, offering him a steaming cup of tea. Do you want a cup, too? How could the Ghost Guild assassin dare? He saw yellow mist hovering over the tea and shivered. This aura, 2 scythes, one embedded in him, the other tucked into the old man's waist. He realized who they were, the people the former great demon trusted the most, the supreme demon queens, the twin scythe wielders, Yang Hua and Ying. He looked at the old man sitting next to them. The pattern on the sword sheath, it was definitely the lightning sword, Lung Dishang, who had disappeared without a trace. He was a righteous hero. Why was he with demonic practitioners? And the last one, that demonic aura, it was the demonic sword, Tian Wu Yue. His brain instantly flashed to the screen. The fat man had shown him the unique technique of the lightning sword, and now Tian Wu Yue, too. It was too late for him to realize these people were all Liqian's allies. The assassin tried to suppress his terror and asked with a trembling voice, Why? Why don't you just kill me? The old woman explained briefly, I promised not to kill people casually without his permission, but crippling your dantian and cutting the tendons in your legs is fine. The old man, Leng Dishang, looked over and added, I heard assassins aren't afraid of death. You have deadly poison hidden under your teeth, don't you? The assassin understood, laughed helplessly, and gave up his fate. Is he implying that suicide is better than living in pain? Damn right. The eyes of the others were clearly waiting for a show. He looked around the room, feeling more desperate with every glance. There was no way to leave, thinking that he might as well bite the poison and end it. Dying early meant reincarnating early. Blood spewed from his mouth, but before dying, he still tried to say, Liqian, I am so jealous of him, having experts like you to protect him. His vision blurred, and eventually, darkness consumed him. But before he officially met his ancestors, he still heard them reply, he doesn't need our help at all. The male lead, with 2 swords crossed on his back, looked so cool. Just then, in a field of flowers, a bunch of people looking for trouble blocked his path, sneering and questioning him. We finally found you. The secret manual is in your hands, right? They turned to each other and said, Don't be careless. Several experts sent before us have already died, but the leader didn't believe it, arrogant as a dog, and drew his sword. Young man, you've got guts. Do you think you can offend the boss of the Chenhua Trade Guild and leave unscathed? Give me your head. He hadn't even finished speaking when a bright red light flew from somewhere straight toward his face. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, he couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying backward. It'd be a waste if he didn't die from that. With a loud crash, dust filled the air. Seeing him beaten so miserably, the others panicked and rushed over, shouting, My lord, those guys have eyes but can't see. They actually dared to draw their swords and attack. They charged at him while cursing. That bastard, who would have thought he'd just use 2 fingers to pinch the blade, spin around, and take out the whole lot of them? Even with a dozen of them attacking at once, they weren't even close to being his match. They were just throwing their lives away. Blood was flowing like a river. The tattoo on his hand glowed brightly. One more hit and he'd finish them all off. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, while he stood there, completely unbothered. This cool-looking man is none other than Liqian. Knowing exactly where these guys came from, he rubbed his head in annoyance and sighed. Still haven't given up, have you? Wasn't cutting off your fingers enough? The Great War between the righteous faction and the demonic cult was a place where anyone bearing a sword would surely perish. But no one expected the conflict to drag on for 13 years. It was filled with tears and screams, an endless hell of blood and storms. Then one day, the long war reached a truce. Even 20 years later, no one knows the reason for the truce. Both the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Orthodoxy Alliance kept it a total secret. As time passed, new factions emerged in the martial world, while some families faded away, leaving only remnants of the war behind. In a courtyard, a girl in white practiced her sword moves, cutting through the air. As she trained, she couldn't help but wonder why she couldn't break through to the 7th level. This beautiful girl is Zheng Xiaolian, the second young mistress of the Just Sword Gate. The harder she trained, the more determined she became to master the Crimson Evil Sword technique and restore her family's prestige. The Crimson Evil Sword technique is her family's legacy, but training was exhausting. Covered in sweat, she let out a long sigh. Ugh, this is strange. Why can't I make any progress? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Xiaolian turned around to see her older sister, Zheng Hualian, and her brother-in-law, Dubai, waving at her. The younger sister looked at them and asked, "I was just practicing. Why are you two here?" Her sister rubbed her temples and sighed. "People from the Zhang Xin gang have arrived." She then broke the news. "Young Master Zhang wants to participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet with you." Xiaolian was completely taken aback. What? The two most prestigious martial arts tournaments in the Central Plains? The Heaven Dragon War was a contest where you staked your sect's honor and your life. It was considered the greatest tournament under heaven. The Dragon Phoenix banquet, however, was specifically for young talents to pair up. This year, both events are being held in Wuhan, Hubei. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. Not only was the idea of pairing up childish, but having to do it with that pervert Zhang Renji, she refused flat out. "No way, I can't do it," Xiaolian shouted at her sister, losing her cool. "Why do I have to participate with that guy?" Hualian remained calm. "Don't be angry. Listen to me first. You always say you want to improve the family's reputation. Being chosen as the Dragon Phoenix pair would be a great honor. Besides, if you defy the Zhangxian gang," but before she could finish, Xiaolian had already bolted. She shouted back, "I absolutely will not participate. Just lie about my age and go yourself." Leaving the two of them speechless, the scene shifted to a bustling market. Hawking voices filled the air. "Fresh goods. Get your Westlake Longjing tea for half price today." Among the stalls, merchants were gossiping. "Have you heard? The boss of the trade union had another finger cut off. Someone finally got back at them for us." Xiaolian had run far away to catch her breath, her mind racing. What if the Zhangxin gang is plotting against our family? Does having power mean you can do whatever you want? The market looked peaceful at a glance, but a closer look revealed layers of deception and backstabbing. Surrounded by schemes, she stood there in a daze, confused, and wondered, is this truly the martial world I always dreamed of? Suddenly, an excited shout erupted from behind. "Ah! The Martial Arts Alliance leader." The name caught her attention, and she turned to see a crowd cheering. The dream of uniting the demonic cult ended, just like that. The heavenly demon has fallen. It was just a theatrical performance. A group of actors was reenacting the battle, the 13-year war finally coming to an end. Long live the Alliance leader. Xiaolian stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Even if it's just a play, how can no one know how the Great War really ended? As she stood there muttering, someone walked up behind her and agreed. "I think so too." It was Liqian, standing with his arms crossed. The 9 transformations demonic art of the heavenly demon is known as the invincible art. No one could beat him in a duel. Plus, the Great War definitely wouldn't end in such a boring way. Xiaolian looked over, her face pale with confusion. Who is this weirdo? But he was the type to get comfortable quickly. "I'm thirsty. Let's go grab a drink. You lead the way. It's my first time in Wuhan." She carefully sized him up from head to toe, concluding, "Does he think he can play me with that innocent face?" She waved him off and turned to leave. "If you're part of the martial world, don't act so low class. I have things to do. Farewell." Suddenly, he called out after her, "Do you really think this martial world is so wonderful?" His question hit a nerve. Xiaolian whipped around. "What? What did you say?" He looked toward the stage with disdain. They threw away the words chivalry and honor long ago. It's a martial world that only chases after immediate profit. Don't you find it ridiculous? They locked eyes. It was as if he was mocking her directly. Xiaolian shook with anger, her hand gripping her sword, trying to stay calm. "Don't get angry." She lowered her sword and retorted, "But aren't you living in this martial world too?" With that, she walked off without another word, still clinging to her belief. This martial world isn't as worthless as you say. He stood there, stunned, thinking she might be right. He chuckled and walked the other way. In the crowded market, the two had met by chance, only to go their separate ways without even knowing each other's names. At the Huayang Hotel, the place was packed and noisy, with men eating and bragging. The Dragon Phoenix banquet will be spectacular this time. The winner is definitely young Master Lin of the Northern River sect. Yeah, right. Young Master Yang of the Southern Peak Alliance is nothing to sneeze at either. As they were blathering on, they fell silent as a figure stepped into the inn. It was Liqian. She walked in, sword in hand, looking around. Is it because of the tournament? There are so many people. The waiter recognized her and hurried over to bow. Isn't this Lady Zheng of the Just Sword Gate? Why are you alone? She replied dismissively. I just want a drink. The waiter looked troubled. Oh, what should I do? We only have a VIP room left. Please, come this way. As the #1 beauty of Wuhan, the men in the inn all turned to stare. The #1 beauty? No wonder she's so pretty. Liqian felt awkward with everyone watching her every move. She felt incredibly uncomfortable, wondering, who started that rumor anyway? She wouldn't usually come to an inn alone, especially with the Zhang Xin gang and that weirdo from earlier. Just as she thought of him, the waiter opened the door, and there was Liqian, already sitting inside and greeting her. Humph, we meet again. His eyes lit up as he rested his chin on his hand, smiling. I knew I'd see you again. We should have gone together earlier. They looked at each other, speechless. Today was just weird. Once seated, Liqian ordered a mountain of food. While gnawing on a chicken leg, he asked, Do you know how to register for this event? And what's the deadline? Liqian watched him eat like a starved tiger. Has he been starving all day? Seeing him ask so much about the competition, she guessed, Do you want to participate too? He boasted immediately. Of course. I bet there will be plenty of beauties. My face is very popular with the ladies. I've been traveling since I was a teenager. Wherever I go, women chase after me. Liqian was defeated by his absolute self-confidence. Is his personality really like this? She was speechless and took a sip of tea. She watched him ramble on about how the Great War wouldn't end so easily, feeling like he was a completely different person than before. Since she didn't answer, he changed the subject. I finally know who the #1 beauty of the martial world is. I thought it would be someone else. But, he said casually, it's my mother. Liqian choked on her tea. Your mother? Seeing her reaction, his eyes sharpened. Are you looking down on her because she's old? Liqian broke out into a cold sweat, her brow twitching as she frantically waved her hands. No, that's not it. Internally, she scolded herself 1,000 times. Damn it. Why am I so panicked? I didn't do anything wrong. Anyone would be shocked in this situation. Only then did he stop and go back to eating. Phew, I've got something big coming up, so I'm a little tense. Couldn't help but want a bite to eat. You're wondering why, sis? Is it about the tournament? Don't look at me like that. I'm not saying we'll definitely win that tournament. My goal this year is to rule over Hubei. Zheng Liqian stood there, completely stunned. Rule over Hubei? He just kept nonchalantly stuffing his face. There's just too much on my mind. My appetite always gets better at times like this. She was getting annoyed. Winning the tournament? Ruling Hubei? You're blowing way too much smoke, aren't you? Just then, the door was pushed open. A guy stood in the doorway, eyeing both of them. Walking past them, he muttered, I didn't think it would be such a coincidence. Isn't this Miss Trint from the Justice Sword sect? Long time no see. Small world, isn't it? The one person she didn't want to see was standing right there. It was Zhang Renji, the heir to the Zhang family. Let's have a drink here too. A few others followed him in. A girl strolled right into the room and asked, In here? She flipped her hair and shot a provocative glance. Oh, not bad. This green tea vibing woman was Zhang Renhua, Zhang Renji's younger sister. He glanced over at Zhang Liqian. How have you been lately? She looked visibly irritated, brow furrowed, and didn't even bother to answer. That habit of his, staring at people's bodies, never changed. As much as she wanted to punch him, she had to hold back. Seeing she wouldn't answer, he turned to Liqian. But he didn't care at all, just kept head down, stuffing his face. He walked straight over and started rummaging through the guy's pocket. Oh, someone else is in here? He dropped a gold coin onto the dining table with a dismissive, charitable gesture. There's your meal money. If you're done eating, clear out and give us the spot. Truly. Don't mess with a man while he's eating. He turned dark, his eyes sharp as daggers, looking at the guy like he wanted to devour him alive. Even so, he just sighed and pointed with his chopsticks. Phew, this chump change isn't nearly enough. My next dish hasn't even arrived yet. This isn't even close to enough. And you have the nerve to push your luck? He growled a threat. Just as he was giving him a piece of his mind, the guy's eyes fell on something. Aha! You think you can act all tough just because you're in the martial arts world? He'd spotted the two swords leaning there and immediately got interested, turning toward them. That's a huge weapon. Let's see if I can even lift it. But as soon as his hand touched it and he tried to lift it, he got goosebumps all over. His spine felt like it was about to snap. His face turned deathly pale, whiter than paper, his eyes wide and frozen. What? Why is this blade so heavy? But with a crowd of eyes watching, his face flickered from white to red. He couldn't back down now, or he'd lose face. He was in too deep, secretly straining, until the veins in his neck popped. Even using his internal energy, the sword didn't budge an inch. He stood there awkwardly for a few minutes, before he managed to lift it a few inches off the ground, finally letting out a strained laugh. Haha, this thing is pretty heavy, isn't it? He was drenched in sweat, panting as he asked. This is just a training prop for building muscle, right? The group behind him started whispering. So it's just a prop? That makes sense, but he jumped up, snatched the sword from the guy's hand, and hoisted it onto his shoulder like it weighed nothing, laughing as he explained, "This isn't a training prop." The guy was so embarrassed he could have crawled into a hole. He yelled angrily, "Anyone can see this is just a training prop." He cut him off immediately. "It's not. It's mine. And I'm right." One word from the guy, one retort from him, and the guy was furious, letting out a murderous aura. "Are you messing with me right now?" Before the guy could strike, Zheng Xiaolian immediately stood between them to stop Zhang Renjie. "Stop it, all of you. This is a public establishment." The three guys behind him stood there, with their mouths hanging open, none of them daring to make a sound. Zhang Renjie was taken aback, frozen and stunned. "Ha, still acting thick-skinned and spewing nonsense," he said. "You're looking at me with such passionate eyes, are you interested in me?" He even lunged forward to grab her wrist. "We're going to participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet together. Why not get a little closer before then?" But Zheng Xiaolian firmly shoved his arm away, rejecting him on the spot. "I'm sorry, I've already decided to compete with someone else." His eyes widened with bitter resentment. "What? Why?" Her hands were clenched so tight she was shaking. "You're using your family's status to force me." She tried to stay calm, her voice cold as she insulted him straight to his face. "You're just too shameless, too filthy." He ground his teeth. "Then who are you planning to compete with?" She was caught off guard. That was unexpected. Just then, Liqian took the chance to cut in and steal the spotlight. "I'm the one who will be competing with her." He acted it out perfectly, nonchalantly leaning on his sword and staring straight at the guy as he declared, "Competing with me." The whole room fell silent. The air turned thick. Zhang Renhua stepped forward, chin up, and asked him, "Do you even know who he is?" He replied casually, "Never heard of him." "Then do you know who I am?" "Nope." Then, he proceeded to give the girl a lesson in logic. People usually react in one of two ways when facing strangers, indifference or fear. But you seem to have both. You don't know me. You're indifferent to me, yet you expect me to be afraid of that guy. Don't you see the contradiction? She listened to his rambling like it was water off a duck's back and covered her mouth, giggling. "Ugh, what is this?" Zhang Renji suddenly chimed in. "You've got a silver tongue, don't you?" He just beamed, replying, "I'm not a picky eater, and people who aren't picky usually have pretty good taste and talking skills." The hand Zhang Renji had on the table was digging into the wood, nearly breaking it. Red-faced and speechless, he couldn't even argue back. Liqian's eyes lit up as he teased him on purpose. "Careful now, don't spill the food." Zhang Renji struggled to keep from exploding right there, pretended to adjust his clothes, and knowing he'd only lose more face by staying, he marched out. "Just wait and see what happens at the Dragon Phoenix banquet." The others followed him out. Before leaving the room, Zhang Renhua looked back at him one more time. It seemed she was completely drowning in his dangerous, handsome aura. Well, goodbye then. With only the two of them left, Zheng Xiaolian finally let out a tense breath. She was exhausted. Looking at the splintered edge of the table, she felt a chill, her face turning pale. "This is bad. Given Zhang Renji's personality, you're going to be in danger." He just stood there, nonchalantly shrugging. "Since it's already come to this, let's just compete together. We'll change the plan. That's all." Zheng Xiaolian finally turned to him. "Change the plan? Weren't you planning to participate in the tournament?" He nodded. "Yeah, that's why we have to change it." He was being so accommodating, but she started to sense that something was off. "Don't tell me the tournament you want to participate in is the Heaven Dragon War?" Liqian nodded. "Of course. That's the only one worth the effort." She didn't believe him and asked sarcastically with a smirk, You're so dominant. Why didn't you make a move earlier? He replied deadpan. I don't bother fighting with kids. She was speechless, forced to smile while cursing under her breath. You sure know how to make excuses. He added one more mind-blowing remark. The fact that the martial arts world has turned into this monstrosity, it isn't because of those kids. Her head was spinning. She couldn't tell what was real and what was fake anymore. The way he said it with such a serious face, it sounded like he actually meant it. The Zhang family went out to the street, bitter and angry. His two lackeys started chirping in. Miss Trent must really like that Zhang young master. I think she did that just to make you jealous. She never intended to become any Dragon Phoenix partner, rejecting young Master Zhang just to compete with that idiot. But Zhang Renji's mind was occupied only by Qi Liqian. How can he be such an idiot? That sword is incredibly heavy. It's not easy to lift it so effortlessly. I've never seen that guy before. Who exactly is he? And that arrogant brat, she actually dared to reject me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. There's no way around it. He secretly swore, I'll make both of you regret today. Back at the Justice Sword sect, in a room with 3 people, Zheng Hualian was absolutely shocked. Zheng Xiaolian has firmly rejected young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang is so angry he's currently tearing up a brothel. The older woman sitting across from her was stunned, unable to process the news. Zheng Xiaolian rejected him? Young Master Zhang's reputation is awful. I'm very worried. She was, on too, the mistress of the Justice Sword sect. The 2 women were anxious, going back and forth. With young Master Zhang's personality, there's no telling what he'll do. Zheng Xiaolian is still young. We can't let her sacrifice herself for the family. Young Master Zhang won't just harm our family, he'll harm Zheng Xiaolian too. Old man Zheng Yishu, head of the Justice Sword sect, had been sitting silently, unable to say a word, only able to blame himself. It's because I'm so useless that I've let my wife and children suffer. He calculated silently. If I can only master the Justice Evil Sword technique, our sect will have the strength to fight back. The older sister nervously started to stand up. If that's true, this is a very serious problem. Let me go find Zheng Xiaolian first. Just then, a voice rang out to stop her. No need for that. Zheng Xiaolian walked in with Qi Liqian and said it straight out. It's true. All 3 of them looked up, startled. Zheng Xiaolian, your parents are worried about you, but everyone's attention was drawn to the guy standing behind her. Who is this? She introduced him immediately. This is the person who will be participating in the Dragon Phoenix banquet with me this time. Even as she said it, she couldn't believe it herself. He hangs his head, looking shy. The 3 of them, hearing this, feel their hair stand on end and shout in unison. What? The protagonist just walks up a few steps, smiles, clasps his hands, and says clearly, Nice to meet you. I'm Qi Liqian. His confidence absolutely off the charts. He walks around the room naturally, admiring the place. He picks up a vase and asks, Oh, isn't this Fujian porcelain? How much did it cost? 10 tals? The old man, Master Bo, watches him hold it precariously with one hand, looking anxious. It cost 150 taels. As soon as he finishes, the protagonist's eyes light up with smugness. What a shame. If I were there, I could have gotten it for 120. Master Bo, Zheng Yishu, breaks into a cold sweat and forces a laugh. Haha, right Zheng Xiaolian. Are you planning to join the Long Phoenix banquet with this young master, Qi? Zheng Hualian stares at them both. Little sister, even if you're clueless, you shouldn't be joining the Long Phoenix banquet with such a weirdo. The protagonist really is a bit much. He keeps spinning the vase in his hands, playing with it endlessly. Thinking this, she smiles broadly and asks, Young Master Qi, which sect are you from? He puts the vase down straight and replies, I don't have a sect, I'm just being honest. My parents sell fruit near the Jade Gate Pass. Even Zheng Xiaolian didn't know this. He shouts at the top of his lungs. What? Fruit? What's with the sword and blade on your back? The old man, stunned, asks for clarification. Are you studying both blade and sword techniques at the same time? Internally, the old man judges him, thinking that's something only third-rate thugs do. If he's just showing off. Well, but the protagonist nods casually. Yeah, I study both. The old man's face changes colors like a traffic light, but the protagonist isn't the type the old man thinks he is. His eyes shine brightly as he declares, I'm a genius in every aspect, and I've inherited superior bloodlines too. The old man freezes. Your martial arts. Could it be you learned them from fruit-selling parents? The protagonist doesn't understand their intent, scratching his head, looking painfully honest. Is no one eating? Are you all not hungry? Zheng Hualian immediately whispers to her younger sister, Tomorrow, you must apologize to young Master Trong. Zheng Xiaolian's face is now whiter than paper. All night, she paces around the garden, lost in thought. Because I was worried he would be framed by Zhang Renjie, I brought him home temporarily, she sighs, feeling helpless. What should I do now? Suddenly, she sees Liqian standing right in front of her. She asks with concern, "Can't you sleep?" He smiles and replies, "Just not used to the bed. Besides, I have things to do tonight." She doesn't quite understand. What things? He doesn't say much. He holds out his tattooed hand, clenching it into a fist, his expression as calm as if he were announcing good news. Today, I'm going to kill a few people. Zheng Xiaolian is terrified. Why would he put on such a serious face to tell a joke reeking of killing intent? The fruit shop story. Was that all a lie? Curiosity piqued. She can't help but ask, what kind of people are your parents? Was your mother beautiful? What kind of man is your father? The two stand by the lake, confiding in the dark. My father likes to follow rules. That's a good thing. The problem is, he applies that habit to me. My parents were against me entering the martial arts world, especially my father. She understands this. Her parents aren't from the martial arts world, so they would surely be worried about their child. Unexpectedly, he just keeps talking about how they were scared of the dangers of the world. She listens, jaw dropped. I can understand that. Suddenly, she feels a bit guilty, especially remembering how bitter that scumbag Zhang Renjie was today. Her parents were so worried, yet things turned out like this. Just as she's spiraling, he turns to her and says something completely irrelevant. But the dinner was all vegetarian. I've already digested it all. He smiles, tilting his head. Do you think there will be meat tomorrow? She is speechless. What? Finally, she takes a breath to find the motivation to kick him out. Stop talking nonsense. After you eat tomorrow, just leave. But he doesn't answer. She turns and sees him staring intently at her. What is it? Why are you looking at me? Liqian is quite sharp. He hits the nail on the head. Are you worried about me? She, embarrassed, blushes. What nonsense are you saying? I'm only worried about the people who cross paths with you later. Finished, she gets angry and turns away, ignoring him as he stands there teasing her. Actually, he's having a great time. Scene shifts to a tower under the bright moon, red energy pouring out from inside. A group of people sits by a fire outside the tower, talking. An old man rests his chin on his sword, thinking. That brat held a blade and trembled, saying he wanted to avenge his father, he says. Naturally, I couldn't just stand by and watch. He laughs wickedly. So, I had no choice but to send him to see his father. The four of them roar with laughter as if it were a harvest festival. One of them turns and says, You've saved a child from being an orphan, haven't you? But just as he looks up, he sees Liqian standing right there. They are startled. Who is this? Who are you? Why are you standing here? Do you know where this place is? They ask, and he answers in kind. It's the place known as the Market of Wanderers. The guys puff out their chests. You know where it is, and you still came? The world has truly changed. Even a little brat dares to come to the black market. Before he can finish, the protagonist impatiently interrupts. If you call me a brat again, he says with a calm face but eyes as sharp as a blade, I will kill you. The guys turn red with rage. One pulls out his sword. For the sake of you being a little brat, I was going to spare your life. He suddenly stabs forward, shouting, How insolent! Liqian doesn't fear him at all, dodging him in one movement. His hand doesn't stay still either. He flicks it, a light sharper than a blade, slashing deep into the man's stomach. The other three sit there, unable to even react. They only see the scene behind them, the two standing still like statues. They laugh mockingly. That idiot is getting beaten up by a brat. Haha, give it up. Go home and sell produce with your mother. But no sooner have they finished laughing than their comrade falls face down on the ground, dead or alive, unknown. The three stop laughing in an instant. Their faces look as dull as a goose. The protagonist stands calmly, ready to take them all on. This moment is extremely important to me. Today is the first step I take toward the future, so I have made up my mind. The three can't take it anymore. They stand up and draw their swords, intending to overwhelm him with numbers. What the hell are you playing at? But he doesn't know what fear is, rushing at them with his blade. People I usually wouldn't kill. He finishes the sentence with a single strike, blood splattering the ground. All three are hit. None escape. They scream in agony. Liqian declares, But today, I will kill them all. After dealing with the small fry outside, he goes inside. There are more people here. Blood flows like a river to the door. The whole room is filled with corpses. Reaching the final room, he pushes the door open, the most luxurious room in the tower. A fat man sits at the back, surrounded by beautiful women serving him. Some fan him, others pour tea. Seeing him enter, the man doesn't even bother to move. A strange scent permeates the room. The protagonist still has the mood to tease. What a wonderful atmosphere. The fat man calmly drinks his tea, then slams his cup on the table with a bang. His eyes turn fiery red, killing intent surging from his body. Are you a customer? Who are you trying to buy that you're making such a fuss? This ugly fat pig is Don Twang, the master of the black market. But from beginning to end, the protagonist's eyes are fixed only on him. In this room, you are the most expensive item. The man doesn't get it, thinking the protagonist is interested in Lu Ni, laughing so hard he can't close his mouth. Ha ha ha, he thinks, a brat with his nose still wet. Trying to buy me? He tilts his chin up, eyes full of contempt. A kid like you? How could you have that much money? The protagonist doesn't care. Just name your price. How much? He actually blurts out a number. 500,000 taels. Is that all? Liqian throws a stack of papers right in his face. 500,000 taels. Is the deal done? The fat man's eyes widen. He never imagined it. He thought he was just a loudmouthed brat, not expecting him to have so much money. He thinks there's money left in the bag, his greed ignited. What if I kill you and take all the money? The protagonist's eyes brighten, looking straight at him with a warning. I'd be even more disappointed then. The fat man immediately waves his claw-like hand. The women around him understand the signal, nodding and stepping forward, surrounding the protagonist. The women rub against him, touching him from every angle. Just be disappointed, he thinks. In the room, reeking of sensuality, eyes red as devils glare at him, their bodies move gracefully. This place has turned into a spider's den. Liqian stands perfectly still, his face cold, not even glancing at the women. What's this? The fat man sitting above can't help but sneer inwardly. The moment you walked into this room, you were caught in the trap. My top-tier technique paralyzes the reason of any man. One of the women secretly pulls a sharp needle from her hair. She stands behind him, preparing a sneak attack. The blissful illusion dance? Seriously? Standing like a statue, he suddenly moves, catching the hand in an instant, snatching the needle from her, and smiling. Your dance is wonderful, but not enough to make me kill you. Finished, he points the needle straight at the fat man, flicking it like an arrow, slicing through the air and grazing the fat man's bald head. With every needle strike piercing the stone pillars, the women trembled in fear. They seemed to snap out of a trance, staring at their hands in bewilderment. What just happened? The evil spell is broken? The fat guy couldn't believe his eyes. He had no idea how this guy managed to expose these lamps as tools for soul manipulation. Soul manipulation is a dark art used to control the human mind. He pointed straight at the obese man and asked the women, "Do any of you actually like him?" The women looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, shaking their heads frantically. "Of course not. Since you don't like him, I'll set you free right now. You were forced into this, right? Just leave this place. Don't worry about what happens next." The woman was hesitant, glancing toward the fat guy. "You're really letting us go?" But Liqian understood immediately. They were afraid because he was standing right there. But wait, was he sure? If they had the courage to leave now, they would surely find a better life. That was an offer they couldn't refuse, and the women suddenly saw the light. Just as they were about to turn away, the fat man let out a boisterous laugh. His eyes gleamed. "Not a bad speech you've got there. Fine, I'll let them go." But he hissed a warning, threatening to tear their limbs apart one by one. The women turned pale, not daring to move an inch. But our hero wasn't afraid. He glared back, his killing intent flaring up in defiance. "Is that so? Then I'll mince you into meat paste." Their eyes locked, and the fat man fell right into the trap. The space around him shifted violently, and suddenly, blood began to rise around him, reaching up to his waist. What the hell is this? What is this killing intent? Suddenly, the women found their courage, bowing their heads. "Thank you, young hero. We will follow your words and leave with all our hearts. You even gave us so much money. We will never forget your kindness." He nodded. "To start a new life, you need money. Live well." The fat man stood there, shaking like a leaf, unable to utter a word. His eyes were bulging as if they might pop out. He couldn't believe it. He had been frozen stiff by this guy's killing intent, forced to watch helplessly as they escaped. What the hell is this? This is beyond irritating. The guy strained his power, his hands expanding until all his rings shattered. He was already as fat as a pig, but now his body grew into a giant, 100 times larger than our hero. But that was nothing. Liqian didn't even blink. He smirked maliciously and declared, "I'll beat you to death. Get even bigger if you want." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant threw a punch, but it felt no different from a mosquito bite. He just sidestepped it. The giant was annoyed, his face turning pale, and he threw another punch. This time our hero just leaned back. No matter how many times the giant attacked, he couldn't land a hit, leaving him grinding his teeth in rage. You little rat. The giant smashed the floor. Keep running. I'll crush you into pulp. Our hero wasn't afraid at all. He ignored him, shouting as he jumped. I'm disgusted by people like you. As soon as he said that, he kicked the giant right in the face. The fat man flew straight into the door, the whole room shattering into pieces, blood spraying from his mouth as he struggled to breathe. But his body was so massive that the kick didn't kill him. He kept charging forward. You bastard, our hero muttered, picking up a stray stone and preparing to fire it. You disgusting scum. What did you bring these women here for? With that, the small stone flew out, carrying his immense power, a single shot strong enough to blast off one of the giant's arms. The fat man just watched as his arm was torn away, bleeding profusely, before collapsing to the ground in agony and exhaustion. The fat man had to admit it now. This guy was a true master, but he still wouldn't quit. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, his body erupted with spiritual energy. You think it ends here? I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Liqian was getting sick of it, and decided to finish him off. A ball of energy swirled in his palm, and he struck the giant right in the gut with a devastating blow. This time, the fat man was blasted right out of the building, tearing through the thick walls. His eyes shut tight, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Even if he died now, he wouldn't care. I've bought your life, so I'm taking you with me, the fat man stammered, barely able to ask. What do you intend to use me for? Liqian stared at him coldly. You're mistaken. He pointed at the hunchback standing in the corner. It's not your fault, it's his. But the fat man didn't believe him. That useless guy? What can he do? With your strength, you could have taken him away quietly. Why did you kill me? He chuckled. You really are someone worse than me. Our hero laughed dismissively. Maybe, but the truly good people won't be fooled by me. The giant stared, unwilling to believe it. In this world of Jianghu, do such people even exist? With that, he died, his eyes finally closing. Liqian stood tall, his posture straight. He didn't need to turn around to know who the hunchback was. I've finally found you, Master Hua. The hunchback shuddered but refused to speak. Our hero turned around with a smile. Or should I call you Hua Wu Tia? For you to finally answer. What could the hunchback say now? His eyes were as sharp as knives, devoid of warmth. This name brought back memories. He was truly Hua Wu Ti, the former master of Ghost Iron Villa. Once he acknowledged it, there was no more room for doubt. I never thought a genius of mechanism and hidden weapons would be here. I've spent quite some time looking for you. Are you still unable to move on? Ghost Iron Villa, a legendary name in the martial world for its peerless mechanisms. Hua Wu Tie had extraordinary talent and a happy family. He once had it all. That was until his only daughter accidentally touched an unfinished mechanism, losing her life in the accident. Hua Wu Ti was consumed by hatred for his own stupidity. So he changed his appearance and vanished. But even now, the mere mention of the pain left the old man pale, devoid of any blood. How could I ever forget? Tears welled up in his eyes. Our hero stood silently watching him for a long time before speaking. You are a good man. The old man couldn't believe it, looking up in shock, his face still streaked with tears. A good man who has tormented himself for 10 years because he couldn't forget the pain of losing a loved one. No, he's been tormenting himself for a lifetime. The old man stared at him. What a strange fellow. He risked his life just to save a stranger like me. Has anyone ever said these words to me before? But nothing in this world is free. He asked bluntly. After buying me, what do you plan to have me do? Liqian radiated killing intent as he answered, conquer the Jianghu. The old man froze for 3 seconds before laughing bitterly. Was this his new destiny? He decided to kneel, clasping his hands together. Hua Wu Tie, greets my liege. I pledge the rest of my life to you. That's good. That's exactly what I wanted. Our hero smiled, stepping past him. Let's see what you can do. His eyes glowed red, his hands erupted in flames, and he wore a wicked, devilish grin. The old man looked on, pale and confused, having no idea what he was planning. Outside the building, the leaves rustled, and a pair of feet appeared on a spindly branch. The scarred man stood high above, observing the tower. Is the young master still fighting? Inside, the old man, Hua Wu Tie, who had been hunched over, was now standing tall like a normal person, completely bewildered by what our hero had done to him. Even he couldn't understand it. My body was deformed by the great art. No one could ever restore me to normal. He was overjoyed, bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you so much, my liege. Liqian teased him. I'm going to work you to the bone. I'm the one who should be saying thank you. Just then, a man stepped between them. You finally succeeded, my liege. Young master, he is the one who has been lurking outside this whole time. He took off his mask. It was Wu Ying, Liqian's bodyguard. Our hero recognized him immediately. Wu Ying, who would have thought the first thing he'd say was, "Shave your beard, you look too old." He was so angry he nearly spat blood, sighing deeply. Our hero turned to the old man. "Master Hua, he is my bodyguard, Wu Ying. He will be in charge of what you need to do from now on. Let's get to work." He looked at both of them seriously. "The plan has changed. We're taking down the hardcore gang leader first." Wu Ying was stunned, asking back, "What do you mean?" He had just heard the news. "Young master, you once said the hardcore gang leader wasn't worth our time. Why are you suddenly participating in the Dragon Phoenix banquet? Why change the plan?" Liqian remained calm. People's hearts can change, can't they? To his surprise, Wu Ying sensed something fishy immediately. The Trang Hoa Thuong guys always say things like that. Our hero looked up, not angry at all, but smirking. "Are you jealous because I'm so popular?" The other guy didn't hold back, lecturing him. "Jealous of what? Having many women chasing after you isn't a blessing, it's a disaster. Marrying a good woman is the only real blessing." The two went back and forth, the tension thick as gunpowder. "Your jealousy is truly terrifying." Old Hua Wuti stood there, speechless. It suddenly felt wrong to choose this side. So the scene shifts to the Zongtong sect. Two gatekeepers block the pair in front of them. The sect leader and the young master have gone out. It's the father and daughter of the Zheng clan. The old man frowns and asks, "When will they be back?" The two guards just say, "We don't know." The old man frowns deeper, recalling his eldest daughter's words. Trong Tu Heap is making a scene at the brothel. His heart is a tangled mess. Before things spiral out of control, he has to apologize to him. So, he leaves a message. "When they return, please tell them we stopped by." Suddenly, the heavy doors swing open and someone walks out. "Isn't that Zheng Da Heap? I received an invitation from the sect leader, so I came. I didn't expect to run into you here." This old man is the Batfithu hacker. Zheng Yixio also bows respectfully. "Toan Dai Hiep. It's been a long time." In his heart, he's quickly calculating. The Zongtang sect leader is inviting high-level experts to show off his influence. It's said he doesn't meet outsiders easily. It seems that's true. The old man immediately suggests, "Since you're free, let's go grab a drink. My treat." "Haha, sounds good." The two old men just walk off together, unaware. Inside, a man named Zhang Renji sits looking down, sneering. At Xuanfeng Inn, the two old men pour tea for each other. "Drink up. This is rare bear bile wine. Thanks to Toan Dai Heap, I finally get to taste such precious wine." But the Zongtang sect leader seems very angry. "If there's a chance, please put in a good word for me." "Haha, don't worry. I'll talk to the sect leader." The girl, Zheng Xiaolian, sits silently, not knowing what to say, with the two old men's voices echoing in her ears. It's just some childish squabble, that's all. The girl remembers this morning when she was setting the table. "What? Chi Liqian Tio Heap isn't here?" The servant replied, "Yes, my lady. It seems he left since last night." She was shocked. He didn't even say a word. The more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. During the meal, she could only think of him. He kept muttering about wanting to eat meat, then suddenly vanished. She wonders, by now, he must have left Wuhan, right? After the meal, the father and daughter bow and head out. "Thanks to Toan Dai Heap, I had such good wine. Next time, it's my treat." As he finishes, the Toan hacker suddenly shouts loudly, "Ouch! You scared me!" He widens his eyes as if something earth-shattering happened. "My brains, I have urgent business and completely forgot. I'm off. See you later." With that, he sprints away, leaving the Trin father and daughter standing there. The innkeeper lady smilingly hands over a piece of paper. "This is the bill." Zheng Yixio looks it over, and it's like being struck by lightning. His whole body starts trembling. How is this possible? One jar of wine costs 120 taels, and the appetizers are way too expensive too. He sighs heavily and shamefacedly tells the landlady, "I don't have enough money today. Can I pay tomorrow?" But the lady just stands there smiling and replies, "Our inn doesn't offer credit." A group of assassins in black suddenly surrounds Zheng Xiaolian. "Since you're so pitiful, I'll help you out. Sect leader, while you go get the money, leave your daughter here for now." The girl jumps in fear, her face turning pale as a sheet. What is this?" Zheng Yishu immediately blocks his daughter. "Are you trying to hold my daughter hostage?" The lady replies bluntly, her eyes glowing with an evil red hue. "You can think of her as collateral. If you don't have the money, let your daughter serve the guests instead." The old man breaks out in a cold sweat, looking around anxiously. Are they crazy? This isn't a normal tavern, and these guys have martial arts skills on par with mine. He grips his sword so tightly his veins pop. Just as things hang by a thread, a voice sounds from behind. Sect leader, we meet again. A young man in red with flowing hair walks in, and the girl recognizes him immediately. Chi Liqian Tio Heap. Why are you here? He calmly picks up the wine jar on the table and smiles brightly. I came for a drink. Suddenly, he smashes the jar down and stares at the head waitress. But big sister, the wine smells a bit strange. Did you add something to it? She tries to play dumb. What are you talking about? The young man sternly cuts her off. I've been in the room and heard everything. A big shot is coming to this place. And you actually dare to sell fake wine to such a VIP? Other people in the inn, seeing the commotion, start watching too. The lady glares at him as a warning. Looks like you're drunk. Keep your voice down. Think he's a pushover? Pestering me is his specialty. He smirks, turns up the volume, and shouts, the bear bile wine sold here is fake. Fake bear bile wine. Every customer in the inn starts rushing out. What do you mean? Fake. Why is it so noisy? The woman finally panics and hurriedly tries to explain. The guest is drunk and making a scene. Please, everyone, don't mind him. But Chi Liqian doesn't let up, spreading his arms in front of the crowd. Making a scene? Let me show you the evidence. If I can prove this wine is fake, today's revenue for this inn belongs to me. The lady looks at him coldly and asks, and if you can't prove it? Who would have thought Chi Liqian would bet big? Then just take my bile and brew it into wine. The deal is set. The young man points the way for the customers. All right then, please follow me outside. The customers are surprised. There's a backyard here too? But what evidence is there here? Only the young man stands there calmly. Every time the servant brings wine from here, didn't you notice? Why hide the wine in such a far place? He flicks his finger against a huge padlock. And locking it with an iron gate too? The woman's expression is hideous now. She grinds her teeth and replies, this kind of wine is very expensive. It can't be stored carelessly. There are trade secrets of our inn in the storage. The young man doesn't say much. He waves his hand, breaks the door, and hauls out a massive vat of wine. The crowd gasps. Whoa, breaking an iron gate with his bare hands, this youngster is strong. He slams the vat down in the middle of the courtyard. Hey, what is that? It just smells like wine. Chi Liqian scoops out a bowl of liquid. This is the true face of that expensive wine. The lady's face changes colors faster than a traffic light. She is so panicked she can't even speak. Must stop him. If the customers see that, she decides to strike. With killing intent, she spits poisonous needles from her mouth directly at the young man. Kill him first. Use the chaos to get rid of the wine. But what does that move amount to? He smiles triumphantly, tilts his body to dodge perfectly, and kicks the vat over. In a flash, the vat shatters, and the liquid inside pours out. The surrounding customers witness it with their own eyes. The stuff brewing in the wine isn't bear bile at all, it's huge, disgusting insects. The crowd is horrified. What is this? Why are there bugs in the wine? The young man holds up a bowl of the wine, smiling, and offers it. So, is there anyone here who dares to drink it? I'd rather vomit my guts out than drink that. Wherever he moves the bowl, the crowd dodges like he's plague. I don't want any. Some even start gagging right on the spot. Ugh. Chi Liqian stands in the middle of the yard, acting dissatisfied, and shouts loudly. None of you want to drink it? Then how am I supposed to prove it? He cups his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. Anyone? Even at this point, one guy stands up to defend them blindly. You bastard! Stop right now! I've never heard of using insects to make bear bile wine. The young man holds a bug right in front of his face. This bug is called a boy hoa insect because the patterns on its back look like a painting, hence the name. He still doesn't get the point. So what? The young man explains. The scent of the boy hoa insect is very similar to bear bile, especially its excrement. The smell is almost identical. The average palate cannot distinguish the difference between the two. It seems everyone here didn't know about this? Excrement? How can that be? Suddenly, someone walks straight up. How do you know that? The moment the head waitress sees him, her face turns deathly pale, and she gasps in shock. Lord Yang Renming! This old man with a flowing white beard is Yang Renming, the leader of the Nam Nuk Union. In the 13 years since the righteous demonic war ended, the 9 sects and 4 families suffered heavy losses and closed their doors. The demonic sect went into hiding once again. Seizing this opportunity, 4 great powers emerged in the martial arts world, the most powerful being the Bak Suyen Ba family and the Nam Nguts Union. This old man, who looks so ordinary, is one of the most powerful people in the world. When he arrives, everyone bows their heads in silence. Only the young man stands tall, holding the bowl of wine. The old man asks, I heard boy hoa insects only live in the southern barbarian lands. How do you know about them? Liqian answers casually. I've been wandering around since I was a child. The old man praises him. Your knowledge isn't bad at all. Who are you? The eldest son of Han van Luthui. The old man is puzzled. Han van Luthui, the young man continues. The #1 fruit merchant in the border regions. The old man's eyes widen in shock, and a moment later, he throws his head back and laughs heartily like a wealthy man who just had a great harvest. Now the old man has figured it out, deliberately hiding his identity, huh? He compliments him. You're truly impressive. The young man doesn't care, just keeps toying with the bug, scaring Zheng Xiaolian. A man standing next to the old man can't help but frown and stare at the young man. The union leader is actually interested in a little brat? That's strange. He is Mo Hui, the white tiger master of the Nam Nguk Union. So, he steps forward and offers, let me taste it and see. The old man agrees immediately. Ha, sure, go ahead. Mo Hui takes a sip of the wine and immediately realizes the truth. His face turns redder than a monkey's rear, and he glares at the head waitress with killing intent. You damned wretch. The taste is exactly the same as what we just drank. The customers, now certain of this, really want to throw up. What is this? It's exactly what we just drank. The evidence is right here. Still, she tries to argue. Everyone, calm down. This is a slander. We aren't blind, are we? As they press her for the truth, she shouts, if you say it's slander, then bring out the real stuff. Otherwise, forfeit your lives. She screams at the assassins behind her. You, stop them at once. But both of them just ignore her, as if they were deaf. They are men from the Southern Prison Alliance and the White Tiger Grand Master. We need to get out of here. With no other options, she resorts to threats. Do you even know who backs me up? If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll kill you all. Liqian, standing to the side and watching the show, is approached by old man Zhang Yishu. He bows with his hands clasped. Young hero Qi, if it weren't for you, I would have suffered a great loss. Thank you. Like someone modest, he would usually decline, but when it comes to Liqian, the answer is always, of course, if not for me, who else could pull off something this cool? The old man looks at the insects lying all over the ground, feeling a bit uneasy, but he can't help but acknowledge it. You're not wrong, young hero Qi. You've performed a great service. He grins from ear to ear. I am your benefactor, so treat me well. I'm really looking forward to it. The crowd gradually disperses, leaving the old man to handle the rest. That's enough, let's go. We'll have to trouble everyone for now. Since the convention is happening, there aren't any rooms left. Mo Hui keeps watching him, thinking, what an interesting kid. The old man, however, sees something much deeper. No, it's not just interesting. The moment I saw that kid, a feeling I had long forgotten came flooding back. What was it again? Back on the day I secured the Southern Prison Alliance, that trembling, excitement, and exhaustion, combined with an overwhelming sense of ambition. True enough, the spiritual energy radiating from the old man surges, his eyes glowing brightly. He doesn't understand why he feels this way. Mo Hui, listening, feels a chill. The union leader he knows has the eye of wisdom to see through everyone, yet he couldn't see through that boy. He can't help but look, curious. In other words, is that kid that special? The scene shifts to a forest as dark as ink. A man, covered in wounds, keeps crawling and running, determined to report this to them. This concerns the fate of the entire Murim. Just as he is running blindly, a dark shadow appears beside him. He frantically draws his sword to defend himself. Damn it, they caught up this fast? But the moment the figure appears, he holds up an object and introduces himself. I am from the Orthodox Alliance. The old man looks and confirms it is indeed an identification plaque from the Orthodox Alliance. He gasps for air and introduces himself. I am from the Bai Chuanba family. My name is Qi Liqian. There's no time left. I'll get straight to the point. Without a hint of suspicion, he tells everything he knows to this newcomer. Call off the Dragon Phoenix Banquet and the Heavenly Dragon Battle. There is an organization called the Phi Hien Society plotting something sinister during this convention. The guy keeps digging for information. Isn't the host of this year's convention the Bai Chuanba family? Why haven't you reported this to your superiors? Or contacted the Orthodox Alliance? The old man says bluntly, the Bai Chuanba family has a mole. We can't trust anyone from our own house. Just then, a few sounds ring out from behind, and more shadows appear. The old man panics and turns to the guy. Damn it, they've caught up. I'll be the decoy. You hurry and go report this to the Orthodox Alliance. But the guy still deliberately lingers, asking, other than you, no one else knows this information, right? The old man turns his head and replies, you're the first person I've told. He doesn't notice the guy's face darken with a sinister, triumphant smile. That's great. It's too late for the old man to realize it. What did you just say? Before he finishes, his head is slashed off. Blood sprays everywhere as his head rolls away. He was doomed to die today regardless. After the kill, the assassin smiles and corrects himself. You heard wrong. It's not the Phi Hien Society, it's the Phi Yen Society. After speaking, he immediately kneels before a young woman who just appeared. Yan Shisi pays respects to the sect leader. She asks him, "How are the others?" He replies triumphantly, "They have been taken care of by Yan Qi." The woman, holding a fan, looks beautiful as she smiles. Is that so? I knew he would do a great job. The Dragon Phoenix banquet will surely be a nightmare this time. At this moment, Qi Liqian and Zheng Xiaolian are heading home. He is incredibly excited. I'm so looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of delicious meat the sect master bought. He told me to go buy good meat earlier. Brother and Zheng Xiaolian, you go home first. I've been waiting so long for this. Suddenly, he shouts, I'm so hungry. Zheng Xiaolian tilts her head, speechless. Why are you always hungry? His face falls with boredom. Hee. It's because I've been having so many worries lately. Zheng Xiaolian suspects. Could it be about the struggle for supremacy over the lake? But he just says, let's assume so. She wants to ask more. Could there be something else? Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, startled, staring straight ahead with a darkened face and pursed lips. Zheng Xiaolian doesn't feel anything, only looking at him and guessing. Is it lonely, living alone in a foreign land? After a few steps, she acts shy. Today, her eyes sparkle with sincerity as she looks at him. Thank you, brother. She has figured it all out. It must have been Zhang Renji and Tuan Hacker who instigated the mistress to do that. I actually thought about attending the Dragon Phoenix banquet with that kind of scum. He finally extends a formal invitation. So, come with me. I will help you win. Zheng Xiaolian, as if waiting for just that, eyes sparkling, nods firmly. I will. Even if I don't win first place, I must extinguish Zhang Renji's arrogance. She clenches her fists, filled with fighting spirit. I'll do my best. Qi Liqian smiles and looks over. Actually, you don't really have to do that. But since you've decided, his eyes glance backward, pointing at the person standing there. Do we have to deal with this guy? It turns out to be Tuan Hacker. When did he start following them? Who is this guy? The old man smiles, tilting his head sinisterly. You're the one who angered Zhang Renjie, right? The secret agent planted at the inn reported that a strange fellow was causing trouble. Qi Liqian, unfazed, mocks him. Do you have a hobby of investigating the people you intend to kill? Zheng Xiaolian is horrified. Kill people? Just because of this little thing? The assassin's eyes turn blood red, radiating murderous intent as he glares at both of them. Zhang Renji only told me to kill you, but the mouth on this girl is also a nuisance. This time, Zheng Xiaolian is truly terrified. I can feel the murderous aura. He really wants to kill us. Her hand gripping the sword trembles violently. Can we win? If we join forces? I've never killed anyone before. She turns to look at Qi Liqian. He unexpectedly steps back, acting deeply intimidated and cowering, clutching her shoulder and begging, Save me. Now they are in trouble. That guy is a master of palm techniques, Tuan Hacker. When he strikes, his movements are so fast it looks like he has 8 arms, hence his nickname, the 8 Flying Hands. He was once a hero who dreamed of bringing order to the Murim, but those living in luxury are always the villains. He eventually realized that distinguishing between good and evil was completely meaningless. Thus, he became a villain. Zheng Xiaolian would have to be reincarnated to stand a chance against him. Zheng Xiaolian realizes her situation and trembles. She has to face this kind of master alone, and both her skill and experience are vastly inferior. Seeing her trembling uncontrollably, he tilts his head to guide her. You draw your sword first. She finally remembers. Right, I can't just sit here and wait to die. She draws her sword and points it at her opponent, but her lack of intimidation only makes him laugh louder. Ha ha, looks like you're looking to die first. As he finishes, he lunges to attack. Zheng Xiaolian nimbly jumps aside, her eyes wide with fear, using every nerve in her body to think of a way out. Too fast, I have to use my footwork. But before she can even do anything, she is knocked straight into a tree, her face wincing in pain. The old man strikes again, but she luckily jumps down to avoid it. Facing a cruel opponent who wants her life for the first time in a real battle, she feels like she might pee her pants. This is completely different from training. Looking at his face, she is terrified. I'm really going to die. Just then, Qi Liqian, standing to the side, coaches her. Don't depend on the footwork. Let your body flow with the sword. He shouts, Don't let your sword follow your footwork. Let the sword lead, and let your feet follow. She finally has an epiphany. Right, Focus on the sword. Tone hacker, annoyed, turns to mock them. You hide behind a woman and talk so much trash. Without even looking, he blocks Zheng Xiaolian's thrust, mainly because she is still too inexperienced. She is covered in dirt, yet she struggles with all her might. If I lose, we both die. Thinking this, she resists even harder, fighting as best she can. But no matter how many strikes she throws, she can't even cut a single hair off him, and he just laughs and taunts her. How ridiculous. Do you think these little tricks work on me? For his final move, he strikes his palm straight at her face. Zheng Xiaolian falls like an autumn leaf, her body battered and bleeding, exhausted. Damn it, as expected, I'm no match for him. What should I do? Suddenly, he walked over to her side. Didn't she find it strange? Of course, she didn't, and she even turned to ask him, "What's the matter?" He was extremely curious. Her sword technique was based on heavy swords, so why were her movements so light? Only then did she understand, her eyes widening in sudden shock. Was he referring to the red evil sword technique? The one who taught you always said that the movements of the red evil sword technique are endlessly unpredictable, based on a foundation of light footwork. I've been training for over a decade. Could the method be wrong? Besides, what does this guy even know about the red evil sword technique? Just a moment ago, he was begging me to save his life, and now he's calmly offering critiques. Now, she was like a turtle that should be living in the water, but ended up on a mountain. She only realized it because he said so. But all this time, I've always felt like I was wearing a suit that didn't fit. Ever since reaching the 7th star, it felt like I was constantly being blocked by a wall. If what he said was true, that the red evil sword technique is slow as a turtle and as soft as water, then what? Forget it. No point in overthinking. Only by trying will I know. She began to move. After all, continuing like this would only lead to death. Might as well risk it and give it a shot. She focused all her energy, slowly feeling every movement of the sword, both heavy and soft. With a single swing, she somehow managed to slice off the tip of that guy's hair. That was way beyond the standard. That's exactly how it should feel. This move was nothing short of an insult to that bastard. He gritted his teeth in a fury, roaring like a tiger. "You arrogant brat!" He immediately lunged at her with overwhelming force. He had been holding back before, but now he was genuinely pissed off and fighting for real. Zheng Xiaolian was struck and spat blood, fainting instantly. He was so ashamed he became enraged, lunging forward. "I have to kill you, but how the hell?" In the blink of an eye, Zheng Xiaolian, who had been flying through the air, vanished without a trace. He stood there, stunned. "Wait, where did that girl go?" Suddenly, a voice answered. "Right here." He looked up and realized Liqian was holding her tightly, hovering right above him. He stood with his legs perfectly straight, supporting her without any effort. The guy's face went pale as a sheet, murmuring, "The void step technique? No. This is even more incredible." Liqian walked casually through the air, explaining to him, "This is the falling flower step of the heavenly thunder footwork. The martial arts from my father's side are rarely passed down, so you probably wouldn't know them." The guy became more confused, his ears ringing. "Martial arts from your father's side?" He set her down, leaning her back against a tree. "My father and mother fell in love at first sight. I never believed in such things, but now I think I understand." As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly with interest as he stared at Zheng Xiaolian, though unfortunately, she was passed out and unaware of anything. The hacker trembled like a leaf, stuttering, unable to speak. You have achieved eternal youth? How are you so young yet know that martial art?" While he was backing away in a panic, Liqian swung his hand and slammed into his face so hard it shattered his features. Even his ancestors wouldn't recognize him now. His skull and teeth were crushed. He was sent flying through a massive tree. This time, he was either crippled or dead. He lay there, utterly bewildered. How could this be? This guy was on an entirely different level, but realizing it now was too late. He could only moan, begging for his life as Liqian walked toward him. "Do you know why I hate my father? Because he would definitely tell me to forgive you. It's so annoying." But the pain was washing over him like waves. He didn't have the mental capacity to listen to anything anymore. Is he crazy? What the hell is he mumbling about? "I have to get out of here." Thinking is doing, he mustered the last of his strength, scrambled up, and ran for his life. Suddenly, Liqian's eyes turned bright red. He reached for the sword on his back, transforming into a devil in an instant. But my mother once said, "We absolutely cannot be that forgiving. Even if my father's world is the righteous path, I want to live in my mother's world." The layers of ice wrapped around his sword began to fall away, revealing an eye on the sword that was red as blood. The hacker kept running without stopping, but But he heard, what was that sound? It sounded like ghosts screaming. It was the demonic aura coming from that sword. The blade was massive and glowing red, as if it had just been pulled from a furnace. On the hilt, there was a carving of a devil with 2 glowing red eyes. Just looking at it was terrifying. No wonder he usually kept it wrapped up. Liqian swung his arm down in a single strike. The demonic aura surged out, latching onto the fleeing hacker. He wasn't going to escape this time. He looked back, terrified and confused, not even understanding what this thing was. By the time it got close, his entire body was torn into 100 pieces. This was the scene Liqian loved most. The more he watched, the more satisfied he felt, finding his father's world far too dull. That night, Liqian carried Zhengshalian home, standing alone on the cliffside, singing loudly about the path that lay ahead. He recited poetry as he walked, and she listened intently. The flower blooming alone on the cliffside was listening too. He asked, with his eyes still closed, "You're awake?" She blushed deeply. Put me down." But he naturally refused. "Don't get down. You're hurt." Remembering what happened earlier, she asked, "What exactly happened?" "That guy was truly unlucky. After being struck by your sword, I followed up with a strike of my own." She widened her eyes in disbelief. "What? I stabbed him? Is he dead?" Liqian lied without blinking. Could he be a zombie, stabbed in the heart and still alive? She was so shocked she couldn't believe it. "He's dead. Half his life was taken by me." She shuddered involuntarily, and he tightened his grip on her, comforting her. "Don't dwell on it. People like that deserve to die. Besides, once you draw your sword, failing to be ruthless is an insult to the blade itself." Zhengshalian stared at him, her fear subsiding. What a hard person to read. He seemed silly, but sometimes he transformed into someone entirely different. Suddenly he said, "This is only the beginning. I don't know why, but I feel so excited," he shouted. "It's only just the beginning." The Dragon Phoenix Banquet, the great war of the heavenly dragon, ruling the world, she couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, here we go again." Elsewhere, a carriage stopped in the middle of the road. 3 people stood there, and one could tell who they were just by looking at their weapons. The older woman, Manhwa, looked over and asked, "Did you buy it?" Tianwu Yue's face darkened. "Yeah," as he quickly brought out a steaming basket of delicious buns. The old woman grabbed one and started chewing happily, her mood instantly improving. She laughed. "We're almost at Wuhan. Traveling at this pace is nice. It reminds me of the old days." The carriage rolled on, the 3 of them eating and chatting. "Do you know what he said the first time he met me 20 years ago? Are you bringing that up again?" "Yeah. As soon as he saw me, he drew his sword and said in a low voice, 'Supreme Demonic Empress, I don't care about the evil deeds you've done, but if you dare step on my young master's shadow, you'll die right here.'" The old woman remembered those words clearly. The old man, Ling Deshang, scratched his head in embarrassment. "Back then, I was just a naive brat who didn't know how big the world was." The 2 of them burst into laughter. Tianwu Yue looked over and asked who the young master they mentioned was. The old woman raised an eyebrow and explained, "Oh, that was Liqian's father. Haha, Liqian is finally old enough to attend the Dragon Phoenix Banquet. Time flies." Lang Deshang laughed. "Those brats are in for some bad luck." But they all felt that Liqian wouldn't strike the kids unless they did something that deserved a beating. Their words were surely directed at Zhang Renji's group. Meanwhile, he looked furious, growling at his underlings. "That guy is still alive? Tell me the truth." "Yes, I saw him and Miss Trin leave the sword sect." He turned around in a fit of rage, yelling, "What the hell is that hacker doing? He couldn't even handle a simple job like killing them?" The underling hurriedly said, "The hacker left last night and hasn't returned." Hearing this, he realized something was wrong. What? That guy is still alive and kicking, and the hacker has vanished? He guessed correctly, but before the thought could even settle for 3 seconds, he threw his head back and laughed like a madman, rejecting the idea. "I must be going crazy. Why would I think something like that?" He decided, even if I don't know how he survived, we'll see if it's based on true skill or just dumb luck at the Dragon Phoenix Banquet. Soon, the day arrived. Fireworks illuminated the sky. At the Thean Kyo Kin Dragon Phoenix Banquet, many people arrived in neat attire, holding their weapons in disciplined lines. The crowd was massive and lively, everyone buzzing with excitement, as the dragons and phoenixes began to arrive. "Hey, isn't that the young master from the South Sword Sect? And there's Miss Hoang from Hoangjia Manor." The girls nearby were swooning as he approached, screaming loud enough to burst eardrums. "Yeah, that's him. Look, it's young Master Lam from the Bak Shuyenba family." Young Master Lam. Oh my, he's even more handsome than the rumors. Lin Xiaoqi, the heir to the Bak Shuyanba family, looked quite impressive, and Miss Tu Ma was accompanying him too. Have the four great families finally started moving. The girl behind him lowered her head, looking proud. Suddenly, someone else pointed. There! That's young Master Duong. The one who will definitely win this Dragon Phoenix banquet is young Master Duong. The young man in yellow was Yang Tu Shuang, heir to the Namnak Lian. The person next to him is the top beauty, Miss Ta. Miss Ta Bich Hoa, the beloved daughter of Luke Thui Mountain Villa. Truly a talented and beautiful couple. Miss Ta, you look stunning. I'm cheering for you. But the one waving back at the applause was actually Chi-Chi Liqian. Thank you all for your support. I will definitely win. Don't worry, though nobody was actually cheering for him. People turned to each other, whispering, Who is this guy? Never seen him before. Who do you think you are? Don't block Miss Tai's way. Get lost. Zheng Xiaolian was slowly getting used to this, just staring wide-eyed, thinking, he doesn't seem nervous at all. Why am I jealous of his nonchalance? Suddenly, he turned to her and asked, This place is decorated beautifully, isn't it? The Baksu Yen estate must be quite wealthy. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled gently. In that case, let's work hard together. That was all it took to steal his heart. He couldn't help but grin and nod. Yeah. Suddenly, a shout rang out. All dragons and phoenixes of Group 8, please enter this way. Zheng Xiaolian hurried over. Group 8, let's go. Suddenly, a big guy blocked them. Everyone, do not touch anything. Please wait here for a moment. But as soon as Chi-Chi Liqian heard that, he sensed something off. That sounds like they want us to touch something. There were already quite a few people inside the large hall, whispering to each other. Aren't you nervous? How many people can actually make it past the second gate? Zheng Xiaolian looked around in surprise, wondering, what is everyone doing here? Is it possible the first gate already required a test? But when she turned to him, she saw him standing there, seriously looking upward. His eyes were fixed on a sign that read, Enter upon the opening of the assembly. Zheng Xiaolian asked in confusion, What are you looking at? He was intently studying the words. Does this mean the assembly starts the moment we go inside? Is that really it? Chi-Chi Liqian pointed to a painting on the wall. Don't you find this painting a bit strange? Zheng Xiaolian asked. Strange? Not really. Let me see. She said this and looked at it very seriously. The painting was quite long, depicting people practicing martial arts. Zheng Xiaolian was sharp. Once he gave her a hint, she realized it immediately. I see it now. There are 18 people in the painting, each holding a different weapon, the 18 arms of Wushu. So in other words, everyone's assumptions were wrong. He chuckled, teasing her. It's nothing. That was just a trap using the 18 arms to distract everyone. Zheng Xiaolian was stunned. A trap? Could there be another hidden secret? He urged her. Look closer. But no matter how hard she squinted, she gave up. There was nothing else. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Her brain seemed to be working again. Analyzing the painting, the martial artists in the picture seemed to be fighting, but they were all looking in the same direction, toward an incense burner in the hands of the person at the end of the painting, that very incense burner right there. There was no mistake. That incense burner was sitting on a pedestal in the middle of the room. People whispered to each other, Don't touch anything. If you touch it, you'll be disqualified. The judges are watching us. Be careful, don't touch anything at all. But at that exact moment, a hand reached out and grabbed the incense burner to take a look. Who else but him would have the guts to do that? And as for the second person, he picked it up, shook it to examine it closely, and after looking, he excitedly turned it upside down to show Zheng Xiaolian. Oh, look at this. Dragon Phoenix Hall. She touched her chin, confused. Dragon Phoenix Hall? What does that mean? Chi-Chi Liqian explained. Didn't they say the test would begin once we got inside? The first gate has already started. The guys around them wanted to stop him, but none dared. He said, Let's go. Finding this place is the next gate. Just then, someone shouted loudly, Hold on. A man standing right behind him pointed and yelled at the top of his lungs. Did you two not hear that you aren't supposed to touch anything? I can't just stand by and watch you cause trouble. Don't you think your actions affect others? He glared at him, threatening. Put that down, he sighed. Ah, looks like there's big trouble now. Hey, young man, why are you following orders so blindly? You're about our age. Sometimes you've got to know how to defy old rules and resist. But that guy didn't want to understand. He kept yelling and arguing. That's just the sophistry of a brat. Suddenly, he intentionally glanced at some old men with dark expressions standing nearby, plotting something dirty. He smiled to himself. Perfect. Taking this kid down here to make a good impression wouldn't be bad. He even dared to think about loopholes, even though the rule was not to touch objects. It never said you couldn't draw your sword. He stepped forward decisively. Since logic wouldn't work, he had no choice. His younger sister behind him tried to hold him back. "Brother! Big brother, you can't!" He thought he was so clever, smiling wickedly. "Don't worry, I'm just teaching him a lesson." Who would have thought? As soon as he drew his sword, it was pushed right back into its scabbard. Liqian was standing right next to him. It was his hand that forced the sword back. The strength was so great that the guy couldn't move at all. His eyes shone with excitement, grinning. The guy was terrified. "You? Who are you?" He exerted his strength, the veins popping on his hand, but he still couldn't draw his sword. This time, he gave him a piece of advice. "Don't bring more humiliation upon yourself. Listen to your sister." A killing aura radiated from him. The guy was so scared he almost wet himself, standing perfectly still. He couldn't move his body at all. Everyone in the room looked over. What's going on? Are they fighting? Just then, a tiny hand was placed on his arm. The little girl smiled innocently. "Big brother, you're very patient." She sighed in relief, skillfully diffusing the tension. "You shouldn't randomly draw your sword on the weak." Given a way out, the guy immediately bowed before him. "Young hero, I have offended you greatly." That was the right way to handle it. He smiled contentedly, placed the incense burner on the table, and turned to call Zheng Xiaolian. "Let's go then." She was still standing there, staring at him like she was soul-struck. "What's wrong?" The gatekeeper stopped them, reminding them, "Leaving the hall without permission will get you disqualified." But he just replied, "Whatever. Everyone in this room is stupid and doesn't get it. What's wrong with this guy? Is he just walking out on his own?" Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Hey, you from earlier? Even though you're a fool, for your sister's sake, I'll give you a chance." He looked very sincere. "If you want to enter the second round, follow me." The guy didn't have a clue, thinking he was being tricked, and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Did you not hear that leaving here means disqualification?" Liqian ignored him, just smiled, and walked straight out. The whole crowd flocked to the door to watch, cursing under their breath. What a madman. He led Zheng Xiaolian straight to the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Only now did Zheng Xiaolian realize, so, the Dragon Phoenix Hall actually exists? He reached out to open the door, but this question was really hard. How many people actually made it through? She was still wondering. Could it be that we're the only ones? Did we really win that easily? Then she saw a whole crowd of people already standing in front of them inside the room. Zheng Xiaolian thought, are they all as foolish as I am? How could so many people solve the first question? He didn't care. Looking around the room, there was the group of Lin Shaqi, Miss Tuma, and even that guy Yang Tu Shuang. These two famous figures are both here, as expected of the noble sects, she said, shocked. What? It felt like he was being sarcastic. She quickly leaned in and whispered, could someone in here have bought the answers? Who would have thought he would point a finger and say, they probably leaked the information to the noble families in advance. How could that be? That fool arrived here before us. Zheng Xiaolian stared, dumbfounded. A fool? Ah, I see him. The person he pointed at was Zhang Renji. Seeing him, her anger boiled over. That guy did that kind of thing, and still has the nerve to show his face here. The scum Zhang Renji saw them too. He immediately felt guilty, thinking about the way that girl glared at him. Does she know something? It seemed like they had really run into hackers. What exactly is going on? He looked at Liqian. I clearly told the hackers to deal with this guy. What the hell are they doing? Seeing him looking his way, he bared his teeth in a provocative grin. The guy's sixth sense immediately screamed that something was wrong. He felt guilty, his heart burning like fire, guessing and speculating. Does this guy have connections? Doesn't look like it. Could the hackers have taken the money and run? Meanwhile, Zhang Renjua stood nearby, smiling brightly, looking at him with infatuation. He scoffed, speechless, and turned away. Now Zhang Renji looked at his sister and was fuming. What is that girl doing, squinting like that? He was trembling with rage. Just then, the sound of a gong rang out. Everyone looked in that direction. On the second floor, someone stood high up, looking down, and began to speak. Greetings. Dragons and phoenixes gathered here. Congratulations on safely passing the first round. He was Fong Tuai Zan, an elder of the Baksu Yin estate and the overall director of the Dragon Phoenix banquet. The crowd gasped in amazement, everyone cheering excitedly. Even Zheng Xiaolian turned to him, ecstatic. We guessed right. We passed. Suddenly someone shouted, hold on, please wait a moment. Ah, everyone, back off. It was the guy from earlier who had picked a fight with him, now trying to get in but being blocked outside. He yelled, I still have something to say. Zheng Xiaolian recognized him too. Hey, is that guy out of his mind? Why is he yelling like that? He's claiming the competition is invalid, and that some of the participants have already been disqualified, so they aren't eligible for the second round. Everyone's whispering, totally confused. What is he even talking about? Invalid? The old man was incredibly annoyed. What do you mean by invalid? This jerk's face was as red as a monkey's rear, yet he stubbornly clung to his principles. When we entered, the organizers clearly told us not to touch anything. We were just following orders. He pointed straight at Liqian. They broke the rules. They're the ones who should have been disqualified. The people standing behind him started shouting, "That's right, it's not fair, this round shouldn't count." Zheng Xiaolian and our protagonist stared at him, speechless. Honestly, it did sound like he had a point. The crowd erupted into chaos, driving the old man into a rage. He glared down at them, his killing intent overflowing. "Stop your whining. Do you think the Jianghu is child's play?" He lectured them, saying that in the martial arts world, you never know when disaster might strike. You have to keep your eyes open and be on high alert at all times. You were all too careless. It was written clearly on the wall that the competition began the moment you stepped into the room. What, are you going to complain about it not being fair only after you've been assassinated and killed because you didn't notice the killer? The old man was furious. Did he really have to hold their hands through this too? Who were they going to complain to? The king of hell? Didn't they feel ashamed toward those who had solved the secrets and made it this far? The guy outside was silenced, unable to utter another word. Zheng Xiaolian suddenly turned to our protagonist and asked, "How did you know about that?" That incense burner was the clue for this stage. Maybe it was just a coincidence. This girl was just as naive as the crowd. He really had to teach her. No, there's no such thing as a coincidence in the Jianghu. Now she understood this world was much scarier than she had thought. The losers were still sobbing. How could this be? "I only did what you told us to do." She looked at the faces in the room. They were becoming much more cruel and despicable. Now, she finally grasped it. If she hadn't been with Liqian and had participated with someone else, she might have. The two brothers could only wipe away their tears. "Let's go back. There's nothing we can do." But no one noticed Feng Toizan standing above, grinning deviously. He actually thought they should thank their lucky stars. They were disqualified today, because Long Fuang Yen was about to become hell on earth. The first round was over. The group went out to get something to eat. Liqian fed her a skewer of meat, coaxing her. "Come on, open up, say ah." The girl happily ate the skewer, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "Brother, this is so good." Seeing her happy, he beamed. "Right? The taste is amazing, isn't it? Even if it's the same meat, it tastes better when your brother grills it, doesn't it?" The sister being fed by him was Zheng Tulian, the third young lady of the Orthodox sword sect. Zheng Xiaolian, standing in the middle like a third wheel, couldn't even swallow her own food. Right now, they were sitting in the Trin family courtyard, enjoying the barbecue. Mom is great at everything, but her cooking is just average. If you want to eat well, you have to learn to cook yourself. I think eating is one of the 3 great joys in life. The older woman nodded with a wide smile. After eating the meat grilled by Qi, she finally understood. "Why is your skill even better than mine?" Zheng Xiaolian reminded her sister, "Zheng Tulian, you're eating so well. Remember to chew slowly." But the girl felt like the meat melted in her mouth before she could even bite it. Zheng Xiaolian's eyes shimmered with emotion as she looked at her sister. It had been a long time since she'd seen Zheng Tulian this happy. 7 years ago, Zheng Tulian had suddenly fallen gravely ill. The famous doctors couldn't find the cause of the illness. Thinking about it, she sighed sadly. Can Zheng Tulian's illness really be cured? Her condition is worsening every day. Her mother also said that, normally, the girl couldn't even swallow a single bite of food. "Qi, thank you." The father was pleased and praised him. "You are truly talented. Was passing the first stage today thanks to your blessing?" Qi Liqian asked in return. "You've figured it all out? Leave the second stage to me." Zheng Xiaolian listened to them, thinking to herself, if it were before, I would have definitely thought he was bragging. This kid is no ordinary person. Anyone who isn't a fool would be able to see that. She started to get curious. Who on earth was he? The scene shifted. That night, in a field of fiery red flowers, Qi Liqian was strolling leisurely when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around, vigilant. The flowers under his feet suddenly exploded. Something was surging up from underground, and the ground cracked open. He stood perfectly still, listening to the rumbling around him. In no time, the entire flower garden had transformed into rows of vertical stone pillars. One wrong step, and you'd fall to your death. Looking at the scene, he was quite satisfied, looked up, and asked, "Looks cool, right?" The flower manor master, the old man, and that guy Wu Ying were all standing there. The old man had deactivated the formation, and the stones began to turn into dust. The formation just now was the strange Flower Nine Palaces formation, the simplest of the three formations in this manner. The second was the Five Elements Seven Stars formation. The final one was the Great Qi Liqian King formation. The old man explained, when the Great Qi Liqian King formation is activated, if you don't know how to solve it, I guarantee that no expert can escape. But as the old man kept rambling, our protagonist cut him off. That just proves it's a terrifying formation. But Flower Manor Master, you're wrong about one thing. The old man's smile froze. Our protagonist told him, even if you don't know how to break a formation, there will always be martial arts that can shatter it. Seeing the old man's blank, confused expression, he chuckled. Well, one day you'll understand. Behind the three formations, we'll set up the 7 stages death road. The final area will be where the main buildings are constructed. The construction was almost finished. He stopped and looked at the old man. Now, we will build the most powerful and coolest sect in the Jianghu. He turned to Wu Ying. He looked back at him, smiling with understanding. We've found the traces of the wind god, just as we predicted. He nodded slightly, accepting the news. Tomorrow, I will go find him myself. Wu Ying's eyes flashed with suspicion. But why all of a sudden? Do you have someone you want to give a gift to? Our protagonist stared at him blankly. We're not that close. Don't tease me. Wu Ying, that habit of yours is terrible. You know the answer, yet you still ask, trying to probe. He forced a laugh. My apologies. Honestly, I can't stand you. The night scenery always fills my heart with emotions. Even if I don't know the reason why, is there some cause I'm unaware of? For example, the time I fell into a well when I was 2, and was trapped in the darkness for 3 or 4 days. Surprisingly, he believed our protagonist completely. There's no such thing, and even if it were true, young master, you would have definitely climbed out on your own. Talking to him for just a few sentences killed the mood. Sometimes I even hate myself. Wu Ying quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. I was just joking. Ha ha. Suddenly, he stared down below. Wu Ying, can I hold all those lights in my palm? He looked at him for a long time. The determination in Qi Ligan's eyes was something even he feared sometimes. He nodded confidently. Of course. In this Jianghu, who could do better than you, young master? The next morning, Qi Ligan took Lian to the market. The sister ran after him, asking, You didn't say a word. Where exactly are you taking me? He turned around with a smile. To a place that sells authentic weapons. She didn't understand. Authentic weapons? Remembering the time she chose a weapon and he bluntly criticized it, his eyes showed how bad her choice was, and he had let out a sigh. Not wanting to talk, he continued. I'll take you to an amazing place. They took 7 roads and 3 streets before finally arriving. The person meeting them was an old man who looked quite grumpy. Zheng Shalian stood before him, instinctively shrinking back in fear. The smithy was quite spacious, but there was no one there. She felt the atmosphere was too scary. Didn't he say this was his first time in Wuhan? How does he know about this black market? Our protagonist was still standing there, testing a shiny throwing dart. After testing it, he turned and looked straight at the old man, asking, Is this all you have here? At that moment, the old man's eyes locked onto the 2 swords wrapped in bandages on his back. His expression shifted to a pleasant, welcoming smile. I knew you were a customer who would want to see something else. Since you're so discerning, let me show you a weapon worthy of your status. Saying this, he opened a wooden box. It was the ice jade hand. The item in the box radiated cold air and a blue light. You could tell at a glance it was extraordinary. The sharp blade, the precise craftsmanship, it was no ordinary item. As a layman, Zheng Shalian could only stare with wide, awestruck eyes. It's so beautiful. As soon as she finished, the old man quoted a price of 15,000 taels, hitting her like a bolt of lightning. The girl froze solid on the spot. 15,000 taels? But our protagonist calmly asked, If I buy this, is there a free gift included? She was even more shocked and snapped her head toward him. If there's a gift included, would you actually buy it? The old man didn't change his expression and asked, A gift? What do you want? Qi Ligan looked around. Can I just take whatever I want? The old man thought carefully, evaluating him from head to toe. He knows everything here is ordinary. This guy really is a strange one. Our protagonist stood there with a smile, waiting. Finally, the old man nodded. All right, I've got it all planned out. I'm just waiting for the old man to say the word so I can point and claim it instantly. I'll take this one. The old man looks over, visibly startled. Zheng Shalian gasps, eyes wide in shock. The old man cracks a cunning, crooked smile. It's clear he's very interested in me now. May I ask for your name, young man? I look the old man straight in the eyes. I am Chi Liqian. seeing his confusion. I know he's heard that name for the first time. But then, he shifts his gaze from me to the item I chose. To think this kid could recognize that thing, does that mean his sect or his internal energy is incredibly powerful? Could it be related to those legendary blades? Looking at this young man again, the old man is clearly intimidated, but a promise is a promise. He narrows his eyes with a smile. This thing has finally found its master. Will I be able to see you again in the future? I clear my throat, not refusing him. The old man is surprisingly generous with his business, saying, "You've already included a gift for me, after all." We just smile at each other, sharing an unspoken understanding, while Zheng Xiaolian stands by, bewildered, not understanding a thing. It clearly feels off, but she can't prove it. A fair trade. The deal is done. We head to the stream to wash the items, and that's when she finally loses it. She yells, "You idiot! How could you spend 15,000 taels on a pair of throwing knives? And the item you asked for as a bonus is just a ragged glove? Are you crazy or just plain stupid? No, you're a crazy idiot." She clutches her head, wishing she could drag me back to return the stuff right now. But Liqian just ignores her, coolly grabbing the items without a word. But she doesn't stop, running around me, asking, "Wait, where did you get all that money? You didn't do anything shady, did you? Or are you some rich young master?" After babbling for a while, I finish cleaning the items and hold my hand out to her. "Ugh, you're too loud. Give me your hand." She shakes her head vigorously. "I don't need a glove. I have to explain. Put this on. It can help you improve your martial arts. You're stuck at the 7th level, right?" Zheng Xiaolian is stunned. "What? How do you know?" I calmly take her hand. In this world, there is nothing that I do not know. Zheng Xiaolian still can't bring herself to believe it. It's just a glove. Can this really help me? If you're messing with me, before she can finish, I tighten my grip on her hand. I use both hands to hold hers, looking straight into her eyes, starting to brainwash her. Even if it looks unremarkable, it carries a very special power. When you wear the glove, you must keep a reverent heart to feel it. Try putting it on. I put it directly onto her hand. Only now does Zheng Xiaolian look closely. Oh, so it's a transparent glove? How strange. As soon as she puts it on, she feels a smooth sensation, and a burst of power radiates out. A cool breeze blows by, and her body feels so light she could fly. Now she has no choice but to believe it. She can't wrap her head around it. She shouts at me, "What is this? Such a strange power. It feels like the glove is absorbing the essence of heaven and earth into me. What on earth is this?" The power grows stronger and stronger. Liqian just stands by, watching with a very serious expression. It seems he already knew it would happen. A golden light envelops the two of us, forming a dense circle of spiritual energy. Zheng Xiaolian still can't believe it, staring fixedly at her gloved hand. This is no ordinary artifact. Only now do I smile, satisfied. It has accepted you. As expected, I wasn't wrong. You have talent in this regard. She looks at the seal in her palm. It had accepted me? What's this? A seal? I show her my hand, which has the exact same symbol, and smile mischievously. Go on, say hello. This is the god of wind. I planned everything. We each wear one. When we get close, the gloves will react. Your internal energy is too weak, so you couldn't sense it, but I knew. She still seems doubtful. How is that possible? Because I'm much stronger than her. Of course it's possible. This isn't just any material. The original owner of these gloves was the greatest master of the world, 3,000 years ago, the king of fists, the god of wind. In short, it's the treasure among treasures. Zheng Xiaolian is still questioning things, and she has a point. If it's such an amazing treasure, why was it just tossed aside in the black market? I shrug. Who knows? Maybe it was just waiting for its master. You can use your bare hands to block sword energy, but since your internal energy is too weak, you'd get hurt. But at least your hands won't be severed. Think of it as me adding a layer of protection for you. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, hesitating for a long time before daring to look up and ask, "Why are you being so good to me?" Liqian didn't expect her to ask that. Girls really are sensitive. I look at her face, smiling gently, but I don't explain. Knowing is enough. Scene shift to the second round of the Dragon Phoenix banquet. Today, it's raining cats and dogs, and the large hall is packed. Zheng Xiaolian and I sit in the stands, looking down, puzzled. What is this? Footprints on such a long stone slab? This round's challenge is a bit strange. Before she can rack her brain too long, the old man steps up to announce it. The second task of this year's Dragon Phoenix banquet is a test of footwork. The rules are simple. Just get from here to there. But there are two conditions. You must step on the footprints provided here. And the two of you must cooperate. Zheng Xiaolian's family is watching too, everyone looking tense, except for her brother-in-law, who cheerfully asks, "This footwork is simpler than I thought, right? My sister-in-law shouldn't have any issues, right?" Elsewhere, that guy Duong Tu Seung is being arrogant. Anyone who has practiced martial arts can do this, right? He shrugs, acting cool right in front of the old man. It's child's play. The old man doesn't even bother to look at him, cursing under his breath. The heir to the Southern Mountain Alliance is truly a good-for-nothing. The old man knows for sure that the second stage won't favor these noble families. He stares at him. The judges are all neutral parties who have nothing to do with the great sects. I'm not participating either. Kid, are you sure you can pass this stage? Only I widen my eyes in surprise. This is probably not going to be easy. Zheng Xiaolian is shocked. She's never heard me say anything was difficult before. What? Even you're saying that? I calmly explain. Everyone has their own martial arts habits. Footwork is especially distinct because it's performed subconsciously. But if you focus too much on the footwork, your movement will get messy. Plus, you have to coordinate as a pair. A girl raises her hand. How do we participate? Should the rest of us leave and only leave the competitors here? The old man shakes his head. No, you won't do it in front of everyone. The crowd starts whispering. What? Wouldn't the people who go later have an advantage? We should wait a bit to see the footwork of those who go first. Zheng Xiaolian overhears this and turns to me. If we just watch how others do it and adjust, before she can finish, a voice rings out. I'll go first. The crowd turns to look at the person who spoke. Already starting? Is that okay? Personally, I find him quite interesting. This guy is really smart. No matter what the situation, being the first is always significant. And the one who stepped up is the famous Lin Xiaoqi. As soon as they see him, his fans start cheering loudly. Young Master Lam is about to challenge it. Both of them step forward. The people above start chatting. The first challenger seems quite confident. If it's young Master Lam, he certainly has the credentials. Zheng Xiaolian is curious about what kind of footwork he will use. I don't say much, just silently focus on observing. Very quickly, Lin Xiaoqi takes his first steps. Everyone is mesmerized. The girl's blushing a real spectacle. Ah, how beautiful. Lin Xiaoqi goes first, and his teammate, Tu Ma, follows closely, coordinating perfectly. He looks like he knows what he's doing. He shows confidence, his face very serious. Zheng Xiaolian watches in awe. Ah, his speed is so fast. Even the old men on the judging panel turn to each other, impressed. Fast and precise, stepping right onto the marks on the stone. He's truly worthy of being the heir to the Northern River. Compared to him, Miss Tu Ma is struggling a bit, but she's desperately trying to keep up with Lin Xiaoqi's footwork. Considering they are the first to challenge, this level is exhausting for his teammate. She's breathless. Soon, they finish the test, and the cheers are even louder than before. Young Master Lam reached the end. He's so cool. Miss Tu Ma made it too. But the more they are praised, the more annoyed and jealous Duong Tu Seung becomes. The judge shouts, Lin Xiaoqi and Tu Ma. Zheng Xiaolian suddenly trembles and says to me, I'm a bit nervous. Can we pass too? I smile brightly and turn to her. No way. Zheng Xiaolian is shocked. Are you saying we can't? I turn serious, not joking. It's not necessarily that we can't. I get up decisively and head outside. Follow me, let's go practice for a bit. She points, confused. Huh? We aren't going to keep watching? I shake my head. Watching is useless. Most of those who copy their footwork will eventually be eliminated. This is a test that only those with their own unique footwork can pass. At our current level, we would definitely fail. I already had this competition figured out from the very beginning. Outside, the rain is pouring down. Liqian chose a clear patch of yard. It was quiet here, and not a bad spot at all. He chuckled, teasing her. Try performing the Red Evil Sword technique, and I'll help you refine it. With your current level 7, there's no way you'll pass this exam. She was a bit surprised. You want to help me fix my sword technique? Can you really grasp the essence of martial arts, just by looking once? Who exactly are you? After everything she'd been through, even a dense girl would realize he was no ordinary person. Was he truly a martial arts master? He didn't say much, just replied vaguely that teaching her was a piece of cake. With that, she stopped asking questions and drew her sword. I don't know what you mean, but I'll show you how it's done. Watch closely. Here goes. As she finished speaking, she began to whirl around him, sword in motion. Liqian stood still, observing everything. As her blade swept powerfully past his eyes, he caught her mistake instantly. Hold on, your breathing was off by half a beat, and she corrected it immediately. Like this? She was surprised. Just by speeding up slightly as he suggested, her strike's power surged dramatically. Zheng Xiaolian had never realized that being off by just half a beat could change the feeling of her swing so completely. She was quite bright. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, keep going. We'll fix every mistake as we find it. Right here, tuck your arm in, and your left foot position is wrong. She felt as though a whole new world had opened up. Every word he spoke created a startling improvement. This is the final move, finally done. My whole body feels like it's been through 10 years of training. It's a completely different feeling from what I practiced before. He looked over and smiled, satisfied. Fixing you up is quite an achievement. Zheng Xiaolian stood there dazed, her brain still processing everything, her hand holding the sword trembling. How is this possible? Is this really the red evil sword technique I know? She couldn't help but keep glancing at him. Who is this guy? He even noticed her progress. Congratulations. Your red evil sword technique just broke past level 7 and reached level 8. Her face went blank. What on earth was happening? She had surpassed the beak carbo level entirely. Was this for real? Martial arts wasn't a game, yet in less than 5 minutes of tweaking a few moves, he'd leveled her up just like that. Even more miraculous was that without his guidance, it would have taken her another 10 years to progress this quickly. Meanwhile, in the dense forest nearby, a figure stood watching. It was Chi Liqian's direct disciple, Wu Ying. He was waiting for the other three to arrive. One look was enough to tell they were no ordinary bunch. The legendary trio of assassins Yang Hua, Lang Deshang, and Tian Wu Yue had arrived. Wu Ying clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. You've all arrived. Long time no see. The young master is currently attending the Dragon Phoenix banquet. Let me take you to the main hall. The old woman stared at him. Fine, but you look way too old without a beard. He froze instantly, a wave of numbness washing over him. He saw the two old men. One nodded in agreement, while the other twisted the knife in even further. He felt like he'd aged 5 years in an instant. Poor Wu Ying was more hurt than if he'd been stabbed, rooted to the spot, unable to lift his feet. The trio walked straight past him, chatting as they went. But why is Chi Liqian participating in the Dragon Phoenix banquet? He must be planning something unpredictable again. Let's go see. They left him standing in the rain, crying internally. It was just a shaved beard. After all, inside the grand hall, a voice suddenly shouted, I wish to challenge. The crowd murmured in confusion. What? What's wrong with this guy? The one who said that strange thing was none other than him. The two stood on the arena, clasping their hands to introduce themselves. I am the drifting wind and flowing water, Chi Liqian, and I am Zheng Xiaolian from the Just Sword sect. The crowd chuckled to themselves. Drifting wind and flowing water? Some rogue with no sect? Before starting, he glanced at her to confirm. You've practiced the red evil sword technique to level 9 now, right? A little thing like this shouldn't be anything to you, right? She didn't know what he was talking about and looked at him blankly. Level 9? No way, she thought, panicked, as he had just refined her technique once more. Seeing she didn't believe it, he crossed his arms, confidently asserting that she had indeed reached level 9. But women's intuition being what it is, she still doubted him. Even if he says that, how is it possible? I've never heard of anyone's martial arts advancing that fast, she thought, even though they hadn't planned this. He finally turned to her and asked, Do you know what the strategy for this round is called? Chi Liqian quickly tossed out a catchy name. The Dragon Phoenix Double Radiance. As soon as he finished, he bolted forward, his body glowing with spiritual power, absolutely confident. If he couldn't pass this, who could? The two began the competition, and he took the lead. Zheng Xiaolian followed him, and the crowd in the arena watched, shocked, sitting still and wide-eyed. He even had time to turn and ask her, Not bad, right? She was glowing too. It's all thanks to your help. Zheng Xiaolian was happier than a kid in a candy store. My body can actually perform these moves. It's truly magical. Perhaps because my mind is at ease, it feels like I'm dancing. She could feel it, and he named it. It is the mind understanding all things, and the body controlling all things. That is the process of comprehending the essence of martial arts. They had only spoken a few words. Essence of martial arts? When they had already reached the other side of the arena, Zheng Xiaolian couldn't believe it and shouted, It's over this fast? She didn't even remember how she'd made it across, and only then did she feel exhausted, panting for breath. Chi Liqian smiled smugly. The Dragon Phoenix Double Radiance is amazing, right? She looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. The judge's shout rang out. Chi Liqian, Zheng Xiaolian, pass. Both laughed happily. After the match, the entire Trint family swarmed over. Zheng Xiaolian, since when did your martial arts become so powerful? He was standing with them and suddenly froze. Only now did he realize the three old masters had been standing there all along. Their eyes met. Wu Ying had brought them there. He was only surprised for a moment before bursting with joy, spreading his arms and running toward them with a grin, planning to give each of them a tight hug when a sharp sickle suddenly flew out of nowhere and stuck right into his forehead. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the crowd burst into laughter. This guy is acting way too familiar. Ha ha. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the old lady's real grandson. He rubbed his forehead, feeling aggrieved. Ha ha, it's been a while, but you really know how to pick on me. The old lady only cared about one thing. I heard you're building a manor? Kid, you've made such a huge mess. What do you plan to do now? Having started the fight, he had to see it through. He answered calmly, what else could it be? He confidently stated, I want to swallow this whole martial arts world. The three old ones were speechless. You think unifying the martial arts world is that easy? It's indeed very difficult. Setting aside the four great masters of the world, how do you plan to deal with the 9 sects and 1 school? What about the 4 great families? And furthermore, she stared intently at him. What are your plans for the holy cult? All of these were challenges he would certainly face if he wanted to unify the world. The three of them waited in silence for an answer. But Liqian wasn't worried at all. I won't worry about things that haven't happened yet. That was his signature style, through and through. The three were completely speechless. Who exactly did this kid take after? Only Wu Ying would trust him blindly. Suddenly, he turned to him. Wu Ying, make sure to treat these seniors well, he asked, surprised. Huh, young master, where are you going? He only replied, I'm going to catch that freak. Of course, he took Zheng Xiaolian with him. She still wasn't used to his style, and chuckled, asking, Are you joking? Did Liqian ever know how to joke? He's serious. We have to cross this bridge. In front of them was a super long suspension bridge called the Life and Death Bridge, and the name alone was enough to make her skin crawl. She widened her eyes in shock. I absolutely cannot do that. He didn't explain much, just warned her. If you don't go, you'll regret it. The person I'm going to catch right now has a lot to do with you. Having said that, he walked straight across effortlessly. This bridge was really no different from flat ground. Just keep walking. Zheng Xiaolian still covered her mouth tightly, too scared even to scream. It's too dangerous. Below us is a sheer cliff. What's there to be afraid of? He turned to look at her. This is the difference between a master and a second-rate fighter. A master would see this place as no different from flat ground. I don't think you're a master, she said, feeling deflated. That's right, isn't it? I know that too. Being mocked made her feel down, but Liqian used a carrot-and-stick approach. After criticizing her, he encouraged her. But at least you should have the determination to become a master to challenge yourself. His words cleared her head, and she felt much braver. That's right, it's just walking. I'll give it a try. So, step by step, she followed behind him, and in a flash, they had covered 2/3 of the bridge. Zheng Xiaolian trod carefully, not daring to walk fast. After a few steps, it's easier to get used to. It's not as dangerous as I thought. Liqian smiled, right? But that smile was a bit too mischievous. I forgot to tell you, there are sudden gusts of wind here. Be careful. As soon as he spoke, it hit. The wind here was not normal at all. It swirled like a small tornado, blowing straight at Zheng Xiaolian. The strong wind also made the suspension bridge sway, refusing to stay still. This gust seemed to intentionally attack anyone crossing the bridge, and she was suddenly lifted straight into the air. Too fast, too dangerous. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Liqian hurriedly shouted to reassure her. Don't be afraid. Just pretend you're standing on flat ground. She steadied her breathing, trying to calm her racing heart despite feeling like her brain was frozen. Right, that's it. It's just like standing on flat ground, but how am I supposed to do that? Am I just supposed to imagine I'm on solid earth while floating in mid-air? Suddenly, the wind died down. With nothing left to support her, she squeezed her eyes shut, terrified she might actually lose control of herself. She began to fall. But he was standing right there. He couldn't just let her die like that, could he? His eyes instantly flared with a crimson glow. He brought his hands together in front of his stomach, focusing his energy, and projected his spiritual power to catch her from afar. His strength replaced the wind, cradling her as she descended slowly. She was completely bewildered, but she decided to just let him do his thing. She calmed down and simply went with the flow, landing safely on the bridge. She looked down, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She had escaped this time, but who knew when it would happen again? Would I be this lucky next time? A dozen questions raced through her mind, especially when she glanced down at the yawning abyss waiting beneath her feet. Truly, she had almost died. For the first time in her life, she felt hell was that close. The bridge groaned and creaked, shaking slightly, which only made her panic more as she tried to soothe herself. I have to keep moving. Qi Liqian waited patiently. But Zheng Xiaolian was so terrified she had turned into a statue. Her mind was clear, but she couldn't lift her feet. Suddenly, Qi Liqian spoke up. The moment I first saw you, it felt like my heart skipped a beat. Amidst the picturesque scenery, the line sounded like a confession, completely sweeping away all the fear in her mind. Qi Liqian smiled brightly, coaxing her. Come here. I like you. This tactic worked perfectly on her. Zheng Xiaolian completely forgot about being afraid. A flood of moments they had spent together rushed through her head. She thought it over and over, still unable to believe it. How could that be? She didn't know how, but her fear had completely vanished. She walked along, deep in thought. He likes me? Is he joking? She remained dazed and distracted even after crossing the bridge. Qi Liqian had basically used a form of hypnosis on her. She was still wondering, did I hear him wrong? She completely ignored the massive house in front of them until he turned and said, Didn't you already cross the bridge? She snapped out of her trance, her head still full of his earlier words. I like you? She immediately blurted out. What you said just now, Qi Liqian chuckled. That line? She blushed deeply, feeling incredibly shy. Did you just say that casually? Was it just to distract me because I was so scared? You've guessed part of it, but it's also true that I like you. They both stood awkwardly, looking at each other. Finally, he gave a firm answer. You really are quite smart, aren't you? He turned and walked away immediately, leaving Zheng Xiaolian fuming with rage. She wanted to punch the bridge pillar to pieces and cursed him 1,000 times under her breath. That jerk. How dare he tease me? She hadn't even landed a punch when a voice barked at her. Who dares to cause trouble in this sacred place? She jumped, startled and feeling guilty. Her hand was still midair. The intruder was an old man, clearly scolding both of them. You two, stop what you're doing. Zheng Xiaolian hurriedly bowed her head in panic. I'm sorry. Qi Liqian, however, turned back calmly to look at the man. As soon as the old man saw him, his face changed instantly. He froze. The old man hurriedly waved his hands, trying to slip away. Young people doing things like this is normal. Ha ha. You two just keep playing. But as soon as the old man took 3 steps away, Qi Liqian's ice-cold voice stopped him dead in his tracks. Your disguise technique is quite impressive, isn't it? You ugly old man. You can't hide from me. To the old man, Qi Liqian looked like a demon come to judge him. Sweat poured down the old man's face, soaking his clothes. They were invited into the house to sit. The old man complained miserably, nursing a headache. Even the bodhisattva is too heartless. How could a devil like him know I was here? He muttered, having no choice but to remove the mask from his face. Zheng Xiaolian watched, horrified, and turned to ask Qi Liqian, Who is he? Qi Liqian didn't hesitate to list off a series of scams, quackery, and thievery. He has 8 types of talents that are completely useless, right? Just saying that was enough of a hint for her to realize who he was. Special talents in 8 fields? She exclaimed in shock. Could it be the 8 directions? Her eyes widened, fixed on him as she asked, a bit intimidated. Senior beauty? He peeled off the rest of his mask, revealing a face that looked incredibly grumpy. Young people these days have no respect for the martial arts world's traditions. His name was the 8 Directions Ugly Freak. Suddenly, a hand slapped the top of his head. It was Qi Liqian, who stepped in and ruffled his hair, smiling proudly. Besides, he's my apprentice. Zheng Xiaolian was even more shocked. You're your apprentice? How did that happen? Only then did Qi Liqian explain. To put it simply, this guy made a bet with me. The loser had to become the apprentice. Zheng Xiaolian curiously asked what they had bet on. Thinking back to that day, Qi Liqian couldn't help but smirk. Go! The old man grew furious and shouted, Someone definitely used secret voice transmission to teach you how to play. The two of them went back and forth, arguing endlessly as they recounted the past. You fraud! You used despicable methods to cheat me. During the duel, you definitely poisoned me. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaolian began to understand. Wait, aren't these kinds of tricks supposed to be the specialty of Senior 8 Directions Ugly Freak? Qi Liqian actually managed to beat him? Suddenly, Qi Liqian changed his tone, resting his chin on his hand seriously. I have a favor to ask today. You may be a quack, but you are a quack with actual skill. He didn't need to ask much. He settled the deal. You must help me treat a patient. The old man was still fuming, shouting, do you think I'll just examine any patient? So many wealthy tycoons out there have died because I refused to treat them, but the price Qi Liqian offered was too tempting. If you cure her, I will cancel our bet. The 8 directions. Ugly Freak's eyes lit up. He jumped to his feet and agreed immediately. Fine. Let's end this nauseating karmic debt. Let's go. Zheng Xiaolian sat there listening to them, not really understanding. Who is sick? Qi Liqian's eyes crinkled with a hidden meaning. Her brain started racing. How? How is that possible? The patient he mentioned is Tu Lian. Even when he arrived at her house to treat her, she still couldn't believe it. The 8 directions ugly freak lifted the little girl's hand to check her. Tu Lian lay there, eyes wide, waiting for a miracle. Zheng Xiaolian dared not hold on to hope. No one had ever been able to diagnose the cause of her illness. This time, it has to work. After a long while, Qi Liqian asked, "So, what's the verdict?" The 8 directions ugly freak was incredibly pleased with Qi Liqian's tone. For once, Qi Liqian was actually saving face for him in front of others. He diagnosed it seriously. This child was stung by a poisonous bee. It's a blood bee, a very rare species. Her parents gasped in horror. A blood bee's venom? He continued seriously. I will prescribe medicine for her to take for half a month, then follow up with proper nourishment and exercise to strengthen her stamina. She will be fully recovered in a year. Tu Lian's eyes were bulging. She had lost hope so many times. Could the cure really be that simple? Everyone in the room covered their mouths in shock. Zheng Xiaolian, still in a daze, kept mumbling, "Recover, fully recover." Ah! Old man Zheng Yishou immediately knelt and kowtowed. "Thank you. You truly live up to the name Master 8 Directions. Oh my, you really please, stand up." Zheng Xiaolian stood there stunned for a long time, still processing everything. Her mother walked up to Qi Liqian. "Young Master Shich, thank you." She was moved to tears. "Being able to invite a master like Master 8 Directions here, I will never forget this great kindness." Qi Liqian was rarely this humble. He laughed and replied, "Not at all. This is all thanks to Zheng Xiaolian. She even risked her life." After saying that, he turned to look at her. "This whole thing was down to you. Thanks for your hard work." Hearing him, she teared up, completely moved, unable to say a word. The scene in the room was truly heartwarming. Qi Liqian kept his promise, bowed his hands to the other man. "Senior 8 Directions. I've been offensive these past few days. You can leave now." The man laughed teasingly. Kid, you sure are decisive. Hanging out with you is fun." But his expression suddenly hardened and turned serious. "You didn't come to find me just for this, did you?" Qi Liqian didn't beat around the bush. He nodded decisively. "That's right. To dominate the world, I need the senior's help. But that child's life was also very important." The old man clearly understood something. A child's life is that important? 3 years ago, when you were just a reckless brat, what did you say? Your dream was to build an extraordinary martial arts world. Back then, I just thought it was the childish dreaming of a kid. It seems you've grown up. Has your dream changed? Qi Liqian nodded. That's right. The old man actually believed him 100%. Show me then, that extraordinary martial arts world you spoke of. I am willing to help you. Of course, before starting, Qi Liqian had to warn him. This could cost you your life. You don't regret what you just said, do you? The man didn't even think before confirming. No regrets. Qi Liqian waited exactly for that and smiled immediately. Then, will you call me young master? If I can call you master, why wouldn't I be able to call you that? It's much better than calling you master anyway. I also want to see what kind of mess you're planning to cause. So, what are you going to do next? Naturally, Qi Liqian had already planned everything before coming to him. Next, The scene shifted to a small island on the East Lake. The day of the third trial had finally arrived. The participants were all gathered here, whispering among themselves. Is this really it? Why are they keeping us here? Zheng Xiaolian and Qi Liqian were present as well. They hadn't expected the third trial to take place on this island. Suddenly, a group of people behind them began to argue loudly. One guy even shouted, "Get my bodyguard over here, now." It was that notorious young Tu Swung, shouting at the managers. "You told me I couldn't bring my bodyguard to an island like this? Does that even make sense?" The manager tried to explain, but it was useless. "Young Master Yang, please, calm down," he insisted. "This is for the fairness of the exam." The alliance master of Nanyue had agreed to it, but Yang refused to believe his grandfather would ever agree to such a thing. The old man could only say, I told you already, the island is filled with experts from the Bochuan Ba family. Even so, the brat wouldn't change his mind. Zheng Xiaolian looked over with concern. "Are you sure everything is okay?" She looked around. She knew the experts from the Bochuan Ba family were stronger than they had anticipated, so they couldn't let their guard down. "You know it too, right?" she asked him. "Can you sense their presence?" He warned her seriously. In the martial arts world, a single moment of carelessness could cost you your life. It happened when you least expected it. Just then, a ship sped toward the island. A shattering sound erupted from the deck, and a woman clutched her face, crying in fear, while a man roared, "Get out! Damn it! Why do you keep bringing me such ugly hags?" Frustrated, he laid on his bed, yelling toward the door, "Hey, hey, are we almost there?" A subordinate informed him they would arrive in another minute. At that, he licked his lips greedily. This guy had long hair and wore a red cloak. He lecherously wondered, "I wonder if women from prestigious families are any different." He was the Yin demon insect, the most lecherous villain on the island. The examiner, Yan Chong, stood there holding a red flag and declared, "This is the Dragon Phoenix flag. Whoever retrieves it will pass the third trial." The crowd was shocked to see him. Master Yan Chong? A high-level expert like him is the examiner? Zheng Xiaolian, still naive, turned to ask, "If the third trial is about fighting for a flag, do we have to use force to take it?" The old man heard her and shouted in surprise, "It's not about using force to grab it." He pointed the flag forward. "You have 2 gates in front of you. Enter the left one, circle the island, and come out the right one." In other words, the island itself is the third trial. The first 4 pairs to return will be the winners. Only 8 people can get this flag. A girl suddenly turned to Zheng Xiaolian and asked, "Is this a test of movement techniques?" She smiled brightly and introduced herself. "Ah, I'm Jia Yangxi from the Blood King Gate. This is my senior brother." The man blushed and cupped his hands in greeting. "Nice to meet you." The girl, as refreshing as an autumn breeze, leaned in close to chat. "You're Lady Zheng Xiaolian from the Righteous Sword Gate, right?" The girl was surprised and asked, "How did you know?" The girl chattered on, "My senior brother has been in love with you ever since he first met you." The man heard this and, embarrassed, snapped, "When did I ever say that? My lady, it's a misunderstanding." After just a few words, they were immediately scolded by the examiner. "Are you 3 here to play around?" Liqian felt ashamed and quickly moved a little further away from them. So embarrassing, he thought. The bald old man continued, "You absolutely cannot get the Dragon Phoenix flag by relying on movement techniques alone. This island is riddled with traps." Jia Yangxi, upon hearing this, looked over with concern. "Traps? I've never heard of such a thing." The old man held up a sharp arrow, "But don't worry too much. See this wooden arrow? The traps don't use real arrows, just these wooden ones." He added a final note of reassurance. "If you get stuck in a trap, you can call the nearby instructors. They will be following you closely. That's all. Good luck." The competition officially began. Liqian led Zheng Xiaolian around the island. The area was deserted. She wondered, "Why is no one taking this path?" He replied nonchalantly, "Taking a path no one has walked before, that's the true meaning of a journey." Zheng Xiaolian asked in surprise, "You started traveling everywhere when you were 5? You must have been to so many places then, right?" He nodded and bragged, "I've been to countless places." She listened with admiration. "That's so cool. Are all the amazing things you do the result of that experience?" She grew more disappointed in herself, sighing heavily. "Looking at you, I feel like a frog in a well." Seeing her looking sad didn't sit right with him, so he immediately suggested, "Don't worry. In the future, I'll take you out to see more of the world." The girl blushed, shy but excited. "You'll take me out to see the world?" Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, feeling something was wrong. "Wait, didn't they say instructors were lying in ambush everywhere?" Zheng Xiaolian looked up. What is it?" His expression turned cold and serious. "I don't hear any movement at all." The girl suddenly felt nervous. "What do you mean?" The two looked at each other. The sky was blue, the sun was bright, and birds were still chirping. She quickly calmed herself, trying to reassure herself to keep going. You're saying such scary things. Let's just keep going." But as soon as she turned, Zheng Xiaolian sensed killing intent. She instantly drew her sword, slashing horizontally to deflect something flying toward her, and shouted, "Who's there?" She saw a wooden arrow broken on the ground. Realizing what it was too late. This is a trap. Another arrow flew at her from behind. Luckily, Liqian caught it with his bare hands, saving her life. Zheng Xiaolian turned back, realizing there was another one. "Thanks." At that speed, even a wooden arrow was dangerous, but he looked at it and knew this was a real arrow. Someone had tampered with the traps. The arrow was sharp and gleaming. Clearly, someone wanted to kill. Just then, a shrill, terrifying scream echoed from elsewhere. Liqian reacted in a flash, dashing toward the sound. "Let's go check it out." Zheng Xiaolian quickly followed. Near the pier, 2 men stood before a wooden boat. They pointed at the boat and asked each other, Did you get any news about this boat docking? None at all. What fool would dare barge into the Dragon Phoenix banquet? Suddenly, something black flew past them. Something fell, rolling along the ground. When they saw what it was, their faces turned whiter than paper. It was Instructor Yin's head, completely covered in blood. A dark shadow appeared on the boat, and a voice spoke. There are other instructors too. I ordered my subordinates to kill every last one of them. So why do more keep crawling out? It was the Yin demon insect, his whole body covered in blood. The two old men were terrified. One quickly drew his sword. You, go inform Examiner Yun Chong. The other ran off. Right, I'll be back soon. Be careful. But before he could even take 3 steps, a chain wrapped around his neck. With a violent jerk, his head was severed from his neck, and blood splattered everywhere. The remaining old man was horrified. He shouted, "You bastard! You dare kill people from the Bo Chuan Ba family?" He didn't even see the iron ball flying toward his head from behind. More blood sprayed. The Yin demon insect had killed both of them with just one iron chain. He swung the chain and walked onto the island with a sinister laugh. The beauties are waiting for me. Let's go. On Liqian's side, he was dashing toward the screams. From afar, he saw a few people standing there, and someone was still screaming. He looked closer, and his eyes widened in shock. Zheng Xiaolian, running behind him, saw their faces and turned pale. Ah, it's the brother and sister from earlier. Jia Yangxi was clutching her brother, crying, "Brother, no, brother." But the man was dead, and in a gruesome state. His lower body from the stomach down was completely pulverized. The others, who saw this, were too terrified to speak. Zheng Xiaolian hurriedly ran over to the young lady, while Liqian stood watch. He saw a sword embedded in a nearby tree, still dripping with blood. The faint-hearted ones backed away, stuttering in fear. I didn't think it would be a tournament like this. Forget about the Dragon Phoenix banquet. I want to leave. He looked around, shouting, "Instructor, instructor, instructor." But no matter how much he called, no one appeared. Zheng Xiaolian looked at Liqian, confused. Why isn't anyone here? Something is definitely wrong. Maybe we should head back? But Liqian looked around and shook his head. We can't. I smelled something off a long time ago. This island has turned into a giant trap. If someone intentionally caused this, they probably anticipated us trying to turn back and have set even more terrifying traps. If we leave the designated path, we'll fall into a formation. After this, she believed him, her face darkening. What? Then tell me. We can only keep moving forward. Staying here is death either way. Others heard him and grew fearful. There's a formation set up here? Is there a way to break it? He nodded. Traps and formations indeed have ways to be broken, because these things are all man-made. Xiaolian heard him, but it went in one ear and out the other. What was he trying to say? Did he have to explain things just in case he ended up in the same mess? People hate situations that have no solution. So, can you break this formation? Communicating back and forth like this is tough. If I were to escape alone, I might have a chance. Then you should get out by yourself and call for help from the outside, she suggested. He looked at her with a smile. I couldn't just leave you behind and go on my own. Their conversation was overheard by another young lady, Tibich Hoa, who had been watching all along. She frowned, judging the man for being too showy. She looked incredibly annoyed, but then she glanced at Yang Xuchang, who was clutching his face in terror, and realized he was even more pathetic than this fool. After a while, the group set off again. This time, no one split up. They walked along the path, observing their surroundings as they moved. He realized that, at some point, everyone had gathered together again. She asked him, "All the paths have merged into one, which means we must be getting closer to the exit, right?" Liqian nodded. Likely. She kept talking, but after that last incident, there hadn't been any other traps. It only makes me more uneasy. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked down at his feet. The ground felt strange. Huh? Is that the sound of metal beneath the ground? Before they could react, the ground suddenly collapsed with a loud roar. Xiaolian's heart skipped a beat. She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, It's a trap. We're falling." Wait, nothing happened? Are we okay? She saw that Men was holding her tightly around the waist, keeping her steady, while looking at the others who were all struggling to get up. Is this the mechanism for the third gate? But Men felt something was wrong. This marsh wasn't just a simple trap. He was right, and the others soon realized the abnormality too. The whole group was buried deep in the sludge, screaming, "I can't crawl out. What is this marsh?" Only Men knew it was mixed with Severing Karma sand. The Severing Karma sand, the hell-sent soil. It was named that because it was a type of sand that could cut off all mortal connections. This sand cuts off internal energy. The more you struggle, the faster your body sinks. Even he, though not fully submerged, was still affected. He reached out to test it. I can't channel my internal energy anymore, and there's something else beneath this marsh. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook violently, and something massive rose from deep underground. The whole group pointed in horror. Look at that. Someone recognized the mechanism. A wooden pillar standing upright, fitted with a gigantic blade. Looking down from above, the marsh and the blade pillar looked like a giant meat grinder about to mince them all into paste. Liqian asked in a panic. What is that? As she spoke, the blade suddenly fell, chopping straight down. The crowd scattered, running for their lives. Ah, get out of the way! But their bodies were stuck in the marsh. They couldn't move. Blood splattered everywhere as those who couldn't escape were slashed to death on the spot. Those who survived were scared out of their wits. It's a real blade. Suddenly, the blade lifted back up, returning to its original position. It was going back up. The crowd was just letting out a sigh of relief, thankful that no one else was hurt, when the blade suddenly changed direction. This time, it seemed to be aiming right at Liqian and him. She shrieked, "It had changed direction!" A man with a face as dark as a soot-covered pot had his eyes rolled back in terror. Ah! He clearly saw it. This time, it was aimed at him. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be chopped in half. Zhang Renjie sat to the side watching the man. "Is this your partner? How unlucky." Suddenly, someone grabbed the hem of his robe, crawling and begging. "Young hero, please help me. Pull me up. I can't die alone." Zhang Renjie, of course, ignored him and coldly turned away. You madman. Let go." His sister, Zhang Renhua, also turned and scolded. "Do you want us both to die? Let go. The more you struggle, the faster you'll sink." The three of them were struggling when the blade fell a sharp, cold strike. Just looking at the light flashing on the edge of the blade was terrifying enough. This time, the man was chopped to pieces, blood spraying all over Zhang Renji. The hand of the dead man was still gripping his robe. The scene was too horrific. Before the man died, he had even severed both of his own arms just to stop from being dragged down with him. Why was he feeling a pang of guilt? Did I kill him? No, that's not right. He was going to die sooner or later. And he almost dragged me down with him. His eyes suddenly caught sight of Lin Xiaqi standing nearby. Seeing that he had witnessed everything, he hurriedly shouted to explain, "Young hero Lin, this matter his situation really left me with no choice." Lin Xiaqi only said, "You did the right thing." Zhang Renji felt completely relieved upon hearing that, and couldn't help but smirk smugly. "That's right, my choice was the correct one." But Liqian felt it was too much. After saying that, she looked down at herself with a guilty conscience. "But if it were me, I'm not sure I would have acted any differently. Am I a bad person too?" Unexpectedly, Liqian comforted her. Knowing how to feel remorse is already a very good thing. She was surprised. A very good thing? His eyes brightened as he looked at the scene before them. In the world today, even remorse barely exists anymore. In this world, people who think like that are all fools. But now is not the time for life lessons. Screams erupted from the crowd. It was changing direction again. Liqian watched the giant blade, which blocked internal energy, and this mechanism, it was utterly hopeless. But she wasn't afraid. Why? As long as I'm by his side, I feel like everything can be solved. So, she found the courage to turn to him. Let's find a way together. But she didn't know when he had disappeared. Beside her, it was completely empty. Her face darkened, and a feeling of fear immediately washed over her. That's right, he must have gone out to call for help, right? Otherwise, why would he just disappear? Just then, a shadow fell over her. She looked up and saw the blade hanging right above her head. Looking at it was terrifying, and it shimmered as it began to fall. Liqian panicked and, in her haste, fell face first into the mud. It was a life-or-death situation. One more second, and the blade would have chopped her in half. But she didn't fall on her own. What's this? Something under my feet is pulling me down. Where is it trying to take me? She was pulled straight down. Only then did she realize that beneath the mud was water as blue as the sea. Liqian calmed down and looked at her hand. The water was weak, but she could feel her internal energy returning. The person who pulled her down was Liqian. His hand gripped hers firmly and reliably. Seeing his familiar face, she finally dared to believe. The two of them were gazing intensely at each other when he suddenly let go. He didn't intend to surface. He just gave her a strong push from underwater. Her body shot straight through the surface of the ground. His strength was so great that he sent her flying into the air, and she could hear him whispering, "Destroy the mechanism." Liqian recognized the voice. Was this Liqian's telepathy? She was still dazed when her body fell freely, but now that she had her spiritual power back, she wouldn't be helpless. She hurriedly drew her sword and stabbed it hard into the mechanism. She hung suspended above. Even standing here, she could smell the thick scent of blood. The mechanism was 100 times larger than a person. How am I supposed to destroy this? Relying on her own strength felt too forced. Something this big required sword energy to be severed, but she had never succeeded in that before. Just then, there were wounded people below. Someone nearby screamed, "We can't seal the acupoints anymore. Use clothes to stop the bleeding." Liqian looked over and was shocked. It was an acquaintance, the young mistress of the Jia family. She had just lost her brother, and now her leg had been severed. She really was having the worst luck imaginable. She looked around. So many people had been killed by it, and those who weren't dead were bleeding profusely, screaming in agony. "Please, stop it. Let us leave this place. Father, mother, help me. My body is being sucked inside." The screams continued. Liqian's hands gripping the sword trembled, but her resolve to cut this thing down hardened. Finally, she leaped to the highest point of the mechanism. She remembered what Liqian had told her about the difference between a master and a second-rate fighter. "I must keep a steady mind and believe that I can definitely cut through it." She tried to calm herself before the screams, knowing she had to sever it before it changed direction again to prevent more victims. "I must believe I can do it." She closed her eyes, focusing all her attention on her sword. Since the first day she held a sword, she had practiced without rest, dedicating her life's training to this one move. She began to focus, and spiritual energy radiated brightly, surrounding her body. She could feel it clearly. The hand wearing the divine seal was burning. She could feel her internal energy converging. Now is the time. With a firm, powerful horizontal slash, she struck. Her blade was clearly much stronger than before. A single strike was enough to sever the falling blade. She couldn't even believe her own eyes. It was severed. The entire giant blade fell away. The crowd below looked up, cheering and shouting in joy. The device was destroyed. "We survived after all. I thought I was dead for sure. Now we can finally go home, right?" Liqian looked at the scene, smiling with happiness. As the survivors resumed their journey, the muddy ground had finally returned to normal. One of them walked over, clasped his hands together, and bowed before Zheng Liqian. "Miss, thank you so much." She hadn't just destroyed the device. If she hadn't jumped across to the other side of the swamp and used a branch to pull them up, they definitely would have drowned. She felt awkward, not knowing what to say. Zheng Liqian glanced at Liqian beside her. "A few people have already thanked me, but he seems to understand." He gestured for her to stay quiet. So, Zheng Liqian turned back to the man and replied, "No, it's nothing. I'm just glad everyone is safe." After the man left, she turned to him, puzzled. "Why didn't you let me speak with them? If it weren't for you, we would all be dead. This is a huge accomplishment." He didn't seem to care much for that kind of fame and just smiled. "It's not the right time to attract attention yet," he replied, clearly plotting something. Zheng Liqian was left wondering. Not the right time? What exactly are you planning? As they walked and talked, she was deeply curious. Why did this even happen? Is it a coincidence that someone is targeting the dragon and phoenix candidates? Liqian had to remind her of a basic truth. "I told you before. In the Jianghu, there is absolutely no such thing as a coincidence. I don't know the reason, but this isn't something an individual could pull off alone. I suspect a mysterious organization is behind this, targeting the Bi Chuanba family. These definitely aren't ordinary people. The brutal methods they use prove they are seasoned thugs." Meanwhile, the culprits were resting in a small room. The beautiful sect leader fanned herself and laughed. They must still be going at it, right? Beside her sat an old man with white hair. Seeing him remain silent, she spoke up again. "Do you still think my decision to hire the yin demon insect was a mistake?" The old man finally replied, "To be honest, that's not what's important. What worries me is your intent in hiring him." She stared deep into his eyes, closed hers, turned away, and answered in a feigned voice, "I don't know what you mean." As Liqian and Zheng Liqian walked through the forest, someone suddenly stopped and shouted in terror, "Oh! Up ahead! That's the gate the examiner pointed out." Everyone cheered, energized. "There's the exit. We can get out. We're going to live." But Zheng Liqian, having learned her lesson, was far more cautious and obediently stood right by his side. Was it really going to end just like that? Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. Even as he spoke, the ones who had run ahead stopped dead in their tracks, terrified. Before them was a severed, blood-soaked head. They immediately recognized it wasn't that the examiner. How the hell was the old man hanging from a tree like that? His body swayed in the wind. Master Yan Chong, under the tree stood a man in red robes with his underlings. Countless corpses were piled on the ground. The candidates were scared out of their wits and instinctively backed away. How? How is this possible? A master like Master Yan Chong? He backed right into the protagonist, who remained unmoved and calm. "It's not over yet," he said coolly. They were only a few steps away from the man in red. A confrontation was unavoidable. Chishu Liqian stared at him intently. Everything was only just beginning. That man was the yin demon insect. The man looked back at them, his eyes glowing red, though he didn't attack immediately. He addressed the group. "Surely some of you haven't heard of me. People call me the yin demon insect." Lin Hachi and Zhang Renji stood calmly to the side, observing, but that loudmouth Yang Tu-Shuang couldn't keep his composure and started screaming. Yin demon insect. Hearing the name, Chixu Liqian's lips tightened, and his expression turned cold as ice. After the gang finished their introduction, they laughed arrogantly, seeing the group's panic. "I truly wouldn't dare claim that's just an empty reputation." Zheng Xiaolian turned to the protagonist, trembling. He's the yin demon insect? Could it be?" The protagonist nodded and added, "The one who rapes countless women to practice the supreme yin replenishment technique." They exchanged words. Does supreme yin replenishment mean absorbing a woman's yin energy? Exactly. After he drains them, they lose their essence and fall into a state of living death. He added a final note. "Luckily, I'm not a woman." She was left speechless. "You're not, but I am." Some of the guys were still screaming. Was this really the time for jokes? Suddenly, the protagonist glanced at a woman who was staring at them. She was clearly targeting him, laughing uncontrollably and winking. "He looks delicious," she seemed to say. This time, it was the protagonist's turn to lose his smile, his face darkening. He looked like he was about to vomit. The yin demon insect finished his introduction and continued rambling. "The one who hired us said you all needed to experience what hell is like." Zheng Xiaolian looked over, panicked. "The one who hired you? Is that the organization you mentioned?" The protagonist continued. "It's not just about killing us. Why go to such lengths with these vile tactics?" He realized it immediately. Long Thuhu's hatred has surpassed even his ambition. He hit the nail on the head. The villain looked over the women, annoyed. "So many women, I can't drain all their yin energy in one day. What a pity. Who should I choose?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Lin Hachi. It was Zhang Renji, trying to incite them. "Young Master Lin, let's team up and kill this lecherous thief." Lin Hachi glanced at him coldly and asked, "Young Master Zhang, if you and I teamed up, could we have killed Examiner Yan Chong? Not to mention Yan Chong. They probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary examiner. The man was a pervert, sure, but he was also a master. Failing to see that and trying to team up was just asking for death. Attacking him head-on wasn't smart. It was stupid." Unexpectedly, just as Lin Hachi finished speaking, Yang Tu-Shuang drew his sword and charged in before anyone could stop him. He shouted, "You filthy piece of trash! Die! Do you even know who you're messing with?" Lin Hachi was speechless. What had this guy eaten to be so delusional? Proof was in the pudding, and Yang Tu-Shuang became the perfect example. He lunged forward with his sword, but the yin demon insect didn't even bother to dodge. He just smirked, reaching out a pale hand to grab his opponent's wrist. In a split second, he had enough strength to snap Yang Tu-Shuang's arm. Who did he think he was? He could only scream in agony, clutching his arm. "Ah, my arm, my arm!" Before he could finish, his throat was gripped tightly. The yin demon insect lifted him high into the air. He had been shouting so loudly earlier, but it turned out he was only good at talking big. The villain's eyes glowed red with a warning. He slammed the guy down without even using his full strength, his murderous intent radiating outward. Yang Tu-Shuang was terrified. The pressure was suffocating. Yet, somehow, at that moment, he still dared to curse the half-breed, remembering his grandfather's words that fighting was all about momentum. "You dared to strike me. Now you're done for." A filial grandson, perhaps, but a foolish young man. Before he finished his sentence, he took a slap to the face that made his head spin and blood fly everywhere. He wouldn't have any teeth left to eat porridge after this. It was a well-deserved end. It went exactly as Lin Hachi had predicted, and served as a wake-up call for Zhang Renji as well. Everyone who witnessed this was horrified. No one dared to make a sound. The yin demon insect kept slapping Yang Tu-Shuang's face until he turned purple and passed out. He didn't even spare the unconscious. Zheng Xiaolian, still naive, drew her sword and prepared to rush forward. "No, don't go out there." If they all attacked together, but luckily, the protagonist reached out and pressed down on her sword hilt. "Wait, he won't kill him yet." Once he gets through this, the experience will be very helpful for his future. It was true. Young Tu Shuang had lost quite a bit of blood but was still alive, though his face was swollen like a pig's head. Hopefully, after this, he would learn to think twice before speaking. The yin demon insect finally stopped, satisfied. He looked at the pathetic face and laughed. I should have done that a long time ago. With that, he tossed young Tu Shuang aside like a piece of expired trash. If you had just been obedient from the start, wouldn't that have been better? Suddenly, a figure dashed past it. Was T-Bitch Hoa, rushing over to check on young Tu Shuang. As soon as he saw her, the villain's eyes lit up. Wait a girl? What's your name? She answered calmly, T-Bitch Hoa. Hearing the name, he knew she was the top beauty of Chongqing. She was exactly as the rumors described. I hear the Luke Thui Mountain Manor is a prestigious family. Your internal energy must be very pure. But one person isn't enough. As he spoke, he scanned the women and let out an excited, oh. This one she really catches my eye. The girl he was targeting was none other than Zheng Xiaolian. Young lady, what is your name? No, that's not important. He immediately decided to move them to the back. The rest of you, watch them carefully. His underling stuttered, startled. Watch them? Shouldn't we get them off this island before anyone outside finds out? He hadn't even finished his sentence before his throat was grabbed in a chokehold. Shut your mouth. The yin demon insect glared at his underling, warning him. I've waited a long time for this moment. Anyone who defies me, I'll kill them all. Suddenly, Chixu Liqian stepped in front of Zheng Xiaolian and shouted, Wait! The underling rushed over. You arrogant bastard! The yin demon insect heard it and turned around. What? Laying a hand on my woman? That's obviously not happening. Are you even listening to yourself? Let me be clear. We are an inseparable couple. We're in this life and death together. The yin demon insect didn't care at all and asked, So, what do you want? His eyes lit up with a smirk. What do I want? If you're going to take her, you're taking me too. The yin demon insect felt intrigued. What a lunatic. Fine. Bring out their companions. I'll give you all a little show. With that, he led the four of them into a cave. Inside, there was only a flickering campfire. The yin demon insect started again. In all my life, I've never seen such beautiful women. Not just one, but two. I'm truly lucky today. He looked toward Qi Liqian and Zheng Xiaolian, and their lovers too. I've been in this situation before. Forcing the girl right in front of her boyfriend, hearing him wail in agony. It's exhilarating. He leaned in close to her, stroking his chin with a wicked grin. I've been looking forward to this. As soon as he finished his sentence, a gust of wind extinguished the fire. Both Yang Tu Shuang and T-Bitch Hoa collapsed, knocked unconscious on the spot. The yin demon insect sensed something was wrong. What? Pressure points sealed? He frantically scanned his surroundings. A freezing technique? Who is it? Where did they come from? He looked at Zheng Xiaolian, judging her. It wasn't this woman. He glanced at Qi Liqian, suspicious. This brat? Just then he saw Qi Liqian smirk at him. It was a look that said, That's right, it's me. Surprised? The villain realized the truth instantly. So, it was you, he roared and lashed out with his chain weapon, attacking first. Qi Liqian wasn't afraid at all. His expression looked like he was watching a fun game. He let out a laugh and leaped high, causing the chains to hit nothing but air. The yin demon insect was furious. How did you dodge my attack? Dodging was only the beginning. Qi Liqian was actually standing on top of his chain. He lightly vaulted forward, following the length of the chain, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in the villain's face. He was slightly surprised, though. The villain was unfazed and even chuckled. Not bad. You're no ordinary junior. The guy was fast. He managed to use his chains to block the strike. Qi Liqian smiled smugly. He'd take the compliment. Obviously, the villain roared. So what? They both lunged at each other, the clash shaking the heavens. Zheng Xiaolian watched, terrified, as massive boulders began to fall. The cave! It's going to collapse! She pulled her companion away from the falling rocks and looked up toward him. Qi Liqian, are you okay? Suddenly, a huge boulder crashed down, filling the cave with thick dust. The yin demon insect stood still, observing. Careful, he couldn't see a thing. Where did he hide? Where is he? He didn't notice Qi Liqian right behind him until it was too late. His face was slashed, blood splattering. Luckily, he managed to tilt his head and avoid a fatal blow, but he wasn't happy. A woman might get scared seeing a face like this. He swung his chains in retaliation, but Qi Liqian easily landed a punch square in his face. He was going to leave the guy covered in scars. A face, you say? This is nothing. He had never been hit this hard before. He gritted his teeth, cursing while throwing punches at the kid. But Liqian blocked every single one. Zheng Xiaolian stood to the side, stunned. This is such a brutal fight. I knew Liqian was skilled, but I didn't think he was this strong. He was fighting on par with someone who could kill an examiner. The yin demon insect was battered and pathetic. He looked at his own tattered body and turned red with rage. Damn it, how is there someone like this? How can he be this strong at such a young age? The surprises weren't over. The next technique Liqian unleashed was even more shocking. The villain had no choice but to face it head-on, raising his hands. Fine, I'll take your move. Their palms slammed into each other. A thunderous boom echoed like the sky was falling. Before the winner was decided, the yin demon insect laughed to himself. You fool. No matter how strong you are, you're barely 20. Do you think you can resist internal energy, enhanced by the mass absorption of yin spirits? But age wasn't an issue for Liqian. In a split second, the villain gasped in terror. Liqian remained as steady as a rock from start to finish. He didn't understand how. Why hasn't this guy backed down even an inch? Meanwhile, the villain's veins were bulging. He was straining every muscle just to hold his ground. Zheng Xiaolian, watching from outside, was panicked. The cave, already shaken by the impact, was collapsing. If they kept going, they'd both be buried alive. But neither would yield. Finally, the cave exploded. Debris flew everywhere, but luckily, it didn't bury them. Zheng Xiaolian was just worried about her companion, but for now, they were safe. Thick dust filled the air. The two of them were still locked in a stalemate, barely able to see each other's faces. Liqian stared him down and criticized, "You harmed so many people just for this measly power?" Without waiting for an explanation, he unleashed a surge of strength, sending the villain flying back. He slammed into the wall, blood splattering across his face. Now the yin demon insect finally realized, he's too strong, stronger than me. He suddenly shifted his gaze toward Zheng Xiaolian standing nearby. If that's the case, I'll take a hostage. Thinking it, he acted immediately. He threw his chain toward her. Seeing the chain flying straight at her, she shuddered, not knowing how to dodge. Just then, a sharp spear appeared. Both the girl and the yin demon insect were startled. The chains shattered instantly. The villain's eyes went wide. Only now did they see Liqian, holding a large sword in both hands, leaping high into the air to strike down. Suddenly, he looked at her and warned, "Zheng Xiaolian, close your eyes." After saying that, he slashed down. But how? The yin demon insect was still fine? But wait, what was going on with this guy? He had barely managed to dodge, but only because he was too panicked to notice. When he looked down, he saw both his arms had been severed by Liqian. Zheng Xiaolian stood frozen. He told her to close her eyes, but she didn't. Now she was petrified with fear. The wretch still had the strength to scramble away. The further from him, the better. But Liqian naturally wouldn't let him go. He raised his glowing red sword. "Where do you think you're going?" He slashed horizontally. Blood sprayed red across the air. His stomach was cut wide open. He tried to beg for his life, but Liqian hadn't had enough. He slashed again and again, vertically and horizontally. Now, he looked more like a demon from the underworld come to claim a soul. He slashed endlessly until the villain's blood sprayed onto his own face. Zheng Xiaolian watched, eyes wide, from beginning to end. The yin demon insect died with his eyes wide open. That question echoed in her mind again. Who exactly are you? A group of people ran in from the cave entrance, swords in hand, and stood there, stunned. How? How is this possible? Are those the yin demon insect's subordinates? They had heard the noise and came to investigate. They stared at Liqian, holding a sword and covered in blood, unable to believe their eyes. They kept asking, "Did you do all this?" Even though they outnumbered him, they were too afraid to charge, instinctively backing away. Suddenly, one fool raised his sword to strike, shouting, "Kill him!" But as he rushed forward, Liqian took him out with a single horizontal slash. The henchmen were cut down one after another. No matter how many there were, they were no match for him. Liqian got to swing his sword freely. They fell like grass, and blood flowed like a river. Zheng Xiaolian remained rooted to the spot, eyes wide with fear, a speck of blood even landing on her face. Very quickly, he wiped them all out. He stood there, the moonlight shining down on him like a god. But in her eyes, he looked like a demon from hell reaping souls. Under his feet lay a pile of corpses and gore. It was impossible to recognize him as the same young man who had been smiling and eating grilled skewers just the other day. Is he really the Liqian I know? Zheng Xiaolian's voice trembled as she called out to him. He spun around instantly. The moment she saw him, she shuddered even more. One of his eyes was glowing bright red, his expression chillingly cold, as if he didn't recognize her at all. It felt like he might slash her just like the others at any second. But after 3 seconds, Liqian smiled gently and asked, "Didn't I tell you to close your eyes?" He held up the sword, which was still wrapped in white cloth, and explained, "Once I unsheath it, I can't control myself. I still can't make it fully my own. This is my mother's signature weapon." She stared at the blade, which was still emitting a murderous aura, and wondered, "Is this sword really that terrifying?" His eyes grew serious and bright. "The sword is my father's signature weapon, but I will use my mother's weapon to conquer the world. I won't draw it." Zheng Xiaolian listened but didn't quite understand. Liqian was about to ask, "If you don't intend to use father's weapon, then why do you always carry it?" But the words that came out were of concern for him. "Are you all right?" They locked eyes, confirming she was calm and not traumatized. Zheng Xiaolian looked deep into his eyes. The murderous intent was gone. Just like that, she felt much more at ease. No matter what he became, he was still him. The group of people finally escaped their ordeal, and each of them was moved to tears, clasping their hands together. "We are truly, deeply grateful. If not for you, young hero, we would have lost our lives. We will never forget this immense kindness." But the person they were all thanking was young Tu Shuang. He was totally confused, standing there blankly, trying to explain. He didn't have a clue what was going on himself. What on earth just happened? He woke up in the cave, his hand clutching a sword, surrounded by a pile of bloody corpses. Beside him, Tbich Hoa was passed out. Even he was freaked out by the scene. Why was he holding a blood-stained sword? Then Liqian told him they must have been knocked out for a while. When they came to, Zheng Xiaolian also played her part perfectly. Yin, demon, insect, and his henchmen were all wiped out. He thought it over. Their stories matched up perfectly, almost too perfectly to be true. Even if it didn't make sense, he had to make it make sense. He looked up at the sky with teary eyes, thinking of the powerful martial arts his grandfather had left inside him. "Thank you, grandfather," he whispered. Yang Renming, Nam Nyak Lien. He just went with it, accepting the role and playing along with the rest of them. "It's good that everyone is safe," he said. Yang Xiaoheap was clearly hiding his true strength, acting weak at first to lower the enemy's guard. Only Tbich Hoa stayed silent, sensing something was off. Her eyes kept darting toward Liqian and Zheng Xiaolian, who were now sitting by the river, lost in the moonlight. Zheng Xiaolian rested her chin in her hands, sighing about how easily Yang Xiaoheap took all the credit. But to him, that was nothing new. These people cared most about their reputation and what the world thought of them. She still wondered, are those things really that important? Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, the boat is here to pick us up." A boat was indeed approaching. After everything, he knew this incident would stir up chaos in the martial arts world. The long swung banquet had been interrupted after all. Meanwhile, at old man Yang Renming's place, a subordinate came to report. He mentioned that the young master had wiped out Yin Demon Insect and saved those prominent figures. The old man praised the youth's talent, but he couldn't help but wonder, could his own grandson really do this? He was certain young Tu Shuang wasn't capable of taking down Yin Demon Insect. The subordinate was confused. Then who was it? The old man suddenly asked. That young man also attended the long Fuang banquet, right? The man in blue jumped, his mind racing. You mean the one named Liqian we met at Xuanfang? The old man said nothing, but in his mind, he was already picturing that man's face from that day. Impressive, Liqian. Did he really take out Yin Demon Insect? It was just a baseless theory. But the more the old man thought about it, the more convinced he became. I have a feeling this is all connected to him, he muttered. Should I go investigate quietly? No need to stir things up, the old man replied. Let's just pretend we don't know. Watch and wait. I understand now either way. This is a perfect chance to ruin the reputation of the Bak Thienba family. The old man had it all planned out. He didn't intend to make a scene just yet. This incident could push them into a corner, but it wasn't enough to bury them completely. The mastermind behind this was truly dangerous. If things went wrong at the Longfuang banquet, who could guarantee the Thienlong battle would go smoothly? The subordinate turned pale with fear, while the old man grinned deviously. Even if he didn't know who it was, he was more than happy to let the play continue. After returning from the island, he brought Zheng Xiaolian to Tanfong Manor. She was confused, wondering why he wanted to go there so early. Tanfong Manor? What place is this? He replied, My home. She gave a shy smile. A home? She was speechless. She thought she knew what to expect from him, but he always exceeded her imagination. He pushed open the door, explaining that he wanted to spark a new breeze in the martial arts world. She was stunned. The interior was incredibly luxurious, a massive estate with its own private pond. Zheng Xiaolian was instantly smitten. It's amazing. he said, showing her around. What do you think? You like it? Of course, she loved it. It was beautiful. But she asked, why build something this big? He didn't hide anything. Because I want to establish my own sect. She was shocked. What? You're starting a sect? Liqian was serious. He had even picked out the name, Thuong Thien Sect. Seeing his talent, she realized it wasn't such an impossible dream after all. Thuong Thien. That's a great name. They kept walking through a bamboo forest and a beautiful backyard. When did you build all this? I started preparing months ago. Suddenly, thin smoke rose from the ground. Zheng Xiaolian looked around, amazed. A formation? He explained. Just a simple soundproofing formation. You're still a bit green, aren't you? She couldn't believe it was just for soundproofing. Liqian opened another door, and she nearly dropped her jaw. Everything she had seen so far was just the tip of the iceberg. The real Thuong Thien sect was currently under construction. It was massive, backed by a mountain, with workers bustling about. He was proud to show her. With preparations this far along, the day of action wasn't far off. The place was dozens of times larger than Zheng Xiaolian's home. She struggled to process it. How could such a space be hidden behind a normal-looking manor? Liqian added. In short, Tanfong Manor is just the entrance to the Thuong Thien sect. I used this gourd-shaped terrain to keep our activities under wraps. Even the workers are blindfolded when they're brought here. It's a safe choice. I want to build a training hall and living quarters that can hold thousands of people. She stared at him, then at the scene before her, completely speechless. In the martial arts world, few organizations reach this scale. Her respect for him skyrocketed. What is he really planning? As if he knew what she was thinking, he shared his goal. For years, the martial arts world has been controlled by the powerful. I'm going to eliminate all of them. Her ears rang. What? Liqian didn't care if she fully grasped it. He looked her straight in the eyes. And then, I will take that position. Cut to the Wuhan branch of the Bak Thien Ba family. In a meeting, someone slammed the table. Damn it, we trusted you with our children. It was Jia Van Thuong, sect master of the Huyet Vuong sect. And now you give me nothing but a hollow apology? If you had lost your own children, could you still say those things? Others whispered at the table. Should we stop him? He's gone mad. The old man was the teacher of the Yang brothers, and he had lost his top disciple, while his daughter had been crippled. Another man spoke up. I'm a father too. I understand his pain. Our sect will investigate this thoroughly. Just as he predicted, they had lost their children. Elsewhere, a man was relaxing in a hot spring. His subordinate, Fan Lei, the strategist of the Bak Thien Ba family, reported. As expected, they've lost their children. Someone won't let this go. The man, while soaking with a woman, muttered. The third trial was supposed to be secret, yet this happened. There was a traitor in their house. This was Lin Tiansui, head of the Bak Thien Ba family, the very man who promised to investigate. Since they had accepted the task, they had to take responsibility. But what could they do? Fan Lei suggested, let's turn those who gained credit, like Yang Tu Shuang, into perfect heroes. Then, public opinion will shift, making it look like those who died were just weak, turning their deaths into a disgrace for their families. These guys were truly hypocrites. The scoundrel, Lin Tiansui, agreed immediately. That's not bad. If anyone still refuses to submit, and something irreversible happens, it can't be helped. So, in the meeting, he faced Jia Van Thuong calmly. He laid out his plan. This is our responsibility. But it's also a matter for the martial arts world. In such a dangerous situation, most of the talented ones survived, and some even killed the villains and saved their comrades. Jia Van Thuong saw through the scheme and stood up, furious. If it were your nephew who died, would you be saying this? Others tried to calm him down. Lin Tiansui's face went dark. Why do you keep mentioning my nephew? Are you trying to take his life? The situation was shifting in his favor. He glared and threatened. Do you want me to bring you his head? That shut him up. Jia Van Thuong couldn't say another word. The old man, Yang Renming, spoke up. Sect Master Jia, he said softly. Everyone is heartbroken, but it's already happened. I believe you understand that anger won't solve anything. Jia Van Thuong was on the verge of tears. Deep down, he knew that if this were a tournament he had hosted and Lin Xiaoqi had her legs broken, the Blood King sect would have been wiped out by now. But since it was these people involved, he had to swallow his anger and suffer in silence, unable to demand any justice. He could only look up to the sky and weep in helplessness. Although he was currently filled with indignation and grief, his mind drowning in agony, he had to pull himself together. But thinking it over, to climb to his current position, he had trampled over countless others. In the end, this martial world is a place where the big fish eat the little fish. That is its very nature. Everyone here knows the unspoken rules. It seems today was the last time anyone would see the master of the Blood King sect. The scene shifts to Liqian, who is taking Zheng Xiaolian for a stroll around the mountain estate. This mountain used to be home to a bandit gang called the Feng Mountain Camp, but lately, they've been extorting money under the guise of protection fees, he told her. So, we're on our way to deal with them. As soon as she heard those words, she immediately recalled the scene of him killing people that day. Deal with them? Could he really intend to do that? She asked, trying to plead for them. Wait a second, could it be that they aren't actually bad people? Maybe they were just forced into banditry by poverty? Liqian was speechless. Just how much longer would she stay this naive? In this world, is there any such thing as a kind bandit, a kind assassin, or a kind enemy? Do you really buy that? A good person, no matter the circumstances, remains a good person. She still wanted to argue, asking, but isn't it too much to just kill them all? He calmly interrupted. Who said anything about killing? We've been talking all the way here, and we've already arrived. 2 guards at the gate saw the pair and immediately started mocking them. Who are these people? Lost travelers? This girl looks pretty tasty. Then, one of them charged straight at Liqian to attack. There was no way they could let them get away. They slashed from behind while Liqian was talking. What? Do I look like a cold-blooded killer to you? She screamed in panic. Watch out behind you. But has dealing with these thugs ever been difficult for him? He used his bare hands to block their blades with ease. He punched one bandit so hard his nose sprayed blood. He hit him right in the vitals, dead or alive. It didn't matter. Watching from the side, she finally understood. So that's what he meant by not killing. Was that what he meant? One guy got beaten up so badly, the one who came up behind him saw it and immediately backed off, shivering in fear. He was caught in a dilemma, holding his blade high but not daring to strike. Just then, Liqian turned back and gave a menacing grin. The thug turned to run, but it was too late. Liqian leapt forward, shouting as he struck. Giving them a good beating and chasing them off is enough, isn't it? In the end, the entire Feng Mountain camp heard only sounds of terrified screaming and painful groaning all day long. Even Zheng Xiaolian, who initially tried to stop him, joined in and didn't let a single one get away. The male protagonist did a flip in the air over her head and laughed. Did you feel the killing intent? If you hesitate for even a second, you're the one who dies. Think of this as a training session for you. Suddenly, a strong fighter from behind tried to strike at her, but she wasn't the same anymore. She slashed with an empty hand, striking his throat directly, and watched as each one fell. Zheng Xiaolian had never felt so powerful in her life. It was a complete departure from before, and she excitedly shouted that her martial arts had improved significantly. Liqian laughed. Feels refreshing, doesn't it? That rush can make you stronger, but it's not over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of hidden weapons flew in. Zheng Xiaolian hurriedly used her sword to deflect them. Hidden weapons? No, it turned out to be just a bag of white powder. She slashed it open, and the powder flew everywhere, completely obscuring their vision. Zheng Xiaolian hurriedly covered her face. Who is it? What's going on? Someone had indeed appeared, just 2 of them, and they had caused such a mess. It seemed their martial arts were nothing to sneeze at. But in this world, not everything can be solved with martial arts alone. It was the leader of the Feng Mountain camp. She grew increasingly panicked. Could it be poison? He deliberately threatened, saying it wasn't just any ordinary poison. The old man smirked viciously. It's a poison mixed with an aphrodisiac. Your body will quickly heat up. You won't be able to resist throwing yourself into the arms of any man you see. If you don't engage in intimacy, you will bleed from your 7 orifices and die. Since you dared to wreak havoc in my camp, I won't let you die so easily. Zheng Xiaolian was terrified and hurriedly looked to Liqian for help. What do I do? It was an aphrodisiac, yet he remained calm and reassured her. Don't worry too much. Taking the opportunity, he smiled brightly. Aren't there men right here? Big brother is here, let me help you detoxify. Hearing that, she was speechless. She looked at his bright, smiling face as he pointed at himself, and her face turned black with annoyance. Could she just eat him alive right now? Regardless, after he said that, she suddenly got smart and lunged at the bandit leader with her sword, shouting, "Hand over the antidote." Liqian stood to the side, laughing heartily, thinking this girl was truly interesting. Very quickly, Zheng Xiaolian dealt with him and even dragged out a bunch of stuff. This pouch of poison is what you just inhaled. I'm sure you recognize it. In these 3 bottles, only one is the antidote. The other 2 are poisons that double the toxicity. His face was beaten so badly, even his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Yet he still stubbornly yelled, "Just die together with me." She was scared by his threat again. What? Only Liqian remained calm. It's simple. Sprinkle that poison on him. Zheng Shalian's eyes lit up. It seemed her brain was getting cleared again. He explained, his martial arts are weaker than yours. He'll die before you do. To save his own life, he'll have to tell us which bottle is the antidote. Since he wants to drag everyone down with him, then let's grant his wish. The bandit leader was truly miserable. Even if he wanted to take back his words, it was too late. But the kindness in this girl's heart was truly something else. Even though she was the one poisoned, she thought, do I have to poison someone else just to save my own life? The hand holding the poison pouch was trembling. Liqian, seeing this, knew exactly what was happening. He sighed helplessly and firmly snatched the pouch from her hand. If my mother met you, she would definitely like you. She didn't understand. Your mother? Why? He explained. Because you are incredibly similar to my father. He kicked the man, leaving him half dead, before instructing her, listen to me. Follow my lead and circulate your energy. Do you feel an unusual flow of air in your body? Just like that, the poison was dissolved as easily as a feather. Even Zheng Shalian was shocked. How could this be? The poison had truly vanished, and the bandit leader had passed out. Suddenly, Liqian spoke. You didn't poison him. That was the right choice. That was completely out of character for you. Are you serious? Unexpectedly, he said sincerely, it's precisely because you couldn't bring yourself to do it that I like you. That was the second time he had said that. Zheng Shalian's eyes went wide. She froze, and her brain began to lag. Regardless of whether she could understand it or not, he continued to teach her, but you must become stronger. Only when you are strong enough can you maintain your kindness. After all, in this day and age, being upright and kind is synonymous with being naive and unable to adapt to circumstances. So, you must become strong. That's all that matters. The scene shifts to the Chongqing gang. The two Zhang brothers are talking to an old man. I heard that at the Dragon Phoenix banquet this time, the girl from the Orthodox sword sect performed brilliantly. This old man is the leader of the Chongqing gang. He asked, is that the child that Renji wanted to go to battle with? Upon hearing that, Zhang Renhua covered her mouth and chuckled, teasing him. That's right. It's just a pity that the other party didn't even bother to look at him once. But after seeing the heroic Qi, it's not hard to understand. Zhang Renji was choked with anger and couldn't retort. You dare? She said, deliberately adding, how pathetic, to be outdone by an ordinary girl. The old man was annoyed and scolded him. You good for nothing. How could you be looked down upon by such a person? Forget it. Let it go. I heard the master of the Blood King sect has hanged himself. Renji didn't understand and shouted. He killed himself just because his daughter broke her leg? Renhua was much smarter than him. She sighed. What a fool. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, and she said, do you think he really committed suicide? It must have been the work of Bei Tianba. Zhang Renjie was only impulsive and lacked any cunning. He turned his head and asked, What? What? The old man nodded in satisfaction and said, Exactly. The house of Bei Tianba is a ruthless place. So, we have followed the right people. The reason our Chongqing gang has reached the scale it has today is all because we have always been loyal and devoted to the house of Bei Tianba. They all laughed and talked happily. Haha, as long as we don't offend Bei Tianba. They had no idea that on their roof, two people were standing there, Qi Liqian and his subordinate, Wu Ying. Truly lively, one remarked. Suddenly, the scarred man laughed. If you knew what happened at Old Sword today, I doubt you'd be laughing. Old Sword, the antique shop belonging to the Chongqing gang. It's been a long time since I've seen the young master dressed like this. Today, you're wearing all white. You look truly handsome. Liqian laughed. It's all calculated. People judge by appearances, and after all, the person I'm pretending to be is a hallmaster of the Bei Tianba house. Did you bring it? Wu Ying handed over a box along with a mask. Here it is, young master. The mask you made yourself is truly incredible. It looks exactly like the real thing. He was proud of the compliment. Faces with such distinct features are actually easier to replicate. But Wu Ying knew that. While he said that, the young master's real talent was his ability to mimic any voice. Expressions and gestures can completely transform a person. Qi Liqian looked at the item in his hand. If today went smoothly, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. The relationship between the Zhangxin sect leader and the Bei Tianba family would also be driven to a breaking point. Young master, please be careful. Wu Ying wanted to say something. This subordinate knows your disguise techniques are legendary, but his master, brimming with absolute confidence, cut him off. I know, completely becoming someone else is impossible, but in the dim light of night, if I present this to a greedy old man, do you think he'll be able to keep his composure? Even as cool as he was still afraid of his mother. but if mother finds out I took this out, she'll probably yell at me to death. Wu Ying, standing nearby, chimed in. The madam will understand, my lord. He looked at him, his voice laced with irony. Wu Ying, you've never been beaten by my mother, so that's why you say that, right? The man burst into laughter. Ha ha, well, safe travels then. I've confirmed the inner hall master is fast asleep at home. He won't be coming out tonight. And just like that, the young master went to work, disguising himself inside the manager's office of the ancient sword pavilion. The manager stared at him intently. For the inner hall, master of the Betiamba family, to grace us with his presence, may I ask what important matter brings you here? The young master hadn't even bothered to cover the tattoo on his arm while in disguise, and his voice had already changed. This? He placed the box on the table and suddenly leaned forward, staring the man down. This matter must never be revealed. No, more than that. We must put our lives on the line for it. The old manager's eyes widened instantly as his brain started racing. A matter this dangerous, surely it must pay a fortune. He hurriedly replied, Please, tell me. The young master opened the box. It glowed from within. I want to sell this. The old man froze on the spot. Is this the flawless beauty, the exquisite carvings, every angle sparkling with unique colors? Is this the legendary treasure of the heavenly demon sect, the demon jade Buddha? A treasure this precious, no wonder his mother would beat him. The young master nodded. None other. The old man was mesmerized the more he looked. This is the real deal. This jade Buddha is worth at least 500,000 taels of silver. His mind began to tick, weighing his options. If I can bypass the Zhangxin sect leader and make a private deal, that would be great. Maybe I should offer 400,000? No, that's not right. Without me, he couldn't possibly sell this divine object without anyone knowing. Besides, keeping this thing is just inviting trouble, and I could save a huge chunk of money. The old man's expressions didn't escape the young master's notice. The old man dared to lowball him. Let's settle on this. I'll pay you 200,000 tals. How shameless. The young master asked, speechless. 200,000? 200,000? He deliberately acted conflicted, but eventually said, Fine. But you must pay in cash right now, in small denomination banknotes that cannot be traced. Just like that, he completed his mission and went to the meeting spot with Wu Ying. As soon as the man saw him, before he had even taken off the mask, he said, You've worked hard, sir. Liqian pulled it off. Small matter, easy as pie. Tonight, we'll clean out the ancient sword pavilion's treasury. We'll probably swipe a few 100,000 more taels. We have to retrieve the Jade Buddha, too. Wu Ying was slightly worried. I heard the ancient sword treasury is protected by 12 mechanisms that are impossible to bypass. But what on earth could stop his master? He said smugly, What mechanism in this world is truly unbreakable? This time, the Zhangxin sect will suffer a massive blow to their vitality. He had calculated every move. By tomorrow morning, there would definitely be an uproar. Adding the fact that the inner hall master of the Betiamba family had visited that day, it was hard for people not to be suspicious. But this was only the beginning. I will be like a leech, sucking them dry. The next morning, at the Zhangxin sect, the Zhang Dashan leader panicked upon hearing the news. The ancient sword pavilion was robbed? The subordinate knelt on the ground, trembling. I checked the vault. All the mechanisms were destroyed, and the antiques and silver are all gone. There is just one very suspicious detail, the manager reported. Yesterday, Master Lin of the Betianba family visited. The old man asked immediately, Master Lin? You mean the inner hall master? What did he come for? The subordinate replied, He delivered a demon jade Buddha statue. The old man smelled something fishy. He sent such a rare treasure, and the result was, on the same day, both the goods and the money were stolen. This is truly strange. But in his heart, he already suspected. Did he stage this himself? No, he wouldn't dare come to me if he did. Did Lin Tiansui play a trick? No, he isn't that reckless. Then the last possibility is that the Betiamba family did it on purpose. Previously, their business in Wuhan always went through us, and we maintained a deep bond. How could they suddenly stab us in the back? The more he thought, the more his head ached. Just then, another man ran in, shouting, Leader, leader, a huge problem. The armory was attacked. With one thing after another, the old man was about to lose his mind. He yelled, What on earth is happening? So many weapons were also stolen. Elsewhere, a carriage sped through the woods, carrying Liqian and Wu Ying. The young master was inspecting a weapon. I didn't expect the armory of the Zhangxin sect to manufacture such fine weapons. Wu Ying guessed. These things seemed to be tributes for the Betianba family. Their plan was perfect, without a single crack. The traces left at the armory were enough to make them suspect the Baitiamba family. The Zhongshin sect leader was going to have a massive headache. That's right. They can't exactly go to the door and demand an explanation. Before long, the Baitiamba family would hold the Dragon Phoenix banquet. Before then, suspicion and paranoia would continue to grow in the mind of the Zhongshin sect leader. I heard those who performed meritorious service are chosen as the Dragon and Phoenix? Little miss, you cut the mechanisms and fought Yang Shuchang. You killed the yin demon insect. Zheng Tulian said that wasn't her doing, so she couldn't accept the reward, but becoming the Phoenix would be a huge help to the main sword sect. The Dragon Phoenix banquet arrived in a flash. The place was packed with people from everywhere, bustling and noisy. Seeing Zheng Xiaolian, everyone came over to greet her politely. Little miss, congratulations, congratulations, truly, we are so grateful. She waved her hands, embarrassed. No, that's not it. She sighed, thinking the person who deserved the thanks was him. It's been a while since I saw him. A few days ago, when they handled the robbers, they talked. Will you live at the Kangtian Gate from now on? He nodded. Yeah, I can't keep living off others forever. Did anyone at your place say anything? Zheng Xiaolian looked visibly sad. Since when did you start caring about these things? Liqian looked at her expression and laughed. It seems you're really reluctant to see me go. Huh? She looked truly troubled. The Kangtian Gate is so far away. You're really going to leave, he suddenly said. Also, about you being chosen as the Phoenix, you don't need to refuse. Cutting the mechanism was your own strength. Let's go have some barbecue after the ceremony. She only agreed because he asked. All right, and while we're at it, I have some questions. But why did you come with me to the Dragon Phoenix banquet? You're not interested in these things, are you? He recalled the first day they met, when Zhang Renjie picked a fight. At that time, even under the pressure of the Zhongshin sect, you stood up to protect me. Liqian looked up at the sky. That was the first time, in 10 years of wandering, that a stranger stood up to protect me. He turned and smiled at her. No wonder he liked her so much. Zheng Xiaolian was surprised at first, but hearing him say that, she felt incredibly touched. So, your journey wasn't always full of happy moments, was it? He nodded. It seemed a bit different from the martial arts world he had heard of. Now, she was curious about what he had really experienced on his travels. Just then, a familiar shout rang out from behind her. It was Zhang Renjie, pushing through the crowd. Was it really based on your own strength? Zheng Xiaolian immediately turned around, disgusted. What is this guy trying to start now? She asked directly. What are you talking about? He challenged her on the spot. Why were you the only one who escaped the swamp? His cold eyes swept over her. How could you have cut such a large mechanism? I don't even know since when your martial arts became so formidable. Zheng Xiaolian could only reply, it was just luck, but he naturally wouldn't let it go. Luck? Can't explain it, can you? Of course, you must have used some despicable trick. He drew his sword, taking the opportunity to point it directly at her, and announce, I want to challenge your peerless martial arts. In his heart, he was calculating, I will expose your true face. She looked at the sharp, gleaming blade. What? He pressured her step by step in front of the crowd. If you really relied on your own strength to destroy those traps, dealing with me should be a piece of cake, right? Draw your sword. Zheng Xiaolian hesitated at first. What? A duel? This is a banquet. What are you trying to do? But the more she refused, the more he clung to her. You couldn't explain how you did it, and you won't show your strength. The people who were thanking her earlier now turned around and looked at each other. In that case, I'm also very curious about how you did it. In that situation, everyone was at a loss. How the hell? Zhang Renji became increasingly arrogant. Although I don't want to think this way, could the Zheng sword sect have secretly colluded with those thugs? Before the Dragon Phoenix banquet, I saw you hanging around with a suspicious character. She was absolutely shocked. Now she realizes that even if the tree wants to be still, the wind won't stop. The kinder she is, the more she gets pushed around, so she decides to draw her sword. Fine, if you want a duel, I'll grant your wish. The surrounding crowd started whispering. Oh, a duel? How interesting. The heir to the Zhongshin gang shouldn't be underestimated. The guy, Zhang Renjie, attacked first, but she tilted her body and dodged it effortlessly. He couldn't believe it. She dodged it? The truth is, she's very different from before. Not only did she dodge it, but she also slashed across his neck. Their eyes locked, and the guy was left in pure panic. It's no wonder she was trained by Liqian. Dealing with small fries like Zhang Renjie is a piece of cake for her now. She didn't just slash his cheek, causing blood to splatter. She also knocked the sword right out of his hand. Once his sword fell, the game was over, and the people who were whispering earlier fell silent. Zheng Shalian sheathed her sword. That's enough, right? Now, she pointed her blade at Zhang Renjie. Just one exchange was all it took. If they actually fought for real, wouldn't he be no match for her at all? Huh, the young lady went easy on you. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Pfft, how embarrassing. He stood in the middle of the room like a statue, unable to say a word. He had brought this shame upon himself, so he had to deal with it. The head of the Great Mountain sect standing there couldn't even defend him, his eyes bulging with rage. How dare this wretched girl act like this in front of so many people? Suddenly, he heard a voice in his ear. Your daughter is truly outstanding. It was old Zheng Yishu talking to Lin Tiansui. You're too kind. She still has a lot to learn. You are being far too humble. He was immediately consumed by jealousy. Ever since the old swords and the forge were robbed, I started to suspect. Now, the master of the Northern Heaven family is showing such an attitude toward the Zheng sword sect. It seems they see the sect's rising reputation and want to ditch us for them. I won't let you get your way. The two of them set their sights on the Zheng family and that girl. Tonight, I'll finish off the Zheng sword sect once and for all. That night, on his side, the guy, Wu Ying, saw that he was still awake and teased, "Can't sleep because you're in a strange bed?" Unexpectedly, he nodded. "Yeah, but I need to start strengthening the sect soon. There's a lot to do. If it weren't for these things, you wouldn't have planned to leave the Zheng sword sect, would you, young master?" He was speechless. "Did you see through me already?" He wondered. "Why didn't you go to the young lady's award ceremony today?" He knew Zheng Shalian's heart. She always thought she had stolen the reward that should have belonged to him. If I went, wouldn't she feel even more suffocated? Wu Ying was shocked, since when did the young master care so much about a woman? "So," he just said, "it's unusually quiet tonight. Get some rest early." But his eyes looked far into the distance, feeling a restless, strange sensation in his heart. In the study, Zhang Renjie said, with a dark, threatening face, "Zheng Tu Lian, bring that woman to me." The henchman didn't quite understand. "Sir, you want me to kidnap the second daughter of the Zheng sword sect? You intend to kill her?" This guy was Zheng Renjie's trusted right-hand man, but he was already furious about what happened today. "Killing her isn't enough to soothe my hatred. I want her to taste a suffering worse than death." Just then, the old man from the Great Mountain sect walked in. He jumped and shouted, "Father!" Unexpectedly, they were on the same page. The old man declared, "Tonight, I will wipe out the Zheng sword sect to let them see the consequences of challenging our family. Zhang Chu, you go too. This time, we need experts to strike." The guy immediately cupped his hands and bowed. "Yes, sect leader." Zhang Renjie immediately signaled him with his eyes. Just like that, all three of them went their separate ways, their plans overlapping. Meanwhile, at the Zheng sword sect, Zheng Shalian suddenly opened her eyes from her sleep. What is she sensing? She sat up abruptly, feeling too anxious to sleep. She looked around the room, everything seemed normal, but she still felt uneasy. She grabbed her sword and ran outside. The killing intent is too strong. There are dozens of people surrounding the sect. Oh no, it's really happening. The Zhangxin gang has made their move. She ran as fast as she could. "I have to warn my family." But just then, an assassin struck from behind. Luckily, she dodged and immediately slashed back, taking him down. It was her first time killing someone like this. She couldn't stop shivering, squeezing her eyes shut, trying to calm herself down. Now wasn't the time to get lost in the feeling of slaughter. She hurried along, shouting, "Mother, Tu Lian." At that moment, on Liqian's side, he hadn't slept yet. He was sitting on the roof when suddenly Wu Ying shouted, "Young master, there's trouble. The scouts we sent to watch the Zheng sword sect just reported that they've been attacked by dozens of suspicious people. The sect is probably..." His face turned deathly pale. The situation was dire. The sect was burning, and the assassins were ruthless. She killed many of them, but there were too many. She couldn't cut them all down. She could only try to take out as many as she could. They surrounded her, pushing her into a corner. Zhang Qiu stood outside the perimeter, watching. "Not bad, girl," he thought to himself. "No wonder you're the one the young master has his eyes on. But in your current state, how much longer can you hold out?" He looked around the courtyard. All the men were down, their fates unknown, and only her mother and sisters remained, unable to resist, shivering. Zheng Shalian was under immense pressure, trying to think. "I have to persevere. Father was injured, protecting the family, and now I'm the only one left." He set a condition: surrender, and I'll spare all of your lives. Suddenly, she remembered Liqian. Why am I thinking of him now? When he had said, "You fool. Why would you believe those words?" Zheng Shalian snapped to her senses. It was like she just heard his voice. But right now, even standing was a struggle. If she didn't believe them, what else could she do? She instinctively looked toward the gate, but there was only fire. No one was coming to save them. Zhang Xiaolian's sword shook. I can't always rely on Liqian. This is my family's business. I have to fight to the end. As long as I'm breathing, I'll keep fighting. With that thought, she attacked first, but was quickly overwhelmed, and her sword was knocked away. Zhang Qiu waved his hand, ordering, "Kill everyone except her." Her mother hugged Tu Lian tightly, holding a sword, eyes shut. But just as the blade descended, Zhang Xiaolian rushed to block it with her bare hands. The guy was stunned. Blocking a sword with your bare hands? It was true the gauntlet she was wearing had its sigil glowing, but she was drained of strength. After using this final move, she vomited blood from the backlash. Her mother screamed in panic, "Zhang Xiaolian!" She slumped to the ground, struggling to breathe, her body unable to move. She remembered what he had taught her. You can even block sword energy with your bare hands, but your internal power is still too weak. If you try it, you'll be severely injured. The jerk was furious and brought his blade down again. She felt hopeless. Her mother and sisters were struggling to defend themselves, and she was powerless. Now she truly understood. If only I were a little stronger, could I have protected my family? At that moment, behind him, he felt a blue dragon flying straight toward him, jaws wide open. He didn't understand what was happening. His whole body froze, his eyes went wide, and he only heard a boom like an explosion, with fire surging everywhere. He's a goner. The assassin flew to the side and died on the spot. The rest of the assassins stared, and the Zheng family couldn't believe their eyes. A familiar tattooed hand appeared, dripping with blood. Zheng Xiaolian's eyes filled with tears of relief. A sturdy back stood right in front of them. Qi Liqian had arrived. He didn't turn back, just asked, "Are you okay?" Breathing heavily, it was clear he had run as fast as he could to get there in time. She started crying. Yeah, only then did he feel calm enough to deal with the others. "How dare you touch my woman? Today, you're all dead." Behind him was the whole Zheng family. He stood alone against the entire group of assassins to protect them. The scumbag Zhang Qiu didn't realize the gravity of the situation and still dared to shout, "Kill that guy first." The henchmen charged at him like arrows, but this wasn't a fight, it was a death wish. They charged, and he took them down with his bare hands one by one. It had been a long time since they had seen him this enraged. With one stomp, he crushed an opponent's head. Zhang Qiu stood back, terrified. What was that? He's too fast. He's gone. They couldn't even keep track of his speed, so how could they fight him? Where did he go? All he saw were his own assassins falling like dominoes. Blood flowed like a river. It was his turn now. He was punched so hard his mask fell off, and the sword in his hand dropped. Qi Liqian noticed, grabbed it, and saw the sigil. "So, you're a lackey of Zhang Renjie." He drove the sword right to the guy's face, threatening him. The guy could only scream, "Please, spare me. I'll tell you everything. The Zhangxin gang leader ordered us to kill everyone, but I planned to spare that woman," he asked in a low, cold voice. "Why?" The guy was scared to the point of wetting himself. He stammered, The young master told me to bring her to him separately." Qi Liqian crouched down and asked, "Where is he right now?" "What a good little subordinate. Just a little scare and you spilled everything. He's waiting in the forest to the south. I've told you everything I know. Please, spare me." But he wasn't stupid enough to fall for that. He drew his sword decisively. "If you haven't done it yourself, don't ask others to do it for you." With that, he drove his blade straight through the man's throat. Only by separating his head from his body could he pay for his crimes. As he killed him, his face looked no different from a demon coming to claim a soul. Everyone from the Trin family was so terrified they didn't dare breathe, except for Zha Lian, who was more accustomed to it. She looked around the yard filled with corpses and sighed. "Once again, you've had to get your hands dirty with these people for my sake." She walked straight up and asked him if he was all right. Qi Liqian looked at her, and seeing she was safe, he smiled. "I'm sorry. I'm late." She was moved to tears. "Why are you apologizing? Thank you for getting here in time." Just then, Wu Ying rushed over, yelling, "Young master, thank heavens, we aren't too late." He even bowed to her, relieved that she was safe and sound. Zhang Xiaolian didn't quite understand, but quickly bowed back. He stood up and said, "Wu Ying, take their whole family to Tanfeng Manor. Tell Toan to treat their wounds. Also, get ready tonight, we raise the Truong Tam gang. I can't let these people live in peace any longer." Wu Ying acknowledged the order and left immediately. Meanwhile, Zhang Renjie, completely unaware, was still waiting at the rendezvous point. He looked around impatiently. That guy should have been here by now. Why is he so slow? But the person who appeared was none other than him. Zhang Renjie jumped in surprise. You, why are you here? He smiled excitedly. It seemed the other guy hadn't lied. But he wasn't going to kill him just yet. He suddenly shouted, "Run! The Bakthian Ba family warriors are coming." Zhang Renji obviously didn't believe him. He glared. What? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Liqian put on a performance. I was at the Qin Kiem sect when suddenly a group of assassins attacked. I hid, then a group of warriors arrived, wiped out the assassins, and took the people from the Qin Kiem sect. From what they said, they seemed to be from the Bakthian Ba family. Zhang Renji was instantly thrown into a panic. The Bakthian Ba family? Did someone actually escape the encirclement to report the news? No. More importantly, they've really abandoned us. Choosing the Qin Kiem sect, he intentionally poured more oil on the fire. One of the assassins confessed before he died that they were sent by the Trong Tam gang and that you were here. Zhang Renji was shaking with rage, clenching his fists and cursing under his breath. Zhang Qiu, that bastard. He pretended to be urgent. You should go report this to your father. Maybe he, but even he wasn't stupid enough to be fully taken in. He felt something was off. Wait, why would you come and tell me all this? But his intelligence only went so far, and he easily covered it up with a few words. Why? Your family must be quite wealthy, right? Zhang Renji was stunned. What are you talking about? This is life-saving intelligence. Give me 1,000 taels. Zhang Renji heard this and, surprisingly, bought it. Useless fool, he thought. But in his heart, he was hooked. He couldn't ignore this intelligence. I have urgent business today. I'm leaving. If you dare spout such nonsense again, I'll take your head. He walked right into the trap, and by doing this, he revealed where his entire clan was hiding. At the Trong Tam gang, the old man, Zhang Dashan, was panicked upon hearing the news. The Bakthian Ba family is involved? I haven't heard anything, so I sent people to check. Sure enough, only the assassins' corpses remained. I was wondering what happened. Zhang Renji said. The Qin Kiem sect definitely couldn't have handled those assassins. It seems what that brat said is true. We must hide immediately. His sister, Zhang Renhua, was smarter. She wondered, wasn't the Bakthian Ba family only just considering the Qin Kiem sect? I thought if we just made them disappear, everything would be fine. She didn't expect the relationship between those two families to be so close. But the old man had no reason to doubt. If this is true, we're dead. I know too much about the Bakthian Ba family. The old man was paralyzed by fear. He couldn't think straight. Dithering now would mean death. He had to make a decision quickly. Thinking this, he took out a rare, glowing treasure chest. Take these things and go to the safe house. The two siblings looked at it, their eyes widening. Is this the night pearl? One of these is worth 50,000 taels. The old man explained, this is my life savings, over 100 of them. Father, aren't you coming with us? I have connections with Mo Hui of the Nam Nok Alliance. I will find him. The siblings discussed it, while Zhang Renji just stared blankly at the chest. The old man has decided. We hold the Bakthian Ba family's secrets. The Nam Nok Alliance will definitely be interested. It's come to this. We can only rely on the Nam Nok Alliance. The whole gang had no idea that Liqian was on the roof, hearing every word. His face was colder than ice. Wait, the prey is taking the bait. Just then, Wu Ying appeared. Young master, the people from the Qin Kiem sect have arrived safely at Tanfeng Manor. He nodded slightly. You've worked hard. And the situation here is exactly as I predicted. There is only one path left. Zhang Dashan has no other choice. He knew that if the young master's plan succeeded, it would help them topple the Bakthian Ba family later. Furthermore, the relationship between the Nam Yak Alliance and the Bakthian Ba family would change, truly killing two birds with one stone. Attacking the Trong Tam gang today was originally outside the plan. He didn't expect the young master to employ such a fast strategy. I'm curious what choice Zhang Renji will make. Wu Ying turned to ask, will his choice change your decision? He had already calculated everything. No, regardless of what he chooses, tonight is his death date. Because he dared to touch my girl, there is no option but death. In the mist-covered forest, there was a simple hut. The two Trong siblings had arrived. They didn't expect their father to prepare a hideout here. Zhang Renhua looked around. It's more shabby than I thought. If everything falls apart, what will happen to us? I never thought we'd be reduced to this in just one night. I told you we should have wiped out that family earlier. Seeing him sullen and silent, she was extremely annoyed. Are you even listening to me? Why haven't you said a word? As soon as she finished, her pressure points were struck, and she couldn't move. Zhang Renji had turned on her. He leaned in close. Go report to father. Tell him I'm taking these night pearls to start on my own. He meant what he said. He hoisted the chest and ran like the wind, calculating in his mind. If things didn't go well, from now on, he'd have to live in hiding from the Bak Thian-ba family forever. But with these pearls, he could live freely for the rest of his life. Better to save my own skin than to have all three of us die. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. You seem to be in a good mood. Liqian was floating right above him. He glared in fury. You bastard, you dare to follow me? He didn't know his place and drew his sword to attack. Perfect, you've been an eyesore for a long time. I'll kill you. But just as his sword left the sheath, he took a full punch to the face. He collapsed, blood gushing out, and the box fell to the ground. Only now did he realize it was too late. What the hell? This guy was hiding his strength the whole time? Damn it. Now wasn't the time to think about that. He reached for the box, but a foot stomped down on it, pinning it tight. He stood tall before him, his voice cold. You intend to kill me? His eyes glowed blood red. I think it's the other way around. Zhang Renji gritted his teeth in fear. My instincts tell me that if I don't run now, I'm dead for sure. His instincts weren't wrong, but he couldn't escape. As he ran, clutching the box, he thought about calling for help. Father, Father, I just need to beg Father, and he'll forgive me. I've caused so much trouble before, and Father has never been angry with me. But he hadn't even run for 3 seconds when Liqian kicked out from the side, shattering a massive tree in two. If a tree couldn't withstand the kick, what would happen to his body? With one kick, he'd brought down an entire row of trees. Zhang Renji looked back in terror. He's a monster. If he catches me, I'm dead. As he thought this, a wooden pole whistled past his head, embedding itself in a tree. But this wasn't an ordinary projectile. The moment it hit, the tree exploded. He was being herded like a pig, cursing as he ran. Damn it. He finally realized the problem and screamed, Why are you targeting me? Is it because of the Chin Kiem sect? Are you obsessed with that girl? How dare you call her that? He was furious. That girl? This bastard is truly dense and difficult to train, he thought. And he even dares to try to bait me. Don't worry about her. My sister admires you too. What about choosing her? She's way better than that girl. He didn't even bother to respond, just stared him down. But your sister looks exactly like you. Zhang Renji was burning with rage, digging in his pocket for a weapon. This madman dares to insult me. On top of that, you're being sarcastic? Isn't this reason enough for me to refuse you? It turned out he had been hiding something. With a flick of his hand, green vapor filled the air. Go to hell. What he's holding is deadly poison. Just a touch will corrode your flesh and bone. After unleashing the poison, he sneered triumphantly. You fool. Got careless, didn't you? But before he could stop smiling, 2 fingers struck out like lightning, aiming right at him. Luckily, he dove and covered his head to dodge. The blow pierced the tree behind him, shattering it into pieces. He had been attacked like that repeatedly, yet he still couldn't figure out what it was. He didn't even have time to think. Liqian didn't intend to kill him right away, just kept tailing him closely. Every now and then, he'd trigger an explosion nearby. Even if the guy ran until he dropped, there was no way to escape. He added, It's a lot like hide and seek, right? This is the best way to wipe out people like you. Zhang Renji was terrified. He knew he couldn't get away, but he didn't dare stop running, his heart filled with dread. You think I'll just surrender? With that, he lunged forward again. But he didn't realize the only reason he was still alive was that he was being spared. Liqian suddenly stopped chasing, looking with a smirk at Wu Ying, who sat on a high branch. Clearly, the trap was set. Wu Ying didn't quite understand why his master let him go. Letting him go isn't the same as setting him free. I have a way to make him die in even greater agony. Wu Ying had never seen him like this, and exclaimed in shock, Young master. Suddenly, the man pulled out a wooden box. I've tucked the night pearl away safely. This should handle the financial problems for the time being. He didn't care, just gave a nod. That's good. Zhang Renji ran in a circle, eventually ending up back at the house from before. He saw his father standing there and went wild with joy. Great. I'm saved, the old man was shouting. Was he really? Zhang Renji, shameless as ever, ran straight over, yelling, Father, save me. The old man took one look at him and cursed, You unfilial son. In a situation like this, you dared to abandon your sister to run away alone, and you even took the night pearl with you. Zhang Renji had no time to listen to the lecture. Wait! Father, he's coming to kill me. I'm afraid the night pearl has already fallen into his hands. His whole body trembled involuntarily. He bit his nails nervously and said, That must mean the assassins who went after the Just Sword sect and the Hechiji power are all dead by his hand. He had wised up, but it was too late. The old man, hearing this, didn't understand. What are you talking about? Who is he? Zhang Renjie screamed the name. That bastard Qi Li Gan. The father and son stood frozen, their faces deathly pale. The sect leader of Great Mountain finally understood his son meant that the brat had single-handedly killed all those experts and stolen the Night Pearl, while he had luckily escaped. Zhang Renji wailed. Yes, father, hurry, help me stop him. But the old man still felt something was wrong. He kept yelling for help. But why don't I see anyone chasing you? Zhang Renji froze and turned his head. Behind him, the forest was deathly silent. How could that be? The brat hurried to turn back. He was certain he'd seen his father, which is why he ran. But the old man's hand was already on him. The old man's murderous aura exploded. He was furious, lips pressed shut, saying nothing. Zhang Renhua covered her mouth in shock. The old man was personally taking care of his own son. Only 3 seconds later, the son coughed up blood on the spot, his hand gripping his father's as his eyes turned blood red. Father? The old man didn't waste words. He struck while scolding. I always knew you were a rotten piece of wood that couldn't be carved, betraying me for your own gain. The old man's face was filled with utter disappointment, and betraying the clan too. Zhang Renji's strength slowly faded as he slumped down. Before he died, he heard his father say, In the end, I still have to kill my own son myself. His body slumped backward. He died with eyes wide open. Zhang Renhua covered her mouth in fear, while the old man remained as calm as ever. The Night Pearl must be hidden nearby. Look for it later. It seemed like seizing that place wasn't enough. He wanted to go back and swindle even more. Someone like that is no longer my son. Go inside first. Someone is waiting for you there. The scene of him being killed by his father was vivid. Both men and Wu Ying, standing on a nearby tree, saw it all. He asked his subordinate if they had notified the other side. The subordinate nodded. Yes, the floor plan of the house and the anonymous letter have been sent. He watched the house with interest. This is getting interesting. Inside the house, someone was waiting. The old man led Zhang Renhua inside. Sorry to have kept you waiting, honored guest. The man asked, Did something happen? The old man replied, I just executed a traitor. Since you've brought me to a place like this, if you have something to say, just say it. The person who arrived was an associate of young Renming. Do you want to join the South Mountain Alliance? The old man continued speaking. Just as you said, the North Heaven Ba clan has betrayed us. The intelligence in my hands. Suddenly, the room turned cold as an ice cellar. The door was kicked off its hinges with immense force, and a crowd rushed in. The sect leader of Great Mountain turned around, furiously shouting, Who? Who is it? An old man walked straight in. I received a suspicious report, so I came here just in case. It seems you intended to betray us? Joining the South Mountain Alliance. Huh? The newcomer's aura was overwhelming and terrifying, but it wouldn't be that easy. The old man turned pale with fear as he recognized the man. Head strategist Fan Lai, of the North Heaven Ba clan. What betrayal are you talking about? The old man's mind spun. Didn't the North Heaven Ba clan betray us first? The sect leader of Great Mountain hurriedly explained. It's a misunderstanding. It's because today, the North Heaven Ba clan rescued the people from the Just Sword sect. But Fan Lai didn't understand, and asked back. The Just Sword sect? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The old man finally realized something was wrong. Why is he reacting like that? If it wasn't the North Heaven Ba clan, then who else could it be? Suddenly, his brain clicked, his face turning ghostly pale. Qi Li Gan. He finally remembered what his son said earlier. The assassins who went after the Just Sword sect and the Hechiji power were likely killed by him. But by the time he realized it really that guy named Qi Li Gan, his throat was already slit. Both the South Mountain Alliance member and Zhang Renhua stared in sheer terror. It wasn't Fan Lei who struck, but an assassin in black wearing a conical hat. No one knew how long he had been standing there. No one expected the North Heaven Ba clan to have someone this strong. With another flash of his sword, the sect leader of Great Mountain joined his son in the afterlife. Zhang Renhua panicked and lunged forward. Father! At that moment, Fan Lei's voice rang out. You are the squad leader of the White Tiger team of the South Mountain Alliance, right? He warned, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is your only warning. The old man stood there, teeth grinding, face reddening with rage. Damn it, we've been dragged into a mess. The assassin held his sword to Zhang Renhua's throat again. How should we handle this woman? The two looked at each other, and in the end, it was settled. She was executed on the spot, meeting a fate no less tragic than her father's. Once done, Fan Lei ordered them to burn the place to the ground. Outside, Qi Li Gan and Wu Ying were still standing on the tree watching. The subordinates will go hire 50 reliable people first. For now, let them manage the Xinfeng factory. It's a perfect cover. He nodded. Next, quickly pull the business territories and partners of the central sect over to our side. He trusted him completely. Wu Ying, take care of these matters. For now, don't attract the attention of the four lords. He nodded. Rest assured, my lord, but you still seem uneasy. Are you not satisfied with this result? He shook his head. No. Those who commit crimes must be punished. I have no sympathy for any of them. He didn't know why. But the master seemed very different today. Having been by his side for a long time, he noticed it immediately. But why do you look so melancholy? He didn't hide it. Today opened my eyes. I always thought this Jiang-hu was the one my father described, so ever since I was a child, I started wandering. But back then, I understood nothing, just drifting everywhere. Even when you were following me, I didn't even know. All I could think about was performing well so my parents could see Wu Ying listened quietly. Is that so? The more he looked at him, the more unexpected it felt. A young master who was always enthusiastic in how he treated others, proactive in everything, was his heart really not like that? He had never confided these things to him before. Do you think I really enjoy wandering? Wu Ying stood still. Back then, I was just a child. I only followed my mother's advice. Travel, often, see, much. I just wanted to show my parents that I had grown up. But the Jiang-hu isn't the one my father told me about. That was when I realized my father was just holding on to a naive dream. He looked at the raging fire. During all these years wandering the Jiang-hu, what I learned wasn't chivalry. It was how not to be deceived, how to deceive others, and how to survive by any means necessary. Wu Ying listened, silently bowing his head, his expression sad. Over the years, the young master had gone through countless things and suffered so many hurts. Many times, his kindness was met with blades pointed at him. He has become accustomed to the dark side of human nature. In the Jiang-hu, I only hoped those things wouldn't haunt him. He sighed and comforted him. Back then, young master, you were still just a child. He looked down at his own hands, stained with countless lives. Right, I was just a child then. But I've changed. I've grown up, but the Jiang-hu is still the same as it ever was. The good are made into jokes, evil reigns supreme, and the kind only those cruel enough can survive. That is the law of the Jiang-hu. Now he finally understood. This Jiang-hu would never change. He stared wide-eyed, clearly still defiant. So, what kind of world did my father actually see? What did he witness that I can't? Wu Ying, I'm not like my father, just dreaming away. I want to turn those dreams into reality. Wu Ying looked at him but didn't dare say a word. Young master, perhaps it's precisely because you love your father the most that you try so hard to act like you hate him. Whether it's stealing from the wealthy or beating up unlucky wanderers, you always try to find a just cause for it. Perhaps this is the last bit of respect you have left for his teachings. It truly is a complex and hard-to-understand relationship. The next morning at Tanfang Estate, whispers began to spread. Have you heard? The leader of the Trong Tam gang is dead. The gang has crumbled. Old Zheng Yishu was shocked. What? What is this all about? His eldest daughter rushed in to report. They say the gang leader betrayed the Bak Thien Ba family and was planning to join the Namnak Liqian, but was punished for it. Who knew things would be such a coincidence? The whole family still remembered the scene from last night, but thinking about it, who would have thought that Chi Liqian Tio Heap's martial arts were so formidable? It's thanks to him that we were saved. Also, when did he build such a grand estate? I'm truly getting more and more curious about his background. Suddenly, the old man realized something. Wait, where is Zheng Tu Lian? His wife smiled broadly and replied. She went to cheer for him. I heard Chi Liqian Tu Heap is participating in the Thien Long tournament. Indeed, he was standing on the arena while she stood by the lake. Go get them, Chi Liqian. He heard her voice and immediately turned to look at her with a wide, confident grin. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, it seems he doesn't even need us to cheer for him. The host's voice rang out. Next, the first round of the Thien Long tournament will now begin. This is a notorious master of fist techniques from Guangdong, the Storm Fist Tiger of Guangdong, Li Hat. The crowd looked at the muscular giant, feeling that his opponent, a 20-year-old youth fighting for the first time, didn't stand a chance. 20 years old? He's still just a kid. What a pity. He's about to lose his life here. That was just how Chi Liqian looked on the surface. Right now, he was even waving his hand to taunt his opponent. The giant immediately lunged with a punch. The stones on the ground shattered, but Chi Liqian dodged it, even sitting down on the ground. The giant glared, panting with immense frustration. Yet, Chi Liqian didn't seem afraid at all, stumbling to his feet, which made the crowd roar with laughter. That guy is fast. Seeing them laugh, Chi Liqian acted out, screaming, Help! Help me! The crowd teased him. Haha, with these pathetic skills, why even bother joining the Tianlong tournament? Is that weapon on your back just for decoration? Just then, the giant kicked, and Liqian tilted his body to dodge again. He rolled far away, not striking back at all. Zheng Xiaolian stood below, mouth agape. Isn't that the rolling on the ground technique? Laughter filled the air. Everyone was as entertained as if they were watching a circus. Someone even shouted, "Hey, young man, quit while you're not hurt yet. Keep this up and you'll lose your life." They also told the giant, "You too, stop playing with him, finish it already." But the giant wasn't happy at all. Only those in the thick of it truly understood. It's easy for onlookers to talk. The boy's movements were clearly full of openings, yet he dodged every single attack by a hair's breadth, without ever launching a proper strike. Just as the giant lunged, his forehead touched Liqian's fist. "No more games," Liqian said. The giant stared at him and panicked. The giant fell backward, not a scratch on him. But the scene was laughable. People only saw an elephant falling before the punch of an ant. What kind of fist technique is that? My youngest son fights better than him. The giant turned red with fury. How could he explain this to the crowd? It wasn't what it looked like. In an instant, blood sprayed from the giant's mouth. The crowd stopped laughing. Now they were scared. Everyone rushed over to see what was happening. Is this a fake fight? But they couldn't believe Liqian had actually hit him. They whispered to each other, "He must have had a qigong deviation and gotten hit by a brat. His pride must be crushed." Only Zheng Xiaolian knew the truth. A shout rang out. Liqian wins, but the crowd cursed him. "Get out! Have some shame and quit." Zheng Xiaolian was worried below. "Liqian, what are you playing at?" He stood in the arena, grinning, not caring about the crowd's insults. The scene shifted to a house on the street, a casino filled with all sorts of games. Someone slammed a pile of papers onto the table, shouting, 1,000,000 taels on Liqian. It turned out to be Wu Ying, along with two elders, Leng Dishang and Tian Wu Yue, and the lady Yang Hua. They were betting everything on him to earn some pocket money. The shopkeeper asked, puzzled, "Liqian, do you mean that lucky kid who made it through the first round? Why bet such a huge sum on him?" The three elders didn't care. They chuckled wickedly. "Then we'll bet 3,000 taels that Liqian wins." To gamblers, the shopkeeper was delighted. "Ha ha, looking for a 1-to-4 payout? The odds are terrifyingly high. If he wins, the money could multiply by 59 times. Everyone sure likes to take risks." Old Tian Wu Yue didn't say much. He reached into his pocket and brought out a shiny stone in a small box. "Can this poison-repelling pearl be used for the bet?" The shopkeeper happily accepted. "Of course, please wait a moment while I check the banknotes and the pearl." The lady was surprised and turned to him. "Since when did you hide that? The more we bet, the better." But then the old man said, "That pearl, I'm not betting it on Liqian." The lady asked, "Then who are you betting on?" The name he said was Vo Dan Kach, the nameless guest. Everyone was stunned. Vo Dan Kach? But that's not enough to make the others retract their bets. Wu Ying asked, "Who is that? Do you know him?" Tian Wu Yue said nothing, just pursed his lips, and his eyes flashed. They understood immediately and teased him. "Looks like this guy hid from us to join the tournament, and even calls himself the nameless guest. How cheesy." The old man couldn't argue back. "That name, I just picked it randomly." At that moment at Tanfong Estate, Liqian was furious, slamming his cup on the table. "Grandma, why didn't you stop him?" She calmly picked up some food. "Don't worry. If you die, I'll find a great feng shui spot to bury you." Finishing, she glanced at Zheng Xiaolian sitting next to him. Zheng Xiaolian was terrified. "What is it?" "That gaze is scorching." The old woman said, "Your name is Zheng Tu Lian, right? The more I look at you, the more you look like me when I was young." The two old men heard this and choked, spitting out their wine. The old woman didn't understand and pressed them. "Speak up. Don't you think she looks like me?" "It's a bit of a stretch," they said. "She looks very much like you." Liqian only cared about Tian Wu Yue sitting nearby. He understood the old man's heart. A man who cared nothing for wealth or fame was suddenly joining the tournament. It seemed he wanted to spar with him. Everyone looked over, and the old man chuckled with interest. Tian Wu Yue wasn't angry. He laughed. "Now that I know you've completely inherited the martial arts of the young lady and that person." His eyes turned red. "How could I hold back?" Liqian smiled too. Everyone was curious, indeed. After eating, he and Zheng Xiaolian stood by the lake to enjoy the view. Liqian sighed. "This is going to be tough." Zheng Xiaolian, not understanding, turned to him. "What's wrong?" He confided. "I'm not confident I can win. I have to win the tournament to make the sect famous and earn money to keep us running." Zheng Xiaolian worried. "Is it really that hard? What should we do?" To her surprise, his solution was to eat more meat. Zheng Xiaolian was speechless. You've already eaten so much today. You eat meat every day, are you really okay? Qi Liqian nodded confidently. Yes. I've trained in a martial art that can convert meat into nutrients in my body. Zheng Xiaolian didn't know if he was joking or serious. There was no such martial art. Suddenly, he asked, why did you come here? She noticed a figure standing on the roof with a falcon beside him. The man in the black cloak said just one sentence. Young master, you have exceeded the limit. Qi Liqian understood and glared at him. You want to order me back? But who set that limit? My father, right? Go back and report to my father. Do you hear me? The man understood and released the falcon. He vanished. Qi Liqian's expression remained calm. In such a vast world, and with a beauty by his side, how could he just go back? The falcon flew far away, landing on the hand of a man with a letter. This was Tui Lu Weinhan. The old man read the letter. News of Qi Liqian. I wonder if he's grown up a bit? The old man, who looked exactly like Qi Liqian, didn't look happy at all. He asked, does he still want to conquer the world? No need to guess. He was Qi Tulin, Qi Liqian's father. The place he lived in was a fruit shop called Water Flows, Clouds Drift. People were busy working. The old man stood at the door, watching in silence. The lady walked up behind him. I saw the falcon deliver the letter. Qi Tulin replied, it's news about Liqian. Liqian had always wanted to conquer the world. The old woman looked at the cold cup of tea on the table. Liqian is our son after all. He certainly has the right to harbor such dreams. But that old man won't stand for it. Just dreaming is enough. By the way, it's been 20 years since we retired here, hasn't it? As if realizing something, he turned his head sharply and decided, let's go. We're heading to the central plains across the way. Rain poured down, and Wu Ying stood reporting, young master, we've just received some strange news. Following your orders, my subordinates have been buying intelligence from black market merchants. They say someone wants to sell 3 million heaven-shattering thunder bombs tonight. Qi Liqian, you heard the name, so you know those are explosive weapons used by the righteous sects, right? He nodded. That's right. The power of even one of them shouldn't be underestimated. This seems fishy. He understood immediately. We have to go check it out. Let's tail the black market merchant and see who exactly this person is. Rain poured down, and in the forest, a man was running for his life, thinking to himself, there's no turning back now. I've actually sold all the heaven-shattering thunder bombs. I've always lived a perfect double life. First as an elder of the Bei Tianba family, and second as a spy for the Flying Swallow Society. He was the one called Feng Shou-san, but with the failure of the Dragon and Phoenix banquet plan, the situation had changed. Those bastards from the Flying Swallow Society dare to push all the responsibility onto me. I'll give you one last chance. Detonate these heaven-shattering thunder bombs during the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. At that moment, he was terrified, his jaw dropping. What did you say? But all he got in return was a warning. If you fail this time, you're finished. He racked his brains, but pulling a trick at the Dragon and Phoenix banquet was already hard enough. The people participating in the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament were top-tier experts. How could he possibly pull this off? Moreover, because of the Dragon and Phoenix banquet incident, Grand Strategist Fan Lei had started to suspect him. If the betrayal of the Bei Tianba family was exposed, he would die. If the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament plan failed, he would also die. In that case, he might as well just take the money from the bombs and run. He was running like crazy, when suddenly, an assassin leaped out and slashed across his chest, drawing blood. The old man couldn't react in time, and was scared out of his wits. Are you with the Flying Swallow Society? Before he could guess, the assassin directly cursed. Ruining the Dragon and Phoenix banquet wasn't enough, and now you dare to betray us? Do you think the Flying Swallow Society is that easy to fool? With those words, he slashed straight at the old man's face. The old man closed his eyes in fear, thinking he was about to die, but nothing happened. The sword stopped just inches from his face. The old man stood there, dazed. What's going on? Why isn't he moving? Did he get his pressure points hit? Who could have hit his pressure points? Right then, someone walked over. To their surprise, the person causing trouble at the Dragon and Phoenix banquet was actually an elder of the Bei Tianba family. It was Qi Liqian and Wu Ying. Both were masked, so the old man couldn't recognize them and could only scream, Who are you? Qi Liqian claimed to be from the Justice League's honor guard, and Wu Ying was shocked, turning to look at him, wondering why he was acting like this without warning. The old man naturally didn't believe him. The Justice League? How could news reach them so quickly? Qi Liqian walked up and tapped the assassin on the head. Hey, This Flying Swallow Society guy's condition doesn't look right. Miraculously, as soon as he tapped him, blue veins popped out all over his face, his eyes bulged as if they were about to fall out, and blood poured from them until he died on the spot. Water splashed up, but this wasn't a normal death. His body exploded like a bomb, and even Liqian was baffled. Looking around in surprise, the old man was also stunned. What just happened? Blood mixed with the rain to turn the ground red. It was a tragic sight. Wu Ying guessed. They must have strict rules. If captured, they have to use a self-destruction technique. Liqian sounded disgusted. I really hate these bastards from the Flying Swallow Society. Liqian looked at Feng Shou-san. You must know what the Flying Swallow Society is actually doing, right? But the old man's face turned purple, and he denied everything. I don't know. If he wouldn't talk, Liqian would force him, pulling out a blue pill. I knew you'd say that. That's why I prepared this. Eating it will be very painful. The old man panicked the moment he saw it. The vile poison? The Justice League is a pillar of the righteous sects. How could there be a scumbag like you? Liqian was furious and shoved the pill straight into his mouth. Pillar of the righteous sects. My foot. The pillars were long ago eaten away by vermin like you. The poisoned old man screamed in agony. Help! Help me! Oh, my whole body feels like it's being torn apart, he pleaded desperately. I'll tell you everything. I beg you. Liqian then tossed him another pill. Here's the antidote. Take it. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd said that earlier? He warned him to take the antidote once a month, or he would end up the same way again. He tremblingly swallowed it and told everything he knew. Liqian listened and asked, So you mean 12 years ago? They approached you? And you became a member. With their help, you climbed to the position of elder in the Bei Tianba family, and ever since, they've been ordering you to work for them? He nodded, his face deathly pale. That's right. I only know 1 or 2 people who relay orders to me. Liqian turned to Wu Ying. A secret organization where members don't even know each other's faces. They work very carefully. This guy is still useful, so I won't kill him yet. Listen, I want you to do 2 things for me. First, get me all the intelligence you can on the Bei Tianba family. Second, when the Flying Swallow Society gives you an order, you must tell us first. As long as you strictly obey me, I can guarantee your life. The man was on the verge of death but still dared to act tough. What reason do I have to trust you? Liqian's eyes turned blood red as he leaned in close. You don't need a reason. You just have to trust me. The old man shook like a leaf. Damn it. So I have to go back to the Bei Tianba family and act as a double agent for the Justice League? He asked nervously. If I can't detonate the heaven-shattering thunder, bombs at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, I still won't be able to escape death. Liqian had already considered this. Don't worry about that. I'll show you how to survive. Wu Ying looked at Liqian and transmitted his voice. But what is the true goal of those Flying Swallow bastards? Could it be to collapse the Bei Tianba family? If they're detonating those bombs at the tournament just for that? Before he could finish, Liqian interrupted, understanding his point. Wouldn't that be making a mountain out of a molehill? They must have other goals. Either way, it's useless to think about it now. We should just do what we need to do. Wu Ying. The next morning, the arena was as crowded as ever. This time, Liqian was still performing his cat-scratch martial arts like in the previous match. The crowd was getting used to it and cheered excitedly. Liqian, whether through luck or skill, had won yet again. After a while, the crowd shifted from being amused to completely amazed. Amazing. Liqian, you did it. Liqian. And he entered the final round. The first match of the finals was about to begin. Today, he wore a bright red outfit. Zheng Xiaolian was the same as always, coming to cheer him on at every match. Suddenly, he heard someone whisper, That kid made it to this round. Is it luck or skill? We'll know today. She stared at the high platform. Since it was the final, even the prestigious young masters had come to watch. Up there were Yang Tu Shuang and Lin Xiaqi. The martial arts duel officially began. Liqian of Tanfeng Manor against his opponent, Snake Venom Sword, Qiu Si. The moment that guy saw him, he laughed scornfully. Just a snot-nosed brat. Wait. Zheng Xiaolian stood near the arena and whispered, A sword, there's poison on that sword. Is it dangerous? Today isn't the time to act anymore. Liqian asked curiously. Huh? Act? So you were intentionally playing around all this time? Well, you don't need to anymore, because from the finals on, no more betting is allowed. Furthermore, he suddenly looked up. The old man, Tian Wuyue, had been standing there wearing a hat for a long time. Liqian smiled at him. The real final battle was just beginning. Snake Venom Sword. Qiu Si was just like his nickname. He used a sword, coated in snake venom, which was why everyone loathed him. But the level of hatred was directly proportional to his danger, because there were many people who had lost their lives under his poisonous blade. An old man watching below felt pity for Qi Liqian. He's so young, it's such a shame. Why is he so unlucky to run into Qiu Si? She looked over, worried. Is that guy really that dangerous? The old man nodded. They say even a scratch from his poison is enough to end your life. Perhaps that's why everyone who has fought him in this tournament has died. In the arena, he was getting impatient to fight, holding his sword and grinning. I heard your luck is pretty good, kid. Qi Liqian tilted his head and mocked. Looks like you don't have much confidence in your own swordsmanship, to the point of coating your sword in poison. He didn't seem surprised by these words. Everyone who dared to provoke me like that has already met the King of Hell, so let me send you on your way too. With those words, he rushed to attack immediately. But as he lunged, Qi Liqian struck his pressure point with lightning speed, and the sword fell. Without a sword, he couldn't do a damn thing. Qi Liqian just needed one quick strike to stab him, and blood sprayed everywhere. It was all over. He laughed excitedly, coldly dragging his blade in a clean swipe from the guy's shoulder all the way down to the back of his hand, telling him, "You'll never be able to hold a sword again." He sliced deep, with such precision that the guy's middle finger was severed clean off. In a flash, he suffered a crushing defeat, collapsing to his knees on the ground, his face dazed, the aura of the blade radiating through his entire body. Zheng Xiaolian gasped, watching in shock. It was too fast, too dangerous. It took a few seconds for the crowd to process what happened before they started cheering what was going on. That kid actually took down Qiu Si with a single strike? Yang Tu Shuang was so shocked, he jumped to his feet and slammed the table. No way is that guy really that strong. Back at the Long Fuang Yin, he was clearly just a nobody. What kind of place is Tan Fong Trang anyway? A small, unknown sect, yet they have such martial prowess? Who would have thought he was a rising talent? He kept rambling on, but nobody bothered to answer him. Lin Xiaoqi even recognized that his strength had far surpassed the standards of a rising talent. His eyes were glued to him. Where on earth did this guy come from? Was his true goal to take the top spot in the Tianlong tournament? That day, wherever Qi Liqian and Zheng Xiaolian went, they heard people singing his praises. That evil sect bastard used snake venom to harm so many people, but he finally got what was coming to him. So satisfying. Qi Liqian Tio Heap, I knew you had it in you. Keep showing us your skills in the next match. Qi Liqian grinned and waved his hand happily. Sure thing. Everyone, make sure to come watch. Sitting back at the table, he chuckled. Heh, I'm actually pretty popular. She didn't say a word, just watched silently. Usually, people are terrified of getting close to the finalists of the Tianlong tournament. He really is a strange guy. Suddenly, someone turned around. But in this Tianlong tournament, the most talked about person is still that guy, right? The nameless guest. With so many famous masters around, not even one of them could knock off that bamboo hat he wears. Two people at the next table were talking right in front of him. Hey, you've seen him duel before, right? Seen him? Yeah, I've seen him, but I didn't see anything at all. What's that supposed to mean? The other guy shuddered. What I saw wasn't what I heard. It was just the sound of a sword being drawn and sheathed. That was it. That was all it took for his opponent to be defeated. Honestly, that's really all there was to it. Zheng Xiaolian listened in fear and looked at him, worried. How could this be? His face was tense as a guitar string. This was going to be big trouble. She rarely saw him, Qi Liqian, this tense, so she asked, Are you that worried? But what he was worried about was, I'm hungry, but I forgot to bring my coin purse. She was speechless. Let me treat you. Really? Then first, order me a roasted duck, stir-fried pork, beef, boiled chicken, and a jar of wine. She quickly cut him off. I only have 2 taels of silver. Qi Liqian's expression changed, and his smile vanished. Then after we eat, what do? Do I have to wash dishes for the owner? That made her laugh. Just then, someone walked over. Let me treat you. Zheng Xiaolian recognized her immediately. Miss Tuyet. She looked over. Congratulations on becoming the Phoenix, then looked at him. And thank you for saving us at Long Fuang Yen. But he just rested his chin on his hand, uninterested. Then you should thank Duong Tio Heap instead. She retorted, Don't take me for a fool. He continued to ignore her. Fine, think whatever you want. Zheng Xiaolian stared in a daze. Miss Tuyet, she actually took the initiative to talk to someone else. Just as she was thinking that, he suddenly looked over to reassure her. Trin Tu Lian. Don't worry, my heart is set only on you. Her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Why are you saying such random things? And he just laughed heartily. Ha ha. Tai Bichua, standing nearby like a third wheel, was annoyed. Qi Liqian Thiu Heap is truly impossible to understand. At the final match of the Teen Long tournament, the crowd was bigger than ever. People were whispering, the day has finally come. This Teen Long tournament has had so many surprises. Who would have thought those two would clash? Trin Zhengxialian and the old woman, Yang Hua, had also arrived. The atmosphere in the arena was completely different from before. The old woman suddenly looked over and asked, "Are you very worried about him?" She nodded, looking visibly anxious. "Yes, I heard that the seniors' martial arts are extremely profound." The old woman also frowned, looking toward the stage. "It's been a long time since I've seen the demon sword display his martial arts. It's been ages since he met a worthy opponent. No matter who wins or loses, this match won't end easily." By now, both were standing on the stage. The crowd below was roaring. "Nameless guest. I bet on you to win from the very start. The champion will definitely be the nameless guest." The old man had told him before the fight, "Even though you are the lady's son, a match is a match. Even if I have to kill you, I won't regret it. So you want to take my life already?" Qi Liqian calmly pulled out that cloth-wrapped blade. "I knew it was time to use this." They lunged at each other like lightning. He told the old man plainly, "So, today, I have to risk my life too." Suddenly, the scenery around them changed. A formation? They're fighting so intensely, yet neither seems surprised. He laughed smugly. "This way, we can unleash our true strength, right? So, you set this up?" Zhang Xiaolian asked the old woman in surprise. "This is the first time I've seen a formation that can change the surrounding environment like this." The old woman nodded. "A long time ago, I asked the one known as the Formation God for help. Those outside the formation only see illusions, not the real fight, because they can't afford to show their martial arts to outsiders. Only a few people here can see the true battle." Exactly those four, including Wu Ying and Leng Dishang. She stared in shock. Does that mean that even before unleashing their true strength, Qi Liqian and that senior made it all the way to the finals? The old woman suddenly ordered her to watch closely. "Don't miss a single move, because you'll never see a confrontation like this again." The two fought back and forth, evenly matched, even finding time to mock each other. "Looks like you predicted I could block that sword strike." The old man laughed. "Of course, a kid like you would definitely be able to do it." Qi Liqian began to unleash his power. His attacks grew stronger and stronger, and the old man became more excited. "That's it. Use more strength. Every move is enough to take the other's life." It wouldn't be wrong to say they were both losing their reason. Suddenly, blood sprayed. The situation was tense. Zheng Xiaolian stood watching, her face pale. The other three were all stunned. The one injured was Qi Liqian. A deep cut ran across his arm, blood flowing freely. The old man said coldly, "When I said I wouldn't regret killing you, I wasn't just talking." The killing intent around him soared, his eyes burning red. "Hurry up and unleash that technique. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your head." The old man had pushed him this far, but Qi Liqian wasn't afraid. "Then, let's officially begin." As he stood, spiritual energy erupted, and the ground immediately sank beneath his feet. All the earth and stone shattered, and massive boulders rose into the air. Zheng Xiaolian was terrified. This aura, its demonic energy. Even I had a vague feeling, but I didn't expect Qi Liqian began to chant, "Demonic path," originating from the wind. The old man, Tian Wu Yue, watched this and shouted with excitement, "Yes, that's it. Let it all out." The one thing every demonic practitioner in the world dreams of seeing just once. Unique martial arts of the heavenly demon, 9 demonic styles. First style, Wind Strike. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky, massive power slamming into the old man. The old man barely managed to block the first strike, but he knew, even if this kid's internal energy isn't as high as mine, the power is not to be underestimated. Suddenly, lightning crackled on the sword in his hand. Summoning Thunder. Second style, Thunder Strike. A massive glowing red bolt of lightning shot from his sword, the force churning up the earth. She covered her face. He stood in the air, gripping his sword and looking down, seeing the old man escape from the dust and smoke, rushing forward to engage in close quarters combat while continuing to taunt each other. "You really are impressive. You, kid, are the one who truly amazes me." The power between the two was so immense it could shatter the entire arena. Zheng Xiaolian stood trembling. "I never thought anyone could reach this realm. Compared to him, my martial arts are just child's play." His fighting posture in the air truly looked like a god. He used the fifth style, and a red dragon appeared behind his back, the Dragon Strike. The dragon opened its mouth wide, lunging as if to swallow him whole. The old man, Tian Wu Yue, was stunned. He only saw the dragon chomp down, and the old man was nowhere to be seen. Leng Dishang was so worried he was about to rush in, but the old woman stopped him. The old man was still alive but looked miserable. He gripped his sword, leaning on it to stay upright, his body tattered and near death. Yet he still had the strength to look up and laugh. Not unworthy of that bloodline. Ha ha. He still didn't want to stop, pulling his sword up. Let's decide the winner with the final move. Zheng Xiaolian's eyes widened. What is that? The old woman replied. The unique technique of the demon sword, and also the strongest sword style that earned him the title of demon sword. The old man went all in, but she really trusts him. If he uses the seventh form, the ultimate move of the 9 fiend arts, he should be able to withstand it. But if he does that, the demonic sword too bad for him is actually being wielded. The seventh form, demonic strike. His eyes glowed fiercely as he raised the sword with both hands. Back then, the two of them, one in white, one in black, held hands, while standing in a field of flowers, asking each other, "What do you think about this?" It's his parents. The old man seemed very frustrated. He ruled the world, so why did Liqian have such an absurd dream? The young woman held a rose in her other hand. Even now, you still don't know why Liqian ended up like this? Of course, it's because he inherited my bloodline. Have you forgotten? I am known as the Rakshasa. Ha ha. As soon as she finished, the flower withered and died. Chi Tu Lin frowned, disbelieving. Your way of thinking is too presumptuous. But she insisted. No, bloodlines don't lie. Because he inherited my bloodline. Right now, Liqian is suffering from heat sickness. He is being tormented by an uncontrollable inner turmoil and a destructive desire. Right now, he is just like that, unable to distinguish anything, just swinging his sword down. Zheng Xiaolian stood there, stunned in fear, unable to believe that this was him. Suddenly, his gaze met her wide, terrified eyes. He stopped, suddenly coming to his senses. His sword hand froze, and in his eyes, there was only his girl. He had no intention of fighting back. The old man screamed in surprise. That brat. Where is he even looking? As soon as the old man finished his sentence, the power radiating from him began to scorch his own body. She became even more panicked, her heart feeling as if it had stopped. Then, Wu Ying rushed up in a panic. But very quickly, a black light enveloped the old man's internal energy. He was still alive, and Wu Ying also stopped in surprise. Young Master Lu, since when did you change your technique? The greatest gentleman's sword of past and present is the righteous sword. I'm not using the demonic sword like before. He had stuck the demonic sword in the ground, and the one in his hand was different. Zheng Xiaolian was shocked that was his sword, the one he said he would never draw. His eyes were as gentle as water, and he began his sword dance. A green light flashed in the air, completely different from the terrifying, demonic look from before. But the power behind the strikes was no joke. If the old man Tianwo Yue took this hit, he was a goner. With a deafening boom, the old man was still alive, but covered in blood. Even though his arm was only grazed, it felt like his internal energy was leaking out. What kind of martial art is this? The crowd stood silently watching. The old woman suddenly exclaimed, "It's over." Just as she said, the formation vanished, and the scene returned to normal. The crowd in the arena started shouting in frustration. What happened? We couldn't see anything. Why did a sandstorm suddenly pick up? It was getting to the best part. Why now of all times? Zheng Xiaolian looked around in surprise. Are we back in the arena? The old woman nodded, explaining. The formation has been dispelled. We've returned to reality. Suddenly, everyone gasped. Ah, that's the nameless stranger. The old man was slumped on the ground, covered in wounds, his hair disheveled. Previously, no one had even managed to make his bamboo hat fall off. Finally, they could see who he really was. But at that moment, he walked over and handed the hat to the old man, smiling gently without a trace of contempt. The old man remembered the scene from before and was still terrified. If that kid hadn't hesitated to unleash that move, he surely would have met his end in the afterlife. The old man reached out to take the hat. What a pity, I couldn't see the seventh form. Although I'm a demon, dying under the 9 fiend arts doesn't feel too bad. He could still laugh. I lost. The crowd stood there like idiots. What? So the champion of the Heavenly Dragon tournament is he. Even the prestigious families watching from above couldn't say a word. Zheng Xiaolian's face was beaming, and the whole arena erupted in cheers. Qi Liqian, the youngest champion in history, a new hero of the martial arts world, was born. Qi Liqian, but his eyes were only fixed on that sword. That evening, at the Heavenly Dragon Tournament celebration banquet, the girls who saw him all blushed with admiration. Look, that's the champion. Young hero Qi? I can't believe it. Is he really that young? Young Hero Chi, congratulations on your victory. Has anyone ever told you that you're very handsome? He didn't mind at all and nodded confidently. Of course, people say that all the time. The girls burst into fits of hysterical, tear-filled laughter, laughing so loudly in the street that everyone was startled. He was bewildered. I hear that all the time, too. Zheng Xiaolian stood beside him, smiling awkwardly. Haha, he's really popular. Some women were planning to hit on him. Young Hero Chi, if you're free later, why don't you join us? He turned around and walked away immediately. Zheng Xiaolian, let's eat our fill today. She nodded, her face worried. But don't you really need to rest for a bit? I just took a look, and those wounds feel quite deep. He glanced at her. What's wrong? Worried about me. She didn't deny it. Of course I am. Just then, Lin Tiansui appeared. Are you here, miss? She immediately cupped her hands. Master of the house, it's been a long time. The old man nodded. I was looking for you, miss. To everyone's surprise, the old man got right to the point. I feel that you and my Xia Qi are a perfect match. What do you think, miss? Zheng Xiaolian's eyes widened in shock. Me and young Hero Lin? Ah, young Hero Lin. I haven't even spoken to him yet. Why bring this up so suddenly? The crowd around them began to gossip. What? What does this mean? Could the Northern Sky Hegemon be seeking an alliance with the Righteous Sword Sect? Although they felt it was impossible, who could guess the mind of the Lin family head? The old man, seeing her remain silent, added, I have been observing the Righteous Sword Sect for a long time. The more I look, the more I see that you and Xia Qi are truly a match made in heaven. Just as Zheng Xiaolian was about to refuse, he stepped in, cutting him off firmly. She already had someone in her heart. Could he just stand by and watch someone try to steal his girl? Zheng Xiaolian looked over in surprise. Tell you, what did you say? Liqian remained the same, smiling broadly. That person is me. The group of old men around them were left speechless. That brat, how dare he speak to the master of the house like that? He must be crazy. The old man was naturally furious, but he forced a smile. Ha ha, truly worthy of being the champion of the heavenly dragon battle. So very confident. It's understandable that the young lady likes you, isn't it? To everyone's surprise, he showed no respect at all. Your grandson can't even compare to me. He said it bluntly. I also like her very much. Stop eyeing her. The two of them stared at each other. The old man was extremely annoyed but had to think it over. He dares to speak to me with this attitude. Martial arts are one thing, but this guy has some nerve. Just then, the old man behind him pointed and cursed. How truly arrogant. Just because you won the Heavenly Dragon tournament, you think you're above everyone? Standing before the master of the Northern Sky Hegemon. What kind of attitude is that? His face turned cold, and he tilted his head, looking innocent. So, what are you implying? Just because he's the master of the Northern Sky Hegemon, I have to hand over the woman I like? The other man was left speechless with rage. What? How dare you speak to your elders like that? You have no manners at all. Liqian didn't stop, speaking his mind freely. You grown-ups are always like this. When people meet your standards, you're all smiles. But the moment something displeases you, you start scolding and cursing. But how dull and boring those standards of yours are. You never reflect on yourselves. You don't even have the intention to do so. Zheng Xiaolian looked worriedly at his clenched fist. Usually, when encountering something like this, he would just laugh it off. She couldn't understand why he was so agitated. The old man continued to bicker. You brat. When you're older, you'll understand how impulsive your behavior is right now. He shook his head calmly. Probably not, because I won't grow up to be the kind of adult you are. His gaze was sharper than a knife. Not everyone who is old deserves respect. At that moment, a strict voice cut him off. You haven't changed a bit, have you? As it turned out, his parents had both arrived, and they had witnessed the whole scene. He looked at Chi Tulin. Father, you're here. Only then did people notice that the two looked exactly alike. The old man immediately charged forward. Are you the father of this brat? Take him home and teach him some manners. How on earth did you raise your child? Chi Tulin's face darkened, and before he could say anything, a woman's voice rang out from behind. Shut your mouth, you old bag of bones who should be at home hugging a pillow. The old man was choked with anger again. What did you say? Both Lin Tiansui and Zheng Xiaolian turned around in surprise. He softened as he heard his mother's voice and chuckled. You dare criticize my son? This beautiful, battle-hardened woman must be his mother. Their tongues were identical. Everyone who saw them felt a shiver of fear. Lin Tiansui's face fell. What is this? Why has the atmosphere suddenly become so terrifyingly heavy? No one dared to say another word. Zheng Xiaolian's heart pounded. Are those two really Liqian's parents? The old man hurriedly lowered his voice. This seems to be a slight misunderstanding. Suddenly, he was cut off. He is still young, and regardless of what the child says, you shouldn't insult his parents. Lin Tiansui's face went dark, and the other man was so scared he nearly wet himself. Well, I suppose I misspoke. I should have known she was no ordinary woman. He glanced at Chi Tu-lin standing behind her, then at the other person. They didn't seem to possess any fearsome aura, yet they gave him an indescribably strange feeling. He needed to probe their true strength further. The old man immediately tried to slip away. Since you've all reunited, we won't disturb you any longer. As he walked off, his father finally spoke up. Your actions just now were far too reckless. You must be more careful in the future. Liqian retorted nonchalantly. Grandfather, I did nothing wrong. Father, you are always forcing me to follow those dusty, old-fashioned rules. Please, stop forcing me to do things your way, and stop making me follow these twisted customs. Zheng Xiaolian, standing nearby, also felt that something was off. Liqian, the reason he was so unusually aggressive today, picking fights, turned out to be because he knew his parents had arrived earlier and he wanted his father to hear those words. His mother sighed. Standing between those two must be exhausting for her. She walked over to him, and his father said nothing more. But his mother didn't scold him at all. She only said, "It's been a while. You've grown taller. Let's talk once you're back. I have so many things I want to ask you." The scene shifts to the Tanfeng Manor. Zheng Yishou clasped his hands and bowed. Your son saved my family's lives. Once again, I offer my sincerest gratitude to the both of you. Qi Liqian's parents also clasped their hands. If my good-for-nothing son didn't cause you any trouble, I have heaven to thank. Your daughter is both beautiful and well-mannered. Zheng Xiaolian sat in the middle of the dining table, panicking. Why were they suddenly talking about this? The two sets of parents sat at either end of the table, while the young pair sat in the middle. It was practically like a wedding negotiation. The old man even praised Qi Liqian Tu Heap for having such noble character, calling him a pillar of the martial arts world. Haha. Zheng Xiaolian glanced at him, embarrassed. Usually, Liqian would have teased everyone and accepted the compliment with ease. Even though they were at the same table, he wouldn't even look his father in the face. Suddenly, his mother glanced over and clearly noticed Zheng Xiaolian's embarrassment. She seemed to realize something and couldn't help but smile, asking unexpectedly, "You are Zheng Tu-lien, right? How did you two meet?" Before she could answer, he interrupted. "We met by chance on the road, then ran into each other at a tavern." The girl beside him teared up. While he wasn't technically lying, it sounded terrible. "Could you please learn to speak properly?" Qi Tu-lin's father began preaching again. "It's good for you two to be close, but remember, men and women should keep their distance, even in the martial arts world." He glanced at him, adding, "Pay more attention to your words and actions." This time, Qi Liqian looked him straight in the eye, though he obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Despite saying that, after dinner, the two of them went out to the lake to watch the lotuses. The girl stood on the bridge watching him walk across the water to the middle of the lake to pick flowers. How could he stand so lightly on the water like that? When would she ever reach that level? Suddenly, Liqian spoke up. "Men and women should keep their distance? Pay more attention to your words and actions?" He was repeating his father's words, his brows furrowed in extreme annoyance. "Two, is that all he has to say to me? I'm going to have to eat more meat tomorrow." The girl rested her chin on her hand and chuckled. He seemed genuinely frustrated. It was moments like these that made him seem just like a child. "That's right. Sometimes venting a little is good for you." He twirled the flower petals in his hands. "Father surely won't just let me go and conquer the world." The girl's eyes went wide as she watched his performance, asking, "Then what do you plan to do?" He didn't seem to have thought that far yet. He flicked his hand, sending water splashing everywhere along with the petals, and spoke after a long pause, "I will resist." With that, he leaped over and sat beside her. Zheng Xiaolian asked again, "Is your father as powerful as you are?" Qi Liqian laughed. "Ha ha, as powerful as me? Compared to my father, I am far behind." "Really? Is your mother also very powerful?" The two of them are known as the twin gems. They are truly powerful. Besides, she is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Yet she has hidden her face and lived that way for 20 years. And it's not just a simple disguise, but using vor, the inverted body transformation technique, to make herself look incredibly ugly. 20 years? Why so long? You understand, don't you? If she used her true face to sell fruit, what do you think would happen? Furthermore, my parents are forced to live in hiding. Zheng Xiaolian wasn't stupid. She immediately wondered, just to live with the person they love, they can be that persistent. What could the reason be? He guessed it immediately. Why don't you ask? Aren't you curious why my mother knows the secret martial arts of the heavenly demon? She hadn't expected him to bring this up. Actually, I am surprised and a bit scared, but no matter what your background is, I can accept it all. She smiled gently. Because you already have so many secrets, nothing can surprise me anymore. Hearing her say that, he felt incredibly satisfied. It was enough for him that the beauty didn't mind. The scene shifts to the heavenly demon palace. Inside a room, a man was kneeling and reporting, "The young miss has appeared." Is she with that man? Yes. Then the other side must have received the news by now. Appearing after 20 years just to visit her son? The subordinate reported exactly what he heard. Yes, young Master Qi Liqian has been loudly declaring his intent to conquer the world lately. That man was shocked when he heard it. Conquer the world, huh? He tilted his head back and laughed. What an arrogant brat. The man with long white hair sitting on the highest seat was Liu Zhentian, the heavenly demon. The next day, the sky was blue with white clouds and golden sunlight. Several elders were weeding together. The woman seemed quite pleased. Liqian actually left us a garden in the manor. We can use it to pass the time from now on. Why do you have to pull them out one by hand? You wouldn't understand. Tending to it yourself is where the pleasure lies. He looked over at Tianwu Yue to console him. Don't be too sad. You and he just differ in your martial arts sects. As a martial artist, you haven't lost. During the Great War of Thian Long, what was his final move? Old Leng Dishang folded his arms and replied, "You'll find out sooner or later." That sword technique is called the Galaxy Meteor Sword. It belongs to the Tatfong family and is on par with the 9 demon arts. Tianwu Yue's eyes went wide with shock. Galaxy Meteor Sword and the Tatfong family. I have never heard of them, the old man explained, because they have never interfered in the affairs of the martial arts world, but all the righteous warriors owe them a great debt of gratitude. You know, I served as a protector for Liqian's father for 20 years, right? That is because he is the legitimate heir of the Tatfong family. The Tatfong family is to me what the heavenly demon cult is to a demon follower like you. Just then, Qi Liqian approached with a smile. You didn't know about this? I heard you met my parents this morning. He looked at Tian Wuye. Senior, I believe this was your first time meeting my father, right? The old man raised his head, frowning as he asked for confirmation. That final move in the final battle, it turned out to be your father's martial art? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. It's been a while since you've had such a fun sparring match, right? Who would have thought the old man would still have the mood to tease? Yes, that's true. But your father looks more handsome than you do. Qi Liqian was annoyed to the point of exploding. Senior, you really have no eye for beauty. At that moment, in the room, old Qi Tulin stood looking out the window, with slender hands wrapped tightly around him from behind, the woman leaning her head against her husband's back. What are you thinking about? Liqian, of course. He looked at the extravagant scenery outside. Where did he get the money to build this manor? The woman didn't care. She only needed to know that he wasn't the type of person to rob good people. I know this better than anyone. I have a favor to ask of you. Qi Tulin asked immediately. What is it? Leave Liqian's matter to me to resolve. His dream can never become a reality. The mother understood her son better than anyone, which was exactly why he was so stubborn about that dream. Qi Tulin couldn't help but turn around sharply. But this matter, the woman cut him off. I have always respected and loved you, but Qi Liqian's problems cannot be handled entirely by you. If you insist on stopping him this time, the two of you might never make peace. Qi Tulin held his wife's cheeks. You really are always worrying about Liqian and me. The woman had already calculated everything. If they truly severed ties, both he and Qi Liqian would be devastated. I don't want things to end up like that, so even if I have to paint this martial arts world in blood, I will not back down. The two held each other tightly. Elsewhere, in a small house, with rain pouring down outside, Zheng Xiaolian took a sip of tea and grimaced. Ugh, it's so bitter. Even though I drink alcohol, I really don't understand why people like something that tastes this bad. Why do people like it so much? Qi Liqian smiled and explained. Those who enjoy drinking alcohol actually don't do it for the taste of the liquor. The girl wondered, since only drunkards cared about the taste. Then what do they drink for? He looked at the jug of alcohol in front of him. For most, it's because they enjoy the atmosphere of gathering together. And they like the feeling after they're drunk, that light-headed sensation, as if all their worries and troubles melt away like snow. Having said that, he finished the cup. The girl looked at him. Even though he didn't say it out loud, but it was also clear that his father's interference was bothering him greatly, and he couldn't help but praise. Your alcohol tolerance is quite impressive. He smirked smugly, thinking, because there is nothing I cannot do. She was already used to it. With a wide grin, she said, "Fine, fine. I can't even argue with him anymore." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he decided, "That's why I'm going to take someone with me today." She was still asking, take who? Beside them, a man suddenly shouted, "You still want us to extend the deadline by a few days? What do you think you're doing?" The mother and daughter, the shop owners, clung to each other, begging. Business has been so slow lately. He knew at a glance that this was a debt to the king of hell. It was the handiwork of that filthy gang that called themselves the Three-Headed Sect. That guy was their leader, named Shen Liangjiu, but because of his cruel nature, everyone called him Shen the Wicked. Although his backing wasn't publicly known, it was rumored to be connected to the Northern Sky Ba family. Who would have thought that such a powerful Orthodox force would use these dirty tactics to make money? The lady was still holding her daughter, weeping, saying that if she had known they were behind it, she would rather have starved to death than borrow money from them. The men remained relentless. After all, since she was nearly starving anyway, the shop would have to change owners by the end of the month. Just then, a man walked in holding a gleaming knife. "What's going on?" the shop owner hurriedly explained. "The price of ingredients has skyrocketed recently, so I borrowed some money from a neighbor. But I never expected they were the ones manipulating things." The old man with the knife realized immediately that a gang had recently appeared in this area to monopolize raw materials. "So you use those tactics to force people to take out loans?" The old man glared. "Business always comes with its share of difficulties, so you should just come and work for us. A few days ago, I saw you handle someone causing trouble at the inn. You look like you have real talent. I'll pay you 4 taels of silver every month." The man's hand tightened on the knife as he gritted out. "Didn't I already refuse you a long time ago?" The old man shot him a threatening look. "Unless you are certain you can wipe out our entire three-headed sect, I suggest you don't do anything reckless. After all, you have to think about your family. If something happens to you, what will happen to them?" Liqian couldn't stand watching this anymore. "That's really stingy? Trying to buy someone so powerful for only 40 taels? The wicked bastard turned to curse the brat, but his tone changed the moment he saw who it was. "Oh, it's the champion of this year's Heavenly Dragon tournament. No wonder you're so young and don't know your place. Do you know who our backer is? That you dare to act so arrogant here?" Having said that, he looked at his underling and ordered, "What are you standing there for? Ignore this brat and smash the shop for me." The men immediately rushed forward, kicking and knocking over tables, destroying everything while shouting, "Get out! Starting today, this shop is closed." The shop owner's child ran over, grabbing his hand and crying, "Please, just let us go this time. This shop is very important to our family." But he shoved the child aside and cursed, "You little brat! What did you say? Don't think I won't lay a hand on a kid." Seeing him draw his sword, Zheng Salian couldn't hold back anymore and stood up. "Wait," but the underling was still talking. This kind of person should have been nipped in the bud. When his head was suddenly pierced through, blood spraying everywhere. Looking closely, it was a chopstick. The whole crowd in the shop was shocked. The one who struck was, of course, the protagonist. The guy who had just cursed him as a bastard slumped to the floor, dead on the spot. The protagonist calmly picked up another chopstick. "I will pay this debt for him." He held up the chopstick and smiled. "Because he is coming with me." His smile was more terrifying than the king of hell coming for a soul. With just one chopstick, Liqian had taken care of the big guy, and the rest of them were terrified. That brat, he actually used a chopstick. He looked at the leader and smiled. "Thinking it over, I still think paying 40 taels is way too stingy. I declare that I will pay 1,000 taels every month. And if that's still not enough, I can even help you find the Longya sect leader." The big old man's face turned pale the moment he heard that. He couldn't believe he knew. "What? How do you know that?" The Longya sect leader, there was a time when just hearing his name was enough to make people tremble. For some unknown reason, one day he suddenly went on a killing spree, then vanished without a trace. Song Jiang was one of the countless victims who lost loved ones. His deep desire for revenge had driven him everywhere to search for the Longya sect leader, but he never found anything. Later, he started a new family, intending to live a quiet life for the rest of his days. The leader, seeing the old man wavering, turned to provoke him. "Not only is he helping you find someone, but he's also offering a salary of 1,000 taels a month? You don't actually believe him, do you?" Salian sat to the side, observing. She thought to herself, "I wonder if it's because what people saw during the Heavenly Dragon tournament was just an illusion created by the formation. That's why, even though Liqian is the champion, people aren't as afraid of him as they were of past champions." That was exactly it, which was why they weren't afraid. The bastard even dared to glare and threaten. "In short, you have two choices. Come work for us, or pay the debt. Otherwise, you can just hand over this shop to me and take your whole family to sleep on the street. Song Xiang gripped his knife. He couldn't afford to lose his precious family again. He still didn't fully trust the protagonist. But could this all end today? Could it be because of this that he was still hesitating? The protagonist's voice rang out. No need to worry about them. Radiating intense killing intent, he smiled. I will help you clean this up once and for all. The terms I'm offering are perfect, aren't they? The old man bit his lip, silent, eyeing him from head to toe, weighing everything carefully. This guy not only found him but also knew about the Longya sect leader. It was strange, but he was actually quite satisfied with him. The protagonist smiled calmly, waiting for the old man's answer, but the other men couldn't keep their cool anymore. The leader turned to threaten the old man. Are you wavering? No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Our backer is the Northern Sky Ba. Before he could finish, Liqian suddenly appeared behind him and pierced his throat with just a single chopstick. That's for having such a big mouth. It wasn't your turn to speak. Blood sprayed out like a slaughtered chicken. The rest of the gang immediately charged, all at once, but their 3 swords only struck empty air. The protagonist had leaped into the air and was hovering above them before they even realized. The whole group was stunned, unable to react in time. Where did he go? By the time they realized, the chopstick in his hand, sharp as a blade, struck downward. 3 men bled out and died on the spot. Their bodies rolled to the feet of the leader. Now, he was scared enough to wet his pants. Damn it. I thought he only won the championship by luck, but when he deals with my underlings, it's as casual as crushing ants. Just as he thought he shouldn't underestimate him, the protagonist was already right in front of him, piercing his chest with a chopstick. Before he died, the protagonist managed to mock him. There must be quite a few people you've harmed like this. Watching the blood spray, in just a few seconds, the entire debt-collecting gang was wiped out. After taking care of them, Liqian looked at Song Jiang. It seems I don't need to test you any further. The old man didn't quite understand. What did that mean? The protagonist held the old man in high regard. With his own ability, cleaning them up was trivial. But the man had been enduring it all for his family. Besides, I really need you. Work. Do what you do best. I want to hire you as the chief instructor of my sect. In this world, no one is more suitable for this position than you. Seeing the old man's eyes widen in surprise, he smiled and explained. These things were all told to me by Wu Ying. Actually, I don't know you. I came to find you because the person I trust the most recommended you. The old man hung his head, thinking carefully. That's right. He had always tried to forget about that. Actually, what he was best at wasn't making dumplings, but training martial artists. Could that be it? Just hearing the offer made his heart race. His face could no longer hide his composure. He couldn't help but smirk. Let's sign the contract. That's the spirit. Very satisfying, thought the protagonist. All right, you don't need to worry about this side anymore. Salian, standing by, had observed everything from beginning to end. Liqian, he is truly moving step by step toward his dream. Although others might say his dream is absurd, the most important thing is that he is actually moving forward. He had truly recruited a renowned talent under his command. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Northern Skyba family estate, where the old man Fan Lei was reporting. Something has happened regarding the 3-headed sect. Lin Tiansui frowned. What do you mean? The men from the 3-headed sect completely disappeared in a single night. As he reported, Lin Jiaqi was also sitting there. Although we haven't found out who did it yet, a few days ago, the 3-headed sect had a conflict with a young man at an inn. And that young man is the champion of this year's Heavenly Dragon Tournament, Liqian. Lin Tiansui remembered it was that name that was such an eyesore. A nobody not only won the championship at the Heaven Dragon Tournament, but we couldn't even dig up anything about his parents' background. Lin Haki was green with envy. After all, he probably comes from some nameless clan. Since they're hosting a banquet for young talents in a few days, I've invited Lady Feng Huangzheng. Let's take this chance to probe into his history together. It turns out he's been following his father's lead for a long time now. Time flies, and before we knew it, the day arrived at a grand, lavishly decorated building. Zhang Salian and Liqian were already sitting there, eating and drinking. She looked around, puzzled. Didn't they say it was only for young talents? But with a scale like this, he explained. Parties like these are for the children of powerful clans to expand their connections. So it's essentially a political event. She looked at the other noble young ladies. Is that why everyone is dressed so elegantly? She looked over at the protagonist who was enjoying the food, remembering that Liqian hadn't wanted to come, calling these banquets childish, yet he showed up anyway. Suddenly, an old man stepped onto the stage. Zhang Salian wondered, What's going on? The man was Bai Shangqi, the deputy hallmaster of the Bei Tianba clan, and he stood on the podium, raising an eyebrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the most anticipated part of tonight's banquet is finally here, he announced loudly. Today, we have invited two special guests. They are the ones chosen as the dragon and phoenix of this Dragon Phoenix feast. Young Master Yang from the Southern Peak Alliance and the virtuous lady from the Righteous Sword sect. Salian was startled to hear her name. She clearly hadn't known about this part. Yes, please come up to the stage. Today's special activity officially begins. They both had to go up. The old man pointed around, setting up all sorts of schemes. The prize for this activity is a chance for a private conversation with the dragon and phoenix. The highest bidder will get half an hour of conversation with these two. The young noble ladies below were beaming. Ah, if I could talk to young Master Yang, I'd pay 100 taels. The old man's voice droned on, acting as if it were all scripted and planned in advance. As previously mentioned, half of the proceeds from this event will be used to help those in need, and the other half will go directly to the two dragon and phoenix guests. Salian was stunned to hear this. She felt it was a very meaningful activity, since it was for a good cause after all. The old man shouted, "Let's start with Lady Feng Huangzheng first." The crowd immediately raised their bids. 50 taels, 100 taels, someone's already bid 100. The lady was very popular indeed. Standing on stage, she felt awkward, but people were throwing away hundreds of taels for this. Disciples of prestigious sects were really something else. The bidding continued to climb. 150 taels. Just then, T-Bitch Hoa approached the protagonist, looking quite surprised. "You're actually not going to stop the lady from getting on stage?" Her eyes were filled with suspicion. "I thought you'd at least go up there with her." Liqian glanced over. About that, just then, a voice rang out. 1,000 taels. The protagonist immediately stopped talking and turned toward the sound. "It's Lin Hachi." The room erupted. 1,000? How is that possible? Bai Shangqi yelled, "If there are no more bids, I will start the 5 count. 5, 4. Lin Hachi thought he had it in the bag. He glared at the protagonist with eyes sharp as knives, provoking him. Their eyes met, sparking with hostility. Liqian understood immediately. "So it's you, you little punk. Daring to lay a finger on my girl? You'll pay for that." No one else dared to bid. The commoners were whispering in shock. A figure like this, nobodies like us, can't possibly afford it. The Bei Tianba clan was indeed impressive. Lin Haki sat high up, wearing a smug expression. "Today, I'll show you the massive gap in our status." The fat man was still shouting, "If there are no more bids, I'll count down from 5. 5, 4, 3. Just as he hit 2, the protagonist immediately raised his hand. 2,000 taels. Everyone was shocked and stared at him. Even Lin Hachi nearly jumped out of his seat. Salian's jaw dropped. He was crazy. The room exploded again. Someone bid 2,000 taels. Aha! Is he planning to spend all his Heaven Dragon tournament prize money here? The old man was stunned, but Liqian prompted him. "You should count." He even counted for him. 1, 2, 3. The fat man, just a puppet on a string, looked up in a panic. "Someone bid 2,000 taels. Does anyone want to raise the bid?" Lin Haki naturally wouldn't give up so easily. He raised it to 2,500 taels. The protagonist didn't even think. 3,000 taels. 4,000. 5,000. 6,000. The bidding escalated. Salian was worried sick. The situation is getting out of control. The protagonist was currently bidding 7,000. She hurriedly used voice transmission. "Liqian, stop raising the bid. The amount is too high." He looked over. "You don't want me to bid anymore?" Zheng Salian nodded. "Yeah, it's just half an hour of talking, isn't it?" So he stopped speaking, but Bai Shangqi smiled to himself. "You fool. The championship prize was only 5,000 taels total. Looks like you're out of money." He was about to shout, "Very well. You are the winner of this auction," when the protagonist slammed his cup onto the table. Wait, this time, the price jumped drastically. 10,000 taels. Yang Tuxiang couldn't help but scream. "What? Do you really have 10,000 taels?" Zheng Salian was speechless. He just said he wouldn't, so what was he doing? The others looked at each other. 10,000 taels was just too extravagant. The fat old man was terrified, not knowing what to do. He had actually bid 10,000 taels. That kind of money wasn't something even their young master could spend casually, let alone on something like this. If word got back to the clan head, they'd be in big trouble. Even if it hurt his pride, he couldn't keep raising the bid. But he was too deep in now. Backing out would be too embarrassing. So, he pressed on. 10,100 taels. Do you dare to raise it? Liqian smirked. 10,200 taels. If it hurts your wallet, give up. The two went back and forth, Being a man, going all out for the woman he admired was only natural. 10,300, 10,400, but it still hurts to lose that much, doesn't it? 10,500. Suddenly the protagonist stood up and burst out laughing. I give up. Ha ha ha. Lin Haki was stunned. He hadn't expected this, and his face went pale. The protagonist then nonchalantly mocked him. Since the auction is over, I don't mind speaking frankly. Honestly, spending 15,000 taels just to talk to a woman for half an hour? The Bei Tianba clan members all looked like their faces had been rubbed in coal. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, adding a sarcastic remark. Only a lunatic would do that. Am I right? That was enough to make Lin Haki red with rage. He ground his teeth so hard he almost broke them. He wanted to jump up and tear the protagonist apart. The fat old man was panicking. Damn it, if this continues, I'll be implicated. I have to void the auction result to save young Master Lin's face. He hurried over to the protagonist. Young Master Qi, this auction isn't a joke. Do you really have 10,000 taels? What? The protagonist had plenty of money. He slapped the banknote onto the table. Come, check for yourself. The old man's hands trembled as he held the note. Is this a real banknote? Where did you get this from? The protagonist hated that question. I earned it myself. The old man actually dared to doubt how he could have made so much money. No matter how exceptional his martial arts were, at his age, it shouldn't be possible. The old man was overstepping his bounds, and the protagonist's eyes sharpened like blades. I admire your loyalty, but you're being unreasonable now. Do I have an obligation to answer your questions? The fat man looked so scared he nearly wet himself. He trembled, not daring to utter another word. He had to proceed. Then I invite Lady Feng to sit next to young Master Lin. Next, we start the auction for time with young Master Yang. After the banquet ended, in another room, a man held a piece of paper, muttering, It's finally over. I have to finish everything before those dragon and phoenix guests finish their conversation. It was by Shang-Chi. He looked at the paper. That girl from the Righteous Sword sect is really lucky. Clearly, other than her face, she has nothing worth seeing. Oh well, half of the 15,000 taels has already been given away. I have to deal with it. He was already planning. If I can also pocket half of the remaining donation money. As he was gloating, Liqian appeared right behind him. Lin Hachi will surely be very happy. Seeing him, the fat man screamed like he'd seen a ghost. Ugh, why are you here? Wasn't this money supposed to be donated to those in need? Zheng Salian only agreed to cooperate with you guys because of that. The old man was caught red-handed and started shaking. Before he could finish, the protagonist punched him in the gut. He collapsed to the floor in agony. The old man panicked and started yelling for help. Out there, what is everyone doing? But the protagonist had already taken care of everything. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. No one is coming in because I put them all to sleep. They don't even know you're stealing the money. And you were even risking your life to protect her. What a shame, honestly. There isn't a single man left standing outside that door. He knocked them all out, one by one. Liqian stepped hard on the hand that was still clutching his banknote. You're asking me how I make my money? It belongs to you now, doesn't it? It's stolen from the hands of people like you. Since you people in the Khan clan will do anything to cover up Lin Shachi's actions. He stared straight into his eyes and growled. Did you think I wouldn't know? The old man turned pale as a sheet, trembling with extreme fear, as the sound of continuous punches filled the room. Deep in the dead of night, two figures appeared in the woods, Zheng Xiaolian and An Men. Are you saying he wanted to steal that money? Liqian nodded. That's right, so I took the money out. It needs to be used where it's actually needed. She was speechless, giving a forced laugh. Haha, I never would have expected young Master Lin to pull something like that. Suddenly, he asked, seriously, during that half hour, what did the two of you talk about? Tell me the truth, okay? We didn't talk about anything. Young Master Lin just kept drinking alone. He had guessed as much. The guy probably wasn't in any mood to talk anyway. You really played him hard, didn't you? Zheng Xiaolian then said, But I didn't expect you to join the auction. Mocking his girl, how could he let that slide? That guy wanted to use you to protect his own pride. How could I just sit by and do nothing? But since you told me not to interfere, I had to back down. You saw the whole thing from start to finish, didn't you? But right at the moment I backed down, I came up with a way to annoy young Master Lin. He laughed triumphantly. Even if I backed down, I couldn't let him off that easily. So I drove the price up as high as it would go. Suddenly, Qi Liqian's tone turned serious as he looked at the silhouette. But if, under the bright moonlight, our eyes were to meet, and we were truly bidding to win you over, you definitely wouldn't be able to imagine what I would be willing to wager. He looked at her with such deep affection that her eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. With that handsome face and his deep, warm voice, what girl wouldn't be swooning? But he only said it just like that. After speaking, he turned and walked away immediately. Zheng Xiaolian's face turned red. She was clearly hooked but acting shy, not knowing what to say. Deep down, she was secretly happy. Why does he have to be so blunt? Over at the Bak Thian-ba family, chaos had broken out. The sound of things being smashed echoed everywhere. What? Lin Xiaoqi was furious. We couldn't even recover that money? The fat man, Bai Shangqi, had a bruised face. Actually, I intended to take the money while you were talking to the young lady, but that Qi Liqian anticipated that I would do so, and he intentionally came to find me. Qi Liqian again. Hearing his name now made Lin Xiaoqi's face boil with rage. Who on earth is that guy? And what about that money? It feels like he's toying with me. He remembered the look on the crowd's faces when they were whispering and laughing at him during the auction. He's still holding a grudge. Before, those people wouldn't even dare look me in the eye, and now, he's made me lose all face in front of them. The fat man was sick of him too, and seized the opportunity to suggest, we absolutely have to take him out. Lin Xiaoqi's eyes bulged as he glared at him. Take him out? Are you planning to eliminate the champion of the Thian Long tournament? The fat man clearly hadn't been beaten enough. He nodded eagerly. Exactly. I'll make him disappear forever. The young master was at least more rational than him. Listen, our Bak Thian-ba family is the one organizing this Thian Long tournament. If this gets out, we're done for. Grandfather certainly won't forgive us. But the fat man kept pushing. Are you really willing to just let him go like that? Young master, your reputation is in ruins. Everyone is whispering about it now, saying that Tan Fong Trang didn't just steal your woman, but your money too. Even though his martial arts are powerful, I have a way to get rid of him without anyone ever knowing. Lin Xiaoqi, being reminded of all that. His anger flared to his brain, his eyes turning bloodshot as he turned to him. You have a way to get rid of him? The fat man spoke immediately. There's a group in the underworld that specializes in dirty work. You mean you want to hire assassins? Do you really think a few wandering killers can take out the champion of the Thian Long tournament? But the fat man thought he was clever. This is the most secret and safest way. There's no need to clash in martial arts. We just need to wait for the moment he lets his guard down to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Xiaoqi was still hesitant. The level of the Thian Long tournament this time really was lower than before. This method was indeed feasible. But if this ever got out, the fat man understood what he was worried about and immediately reassured him. Those assassins, even if they lose their lives, will never sell out their employer. Once you prepare the payment, I will use various channels to hide the source of the money. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. That does sound tempting. Lin Xiaoqi agreed on the surface. Fine, tomorrow I'll have the payment ready for you. But deep down, he had already plotted his own dirty scheme. Once Qi Liqian is eliminated, I'll take out this Bai Shangqi as well. Then no one else will ever know about this. While thinking that, he acted hypocritically and added, if this is handled smoothly, I will certainly not treat the deputy hallmaster poorly. The fat man didn't suspect a thing, thinking he was sharp. Yes, you can rest assured and leave it to me. But in reality, neither of them was a saint. The fat man had a dagger hidden in his own sleeve, laughing inwardly that he had taken the bait. Young Master Lin, I won't let you get your way, because after last night, I've already betrayed the Bak Thian-ba family. The sound of conversation drifted over. Last night, at Bai Shangqi's residence, long time no see, Elder Feng Shou-san. May I ask why you've come to see me? Feng Shou-san, who was actually working for him, spoke up immediately. I've come because I have something important to report. Hearing about the Tantu banquet today, young Master Lin was incredibly furious. The fat man was flustered, breaking out in a cold sweat. I. But before he could finish, Feng Shou-san cut him off directly. No, you're doomed. He'll soon issue an order to execute you. Bai Shangqi was terrified. What? What are you saying? How could he do that over such a small matter? Elder Thosan acted his part perfectly. A small matter? You've been by young Master Lin's side for so long. Don't you understand his personality yet? To young Master Lin, do you think this is a small matter? Have you forgotten how many people have lost their lives before just because of a minor mistake? Young Master Lin will soon look for a scapegoat for the humiliation he suffered today. Even though you deny it with your mouth, deep down, you know it's true, don't you? The old man was absolutely right, and it only took a few sentences to shake the fat man to his core. His hand holding the cup trembled. 11 years, does 11 years of loyalty end like this? Thosan began to pour more oil on the fire. The Bak Thian-ba family is exactly that kind of place. My situation isn't much different from yours. They are planning to dump all the responsibility for the Longfuang banquet on me. Don't you want revenge? I want revenge. And more importantly, I want to survive. And just like that, The two joined forces. Cut to another location. A few people met in the woods. The old man Thosan went to report back to Liqian. Bai Shangqi has successfully convinced young Master Lin. The Ghost Kill Gate will soon receive the assassination contract. An Men was very satisfied. Feng Shousan, your identity as an elder of the Bak Thian Ba family still has its uses. The old man replied nonchalantly. I told him that as long as he completes the task you ordered, he will receive a sum of money that he couldn't spend in a lifetime, even if he were to hide forever. He agreed immediately. An Men mocked him. After all, he can't just sit and wait for death. The old man's face darkened, his brows knitted, but he didn't dare say another word. After being caught for secretly selling explosive powder last time, An Men had forced a poison pill down his throat. He stared at Li Kan and Wu Ying before him. I always have to follow their orders. But this was too insane. The more he thought about it, the less he understood what they were trying to do. They even wanted to change the target of the contract to that person. This was no joke. Why would An Men even bother answering? He just tossed him a pill. This is this month's antidote. You can go. After he received the antidote, he didn't care anymore. Fine. Whatever you guys want to do has nothing to do with me. Regardless, I have to survive at all costs. Thinking this, he left immediately. Once he was gone, Wu Ying turned to him. Young master, I didn't expect your taunting of Lin Xiaoqi to be so effective. He laughed heartily as he took off his hat. I just saw an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Lin Xiaoqi thinks the target he hired someone to kill is me. Once he finds out the truth, it's going to be interesting. Are you going to spare Bai Shangqi's life? Spare him? Aren't you fully aware of what he did to clean up Lin Xiaoqi's mess? I told Feng Shousan to take care of him after it's all done, but I'm not sure if we'll need to do it ourselves. Speaking of which, I'm very curious about the Ghost Kill Gate's reaction. Just thinking about it got his blood pumping. Seeing who the target of the assassination was, how would they react? Over on that side, a henchman handed over a scroll. We just received a first-class contract. The other one took it. A first-class contract? The Ghost Kill Gate Master said as he opened it. It's been a long time since we've received one of these. But as soon as he saw it, his eyes went wide with shock. His subordinate, noticing his trembling hand, quickly asked, Master, what's wrong? He couldn't even get a word out. Terrified. How could he not be? He was looking at the portrait of Yang Tu Swung of the Southern Music Alliance, a commission that Liqian had finally managed to wrap up. After finishing his work, he sat down for some meditation, eyes shut tight, focusing on his internal cultivation. Just then, a voice rang out beside his ear. What is it that you actually want? He was startled, having never sensed the person's arrival at all. The man standing next to him was the old man, Chi Tu Lin. He stood there, glancing at his son, while he responded with just one cold sentence. Unifying the Jianghu has never changed. The old man sighed, looking up at the sky in a daze. Unifying the Jianghu? Why? Liqian had never clearly explained his reasoning, other than, because I want to. That's all. Naturally, the old man wasn't buying it. That reason isn't convincing enough. He had grown bored of the conversation and stood up abruptly. That reason wasn't meant to convince you, father. Everyone dreams of unifying the Jianghu. Why can't I think the same? As someone in the Jianghu, what's wrong with wanting to conquer the world? The old man was about to say something more, but he suddenly fell silent, brow furrowed as he looked at his son. Liqian continued, Father, you must have many answers in your heart, but none of them can convince me. You really are my son. The old man knew it. He let out a helpless sigh. I suppose I feel the same way. If you're dead set on this, then tell me, what is your justification for unifying the Jianghu? He replied coldly, I don't like being on the losing end. What do you mean by that? Tell me, son, who do you think this Jianghu belongs to? The old man had always held the same view. This Jianghu belongs to everyone within it. You and I are both masters of the Jianghu. He already had his answer ready. I knew you'd say that. But you're wrong. We aren't the masters of this realm. Even though it seems like the 4 tyrants currently rule, in reality, they are just kings of a mountain with no tigers. The true masters of this Jianghu are the ones who ignited the Orthodox-Demonic War 20 years ago. If they have passed away, then their descendants should inherit that position. The old man stared at him intently. Do you truly think they are the masters of the Jianghu? Exactly. That's why I intend to take that position from them. Right, even if you know who they are. Wait. Of course, that's it. Just take it. Who cares who they are? It seemed the old man had finally been enlightened and calmed down, continuing, All right then, how do you plan to unify the Jianghu? Are you planning to bathe the Jianghu in blood? At this, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. Ruling by force? And eliminating anyone who resists? Naturally, bloodshed is unavoidable. He had already accounted for that, and he knew it was the one thing his father couldn't bear to see, but he still said it wasn't out of the question if necessary. That single sentence drove his father into a rage. The old man's killing intent soared, his blue eyes glowing so fiercely that the birds in the forest scattered in terror. He tensed every muscle, struggling to keep from beating his own son. Liqian wasn't intimidated at all and glared right back. The father and son were at each other's throats again. Every conversation seemed to end this way. The old man's face was as dark as soot as he looked at his son. He wanted to strike him, but he couldn't. Have I ever been this angry before? Conquering the world is such an absurd and difficult path. No, the hardship isn't even the biggest problem. Does my son have any idea how much sacrifice this goal will cost? Does this reckless boy know that this will turn the Jianghu into a river of blood? Losing friends, losing family, losing allies, only to end up with nothing. Conquering the world is a cruel business. Does this kid really understand any of that? Furthermore, even if he could actually do it, the old man took a deep breath to calm his anger and asked, "Fine, after you unify the Jianghu, what do you plan to do next?" He answered immediately, "I will create a better Jianghu than the one we have now." Living a good life for himself was hard enough, yet Liqian wanted to make the entire Jianghu better. The old man thought that was fundamentally impossible, even in death, because a better Jianghu is essentially, he froze, the words right on his tongue but unable to be spoken. It doesn't exist. A better Jianghu simply doesn't exist in this world. This was what he wanted to scream at his son, but he couldn't. He stood there, turned to stone, questioning himself. Have I always thought this way? Is it because I've changed, or is it just because I'm old? Deep down, a voice seemed to echo. The 20-year-old hero of the past was gone. Everyone changes. He wasn't naive anymore, but he couldn't accept it, finally letting out a helpless sigh. Whether the Jianghu can become better isn't something man can control. It only improves when everyone upholds their duty and acts with righteousness. Anyone could say that in theory. Liqian cut him off. But right now, no one is doing that. If you want it to happen, you must first possess the Jianghu. That one line left the old man speechless. Was he supposed to tell him to go out and experience the world more, so he'd realize the Jianghu wasn't as good as he stubbornly believed? But people's beliefs weren't that easy to change. He didn't want to say any more, and turned to leave. "I'm going first." Lin stood there, stunned. A part of his heart had collapsed. His world had turned a bit grayer. Elsewhere, Song Yin, who had defected to Liqian's side, was practicing his sword skills frantically. Liqian and Wu Ying stood on the city wall looking down. Even Wu Ying had to admit that Master Song was putting in a lot of effort. He nodded. After all, it had been a long time since the man held a sword. To regain his former prowess, he's probably putting a lot of pressure on himself. But he trusted him. The man would definitely succeed. Although the three-head sect has been completely wiped out, just in case, I've already sent men to protect Master Song's wife and children. And as you ordered, I hired 50 warriors. What he wanted to know was the pay, the highest possible price. That was the right move. He wasn't short on money. Good. If you hire a warrior for 10 taels, you only get 10 taels worth of work. Only by hiring them for 100 taels can you expect 100 taels worth of service. I believe Master Song can certainly train them into an elite force. Even though there are still many flaws, everything is falling into place. Correct. Besides, we must take advantage of the time while the Northern Heaven Tyrant House and the Southern Music Alliance are at each other's throats. He had calculated everything. He would take Wuhan first. It seemed it would all start at the Ghost Slayer Gate. On the other side, a dagger was slammed into a portrait of Yang Tu Shuang. Damn it, the members of the Ghost Slayer Gate were tense. Which bastard contracted us for this job? Killing an heir of the Southern Music Alliance will be the end of us. Doesn't he know that there are no secrets in the Jianghu? One member shouted. But something is strange. We traced the origin of the bank draft. The gate master was shocked. What? You could even trace his bank draft? They had investigated it very clearly. It was that bastard Lin Shachi from the Northern Heaven Tyrant House. The gate master's face went blank. Lin Shachi? How did the conflict between these brats reach us? Is his grandfather senile? Or has he already gone senile himself? As he was speaking, a surge of killing intent filled the room. Everyone jumped, not daring to breathe as they looked toward the door. After a 3-second pause, the room was deathly silent. The door opened to reveal an old man with long white hair. The gate master realized immediately that this was a high-level master. The defenses here were strict, yet he had barged in directly, and they hadn't even heard a single scream. The gate master asked immediately, "May I ask where you are from?" The old man replied, "South." Everyone in the room was terrified, frozen in place, their faces turning white as snow. Damn it, has news of this already reached the Southern Music Alliance? The old man got straight to the point. I heard you accepted a commission. The gatemaster tried to remain firm. We've received too many commissions lately. In this day and age, everyone has someone they want to get rid of, don't they? This world is full of shameless people. There are plenty of others who want them gone. We're just lucky they exist so we can earn a living. The old man's eyes glowed, ignoring the nonsense. You surely know which commission I'm talking about. Who commissioned you? One Ghost Slayer Gate member asked, trying to explain. We absolutely cannot reveal the identity of the client. You know that well. But before he could finish his sentence, his head fell off. The old man had killed him. With just one swing of his sword, he killed a man without warning. Blood splattered everywhere, and the rest were so scared they nearly wet themselves. The old man was serious, issuing an ultimatum. I've killed 5 of you. Now I'll ask again. The gatemaster still held his tongue. Senior, you cannot force an assassin to reveal his client's information. Just as he finished speaking, all his lackeys sitting around the table had their heads severed on the spot. This old man was terrifying. One sword stroke caused this much damage. He was furious, glaring as he demanded, "Who was your client?" The sect leader looked at the rolling heads, his own body drenched in blood. If this continued, their assassination sect would vanish from the martial arts world, so he had no choice but to confess. Fine, I'll tell you. The client was Lin Xiaoqi of the Bei Tianba family. At that moment, the person being mentioned with a face colder than ice was looking at the corpse of Bai Shangqi on the ground. Satisfied, he flicked his hand, and a blue light appeared. Bai Shangqi was the only one who knew I hired an assassin. Now that he's gone, this will remain a secret forever. He thought to himself, while using dirt to bury the body. Now just leisurely waiting for news of Qi Liqian's demise was enough. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. Why are you out here alone? Not even bringing a single guard? Before he knew it, Qi Liqian was standing there. He looked at the man like he had seen a ghost. Why are you here? He stammered. Qi Liqian ignored the question, his eyes fixed on the patch of dirt the man had just leveled, which now looked flat as if nothing had happened. He followed his gaze, feeling incredibly uncomfortable, unable to suppress a glare as he asked, Damn it, who the hell are you? Qi Liqian laughed. Curious? I could tell you, but the price is your life. Lin Xiaoqi trembled as the killing intent from the other man rose. Do you still want to know who I am? Ignoring his silence, Qi Liqian continued, saying he was the eldest son of the Wanlu Shui house naturally. This half-true, half-false identity was highly convincing. He carefully explained, It means to live freely like flowing water and drifting clouds. That's the name of our fruit shop. Business is quite good. The man gritted his teeth in anger. You came all this way just to say this nonsense? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, Qi Liqian changed the subject. Lin Xiaoqi, how many people have you killed throughout your life? How many of them truly deserve to die? He frowned tightly, annoyed at being treated like a joke. You've been babbling useless words this whole time. Whether they deserve to die or not doesn't matter to me, because the weak deserve to be trampled. Qi Liqian had anticipated this. Indeed, that's just like you. Because I'm a filial son, I've been hesitating whether or not to reconsider my father's advice. His eyes flashed cunningly, and he grinned triumphantly. My approach was definitely not wrong. This martial arts world has too many scumbags like you. Lin Xiaoqi only now realized the killing intent and quickly drew his sword. He thought smugly, I'm not that easy to deal with. But in a flash, the person in front of him was gone. He thought he would be attacked, but the man had simply vanished. There was nothing around him anymore. He stood alone and bewildered, sweating profusely, saying he wasn't scared would be a lie. Finally, he sheathed his sword and cursed under his breath. Qi Liqian, no matter who you really are, you won't escape death. Thinking that way at a time like this means he's the most optimistic man in the world. The next morning, the market was bustling with people, filled with laughter and chatter. Please, have a taste. The flavor was surely excellent. They were freshly picked this morning. Tu Lian, having recovered from her illness, was finally out to enjoy the day, looking at everything with wonder, clutching her cheeks with her mouth agape. I don't remember how long it's been since I visited the market. She looked over at Qi Liqian with excitement. This is all thanks to you, big brother. If you hadn't invited famous doctors from everywhere to treat me back then, I probably never would have been able to leave the house my whole life. How can I ever repay your kindness? Qi Liqian beamed with joy. Haha, you eating well and training hard is the best way to repay me. The little girl was happy. Yes, I will. After recovering, she wanted to learn martial arts, a great idea. Zheng Xiaolian stood to the side watching the two talk, smiling softly. Qi Liqian always cared about Tu Lian's recovery. Sometimes he looked so considerate. Suddenly, Liqian turned to tease her. Zheng Xiaolian, why have you been staring at me since earlier? The young woman blushed and turned away. I wasn't staring at you, but speaking of which, didn't you say you needed to buy something today? Liqian walked over to a nearby stall. Oh, they sell it right over there. Wait a moment, I'll be back as soon as I buy it. He was busy shopping, leaving the two girls waiting. Now, little Tu Lian turned to tease her. Haha, sister. Zheng Xiaolian realized something was off immediately. Why are you laughing like that all of a sudden? This kid was sharp, she had figured it out. Sister, don't let Liqian brother slip away. Zheng Xiaolian felt guilty instantly. What are you talking about? The little girl examined him from head to toe. Good personality, funny, and his martial arts are excellent. Where else could you find someone like that? Zheng Xiaolian didn't know what to say. I've been busy training martial arts lately, so I haven't really thought about these things, Tu Lian said, making her realize it. How did she really feel about Liqian? Even though she wasn't sure what romantic love felt like, just the thought made her face turn bright red. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, and they all looked over to see the sound of rapid horse hooves. A crowd of horsemen stood there, and everyone was surprised and whispering, "What's going on? Why are these martial artists here?" Liqian looked in that direction too. I thought he should be here by now, although this entrance is a bit too loud. Zheng Xiaolian doesn't understand. What do you mean by that? Liqian smiled to himself, staring in that direction. I invited a VIP here, that's all. He deflected. The herbal medicine to nourish Tu Lian's body is bought. Let's go home. The crowd of onlookers was shocked. How could this be? The Nam Nyak alliance leader had actually entered Wuhan, fully armed. This troop was the White Tiger team, the elite martial artists of the Nam Nyak alliance. On the other side, the Tianba family patriarch had personally come out to meet them with the Da Tian Association, his own elite martial artists. Two great powers were meeting right there on the street. What is going on here? Lin Tiansui asked first, his killing intent surging. Though I don't know why the Nam Nyak alliance leader is here, I feel deeply disappointed. Is there really no better way to resolve this? Old Yang Renming replied coldly. I also find it very regrettable, but unfortunately, I have no other choice. Lin Tiansui frowned, racking his brain. I have a bad feeling about this. Yang Renming actually brought the White Tiger team into the Tianba territory without clarifying his intentions. I shouldn't have met him so openly. But if I show fear on my own territory, who will respect the Tianba family anymore? Thinking this, he put on a brave face. Ha, what exactly did you come here for? The old man didn't beat around the bush. Your Tianba family hired an assassin to take the life of my heir, Tu Swung. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Tiansui's smile vanished completely. The crowd was shocked to the core. What? They hired an assassin? Wanting to eliminate the heir of the Nam Nyak alliance? Old Lin Tiansui didn't know about this incident and still acted tough. If that's really true, that person must be a traitor within the Tianba family, trying to destroy the relationship between our two houses. I swear I will bring that person too. Before he could finish, young Renming raised a hand to stop him. Wait, for the sake of our years of friendship, I should warn you, don't be too hasty in deciding how to punish them. Lin Tiansui was sharp. He understood immediately and clamped his mouth shut. Could the one who hired the assassin be Xiaqi? This needs to be handled privately. His face darkened, and he suggested, this is where the people of Wuhan make their living. Why don't we go somewhere else to talk? The old man was easygoing. Haha, fine. I was just getting thirsty anyway. This way, please. Liqian sat on a nearby roof watching the whole scene, hearing all the people's whispers. What on earth is going on? The atmosphere is so tense. Is a war about to start? Eating beans while watching the drama, what could be better? Interesting. He stood up decisively. Things were progressing well enough. So it was time for him to head back. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sir Martial Artist, stop for a moment. He saw an old man holding a photograph, blocking a soldier. My son went missing after joining the Nam Nyak alliance. Can you take a look and see if you know him? But the soldier replied coldly, don't know. Get lost. The old man pleaded, please, just take one look. The soldier was annoyed. I already told you I don't know. People go missing every day in the martial arts world. It's no big deal. The old man held up the photo, crying, he's my only son, please. The soldier was so angry he decided to attack. This old man is really Qi. Liqian saw the injustice and immediately grabbed a bean, aiming to shoot. Just as the soldier's hand was about to strike, you really want to force my hand? Liqian flicked the bean. Turning to leave, he was truly annoyed. I was just going to break one of his fingers, and then, suddenly, whoosh, the bean flew back like a bolt of lightning. Liqian caught it with 2 fingers in a flash. It was still the same bean. The bean you flicked out was deflected back. You couldn't help but glance down, only to see it had been blocked by a smoking broadsword. An old man with long white hair stood between the two of them, sword in hand. You recognized him instantly. The top master of the Namnak League, right? This is getting interesting. The guys below stared at you, confused. What? What is this all about? Who the hell are you? But why should you answer him? You only focused on the old man below. He recognized you too. So, you're the champion of the Heaven Dragon tournament, a low-ranking martial artist who didn't even have a chance to step into the ring. It was only natural they didn't know who he was. But this kid, despite his young age, radiated an aura that was anything but ordinary. The old man drew his sword immediately. People like him were truly rare. Liqian looked at the hot-tempered old man and chuckled. I didn't expect you to draw your sword here. Your eyes lit up, staring straight at him with a challenge, even though you truly wanted to do it yourself. Right at that moment, you heard the servants whispering. The Namnak League leader had arrived in person. It seemed this matter was no small thing. You really wanted to know what he and the Lamb family head were discussing in private. Could it be that a war was about to break out? The old man knew that, since they were in the middle of the road and the tension between both sides was like a tight wire, he reluctantly sheathed his sword and warned you. It seemed today wasn't the right time. After speaking, he turned and left, while you stood there flicking a bean, not needing to feel any regret, because sooner or later, we would settle this. Elsewhere, Lin Xiaoqi took a heavy slap, blood splattering as his cheek swelled up instantly. The one who struck him was his own grandfather, Lin Tiansui. He struck and scolded. What on earth are you thinking? How could you do something so stupid? You're the heir to the North Heaven Ba clan, yet you commissioned an assassination sect? And the target was the heir of the Namnak League. Lin Xiaoqi, after being slapped, calmly took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood. He glared and asked coldly, the heir of the Namnak League? What do you mean by that? The target I commissioned was clearly Liqian. The old man didn't understand a thing, and widened his eyes. Liqian? He continued coldly. Grandfather, didn't you always teach me that anyone standing in the way of the North Heaven Ba clan must be killed without exception? The old man didn't doubt his grandson. He just asked, then why was the target changed to someone else? The Namnak League leader said, he has proof that you commissioned an assassination sect to kill young Tu Shuang. He realized he had been framed. Damn it, it must be that bastard Bai Shangqi playing tricks. What on earth is he trying to do? To tell the truth, I only followed Bai Shangqi's suggestion, but I haven't seen his shadow for days. I don't know if he ran away because he knew his crimes were unforgivable. Clearly, he was the one who killed and buried him, but now he talks like he's innocent. The old man's face turned dark, his mouth twisting in a grimace. You mean to say that as soon as he finished the job for you, he immediately disappeared? That guy is the only clue to uncovering the truth of this matter. Lin Xiaoqi realized the old man was suspecting him, so he had to improvise. Perhaps Bai Shangqi was also a traitor. He might have been in cahoots with the mastermind of the Longfuang banquet, but the old man didn't believe it, his killing intent surging. If what you say is true, then wouldn't the North Heaven Ba clan be on the verge of collapse due to traitors? Lin Xiaoqi rambled on, convincing himself it was the truth. Exactly. That's why we must find those traitors and the one inciting them, then eliminate them all. The old man finally let him off and turned to leave. Fine, I'll believe your words for now, he said, warning him before leaving. Don't disappoint me. He was safe for the moment, but he knew if the Namnak League made this public, the old man would definitely take his head to settle the matter. But the Namnak League leader didn't do that. He chose to handle it privately. He definitely had other motives. In any case, as long as his target wasn't pointed at me, it was fine. Bai Shangqi had died by my hand. There was no way to uncover the truth anymore. Although it was a bit of a pity, this was still better than him being caught by the Namnak League and spilling secrets to my disadvantage. But why do I always have the feeling that I'm being toyed with in the palm of someone's hand? Of course, it was. You were the one arranging everything. Liqian. The next morning, Wu Ying reported to you. Master, your subordinate has followed your instructions and spread the news throughout every street in Wuhan. You nodded with satisfaction. Good work, Wu Ying. If the Wuhan Merchant League and the North Heaven Ba clan joined forces, keeping the Wuhan Merchant League would be an unpredictable disaster for the Namnak League. Hearing this news, the Wuhan Merchant League must be in total chaos. Wu Ying recounted what he had heard. I heard that tonight they are gathering to discuss matters. You were also interested. Discussing? That will definitely be very interesting. Even Wu Ying found this to be the first time he had heard of such a bold plan. He was startled himself. Until now, the trade rights of Wuhan were entirely in the hands of the North Heaven Ba clan, including 3 sections of merchants directly managed by the North Heaven Ba clan, while the other 7 were managed by the Truong Tam gang. But with the disappearance of the Truong Tam gang, these 7 sections were currently left without managers. The North Heaven Ba clan should have taken them over directly, but everything was developing exactly according to your plan. He had long guessed your intention. Didn't you want to take advantage of the North Heaven Ba clan being busy dealing with the dispute with the Nam Nyak League to seize those 7 sections of trade rights? Liqian chuckled. For now, yes. But I don't know if the people of the Wuhan Merchant League will willingly submit to me, because these merchants only care about profit and won't be easily influenced to make hasty decisions over small disturbances. Moreover, they have long studied how to prevent people from the martial world from plundering their assets, so their armed forces are already very strong and highly unified. They will surely use that as a weapon, so you must consider it carefully. Wu Ying asked again, is there another way? You didn't want to use force to make them sign. And, besides, using force would definitely lead to trouble later. You couldn't just talk your way out of this. For this, I should still go meet them in person. That night, at the Wuhan Merchant League Hall, as the 2 of you walked into the courtyard, you were blocked by a guard. Stop! This place is off limits. You'd better turn back. Only invited members of the Merchant League can enter. Wu Ying wasn't surprised by these guys. Sure enough, perhaps because those attending the conference have great wealth, they only cared about martial arts when hiring guards. Ignoring the fool, you looked at him coldly. I am Liqian of Tanfang Manor. Go report it. Tell them I'm very interested in this conference and I'll wait here. One of the gatekeepers leaned in. Liqian? I think I've heard that name somewhere, but the guy blocking the 2 of you shouted, what kind of Tanfang Manor or Liqian? I don't know any of that. You don't look like a merchant, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible. That attitude of his was really getting on your nerves. When guests arrive, you should report it immediately. Isn't that your duty? The guy couldn't argue back. He started cursing the kid who hadn't finished weaning yet, saying, you're pretty stubborn, aren't you? The bosses are meeting inside. What are you trying to cause by barging in? Wu Ying's face changed color upon hearing that. They even dared to laugh. If you weren't currently on a mission, a rude guy like that would have been beaten half to death by now. You were furious. In normal times, they wouldn't even have the chance to say a second word. You tensed your muscles and warned him one more time. I'm not here to cause trouble today. Go inside and pass on the message. The guy's hand holding the sword trembled. You bastard. You keep talking back? You dare to rush me? He tried to slash at you. Do you think I'm your servant? Wu Ying, of course, couldn't let you do the dirty work. He rushed in and blocked his sword. His face was cold as ice as he gritted his teeth. How dare you be rude to my master? The idiot only now realized that his hand was completely unable to move. Before he could understand what happened, Wu Ying quickly struck him with a punch that drew blood, knocking him unconscious, and you calmly stepped over his head. But at this moment, the assassins from inside rushed out, quite a crowd, intent on blocking you, rushing out while slashing and cursing. You brat, where do you think you're going? You kept walking casually, leaving those guys to Wu Ying. He handled the whole crowd by himself without leaving anyone behind. Whoever rushed forward just got punched. How could they even touch you? Liqian, walking right through a sea of assassins, took the time to tell his subordinate, I didn't intend to make a move from the beginning. Wu Ying, go easy on them. By the time you arrived, he had already dealt with the whole crowd. Now you finally stopped. Wu Ying, yes, master. You placed your hand on the red-painted door, your killing intent rising, and you chuckled enigmatically. It's probably going to be a little late, right? Wu Ying understood, looked ahead, and felt that this aura was truly extraordinary. He headed straight toward the room. Master, you should rest first. Leave this to me. But before he could even touch the door, someone holding 2 axes in both hands attacked. Wu Ying and you jumped out of the way immediately. Even with that massive build, he's surprisingly fast. Impressive. I need to take him out quickly so the young master can get to his lessons. But before he could even finish the thought, he looked over to see Liqian leaping toward him, delivering a direct kick. The impact literally smashed the guy's face in. Wu Ying stood there, completely stunned, watching the giant collapse right onto a kumquat tree. The guy hadn't even managed to say a single sensible word. The young master finished him off and turned back with a smirk. I've been wanting to stretch my muscles for a while now. Let's get going. As they walked on, the young master suddenly stopped and called out to the group lying on the ground. Hey, you guys, that act you're putting on is a bit much. Your acting is actually better than mine. I have to call you out on it. Wu Ying didn't hit you that hard. Get up. The whole bunch scrambled up, faces bruised. That kid is even more dangerous than him? How is that possible? Inside the Wuhan Chamber of Commerce, the group was gathered around a table. One guy spoke up. If we side with the Bakthian-Ba family, we're asking for trouble from the Nam-Nak alliance. Do you really believe those rumors? Even if they're true, Wuhan is still Bakthian-Ba territory. We can't betray them. Another countered. Don't you realize the leader of the Nam-Nak alliance set up camp in Wuhan yesterday? How can you still say things like that? With that, the two started arguing, slamming the table. You coward, shut your mouth. Then go ahead and rely on the Bakthian-Ba family. I'm going to report this to the Nam-Nak alliance right now. The old head of the Chamber of Commerce, Lu Thang, scrambled to intervene. Haha, everyone, calm down. We didn't gather here to bicker. Someone tried to interject, but Old Man Trut looked toward the entrance. Can you all hear how noisy it is outside? The guy from before answered smugly. Things are chaotic right now. Someone with bad intentions must have come knocking. But don't worry, I brought experts from the demonic sect with me. He won't be able to get in. Old Man Luothang was frazzled. What do you mean? How could you bring those brutes here? Innocent people could die because of this. Just wait. Before he could finish, a knock sounded at the door. May I come in? The jerk from before looked visibly annoyed. What is this? How are the men outside doing their jobs? Old Man Lu felt a chill of terror, swallowed hard, and looked toward the door. Please, enter. Chi-Chi Liqian walked straight into the room, arms crossed over his chest. Lord Lu, a pleasure. Let me introduce myself. I am Chi-Chi Liqian of Tanfeng Villa. Some of the old men in the room recognized him. Chi-Chi Liqian of Tanfeng Villa? Isn't he the champion of the recent Tianlong tournament? They had heard the winner was a youth, but they hadn't expected someone so young. Old Man Lu beamed. It's an honor to meet the master of Tanfeng Villa here. He added, my guards outside were disrespectful. Please allow me to apologize on their behalf. Wu Ying pulled out a chair for his master, without waiting for an invitation. The master spoke politely. Not at all. I was the one who intruded without notice, and got straight to the point. Ah, what an unexpected guest. Well, this place is meant for merchants. May I ask what brings you here today, young hero Chi? Chi-Chi Liqian sat down firmly. Well, naturally, he said, casting a serious glance around the room. I'm here to do business with all of you. The old man stared at him. Ha ha. Business? What kind of deal do you have in mind? The young master pulled out a document. I intend to take over all the contracts you previously signed with the Trumtam gang. From now on, Tenfeng Villa will protect your trade routes from the Hakbang's interference. You can look over the terms here. Old Man Lu was startled. He gripped the paper and read it over and over. These terms are incredible. Are you even making a profit? He asked. But we can't sign this. The master guessed immediately. Because of the Bakthian-Ba family? At this point, the old man stopped pretending. Young hero Chi, you must know that while the Trung Tom gang signed the contracts on paper, they were just a front. The people we're really contracted with are the Bakthian-Ba family. The master scoffed. Is that it? You don't need to worry about that. I am the champion of the tournament organized by the Bakthian-Ba family, and I've established Tanfeng Villa in Wuhan. It's all legitimate. Besides, if there's any trouble, just tell them I forced you to sign. Old Man Lu froze. He was forcing them, after all. His voice trembled. What are you implying? But the young master didn't press him further. He just stood up. Think it over carefully, then give me your answer. As he turned to leave, the old man called out, I'll be blunt. Tell me, why are you so intent on working with us? Their eyes met. The master whispered something. The old man's jaw dropped, looking like it would hit the floor. He stood there, completely frozen, while the master waved goodbye with a smile. I'll see you all later. The others were confused. What does that guy mean? He could at least give us a reason. Old Man Lu finally realized he had only sent the transmission to him alone. What the master had said was, I want to drive the Bakthian-Ba family out of Wuhan. From now on, the Wuhan Chamber of Commerce will be under my protection. They couldn't believe it. Then the old man let out a laugh. This kid was no ordinary youth. After a few days of violence, Chi-Chi Liqian finally had time to rest with his girl. Zheng Shalian propped her chin on her hand and sighed. It's such a beautiful day, it makes me sleepy just sitting here, the master agreed. It's been so long since I've had a moment of peace, she asked with concern. Is the situation with the Wuhan Chamber of Commerce fully resolved? He shook his head, but looked confident. Not yet, but they'll definitely sign. Why are you so sure? It's like birds in the sky and fish in the water, it's just natural. You mean because they're merchants? They'll ultimately choose the path with the most profit? You're sharp, aren't you? Yes. And I gave them the perfect excuse to back out. But Zheng Shalian was worried. If that's the case, Will the Bakthian Ba family just stand by and watch? The master reassured her. Don't worry, they won't find out for a while. The Namnak alliance issues are keeping them busy enough. I plan to strip away half their influence before they even realize what's happening. Haha, you keep surprising me. That's brilliant. How did you and Uncle Wu Ying pull this off? The master laughed proudly. Of course, it's all thanks to how thorough and reliable Wu Ying is. If I had 3 more people like him, I could truly sleep soundly at night. Zheng Shalian's eyes went wide. You really trust him that much, don't you? He nodded eagerly. Yes. Don't you have someone you trust just as much? She asked innocently. Who? The master's face lit up like a little sun as he pointed to himself. Me. She blushed and giggled. You, what are you talking about? But after a moment, she admitted it to herself. The master's tone turned reflective. You know, before I met Wu Ying, I never imagined I could trust someone who wasn't family. When I first started traveling, even though I could defend myself, I was swindled more than a dozen times. If it weren't for Wu Ying, I wouldn't have survived until now. She understood. Hearing you say that, it seems he really is the person you trust most in this world. The master always felt proud when talking about Wu Ying. Of course, from the time I was small, Wu Ying has always been by my side protecting me. To me, he is family. A day before they met Chi-Chi Liqian, Wu Ying had teased him. Did you have fun with Miss Trin? I saw you two by the lotus pond for quite a while. The master frowned, annoyed. Wu Ying, have you been tracking us this whole time? He explained quickly. Actually, I just happened to see you. So, he had heard everything the master said back then. He quickly changed the subject. The Flying Swallow Association has contacted Feng Shou-san. They say they're meeting tonight. Seeing the master's lack of interest, he asked, Is something wrong? The master replied, It's nothing. He suddenly mimicked the master's look from the night before. How dare you be rude to my young master? It was spot on. The master remembered every word and couldn't help but roar with laughter. I still remember that. Look, you're blushing. Wu Ying's face was redder than a fighting cock's backside. He argued back immediately. I wasn't wrong. The master was just teasing him. He cared for him deeply. I was very moved, actually. The master suddenly became serious. But Wu Ying, are you really planning to go alone? I'm a bit worried. Wu Ying let out a sigh. Even if my martial arts aren't as good as yours, it's not like just anyone can beat me, right? Qi Liqian laughed at himself. Perhaps I'm getting old, starting to worry about nothing. Wu Ying looked surprised. Why would you say such things in front of me? The master just told him to be careful and hurry back. The servant replied with his usual confidence. Don't worry, my lord. Meanwhile, in a deserted forest, 2 men were talking. Why didn't you detonate the thunder bombs during the Tianlong final? The man in the hooded cloak stared at him, interrogating him. Feng Shou-san, we spent so much effort getting you into a position of elder in the Bakthian Ba family, yet you keep ruining everything. From the Longfuring Yen incident to this current mess, Feng Shou-san calmly explained himself. I also have my own hidden hardships. The Righteous Alliance discovered I was a spy planted in the Northern Heaven Ba family. They also learned of the existence of the Flying Swallow Society and even forced me to swallow poison. Now, I can only scrape by day to day thanks to the periodic distribution of the antidote. In this situation, how could I dare to act recklessly? But the guy didn't believe him, grabbing the old man's wrist tightly and shouting, You think I'll believe your words? But upon checking his pulse, he really was poisoned. So, what exactly does the Righteous Alliance want you to do? Old Feng Shou-san told the truth. They wanted to know the movements of the Flying Swallow Society and internal news of the Northern Heaven Ba family. The guy understood immediately. So now, you are not just a spy in the Northern Heaven Ba family, but also a spy for our Flying Swallow Society. Then why are you confessing this to me? Old Feng Shou-san stared at him, insisting, Because compared to those bastards in the Righteous Alliance, I trust you more. Hearing this, the guy was satisfied. I'll think about how to punish you later. You go first. They didn't realize there was someone watching from the tree. It was Wu Ying. He had followed our instructions and deceived the Flying Swallow Society. Otherwise, the Flying Swallow Society would have certainly silenced him. He stood up. He still had utility, so his life had to be spared. I should go back and report to the young master first. But just as he stood up, a cloaked figure appeared right behind him and ambushed him. It turned out they had discovered him early on. Wu Ying quickly attacked, first to gain the upper hand. I underestimated you. He struck several pressure points on the guy's body. Wu Ying suddenly remembered, right, these people have been hit by the demon pressure technique. Once hit, the body will explode. But the guy didn't explode at all. He just collapsed, his voice weak. This guy hit my demon pressure points. The guy's hood fell off. and Wu Ying froze in shock. It was a girl. This kid was actually Yan Shixi. She was still struggling to pull something out from inside her robe. Luckily, only her right side was paralyzed. She shot something straight into the sky. Wu Ying was startled to see the flare. A signal? Are you calling for reinforcements? That's not right. Why didn't your self-destruct technique trigger? Just as he was stunned, someone rushed over to ambush him. Wu Ying was wounded and forced into close-quarters combat. One arm was bleeding. He opened his eyes wide in terror, looking at the weapon in the man's hand. That weapon belonged to the expert Black Claw Bo Ping. Yanqi walked straight toward that girl. I happened to be nearby, so I rushed over. What is going on here? Weren't you supposed to meet Feng Shou-san? She replied immediately. I'll explain this later. You undo my pressure points first. Sigh, I told you to bring a guard, but you wouldn't listen. If you've signaled for help, then Yan-san must be coming soon. Wu Ying quickly pulled something out. He had never heard of this name before, but now he was certain of one thing. He also shot a flare straight into the sky. Damn it, I'm absolutely no match for Black Claw Bo Ping. The girl watched in panic. That guy is also calling for reinforcements. Wait, don't undo my pressure points yet. He is the one who eavesdropped on the conversation between me and Feng Shou-san. But the guy chose to charge at Wu Ying. Kill him first. He had shot the flare, but he was incredibly panicked. Damn it. I wonder if the young master saw the signal? My death isn't a pity, but if I die now, the young master will torment himself for a lifetime. Thinking this, he had to hold on and fight as hard as he could. But very quickly, he was beaten half to death by this guy. Blood splattered everywhere. He made up his mind. No matter what happens, I have to hold on. But being drained of strength, he had no choice. Just a few minutes later, Wu Ying was on the brink of death, sitting there with his sword shattered, leaving only the hilt. How could he fight anymore? The bastard Yan Qi acted like nothing happened. He stood in front of Wu Ying and tilted his chin. To be able to fight me for so many rounds, you are truly a formidable foe. But your reinforcements don't seem to be coming. Wu Ying had already anticipated this. Tanfeng Manor is too far away, and it's nighttime. It's perfectly normal for the young master not to see the signal. This guy raised his weapon and said, "Let me send you on your way." Then Yan Shixi screamed, "Wait! He not only knows about our meeting with Feng Shou-san, but also knows about our society's self-destruct technique. This guy must be from the Righteous Alliance. Why don't we capture him alive? And extract some intelligence?" The guy thought it sounded reasonable and immediately lowered his weapon. Capturing him alive is fine. But Wu Ying was terrified. Extract intelligence? No matter how they torture or interrogate me, I can withstand it. But what if they use soul-stealing techniques or some strange drug? Once they get information out of me, the young master's entire plan and everything could be destroyed in an instant. If he lived like that, what was the point? Instead, he gripped the hilt of his broken sword tightly. She noticed and looked over. What is he trying to do? Wu Ying only had time to think. Young master, please forgive me. He decisively plunged the broken sword toward his own throat. Just then, a powerful wave of spiritual energy arrived from somewhere. All three were startled and froze. The wind was picking up, growing stronger and stronger. Something was diving straight down from above. Yan Qi reacted with lightning speed, hugging Yan Shixi and dodging to the side. Wu Ying's sword fell. He knew he was saved. He smiled and asked, "Are you planning to blow up this whole mountain?" "Young master, you came just in time." He was draped in red, his killing intent soaring. Seeing Wu Ying injured, his heart ached, and he said, "If necessary, I never regret anything for his sake." The other two stood silently behind, watching him. Liqian observed Wu Ying. "First, you're heavily wounded." But he shook his head. "I'm fine. As long as I'm breathing, I can still hold on." Yan Shixi looked at that man. Yan Qi knew he wasn't from the Righteous Alliance, and seeing him arrive empty-handed, he tried to intimidate him. "You didn't bring a weapon, yet you come to face me?" The young master was always honest. "I speak the truth. My weapon has been returned to its original owner, but to deal with you." As he spoke, he reached into his robe and pulled out that glowing short blade. "This is enough." Wu Ying recognized it immediately. That is the ice jade hand that the young master and the young lady brought back when they bought the God-Wind armor, even though it was a divine object. But looking at the guy emitting demonic energy, he was still worried. However, the power of Black Claw Bo Ping should not be underestimated. The young master twirled the blade in his hand, getting into position. The bastard laughed contemptuously. "Then, let me see if this little toy is really enough to handle me." He finished speaking and charged. Surprised? The young master's blade actually blocked his claws. I thought it would be something else. This game is too easy. His hand was already shaking uncontrollably. He roared in rage. "Not bad techniques." The other hand reached out to stab. But the young master wasn't stupid enough to stand still and let him stab. A few tumbles and rolls, and he dodged it. The two sides fought back and forth, evenly matched. The guy thought it would be a breeze, but now he was getting slapped in the face, burning with rage. Kills those who don't know the height of the sky. After fighting for a while, the young master understood. My guards don't usually call for me. I think I understand the reason for this time. Your strength is mediocre. But this bastard laughed mockingly. Guard? That guy was so weak, yet he's a guard? How laughable. Daring to insult Wu Ying today, he would teach him a lesson. The bastard, not knowing his place, continued to bark nonsense. Your desperate struggle looks quite. Before he could finish, the short blade in his hand slashed across, tearing his face open. One eye was ruined. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yan Shixi looked at Yan Qi being beaten and was dizzy. But Wu Ying had foreseen this. He knew the young master's strength. The guy was hit and became even more furious, cursing, "This bastard actually dared to aim for behind me." The young master found it annoying. He could aim anywhere, and he was tired of his filthy mouth while fighting. After he cursed, his body was slashed by the young master repeatedly, unable to block. He could only scream in pain, "You dog! I will gouge your eyes out!" But the young master didn't wait. He leaped high into the air and thrust the short blade straight down. "It's because of you, bastard, that I almost lost him." He pierced straight through the top of his head. That wasn't enough. He had to stab from head to toe, splitting him in two to feel satisfied. Having fought to that extent, the young master still had to vent. It was infuriating. Yan Shixi, seeing this for the first time, was scared out of her wits. How can this be? Yan Qi, he was the 7th-ranked expert of our Flying Swallow Society, and now he's just a corpse. The young master suddenly turned and looked at her. She was still standing there, frozen in place, utterly stunned. So he just died like that? She helplessly wanted to call for her mother. At this moment, on the other side, butterflies were still glowing and flying around. "Society master," the old man returned. "Yan Shixi, why did you come looking for me?" The old man reported to the society master. Yan Shixi has signaled for help, but she was indifferent. No need to worry. Isn't Yan Qi always staying by Yan Shixi's side? The old man was speechless, thinking to himself, no need to worry, I should be the one saying that to the society master. Her only daughter signaled for help, yet she was still as indifferent as could be. But sometimes, she also considered her daughter more important than her own life. Who could understand her current thoughts? Naturally, the society master had her reasons for doing so. Thinking this, the old man could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, she had a thought. She just realized things hadn't been going very smoothly lately. It was quite concerning. Could Yan Qi's distress signal be related to this? She felt a bit anxious about it. If that was truly the case, their eyes met. The old man continued. Yan Qi's current situation must be very dangerous, but she remained as indifferent as ever. It's fine. Yan San is near her today. The Yan San she mentioned was the bald, white-haired old man. They all looked up at him as he appeared. The moment he saw him, he roared. Such an arrogant brat, not even bothering to cover his face, just walking in like that. Why would I need to cover it? He replied nonchalantly. I just need to wipe out all the Fa Yen Hoi members here. I don't have time for hiding. As soon as he finished, the old man struck with a palm attack, which Liqian immediately countered. Their eyes widened as they locked gazes. Their movements were so fast that ordinary people couldn't keep up. They kept flickering in and out of sight. Wu Ying watched in confusion, shielding his face. Cough, this aura is truly on par with the predecessor Ma Qian Tian Wu Yue. No, it might even surpass him. But unexpectedly, the male lead was shoved backward by the old man, though he managed to stay on his feet. The old man, Yan San, glared at him with contempt. Wu Ying was watching, feeling restless. Young master, he got pushed back. The male lead is a bit shocked too. Liqian stood firm, shielding Wu Ying. But he had realized something. Your breathing is ragged. It seems your internal energy is exhausted. In your current state, do you still intend to fight? Of course I do. What am I afraid of? He drew his Dao blade and slashed down. The other man blocked it with his sword. Both forces collided, exploding like a bomb. Yan San sneered at the dagger, acting as if it were a mere toy. The male lead retorted immediately. A toy? What are you talking about? This thing is worth a fortune. The old man lunged forward, stabbing straight ahead. Nonsense. They fought on equal footing, neither yielding. The old man mocked him. You've got guts, kid. To think you've held out this long with just a tiny dagger. The old man's crimson horizontal slash was no joke. It sliced the tree behind Wu Ying in two. Luckily, he dodged it. The male lead quickly threw his short blade forward, shattering several large trees, then immediately recalled it. Just as he checked the situation, Wu Ying saw the old man flicker and strike from behind. You dare to get distracted while fighting me? But the male lead still tilted his body and dodged it. Damn it, he's attacking by surprise. They fought further and further away. Wu Ying gripped his blade tightly, realizing, damn it. The young master intentionally lured him away. Looking down at his own body, covered in wounds, he realized that not only had he failed to protect the young master, but he had become a burden. Suddenly, he heard the woman call out, "Hey, your master has been knocked far away." She laughed mockingly. Did he abandon you and run away? But Wu Ying actually wished for it. I hope he does exactly that. She continued to laugh. Haha, I didn't expect you to trust him that much. At that moment, a voice echoed in her ear. Yan Qi. It was a sound transmission from the great master Yan San. The old man ordered, activate that thing. The woman snapped to attention. That thing? You mean, the old man, while fighting the lead, said, I know the sect leader has granted you authority. Although I intended to finish this guy off myself, it's better to be safe than sorry. I can't give him any chances. The girl was still young and green, feeling a bit timid, as that thing had never actually been used before. But she did it anyway. She fired a green smoke signal into the sky. Chi-Chi Liqian saw the smoke and sneered. Old man, what kind of trick are you pulling now? He had already sensed the old man's aura becoming increasingly chaotic. Even so, his martial arts techniques remained terrifyingly cruel and shockingly fast. But no matter how cruel he was, he wouldn't last much longer. Suddenly, the old man stopped and stared at him. Let me ask you one thing. Why do you keep interfering in our business? He guessed it right. Do you want to unite the Jianghu? If that's truly the case, then your young name will gather many more enemies in the future. At that moment, at the Bakthian Ba family, Lin Xiaqi asked Lin Tiansui, do you really want to continue pushing for that? It's the marriage between the daughter of the Qin Kiem sect and my son. Because of the Kwisat sect affair, you've already given Nam Nyak Lian quite a few benefits. In these circumstances, we are going to marry into such a family. But before he could finish, the old man slammed his wine jar onto the table. Those minor benefits are nothing. They don't affect my ambition to conquer the Central Plains at all. Although the Qin Kiem sect is a small sect, their reputation is excellent. Moreover, their daughter is on the Long Fuang list. The situation is very favorable. Lin Xiaqi knew he was starting to be blinded by ambition. He said, but I'm a bit concerned about the relationship between the Qin Kiem sect and Chi-Chi Liqian. I heard the Trong Tam gang attacked the Qin Kiem sect before they fell. This definitely has something to do with that guy. What do you think? The old man remained indifferent. If that's the case, they might have been able to take down the Trong Tam gang, but the Bakthian Ba family is not someone to mess with. If the Qin Kiem sect refuses this marriage, I can make them pay the price. Lin Xiaqi felt something was off. Pay the price? Just how powerful is this Chi-Chi Liqian guy, anyway? Deep down, the grandson already had a scheme. Can I take out the old man? If I can, then the Bakthian Ba family will be mine. He agreed cheerfully. Then let's do as you say. The Long Fuang banquet is over. I'll head back first. Your father has passed away, and there is no one in the house to handle things. I am worried. Suddenly, the old man asked, is that guy's estate called Tanfeng Trang? A breath of fresh air. I once thought the same, but this Jianghu does not welcome fresh air. Those who want to reform the Jianghu either die or disappear. Their thinking is too simple, even foolish. Reforming the Jianghu is nothing but a thirsty, delusional dream. Every guy says Chi-Chi Liqian's ideals are like that. Only he is stubborn and refuses to submit. The old man fought and cursed. How stupid, risking your own life just to save a subordinate. The man's face was slashed open, bleeding, and the old man's eyes burned red as he aimed his sword. Too bad you have no chance of winning. But the male lead had never been afraid of anything. With no weapon, he grabbed the sword with his bare hands. He held the blade with one hand and thrust his short blade forward with the other. Why don't I have a chance to win? This time, he's definitely dead. But the old man was no pushover. His other hand immediately gathered energy. Where do you think you're going? Then let me crush your skull first. They were locked in a tense, close-quarters struggle, where a single strike could take the other's life. The old man was on the verge of death, yet still running his mouth. As he spoke, he plunged the short blade into the old man's neck. Blood sprayed like a geyser. This time he's toast. But that was never enough. He wouldn't let him die that easily. He decisively stabbed again. If you're going for the head, you have to finish it. Somehow, the old man still wasn't dead. The male lead was surprised. You're quite lucky, only getting stabbed through the cheek. Not dead yet. However, Yansan took the opportunity to slash horizontally and break free. He still had the strength to hold his sword. Tsk, how stubborn. It's been a long time since I've bled. Chi-Chi Liqian held his blade horizontally and smiled. You'll be bleeding for a long time to come. He suddenly paused in midair. But that woman over there, her status in the Phi Yen Hoi must be quite noble, right? Leaving her there alone, is that really okay? Although both our subordinates are currently unable to continue fighting, I'm still a bit worried. So he took the initiative and suggested, let's call a truce here and go our separate ways. The old man stared in disbelief, speechless. What an incomprehensible guy. What if I refuse? You know the answer, why ask? If you refuse, we just keep fighting, right? Then it's just a matter of who lives and who dies. This bald guy was still incredibly arrogant. Although the one who would die was definitely him, he really couldn't leave Yan Qi there alone forever. Moreover, he had already told Yan Qi to use that thing. They were fated to lose their lives on this mountain. Thinking this, he agreed immediately. Fine, I'll let you go. With that, the male lead supported Wu Ying and dashed through the forest, still looking quite full of energy. Wu Ying was severely injured. Young master, I'm sorry, the male lead reassured him. Hang in there just a little longer. When we get back, I'll treat you properly. You noticed it too, didn't you? They've been tailing us this whole time. Furthermore, a whistle sounded ahead. Both of them were surrounded by a swarm of assassins from all sides. This was the blood butterfly formation, and their numbers were growing exponentially. Elsewhere, Zheng Xiaolian was training at home. While practicing, she suddenly felt confused, wondering, why am I suddenly remembering that moment? Back then, the male lead had asked her, do you know what kind of people in the Jianghu are the easiest to deal with? Zheng Xiaolian shook her head. Who? The answer is heroes, because they are too easy to see through. They always insist on holding on to justice and kindness and absolutely never go against their own principles of life. That is also one of the reasons why there are not many heroes in the Jianghu. I see. So, is that why none of them live very long? Liqian couldn't help but chuckle. Essentially, they were all just prey for the wicked. Haha, my old man was always spouting that line. He'd say honor and chivalry are what hold this world together, but things like honor and chivalry are just ways to hide from reality. What truly runs this world is power and money. Look, even a low-life scumbag like Lin Xiaoqi can rule as a king. That alone proves my point. I will never forgive them. Zheng Xiaolian looked at his serious face, feeling a shiver of fear. You won't forgive them? Does that mean you intend to kill young Master Lin too? He had made up his mind. As long as the man deserved to die, he would. Suddenly, he asked, Zheng Xiaolian, do you think I'm going too far? She didn't even dare to look at him. Honestly, she wasn't sure. But she thought that, at the very least, before it all ends, you should keep asking yourself that question. Liqian nodded. All right, I'll try. Thinking of this, she couldn't focus on her training anymore and put her sword away. Liqian and she lived in completely different worlds. Perhaps his world was the real one, but a world without righteousness and chivalry is truly tragic. If only one day, Liqian wouldn't have to worry about these things anymore. How wonderful that would be. Suddenly, someone called out, Zheng Xiaolian, are you here? Turning around, she saw her older sister. She brought news. The Baitianba family had sent a matchmaker to discuss her marriage to young Master Lin. This news felt like a bolt from the blue. She was so shocked she screamed. What? The girl at home is about to be snatched up by someone else. Right now, he still had to carry Wu Ying while running through the forest. They couldn't understand it. They had already taken down dozens of them, so why were there still so many? They seemed to be communicating with whistles. As soon as one whistled, a whole wave rushed out. Just then, he spotted one of the assassins in the crowd raising a whistle to his lips. Liqian immediately kicked a stone with all his might. The guy managed to blow it twice before the stone shattered his mouth completely. Just like that, he handled the whole mob of assassins in the blink of an eye. One guy lunged out from nowhere to ambush him, but before he could even touch him, a broken sword pierced straight through his forehead. It was Wu Ying's throwing knife. Even broken, he was still dangerous and helpful. Finally, they could rest for a moment, looking at the corpses on the ground. What kind of monsters were these bastards? Their bones were broken, they had fatal wounds, yet they didn't even moan, just blindly charging forward. He knew at a glance. They were drugged, probably some kind of demonic powder that numbed all pain and fear. After all that crazy fighting, Wu Ying was exhausted. These tough bastards kept coming in waves, and the young master's strength was running thin. I'm just a burden, he thought. So he said, Young master, go on ahead. Don't worry about me. Liqian understood his intention immediately. What? You're planning to stay behind and buy me time to escape? He wasn't surprised, just asked, is that so wrong? Naturally, he couldn't just abandon his comrade and run off alone. No way. If you can't walk, I'll carry you. Wu Ying's face darkened, purple with frustration, and he refused point blank. Subordinate, this subordinate refuses. You can still crack jokes? Seems like you're still okay then. Back and forth they went, but the guy was stubborn. In short, young master, you should head back to Shinfeng Manor first. If we keep going like this, it won't end well. But he was serious now. No more joking. I brought you into this world, not so you could do things like this. Wu Ying smiled helplessly. After all, if anything happened to the young master, he wouldn't want to live anyway. He didn't say another word and turned around sharply. Then we'll die when the time comes. Who knows, they might pop out from somewhere else later, better to get moving now. Once he made up his mind, there was no changing it, so the other man just sighed helplessly. In short, young master, you should head back to Shinfeng Manor first. If we keep going like this, it won't end well. As they walked and talked, he remembered that Feng Xiaoshan must have realized they weren't from the Righteous Alliance. He didn't care. Besides, he had already drugged him, he wouldn't be able to do much. The man kept on chattering, but regardless, the young master's identity had been exposed, and it was unclear how the Flying Swallow Society would act next. As he was speaking, a light suddenly flashed, shining right in his face. Liqian snapped a branch from behind him in a flash, and threw it with a flick of his body. Wu Ying, standing behind him, didn't even know what the hell was happening before the branch flew forward, aiming straight for a tiny mountain far in the distance. There, he saw a slender hand holding a fan, waving it gently and emitting an aura that took control of his branch. The little stick fluttered gracefully, losing all its killing intent, and finally dropped to the ground. A voice rang out from under a parasol. That child is his name, Qi Liqian? I only know one person with the surname Qi. This was the leader of the society. She was standing on the mountain looking straight down at him. Their eyes had likely met. The lackey behind her replied, although no one has ever used the butterfly blood web before, they say the leader herself would come to check. I am truly surprised. She nodded. I'm curious. Who exactly is this guy? Even Yan San wasn't his match. But they had managed to save Yan Shixi in the end. Yan Shixi wasn't hurt, just furious at being tricked by Feng Xiaoshan. But once she heard the situation, she knew Feng Xiaoshan had been played by them too. He had been so confident. After all, the butterfly blood web had been cast, and he figured the kid wouldn't live much longer. She turned to leave. It's hard to say. Let's go. I heard before that someone named Qi Liqian won the Heavenly Dragon Championship. I was skeptical, but it seems it's exactly him. She had seen his face, clearly. Wu Ying only understood after seeing him throw the branch. Young master, was there someone over there? He nodded. They're gone. I've never met that person before, but I have a very bad feeling. That person on the mountain was no ordinary character. The next morning, Zheng Xiaolian, who hadn't slept all night, ran to the bridge and stood there deep in thought. The Batianba family actually came to propose marriage. It was absurd. At a time like this, where on earth had Li Qian gone? She thought of him, then felt startled and guilty. No, that's not right. This is my marriage. Why am I looking for Li Qian? Just then a voice rang out above her head. Are you troubled by something, child? She looked up and saw her future mother-in-law, startled into shouting, Ma'am, I didn't know how long you'd been sitting there. The woman rested her chin in her hand and smiled. I've seen you sighing since early this morning. Watching her gracefully float down beside her, she felt flustered and didn't know what to say. That I was just thinking about my martial arts. She lied, but her face was full of holes. She felt ashamed, thinking that, honestly, but the woman saw right through it and laughed. I see. As they talked, I've been here for a few days, and it seems you practice martial arts every single day. Why are you so diligent? She spoke honestly, sharing her heart. Actually, I hope my family can always be happy. If so, I have to become strong. She laughed at herself after saying it. That's why I persist in training. Is my dream too simple? Haha. But the woman listened very intently. It's simple, but it's not easy to achieve. She gripped the railing tightly. And after I become strong, I want to tell Li Qian. Her eyes wide and bright, she asserted confidently that knights like him don't need to die young. A world led by good intentions truly exists. That expression was exactly like old man Tu Lin when he talked about his ideals. The woman was surprised, then suddenly changed the subject. I heard someone came to propose to you. Do you think that's the marriage you want? Naturally, she shook her head. I don't even know young Master Lin. I think people should marry the ones they like. The woman smiled faintly. Well, you're heading back to the Righteous Sword sect today, right? I really don't want to see you go. Zheng Xiaolian turned and smiled gently. I will miss you too. Suddenly, the woman said, if you ever need help, come find me any time. That night, at the Batianba family estate, Lin Tiansui sat in the main chair, his voice grinding as he asked, has the Righteous Sword sect still not replied? The guy named Fan Lei reported, yes, the matchmaker says they want to ask the girl's opinion first. The old man's face twisted like a monkey's rear end, incredibly annoyed. Ask the girl's opinion? They dare to say that? He had guessed it. It was definitely because of that. Liqian. What the hell does he think he is? The righteous sword sect dares to slight the Baitian Ba family's proposal because of him? Do they not realize what price they'll pay if they refuse? Fan Lei clasped his hands and bowed, asking maliciously, should we prepare according to the plan? Lin Tiansui nodded. Go prepare. Tomorrow, I want to have a word with the sect, master of the righteous sword sect. They were cooking up more dirty schemes again. It seems I have to tell him personally, who is really destined for the young lady. Meanwhile, on Li Qian's side, he was fighting like a maniac. The assassins were swarming like ants, there was no end to them. Both of them were panting heavily after dealing with them, and Wu Ying was even more worried. Damn it, these guys just keep coming, wave after wave. They won't even give us a second to catch our breath. Plus, young master has already burned through so much internal energy trying to protect me. If things keep going like this, and I know it's selfish to say, but I'd actually feel better if he just got angry at me instead. He couldn't stop sighing. But when Liqian turned around and immediately saw through his worries, he snapped, how pathetic. You can't even beat someone like that? Wu Ying let out a loud fart of laughter. Haha, you're right. Who would have thought Liqian would add that gift from heaven later? When you have a kid, I'll tell him this story in agonizing detail. Wu Ying slumped down after hearing that. You'd probably get to that part faster than I would. Liqian chuckled, eyes crinkling. Who knows? Maybe we'll even become in-laws someday. As they were laughing, Liqian's face suddenly hardened. Those bastards, look at them all. Huddled up on the branch right in front of us. Their eyes were glowing red like beasts stalking their prey, and now that they'd been spotted, they swarmed down like moths to a flame. Wu Ying panicked, teeth grinding. Damn it, there are too many of them. Suddenly, Liqian glanced in a certain direction, his ears twitching as if picking up a signal. As the pack charged, Wu Ying could only scream, "Young master, get out of there!" Liqian naturally shook his head. No way. Move aside and let them eat me alive? He used his toes to kick the fallen swords on the ground toward the assassins, and the entire group was cut down on the spot. Liqian took on the whole lot of them by himself, fighting without pause. His hands braced against the ground. He darted back and forth, weaving through the chaos to carve out a bloody path, shouting for Wu Ying to follow. Wu Ying, over here, he yelled. Young master, I don't know what you're planning, but I'll follow your lead. As he ran, he asked, where are you even trying to go? But after a few steps, he skidded to a halt, eyes wide with horror. Beneath their feet lay a 1,000-foot-deep abyss. Liqian had already leaped off using his Lightfoot technique, while Wu Ying stood there in a panic. Even if he tried to use his own technique, he just stood there helplessly, watching Liqian jump, able only to scream, Young master! Below was total darkness, save for the bright red of Liqian's clothes standing out against the moonlight. He fell freely with his arms spread wide, suddenly flipping in the air like a circus performer, calling for Wu Ying to jump after him. Wu Ying watched as Liqian's face remained completely fearless, laughing and teasing. What are you standing there for? Jump, hurry up. Wu Ying gritted his teeth. He was terrified, but staying meant certain death. In the end, he jumped. At worst, he'd just be smashed to pieces, right? He placed absolute trust in Liqian. Surprisingly, as soon as he jumped, the others followed, leaving him speechless. They were like moths to a flame. Were these guys all insane? But wait, so was he. He wasn't insane, and yet he jumped too. His heart leaped into his throat as he saw the giant rock approaching. Damn it! Just in the nick of time, a calloused, powerful hand reached out from somewhere, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him back. It was Liqian, of course. He dragged Wu Ying through the air, leaving him wide-eyed. Young master, you had this all planned out. Calculating the distance perfectly, they both plummeted straight into the river with a massive splash, disappearing beneath the surface. Yet, they were still alive, and soon swam back up. They'd made it. Wu Ying hurriedly looked up. Those members of the Fa Yen Association, how could their Lightfoot technique compare to Liqian's? They fell straight into the cliff walls and died on impact. Liqian looked on with a smug grin. Just as I thought. They've got numbers, but their martial arts are basically trash. Wu Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, you jumped way too decisively back there. Liqian chuckled. It's been a while since I've been for a swim. I just got the urge to try it out. Before they knew it, the sun had risen. They stood watching the dawn over the river for a moment before deciding, let's go. We've survived this ordeal. That evening, in a bustling marketplace, Zheng Xiaolian walked through the crowd lost in thought, wondering if her father had returned home yet. She had intended to have dinner ready before he arrived. This morning, the Bakthian Ba family had sent someone to pass a message to her father, but old Chi Liqian Thui had said, "If you don't want this marriage, we don't need to discuss it any further. I will go explain everything clearly to the Lam family head." But she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Even though she trusted her father could handle it, she was still worried. Suddenly, people on the street glanced at her, whispering to one another, "Isn't that the daughter of the Qin Kiem sect leader? Could it be she hasn't heard the news about her father yet?" Zheng Shalian stopped, realizing something was wrong. The atmosphere had been strange this whole time. Even the shopkeeper had said right to her face, "I don't sell to the daughter of a murderer. Get out." Zheng Shalian was confused. "What do you mean?" She furrowed her brows. "My father, he committed a heinous crime, and yet, he's shameless enough to show his face in public to buy food?" Unexpectedly, the old man dropped a bombshell. "In broad daylight today, your sect leader slaughtered the entire Lihan villa, leaving not a single person alive." Zheng Shalian went completely cold, her body stiffening. My father did that?" The crowd surrounding her joined in. "It seems she really doesn't know." "That makes sense. If those martial artists from the Bak Thien Ba family hadn't passed by earlier and talked about it, we wouldn't have known either. He always seemed so upright. And weren't the villa master of Lihan and the Qin Kiem sect leader supposed to be good friends? Rumor has it, they were drinking together, got into a heated argument, and it turned into a fight. Luckily, the Bak Thien Ba family has already captured the sect leader, so we can rest easy." Hearing this, Zheng Shalian's face darkened instantly. She realized it immediately. "The Bak Thien Ba family captured my father. It was a trap all along. Because father refused their marriage proposal, they're taking revenge." She sprinted away as fast as she could. She had to reach the Bak Thien Ba family estate. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Would her father be all right? As she rounded the corner, the Bak Thien Ba estate came into view. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before her. It was Chi Liqian's mother. Seeing her, she spoke immediately. "I've been waiting for you." Zheng Shalian exclaimed in surprise. "Auntie!" Inside the grand hall of the Bak Thien Ba estate, Lin Tiansui was already sitting there. "I'm so happy to see you again, Miss Qin." He was hosting them by himself. As they sat across from each other, it was unexpected that Lady Lu had come along as well. The lady smiled and said bluntly, "The world is a dangerous place, after all. I couldn't rest easy letting the girl come here alone." He stared at her, unable to take his eyes off her. "She's beautiful. Who would have thought that Brat's mother would be such a great beauty?" He got right to business. "You all came here to see the sect leader, right? It's a pity, but this matter has huge repercussions, and he cannot be visited at the moment." But the lady had lost her patience and got straight to the point. "It's hard to believe the sect leader could commit such a crime. It's as if someone set it all up." The man was hit right where it hurt, but he still tried to play it cool. "Old Hu doesn't believe it either, but witnesses have come forward. We need about 5 days to investigate this thoroughly and give everyone a satisfactory explanation." Zheng Shalian felt a weight lift off her chest. 5 days? That's great. I still have time to think of a plan. But what kind of trick was he pulling? She immediately retorted, "There must be a misunderstanding. My father could never do such a thing." The old man nodded. "Of course, Miss Qin, don't worry too much. We, the Bak Thien Ba family, will find a way to help our future in-law clear his name." Zheng Shalian understood instantly. Her heart pounded. He hadn't given up on the marriage proposal yet. He was threatening her. If she agreed to the marriage, he would help her father clear his name. Why is he so obsessed with this? He suddenly dismissed them. "Miss Trin, it's getting late. Why don't you head back for today?" He turned to look at the lady. "And, Lady Lo, we shall meet again." The lady smiled meaningfully. "Indeed we shall." Meanwhile, Chi Liqian thought he'd escaped the danger, but the assassins were still hot on his trail. "Damn it, those people are endless. I don't know where they keep pulling so many people from." Chi Liqian had to intervene. "There's no other way. I wanted to save my energy, but I'll have to wipe them all out in one go." As he finished his sentence, his hands began to glow like fire. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the air. Chi Liqian recognized it immediately. The sound of this blood whistle was different from the one he'd heard before. The men charging at them suddenly retreated. "Huh? They're actually pulling back?" Wu Ying was bewildered. How strange. Why all of a sudden? Chi Liqian nonchalantly guessed a dozen reasons, finally settling on, maybe they're afraid of me, or maybe it's time for them to take their medicine, or maybe someone ordered them to retreat. But as long as we're alive, that's all that matters. Wu Ying urged him to move quickly. "Forget it. Let's just head back first. Miss Qin is definitely still waiting for you." Chi Liqian nodded, looking confident. "You're right. The two of them were still able to share intimate secrets. Have you ever held Miss Chin's hand, though? Liqian felt embarrassed saying it. We've been together this whole time, but not yet. Wu Ying turned to tease him, intentionally drawing out his tone. Is that so? How could Liqian not understand what he was thinking? It's not that I'm afraid. I just want to respect her feelings. Wu Ying, looking clearly inexperienced, asked seriously, do women actually want that kind of respect? Liqian laughed, stepping forward and poking fun at him. Wu Ying, for someone with so much theory, you sure act like you know everything, don't you? The guy froze in place. They continued talking as they walked, wondering about the situation at Tanfeng Villa. It'll be fine. Anyway, my mother is already keeping watch. Meanwhile, at your mother's side, she escorted Zheng Xiaolian all the way home. She smiled gratefully and softly. Thank you for accompanying me to the Bak Thianba estate today. The lady shook her head. It's nothing. I originally intended to save the sect master himself directly, but unfortunately, I couldn't sense his presence. Zheng Xiaolian didn't worry too much anymore. There is still time. I will think of another way. The lady nodded reassuringly. Don't worry too much. I will help you figure it out too. As Zheng Xiaolian stood there listening, she couldn't help but think at length, seeing how Liqian and his mother were truly alike, always carrying themselves with such imposing majesty. Just being by his side made one feel at ease. The two finally bid each other farewell. You should go back and rest now. Yes, if you'll excuse me. The lady walked back alone in the quiet of the night. Only after seeing Zheng Xiaolian safely away did she speak. Come on out. A group of people appeared immediately. It turned out they had been following for a long time. She just hadn't bothered to expose them. The lady laughed mockingly. You look like a bunch of toads, but your eyes aren't bad. The scene shifts to Liqian. He suddenly asks Wu Ying, surely you still don't know, do you? Just how ruthless my mother can be. Now, the woman her son spoke of was pulling the pin from her hair. Demonic energy rose up, reddening the sky. Surrounded by a mob of men, the lady wasn't the least bit panicked, simply pulling out her hairpins. The fat leader leered with a greasy smile. The master wants to see you privately. He ordered us to bring you back quietly, and absolutely not to leave a scratch on you. So, behave yourself, and don't cause trouble. She swept a cold glance over the group. Lin Tian Sui, I have heard of your lustful reputation for a long time. It is highly likely you will lose your life because of this nasty habit. But let's not talk about that. Among you, I will only spare one person. Who wants to live? Upon hearing this, not realizing they were about to meet their maker, they actually tilted their heads back and laughed. Ah ha ha ha. If I could die at the hands of a beauty like you, that would be a fine thing indeed. The lady's face darkened with rage. It seemed there was no need to spare any of them. She swung her pins. This bastard reminded her of a dog she once kept as a child. He tried to lunge forward, but her hands were lightning fast, stabbing the men around her to death. Before he could finish his cursing, you bitch. Men were falling in gruesome ways. In just a few seconds, she had taken them all out with only 2 hairpins. It was really similar to how he uses chopsticks to kill. What is happening? This bitch. Blood splattered everywhere. The fat man stood watching the blood spray. You're all dead. His face turned ghost white. He didn't dare say another word. After finishing, she gave a flick. The blood flew clean off the pins, and she slowly put her hair back up. Don't worry, I'm as pretty as ever, she said with a graceful, swaying demeanor, not looking like she had just killed anyone at all. She reached her hand straight out. Didn't I say it? I would leave one person alive. Since I don't have a pen and ink, I'll borrow your forehead. And the words the lady left on his forehead were, 3 days. Lin Tiansui read it and didn't quite understand. 3 days? The man named Fan Lei reported from the side that everyone else was dead, and only he had returned alive. The old man, oblivious to his own fate, lounged on his chair, a beautiful woman by his side. Dead? All of them? It seems her martial arts skills are not bad at all. Ngusi hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. In fact, the more he looked, the more intrigued he became. Fan Lei spoke up again. Master, forgive my presumption, but this matter needs to be handled with caution. Sect Master Trin is already labeled a murderer. Even if his name is cleared later, his reputation will never be the same. So, is it really still necessary for us to push for this marriage? The old man replied in a cold voice. You think I'm still stubbornly trying to push it? As long as the Bak Thianba estate speaks, even if I made him eat dung, he would have to obediently follow orders. Yet he dared to refuse my marriage proposal. If I just kill him outright, wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Fan Lei understood and gave a sinister smile. So, that was his intention. The old man had already planned a dirty trick. That girl, wanting to save her father, will surely come to beg me. Before sending Trin Jiathu on his way, I must let him watch this little play. The man received his orders and looked at the fat man, who was kneeling and kowtowing. Well, how should this one be dealt with? Upon hearing that, he screamed, "Spare my life," but before he could finish, he was stabbed to death, dying with his eyes wide open right on the spot. Fan Lei glanced over without a word. The girl beside him didn't even dare to look. Ni gritted her teeth, trying to endure it. After killing him, he still cursed. He's so disheveled and demonic looking, yet he dares to show his face. Bak Thien Ba estate, I don't need a piece of trash like that. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. 3 days, huh? She definitely won't find the sect master. I'm so curious to see what she will actually do. Meanwhile, inside the windowless room of the noble lady's house, white flowers bloomed beautifully. She was holding a pen, writing all over the paper, scribbling out lines. Having been to so many places, she hadn't found even a single clue. If I keep searching the businesses of the Bak Thien Ba estate like this, will I really be able to find my father? It was Zheng Xiaolian, tossing and turning in the dead of night, unable to sleep. She racked her brains, thinking, he couldn't possibly be blatantly hiding my father in a place like this. I should go to Li Han Trang tomorrow to see. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, suddenly, the characters on her glove glowed. The Fongthan armor was reacting. She immediately flung the window wide open. Seeing him standing there for who knows how long, she couldn't help but shout with joy, "Qi Liqian, you're back. It's really you?" She tried to stay calm, smoothing her hair as she asked, "When did you get back?" He replied, "I only just returned." His first words always meant to reassure her. "I've heard from my mother. Regarding the sect master, don't worry too much." Zheng Xiaolian asked concernedly. "Thank you. Is Uncle Wu Ying all right?" "Yes. The wounds have been treated properly. How many of the Bak Thien Ba estate's businesses have you investigated?" He was still speaking when she startled, worried. Your face. What happened? Why do you have those wounds?" He turned away, losing his cool. "This? Don't worry about it. It will heal in a few days." But she understood the situation immediately. "Even you were injured. It seems the situation back then was truly critical." But he teased with a smile. "If I was even injured, then you know what the outcome for the enemy was." Ha ha. She genuinely cared for him. "But you came all the way here. Is it too much of a strain? I'm very worried about you and the sect master." Because he had found a way, he had to tell her immediately. "But I know that following the current method makes it very hard to find the sect master. I have a more effective way, although you certainly won't like it." Zheng Xiaolian had actually thought of it before. Qi Liqian wasn't wrong, but what she wanted was to clear her father's name in a righteous way and make Lin Tian Sui receive the punishment he deserved. "I think my father would certainly hope for the same." Hearing this, he laughed helplessly, looking up at the sky. "You sound exactly like someone." Her eyes went wide. Who? Who else could it be?" "Only one person. None other than my old man. I don't know why I'm always at odds with him, but I sure like the person who is most like him." Over at Chitulin, the old man saw the 2 swords he had left behind. He stood there silently, dumbfounded. The scene shifts to the Bak Thien Ba estate. He was always sitting at his desk, having snatched this business deal, forcing him to pay the price. He suddenly stopped, staring at the shadow on the floor in front of him, clearly seeing a killer standing behind him, sword in hand. Should I take him out? But he waved his hand, shaking his head. "No need. Step back." The old man laughed, amused. I already knew he was bold. Just then, the candle in the room blew out, the window flew open, and the wind scattered the papers on his desk. Qi Liqian appeared. The old man was stunned to see him, not expecting such audacity. The first thing he said to him was, "Looking at you like this, your features are exactly like Lady Lu's." He was crazed with lust, probably wanting to sleep with him too. He walked forward, step by step. "Tat dat, I heard from my mother. A very interesting thing happened between the 2 of you." The old man furrowed his brows. "That's right. She gave me 3 days. Your arrogant, overbearing personality is just like your mother's." He suddenly confided, "To be honest, I had that thought earlier. For a long time, I enjoyed a peaceful life, satisfied with everything I had. Even a woman who doesn't understand the ways of the world dared to refuse my invitation. This is something that could never happen before. The old man had discovered it long ago, and the matter of you snatching the contract from Thuong Lien Vu Han, can you handle the consequences?" Qi Liqian laughed, sitting on his desk. "Haha, while those topics are interesting, I'm here to sell something today." He didn't understand. "Selling things? You're talking nonsense again." But only he knew. "My mother gave you a 3-day deadline, which was already being very generous to you. But isn't 3 days of life a bit too short? At a time like this, What you need most is the signature product of the famous Han Van Lu Tui house, known for its delicious, sweet flavor. As he spoke, he placed the item right on the table, turning with a smug smile. A peach that helps extend one's lifespan. Want to buy it? The bastard understood immediately. If it could extend his lifespan, the price definitely wouldn't be cheap. He got straight to the point. This time, I want to make a loss-making deal. You just need to release the sect master and restore his innocence. But the old man had already calculated everything. It was indeed an absurd deal. If you do that, the Northern Sky Clan will become the enemy of the entire Murim, and the other families currently collaborating with us will turn their backs on us. We would be the ones truly suffering the loss. Liqian didn't intend to give him a chance to refuse, staring him down with a warning. Just paying this small price to keep your life is already a massive bargain for you. But the old man pushed the item toward him, saying, "You seem to be the one who needs this more." Since he said that, so be it. He smiled helplessly. If he wanted to die, so be it. Before leaving, he simply said, "You really don't know quality when you see it. We'll meet again in 2 days." He disappeared, leaving the old man with a look of extreme displeasure. On the side of the Red Clouds forest, the old man stood frozen before the two swords, waiting for his beloved wife's voice to ring out behind him. "Are you staring at these weapons again today?" The lady lounged in her chair, glaring at him. "Are you really that concerned about Liqian returning them to you?" He replied softly. "I just want to know the reason." She stood up to reassure him. "Don't overthink it. These weapons were originally ours, so the boy is just giving them back." The old man finally looked at his wife. "You're right. But come to think of it, you gave the Northern Sky Clan a 3-day deadline. What do you plan to do after 3 days? She had already pushed that matter to the back of her mind. "That was just a little trick I played on them. Besides, before then, Liqian will surely have resolved this matter, as expected of you." "Are you worried I'll wipe out his sect?" They held each other's hands. "How could that be? I'm just trying to find a way to clear the sect leader's name. This is certainly not the first time the Northern Sky Clan has committed atrocities. I just don't want any more innocent people to be harmed." The lady nodded. Liqian Trak thought the same. However, the old man remained calm. "Even though Liqian might feel that doing this is meaningless, I still have to make a trip to the Orthodoxy Alliance. Third-party intervention, free from any conflict of interest, should be able to help the sect leader clear his name." She knew he would say that and laughed. "That is truly your style." The two gazed at each other with the deep affection of newlyweds. Over at the Lihan Manor, Liqian brought Zheng Xiaolian inside to investigate. The place was filled with corpses and blood. They had managed to get in, but it seemed that after the bodies were cleared away, no one cared about this place anymore. As expected, she looked around. They never had any intention of investigating this. He guessed, they probably want to seal it off first, and then burn the place to the ground in 5 days. "I've already put the guards to sleep. We can thoroughly inspect this place," he finally told her. "Furthermore, as is customary, I gave Lin Tiansui a chance to repent, but as expected, he refused." Zheng Xiaolian could only reply, "Thank you." Deep inside, she was shaken. Liqian had listened to her words last night and gone to the Northern Sky Clan. "If Lin Tiansui has refused," he said without her needing to ask, "after I find the sect leader, I will deal with him in my own way. Even though I don't know what my mother was thinking, I must eliminate him." The two walked around, first checking the crime scene marks. The perpetrators definitely weren't just one person, but their martial arts don't seem to be very high. Because Lihan Manor is just an ordinary household, they were able to pull this off. Suddenly, he looked toward the chicken coop, startled. "Zheng Tu Lian. That spot is a bit strange. These chickens are only laying eggs on this side. There isn't a single egg in the pile of straw inside." She followed his gaze, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. Suddenly, both of them jumped back. "Why is there a child here?" The boy was buried deep under the straw. The two took him back to Tanfong Manor. Zheng Xiaolian sat by his side, tending to him until he finally fell asleep. As soon as the boy woke up, he screamed in terror. He clung tightly to her, shouting, "My mother, my mother." The child said, 2 days ago, someone attacked Lihan Manor. 2 days ago at Lihan Manor, people were screaming for help. Save me, save my life." Someone had hidden him in the straw and ordered him, "You must never come out. Close your eyes tightly and hide well. Don't move at all. Your mother will come for you in 3 days. The lady had told him with tears in her eyes. Just then, shouting voices came from behind. "There are people over here too. Search thoroughly." The mother was terrified and frantically piled more straw over the child. No, if it keeps going like this, they'll definitely find this spot." The boy's mother must have tried to divert the attackers, eventually getting discovered. "There's still one woman here," they said. The boy watched with his own eyes as his mother was stabbed to death. "Let's check the backyard, and then we're finished here." Even in her final moments, she had used all her remaining strength to pull something from the kitchen and throw it straight at the assassin. He was scorched by the burns, and in a rage, he slashed her to death, cursing, "Damn it, I thought she was already dead." In order to protect her most precious child, the boy had likely fainted after witnessing that scene. It was a small mercy in a tragic situation. The invaders surely couldn't have expected that someone was hidden in that small pile of straw. It was his mother who risked her life to protect him. Zhang Xiaolian felt more and more sorrowful, shedding tears in the other room. Wu Ying also felt the loss of the only remaining kin. That child is truly pitiful. "I've decided, I want him to stay at Tanfeng Manor for the time being. How is your body? You were injured yet still tried to fight. Your body surely won't handle it." He closed his eyes tightly, sighing helplessly. At such a critical moment, a subordinate can only lie in bed. "I have no face to look at you." He smiled at him. "Then get well soon. Without you, I have to do everything myself." Wu Ying's expression turned sad. Come to think of it, that mother knew no martial arts, yet she fought to the end to protect her child. She surely didn't. Expect this to become the most important clue. Everything in this world is impermanent. Although I shouldn't say it like this, I am truly grateful to her for all the places related to the Northern Sky Clan. I have sent people to scout bit by bit. Unexpectedly, I actually found someone with burns, and in a very surprising place. Liqian turned and walked away. "You just rest. I'll go see for myself." Suddenly, he looked up. "Young master." Although it might sound ridiculous coming from someone in my condition, Wu Ying frowned, worriedly reminding him, "Please be careful. I always feel that this matter is not as simple as it looks on the surface." But Liqian already knew it all. "I think so too. This time, I might not be able to return safely." That night, Liqian stood in the middle of an ambush. He was a distant relative of Lin Tian Sui Lam Liqian Triu, who was said to have retreated from the mortal world to hide deep in the forest to study. But if he was just studying, did he need to be guarded so heavily? He introduced himself. "I am Liqian, from Tanfeng Manor. I want to see Lam Liqian Triu." But the men just looked at each other with devious smiles, clearly not intending to let him in. They shouted, "Kill him!" and Liqian attacked immediately. "I knew you guys would do that." He delivered a palm strike straight to the first man's stomach. These small-time thugs were no match for him. He could handle the whole bunch by himself. The more he fought, the more fired up he got. He held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. "Is this how you treat a guest who formally introduced himself? Isn't that going a bit too far?" His eyes were sharp as he glanced at the man standing there. "What do you think?" The newcomer looked like a refined, scholarly man, standing perfectly straight. He wore a black cap. "Do you know how expensive it is to hire guards like them?" he teased, laughing. "A scholar's house, hiring such expensive guards, this is surely not to protect books." He looked straight at the house, knowing the truth in his heart. "Could it be that there is something inside you don't want me to see?" In this forest, there was only that one small house. Liqian glanced at him. "I didn't expect you to hide in such a treacherous forest. I had to put in so much effort to find this place." Lam Liqian Triu was extremely annoyed. Coming here uninvited in the middle of the night is incredibly rude. From his sleeves, he pulled out 2 massive throwing daggers. "Then let me personally teach you what etiquette is." The daggers were both large and sharp, glowing with a fierce red aura. He recognized them immediately as judges' pens and mocked him. "So you're the type of scholar who does despicable things but still considers himself noble?" He closed his eyes. "Then let me make you shut your mouth." He jumped high and threw them down. They exploded like bombs, sending the corpses flying into the sky. The lackeys were dead, but Liqian was fine. He thrust his sword straight at him in a counterattack. This Lam Liqian Triu was actually quite formidable. He fought him head to head, and even Liqian had to admit, with strength like this, to be hiding deep in the mountains, it's such a pity. "In that case, I'm even more curious about what you're protecting." The man's gaze was icy. They glared at each other, sparks flying. "Stay curious, because you won't get a chance to see it anyway." As soon as he finished, he threw another dagger. This time, he realized it was aimed at his vital points, his chest, his crown, his heart aiming at his weak spots. Were they? "But who are you attacking? To me, this is like a mosquito bite. How could I let you succeed so easily?" Both were evenly matched, trading blows without giving an inch. Suddenly, the sword in Liqian's hand spun, and in a flash, he slashed across the man's chest, drawing blood. Lin Qi Liqian Chao was sent flying from the ceiling, crashing down in agonizing pain. His combat power dropped significantly after that blow. The protagonist smirked, gripping his sword tightly, and jeered. So, what you wanted to teach me wasn't etiquette, but how to run away. Huh? Stung by the insult, Lin Qi Liqianchao turned bright red, glared at him, and cursed. Shut your mouth. Yet, in his heart, he knew perfectly well he was no match for the boy. He had intended to ambush him at the door, but now he had no choice but to use that trap. He actually turned and ran, and the protagonist's eyes lit up as he chased right on his heels. Master Lin, since you so graciously lured me in, I have no choice but to follow you inside. As soon as they stepped into the house, a green array instantly activated. The room was filled with countless glowing, tangled arrays that were blindingly bright. Qi Liqian looked around without a shred of fear. Honestly, I was very curious about what was in here. Thank you for personally inviting me in. The scoundrel raised his brush-shaped weapon, threatening him triumphantly. Let's see if you can keep acting so calm inside my formation. Every moment from now on will feel like an eternity to you. The red ink flowing from this brush acts like a hypnotic trance. You will sink into endless hallucinations and agony. He was secretly plotting, thinking the boy had foolishly walked right into a mousetrap. You brat, you're as good as dead. But he couldn't believe it, the protagonist wasn't affected in the slightest. Instead, he swung his sword and snapped. You think this pathetic little array can stop me? The man's face went deathly pale, drained of all color. Do you really think you can trap me? As he spoke, the protagonist struck with earth-shattering force. After that hit, the man had lost half his soul, standing on the brink of death. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Qi Tu Lin stood silently in the dim yellow light of the room. Recalling the old man who had hung his head in confusion earlier, I understand why you came to find us at the Orthodox Alliance. Even though it's hard for me to believe the sect leader would do such a thing, Li Han Trang is, after all, a family under the Northern Heaven Ba clan. It would be more appropriate to let them investigate. Thinking about it, Qi Tu Lin let out a long, weary sigh as he looked toward the door. You're here? The person who arrived was Wu Ying. They spoke. You look better than you did last time. Apologies for making you worry, but why did you summon me, sir? Suddenly, Qi Tu Lin brought it up. A few days ago, I spoke with Qi Liqian No. Spoke is too generous. It would be more accurate to say I forced him into a conversation. Back then, I was only worried that he would stir up another bloodbath in the martial arts world, the old man confessed. But as time passed, his words have haunted my mind. He once said that no one keeps the code of chivalry anymore. My boy Qi Liqian has been wandering the world alone since he was young. He must have been through so much. At the time, I thought that, as his father and master, I should be patient and wait for him to open up on his own. So I didn't ask anything. But even today, even if I asked, he wouldn't tell me a thing. I called you here because I wanted to pour my heart out. I really am a failed father, aren't I? Their eyes met. That question was too difficult. How could Wu Ying possibly answer? The old man continued. I don't even know what turned him into the person he is today. Back on Qi Liqian's side, his strike had been so powerful, it punched a hole right through the ceiling. He didn't kill the man yet. You still have some use, which is why I'm sparing your life. I have plenty of questions for you. For instance, this constant, overwhelming stench of blood. Beneath the protagonist's feet lay a massive, horrific pool of blood. While he was off fighting, the old man back home questioned Wu Ying, who could only reply, While I don't fully understand the young master's thoughts, I have a theory. You don't need to be too concerned. Just listen and see what you think. As the protagonist stepped through that pool of blood, the old man back home began to open up. It seemed something truly terrible had happened. Tell me everything. When the boy was wandering the world, what did he see and what did he go through? Since the protagonist was small, the old man had never truly tried to understand him. Wu Ying began to recount everything. When the young master was young, he once knew a group called the Than Hai Four Heroes. When he was with them, his days were filled with laughter. Ha ha, this kid is so straightforward, Qi Liqian would tell them happily. When I first stepped into the martial world, I met so many bad people, it really shocked me. At times, I even doubted if what my father taught me was wrong. Back then, the protagonist was still young, his eyes full of innocent wonder. But after meeting those seniors, he finally understood that his father was right. There truly were people in the martial arts world who stood by justice and chivalry, just like those seniors. One of them even told me, as a martial artist, this is only natural. Qi Liqian, you must remember this. Among those four, the young master was particularly fond of one man. Their friendship grew deeper and deeper, until the day that event happened. That day, Liqian stood in the crowd, eyes wide in disbelief, as gossip swirled around him. People were all, outwardly, they act so righteous, yet behind our backs, they commit such petty, treacherous thefts. But this is the first time I've ever seen someone executed for theft. He stole from the Truong Kai Merchant Guild. The Orthodox Alliance is only doing this to curry favor with Master Truong. On the road, a long line of people watched as the brother the protagonist loved most had his hands tightly bound. The man escorting him shouted, "Listen well, everyone. This man trespassed into the residence of innocent citizens and stole property, a heinous crime. As a martial artist, to violate the rules of the martial world like this," the man said nothing, only turning to look at the protagonist in the crowd with a bitter, sad smile. The shout that he would be beheaded the next day hit the protagonist like a hammer to the face. He was in utter turmoil. That very night, he snuck into the prison to visit him. The man only said, "Liqian, you shouldn't use force against them. They are just doing their duty." The protagonist explained, "I only knocked them out temporarily." "Then why didn't you tell the truth earlier? The ones who actually stole were the other three heroes." But the man just sighed. "The common folk cheated out of their money by Master Truong are numerous. My brothers only wanted to help them get their money back. So, even though I know stealing is wrong, I had no choice but to do it." The protagonist was burning with frustration as he questioned, "Senior, you've been deceived. If they were truly righteous, they wouldn't have pushed you out to take the blame." I asked around. "I know the truth, you were coerced into being arrested." But the man had given up, sighing. "Compared to a useless person like me, it's better for them to live on. They'll do more good for the martial arts world. If you intend to help me break out, give up that thought. If I vanish, they will surely be hunted down." He looked up with dark, sunken eyes toward the sky. "As long as I can protect my brothers, I have no regrets in dying. The only thing that weighs on my heart is that after I'm gone, you'll be very sad." After hearing this, the protagonist's heart felt even heavier. The man even consoled him. "You fool, you're not a child anymore. What are you crying for? Pour me a cup of the wine you brought." The next day, that man was truly beheaded in the falling snow. Thinking back, Wu Ying felt helpless. I don't know what the young master was thinking at that moment. Standing in the crowd, watching that person get beheaded, the protagonist turned his gaze to the opposite side. The three scoundrels were still feasting merrily, without a shred of grief or shame. "Today, we drink only the most expensive wine. Everything has been resolved beautifully. This wine is so smooth." They even mocked, "The righteousness of the martial arts world is truly magnificent, isn't it? Haha, wonderful." For the first time, the protagonist understood that this was the true face of the martial arts world. He only said one thing to me. "In the current martial arts world, there is fundamentally no place for benevolence or chivalry." Upon hearing this, Chi Tulin finally understood. Because he wanted to believe in the existence of chivalry, Liqian had stubbornly clung to it with his life, but the martial arts world had used the most ruthless means to trample it into the dust. That was why, when facing me, he could only feel deep betrayal and endless rage. Wu Ying lowered his voice. "Although I shouldn't interfere, the young master often says this. My father's martial arts world is so boring, but he is the one who most wants to create a martial arts world worthy of his father." This statement hit the old man like a shockwave. He couldn't believe his ears. On the other side, the protagonist was staring in fury at his surroundings. This place was essentially a torture chamber. Corpses lay everywhere. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Lin Chi Liqian Chao scrambled to run away, but the protagonist had seen it all. His face dark with rage, he glared at the man and growled, "What exactly have you been doing here?" The man looked at him and was so terrified he nearly wet himself, backing away. I was only following orders." Because simply killing those who don't listen isn't enough to satisfy the Lin family head. He was still babbling. "I didn't want to do this either," when the protagonist grabbed his wrist. Just as the man was about to scream for mercy, the protagonist slammed his arm onto the ground and raised his sword, decisive and fast as lightning. His arm was severed completely. After chopping off that hand, the protagonist coldly added, "You still have one hand left. Now you can't write or act like a scholar, but you still have some value, so I'll let you live." But with both hands gone, the protagonist's face turned crimson, looking even more terrifying than a demon. Although I don't know if this is a good or bad thing for him, the scene shifts to where Liu Yifei is. She is still taking care of the boy, who has finally broken his fever and is able to sleep. What a relief. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. Liu Yifei looks up in a hurry and cries out with joy. Her father rushes over to greet her. "Oh my God, why do you look so haggard?" He smiles and replies, "I'm fine." Her mother and younger brother run out to join them at once. The whole family looks at each other with delight. Everyone is here. Her sister asks. Liqian said it was dangerous outside and advised us to stay at Tunfeng Trang for a while. But what exactly is going on? The old man finally explains that Shi Tioheep saved him, as he had been trapped in a dungeon. Liu Yifei listens in horror. A dungeon? If it weren't for Liqian, I don't know what would have happened to father. The old man smiles to reassure them. Haha, I'm all right, don't worry. But when asked about the child, her mother explains that he is the boy that her sister and Liqian saved. He gets terrified whenever he leaves your sister, so we brought him here. Zheng Yishu hears this and is touched. Was that child also saved by Shi Tioheep? She truly wonders how many lives Shi Tioheep has saved in total. They all start discussing how they should repay him. Is Shi Tioheep okay? No. I have to go find Liqian and thank him. But the old man stops her. No. Shi Tioheep must be exhausted. Let him get some proper rest today. In reality, he is walking with the old man into the bamboo forest. Suddenly, the old man, Tulam, stops and remarks. The smell of blood is strong. Liqian calmly explains. I'm just making him face the punishment he deserves. The old man seems displeased. Do you think that just because you have high martial arts skills, killing everyone in your path makes it justice? If you keep doing things your way, even if you bathe the entire world in blood, it won't get you anywhere. He cannot understand that. He asks for the first time, Father, do you really value the blood of people in the martial arts world that much? I value the lives of innocent people and the blood of the defenseless more. In order to create a world where ordinary people no longer have to bleed. He even states this bluntly to the old man to save time. Even if it's a villain like Lam Thien Tuai or anyone who tries to get in my way, I will not spare them. The two of them look at each other. This time, the old man doesn't get angry. He can sense the rage and sorrow within his son, but he can't distinguish which emotion is stronger. But just as the old man is about to say something, Wu Ying appears. Young master, are you here? Forgive me for interrupting your conversation. He reports that the Bakthian Ba family has sent men. They claim that since the young master attacked Lam Chi Liqian trio, they want to take him in to stand trial. He turns to the old man. I will go to the Bakthian Ba family now. He turns around. Before I go, I want to ask you one last thing. Are you still going to try to stop me? The father and son look each other in the eye. The tension's still thick. The old man doesn't answer, only warns, this matter won't be solved just by getting rid of Lam Thien Toai. Even if you feel the process isn't important, having such a close relationship with the sect leader will make you look like you're covering for him. This can only be handled by the Justice League so that everyone will believe in his innocence. He is deeply disappointed in his father. Do you still believe in the Justice League at this point? Haven't you seen with your own eyes how the Justice League has to cater to the Bak Thien Ba family now? Do you really think that if they show up, Lam Thien Toai will just obediently listen to them? The old man tries to argue. But if you just want to kill anyone you please, that isn't upholding justice, that's just personal revenge. He walks right past his father. I won't force you to believe me, he warns in a voice colder than ice, but don't get in my way. The old man is stunned. For the first time, his son has openly defied him so harshly. He stands frozen, not even angry as he usually would be. Wu Ying asks in a hurry, Young master, do you intend to leave right now? He nods. I was planning to go to the Bakthian Ba family anyway, so it's a coincidence. He doesn't forget to add, don't tell Trint Tu Lien. I don't want her to worry. I have something I want to show Zich Theo Hip. At the Bakthian Ba family estate, soldiers lie dead on the ground, and Lam Thien Toai sits on his high chair. I know these young men were no match for you. The pleasantries end here. He has already laid out the charges against him. Not only did you snatch the sect leader away, but you even dared to touch my people. Surely you've prepared yourself for the consequences, right? He looks straight at him, without fear. Your loyal dog, Lam Chi Liqian Trio, has agreed to testify against you. It's all over. If he doesn't want to die by your hand, he has no choice but to betray you. I also conveniently obtained the criminal orders you sent to Lam Chi Liqian Trio earlier. He didn't burn them but kept them very carefully. It seems he didn't trust you at all. He stares him down. Things have come to this point. Are you still not going to admit your crimes? But the scoundrel refuses to admit anything, even if he dies. He waves his hand. I'm sick of listening to your nonsense. Deal with him. A noise rings out. A man steps forward with a massive sword. He looks like a heavy hitter. Liqian smiles as he looks at the newcomer. You're actually working for him? I guess money really is a powerful thing. You were once known as the greatest master of the evil sect, weren't you? The former elite, Thien No, doesn't care about his mockery. Lam Thien Toai even orders, I don't care if you smash this building to pieces, use your full strength. Liqian No charges forward, wielding his weapon with both hands. They clash, sparks flying, fighting. This old man is actually quite intense. As he fights, he realizes, are you channeling your internal energy into your sword to block my attacks? You know it. After all, I can't use this cheap weapon to deal with you. He blocks the attack of the greatest master of the evil sect. Within just a few moves, the whole building is collapsing. The old man raises his sword high and slashes down. These little tricks are useless against me. But before he can even finish his sentence, he kicks him straight in the throat, sending him flying. His sword might be fragile, but his hands and feet are top tier. The old man only now blames himself for being too careless. But victory belongs to them, it turns out. There are two of them. Another man wearing a hat attacks from behind, thrusting his sword. Liqian quickly turns to block the blade. 2 against 1, huh? Looking at him, he recognizes him immediately. You're the one who was standing next to Liqian 2 days ago when I came to find him. One of Liqian's shadow guards, Nguyet. He raises his sword, preparing to continue the fight. It looks like this won't be ending anytime soon. The scene shifts elsewhere, where the old man Tong Treat Vin is shouting, "Don't get complacent and think you're the best. To live up to the treatment you're receiving, you must become stronger." He is training his soldiers on the wall. Wu Ying and Tu Lam stand watching, and even the old man has to praise him. What a great instructor. Wu Ying nods. Yes, he was once desperate, unable to pay off his debts to the underworld. It was the young master who saved him and gave him the position of instructor. His wife and children are living safely at Tunfong Trong now. Not just them, but also the owner of Ghost Iron Manor, Hoa Vo Thiet. He had become a cripple due to the guilt of losing his family, along with that orphan child, and even the sect leader. If the young master hadn't stepped in to help, who knows what would have become of them. Watching all that the young master has done, I really think he is an unfathomable person. The old man Tu Lam also has a different view of his son now. For the first time, he acknowledges him. You're right, that child is truly impossible to read. He's been out in the martial arts world since he was young. He was bound to be different. As for Liqian, he is still fighting with everything he has, yet still has energy to mock them. To be 2 great masters of the Bakthian Ba family, and yet you have to team up to attack one person, don't you feel any shame? Lam Thien Toi sits on his high chair, looking down and thinking to himself, no matter how relaxed he tries to act, it's useless. Thien No alone is enough to wear him out, and with Doan Wiet's stealth attacks, there's no way he can handle it, even if he somehow managed to defeat one of them. But the old man is slightly mistaken. He is still fighting brilliantly. So far, it's the other 2 who have been bleeding. The old man is already smiling to himself. As the battle drags on, he will eventually weaken. Just as he is fighting hard, the sword in his hand shatters speechless. It's his first time fighting, and his sword breaks. He should have just returned the one he borrowed from his parents. The assassin slashes a few more basic strikes, and the sword in his hand breaks into nothing, shattered completely. Liqian tries to channel his spiritual energy, using the shards of the broken blade to keep fighting, but soon he is left empty-handed against 2 deadly assassins. Lam Thien Toi, sitting above, mocks him. You're quite tough, aren't you? What does this matter have to do with you that makes you so obsessed? Are you trying to play the hero? He hates those 2 words more than anything. Hero, huh? The old man sits there, looking down from his high perch, turning up his nose. That's right. A bunch of dreamers chasing after nonsensical notions of justice and honor, pretending to be righteous. Do you know where they all end up in the end? You're already in your grave, yet here I am, standing at the very top. He looked at him with clear disdain, his voice cold as he warned, I'll drag you down from there soon enough. With that, he tossed him aside. Lin Tiansui was furious, shouting, You still have the nerve to talk back in this situation? Sever the tendons in his limbs, now. The 2 men lunged at him simultaneously. Since he had no sword, he used his bare hands. A brilliant purple light of demonic energy radiated from his palms. Just then, a blinding streak of light descended from the sky, a sword wrapped in white cloth. Everyone present was stunned. Even Liqian was shocked. The sword was all too familiar. Why was it here now? He immediately looked up at the figure standing on a distant rooftop, his eyes widening in surprise. It was the elder. He stood there and asked, Did you come here alone just to endure all of this? All 4 of them turned to look at Elder Tu Lin, especially the 2 assassins, who were visibly terrified. The old man, Lin Tiansui, pursed his lips, silently assessing the man. He had arrived without a sound. Elder Tu Lin just stood there watching him, even though he could have easily wiped out this whole group with a single move. Liqian stared at the sword embedded in the ground. What exactly do you mean by handing me this sword? I thought you were against this fight. Elder Tu Lin remained silent for a moment before speaking. You've grown up. I shouldn't interfere anymore. From now on, this sword is yours. It had been a long time since he'd seen the old man like this, serious, not joking around. Before he could respond, the elder added, I have one request. The two assassins stood frozen. They were now dragged into this too. What Tu Lin wanted to warn him about was this. At the moment you truly need to kill someone, I hope you think carefully before acting. After reflecting, if you still feel that person deserves to die, it's not too late to strike. That alone is enough. Is that all? He had never killed an innocent person anyway, so he accepted. He reached out to grab the sword, unwrapping the white cloth, and affirmed, I will take your words to heart. The battle resumed. The two men were in deep trouble now. With a sword in hand, let's see how they fight back. They realized it too. The atmosphere had completely changed compared to before. Still, the two men tried to reassure themselves and rushed forward, but one weapon couldn't possibly turn the tide of the battle. Whether it could or not would be determined in the fight. A single swing of his sword was enough to send both men flying. The masked assassin was stabbed by him without missing a beat. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have died. With this sword, let's see if he can shatter his blade again. The more he fought, the more intense he became. The difference was clear. Thanks to this sword, he could quickly end the battle. Holding the sword, stabbing repeatedly, handling two opponents alone was still a breeze. The scoundrel, Lin Tian Sui, watching from the sidelines, finally saw the truth. This guy is more dangerous than I thought. His father also had some strange actions. He immediately ordered Fan Lei, who was standing nearby, to send a message to call them back. After giving the order, he looked down at the young man fighting below. Seeing you reminds me of my youth. Liqian, still fighting fiercely, turned and retorted, You aren't talking about your looks, are you? The old man's face darkened. I was also filled with strength and the passion of youth, but I didn't waste it on useless things like you. While others in the martial world used every excuse to slaughter each other, I alone built a fortress, which is the current Northern Heaven family. The young man, hearing this, remained vigilant but unfazed. While fighting, he replied, Maybe because you've been hiding in there all this time. You've lost touch with reality. You think no one can touch you? One sentence made all three of them wince. It was too true to argue with. Liqian leaped high and used his signature move. Now, I will prove to you that everything is just an illusion of yours. He unleashed the Galaxy Meteor sword art. First form, Meteor Fall. Time to send them to meet their ancestors. Elsewhere, Elder Tu Lin stood on a hill looking down. Liqian, I finally understand the path you want to take. Unlike the heavenly demon who always wants to rule the martial world, the Windblade family chose to live in seclusion. And even your parents rejected the martial world. It's all completely different. My son, though I don't know what you will become years from now, or if you can successfully create a martial world of your own, but for now, continue to walk your own path. The elder had finally let go. As he stood there thinking these things, the young man had already killed both assassins. No one left here was worthy of being his opponent. They were all wiped out. He held the blood-stained sword and looked straight at the old man high above. Are you finally ready to step down now? Provoked, the old man roared, Bring me my blade. He was so enraged he couldn't sit still anymore. Let me deal with him myself. Fan Lei, standing nearby, hurriedly tried to stop him. Mom, Master, the message has been sent. The Great Heaven Assembly will be here soon. The Great Heaven Assembly is the elite army of the Northern Heaven family. Perhaps we should wait for them. Before he could finish, his head was blown apart by a single palm strike. Blood splattered everywhere. The women standing there turned pale with fear, and the others didn't dare to make a sound. He killed his closest aide in an instant, and after killing him, he looked over coldly. It's because you kept advising me not to get involved that things have come to this. The killing intent radiating from him was intense. He clicked his tongue and stood up. A bunch of useless trash. He grabbed the sword from the other man's hand. To be able to make the master of the Northern Heaven family step out personally, I must admit, you have some skill. He had actually come down. Tiannu lay on the ground, gasping his last breath. Master, I am terribly sorry, but before he could finish, he took another strike that crushed his face like pulp. He even waved his hand to kill the remaining black-clad assassin, yet he had spared his opponent earlier. I don't know if you're too arrogant or too stupid. The young man laughed. Because I have to think carefully before I act. The old man was infuriated, his eyes glowing as he lunged forward. So, when facing me, can you still do that? The young man reacted quickly, turning to counter. You're no exception, though I do plan on using some flashy moves this time. He looked excited, without a hint of fear. The two clashed. He stepped back a bit, and declared, Now, It officially begins. I was going to show mercy and give you 3 chances to repent. But saying that just infuriates him even more. The tone, as if he held the power of life and death, was grating. The killing intent surged from him. Let me tear that mouth of yours apart first. The move he used was the Heavenly King Blade Art, first form, Black Strike. It looked ferocious, but when it swung down, he parried it with his sword as usual. The 2 opposing forces collided, causing the entire building to tremble like an earthquake. Only the 2 of them were unafraid, while others were terrified, looking up at the ceiling where, the place is going to collapse, run. As soon as the words were spoken, the roof blew off. The 2 fought in the open air. Hearing the cries of the servants, he looked at him, puzzled. Do you not care about the lives of your own servants at all? Lin Tiansui was always like that. Why would he care? He lunged again. They're just a bunch of low-life servants. If they're gone, I can just buy more. The young man felt nauseous. What a disgusting person. Suddenly, he didn't want to spare him at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed straight at his wrist. Blood sprayed too quickly and dangerously. He couldn't dodge, only glaring and cursing. You bastard! You severed the tendons in my right hand. While the elder was distracted by his hand, the young man's fist came flying. The first crime. The massacre of the innocent family of Li Han Trong. The old man was punched, flying through the wall. Everyone present was horrified. He knew the man was still alive. Death wouldn't be enough to pay for his crimes. The old man surged out to fight again. It's because I was too careless. He slashed horizontally at him. Liqian dodged and took the opportunity to mock him. Careless? When was the last time you fought someone for your life? You're used to ordering your subordinates around. It's been a long time since you've killed someone with your own hands, hasn't it? After just a few moves, he realized it. The old man, hit where it hurt, was shamed into anger and cursed. You idiot, thinking you're all that just because you have a little talent. Once the Great Heaven Assembly arrives, you're finished. Let me teach you what real power is. Just then, the Northern Heaven family troops arrived on horseback. Seeing the swarm like ants, the old man was smug. Even you won't be a match for them. The young man's expression didn't change. He had planned for this, anticipated it. As for that, if the Great Heaven Assembly doesn't go all out, that would be a different story. The Northern Heaven family troops, charging like the wind, had to brake sharply, because Wu Ying had led people to intercept them beforehand. It was Wu Ying and Tong Triet Vin at the front, followed by hundreds of men he had been training for a long time. The old man quickly realized there were over 50 people. Wu Ying stood to the side and nodded. The young master was right. After the last confrontation, both the Northern Heaven family and the Namnok Union were on edge. The young master once said that if the Great Heaven Assembly went all out, it would provoke the Namnok Union. So the Northern Heaven family only dared to deploy part of their forces. Could it be that when the young master devised the plan for the Namnok event, he had already calculated how to keep the Great Heaven Assembly in check this way? Wu Ying decisively drew his sword. To use him as the opponent for the new Wind Squad's first real combat test couldn't be more fitting. Charge. With that, both sides clashed in a fierce melee. Lin Tiansui, still clueless, stammered, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Distracted while fighting, he was caught off guard by a brutal strike across his chest. His knees buckled, and he barely managed to stay upright by jamming his sword into the ground. Wu Ying calmly delivered the verdict. Severing your tendons is the penalty for inciting Lin Liqian to massacre the innocent. That's your second count. Even death won't be enough to pay for your sins. A bright, chilling glint sparkled in Wu Ying's eyes. Only one charge left now. Just then, Lin Tiansui's minions rushed in to report. "Master! Master!" Even faced with 3 pathetic weaklings, he still roared for them to kill this brat. The 3 fools, overestimating their own strength, charged at Wu Ying, only to meet the same miserable end. Things were going just as smoothly for Wu Ying. He wiped out the remaining forces of the North Sky Overlord faction in no time. Blood flowed like a river, and bodies littered the ground. Lin Tiansui's face turned ghastly. He wanted nothing more than to devour Wu Ying alive on the spot. Qi Liqian looked at him with satisfaction. "Only you remain, old man." The old man stood frozen, not daring to charge blindly. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. After the Great War of Righteous and Evil, to strengthen the North Sky Overlord faction, he had used every dirty trick in the book. Collusion, compromise, threats, backstabbing. He had walked the line between life and death countless times, agonizing for 20 years to build this empire. How could he have ended up like this against a youth barely the age of his grandson? He finally couldn't help but ask, Who are you?" Wu Ying chuckled, repeating the same lines. The heir of the cloud-walking flowing water trading company, the #1 fruit merchant in Thonhai. But this time, he added more. The young master of New Wind Manor, champion of the Heavenly Dragon Tournament, a wanderer whose footprints cover the entire martial arts world. Aside from these, I have many more titles. Do you want to hear them? The old man finally understood. Ha ha ha, you damn brat. It was too late for realizations now. He had thought he was dealing with a stray dog, never imagining he was facing a tiger. He thought it was a tiger, but in truth, it was a divine azure dragon guarding the wish-granting pearl. Still, he wouldn't give up. He gripped his sword tighter. Fine, so what if you're a tiger? And what can a divine azure dragon do? Even if I die today, Lin Tiansui, I'll drag you down to hell with me. Meanwhile, the son was fighting for his life, while mom and dad were off on a date under a tree. Do you remember what you said before? The father asked. You said Liqian was being tormented by the desires of the bloodline he inherited. But that's our family's bloodline too. Tu Lam shook her head. I don't think so. He is a good person. Even if what you said is true, he won't be controlled by it. So, let's just wait and see. Let's see if our son becomes a legendary hero of the realm, or a conquering overlord. He's a mix of both bloodlines, and both are dominant. Only children choose one. He takes them both. Left hand as a hero, right hand as an overlord. When he uses both, Lin Tiansui becomes nothing but a name. The father agreed. You're right. He has to make his own choice. Before delivering the final blow, Wu Ying hesitated for a split second, but looking at that cruel face, he told himself, forget it. Enough hesitation. At the end of the day, I still want to see blood. With one hand, he channeled internal energy directly into the old man's gut. A single strike was enough to crush his internal organs. Lin Tiansui realized it too late, his face twisted in agony. My Dantian. Wu Ying stared at him, bloodlust radiating from his eyes. The old man shrieked in terror. Stop, stop. Isn't crippling my Dantian enough? Of course it wasn't. Wu Ying struck a few more times to satisfy his rage. As the old man bled out, the game was over. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Qi Liqian mocked him with contempt. How does it feel to be a cripple who can't even squash a chicken? The old man struggled to speak. Before you kill me, are you going to lecture me? Wu Ying stated his crimes flatly. You massacred everyone at the Lihan post, brutally tortured those held in your dungeon, and ultimately executed them all. Over the last 20 years, how many people have you killed? Wu Ying's face was cold as ice. You deserve to die, but I won't kill you myself. I'll hand you over to the Justice Alliance. The justice of the martial arts world must be upheld by everyone together. I've heard that saying, until I'm sick of it, so I want to put it to the test. Lin Tiansui felt a glimmer of hope. You idiot. If you keep me alive now, you'll definitely regret it later. But the women standing nearby suddenly trembled, their faces dark with fury as they picked up swords from the ground. You actually killed them. You killed everyone in the secret prison, and you wanted to die, but didn't dare to. We only lived as your toys for all these years because of our families. The old man looked over, realizing what they were about to do. You bitches, how dare you? He wanted to strike out, but he was powerless. If my limbs weren't crippled, a single palm strike would be enough to wipe you all out. He turned to Wu Ying desperately. Kid, didn't you say you'd hand me over to the Justice Alliance? Protect me. Stop those crazy women. Wu Ying looked at them. They were all soaked in tears, their bodies shaking. That's right. I did say I would let the martial arts world's justice deal with you. The old man smirked upon hearing this. However, Wu Ying changed his tune. But I've changed my mind. Their choice is also a form of justice. As soon as he finished speaking, the swords in the women's hands pierced forward in unison. Even at death's door, the old man glared at them, his voice rasping a final threat. Do you think you can walk away unharmed after killing me? But the women had no room in their minds for such thoughts. They only remembered his previous words. As long as you obey me, I'll spare your families. They poured all their hatred into him, stabbing wildly. I did everything you told me to do. Why? Why did you kill them? Truly, evil begets evil. Mom's words were spot on. He actually died at the hands of women, hacked to pieces. Wu Ying just stood by, eyes closed, not interfering. Go to the grave and keep apologizing there. Elsewhere, Tu Lam stood on a withered tree in the middle of a lake, thinking of his precious son. When he first brought him into the martial arts world, he was just a kid who didn't understand a thing. Time really flies. Suddenly, the water rippled. Is he back? Wu Ying stood behind him. Yes. Lin Tiansui has finished himself off. The father was surprised. You didn't kill him? He did it himself? he surmised. The master is dead, but the North Sky Overlord faction won't let this slide. But Wu Ying wasn't worried. That's no big deal. The plan was to use him to clear the sect leader's name, so everything else is just secondary. Tu Lam nodded. Leave that matter to the Justice Alliance. Today, I handed Lin Qilichang Zhao and the evidence over to them. Things have reached this point. They can't just sit idly by. Besides, among the victims mentioned in the letters are some missing members of the Justice Alliance. Wu Ying was surprised. That's truly shocking. The Justice Alliance is actually willing to step up? The old man replied. Because they are people of the martial arts world, too. Speaking of which, don't you have any regrets? He asked. Regrets? You're still teasing me about handing over the gentleman's sword. The old man turned and smiled. I hope you use it well. Don't make me regret it. It's been a long time since we've talked like this. The next day, in the courtyard, everyone was waiting. They clasped their hands in respect as Qi Ligan appeared. The crowd bowed in unison. Greetings, sect leader. Wu Ying looked at them seriously. Yesterday was your first real combat test. You all performed well, but to be honest, from now on, you will continue to face battles where you have to risk your lives. Some of the men with bandaged wounds whispered, I have a bad feeling about this. Another replied, the pay is high. I don't care about the danger. Wu Ying understood their intentions. He spoke clearly. Anyone who wants to leave can leave now. Don't worry about what others think, and don't feel awkward. To those who stay, I promise you one thing. I will never treat you as cannon fodder. I will use everything I own to keep this promise. His blood boiled as he spoke. He shouted, Are you willing to conquer this martial arts world with me? The group, their fear replaced by confidence, roared in unison. We are. We will follow you to the death, sect leader. Meanwhile, Mom and Dad sat under the tree, embracing lovingly. Mom looked at her boy leading everyone, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed he had truly grown up. Moreover, the rift between father and son had been healed. Dad hugged her tighter, apologizing for always making her feel trapped in the middle. Seeing her exhaustion, he suggested a little getaway to recapture their youth. Now, we don't need to worry about Qi Ligan anymore. Do you want to go wandering the martial arts world with me? But the father hesitated. Before that, I want to take Qi Ligan to one place. Mom jumped in surprise. You're taking Qi Ligan with us? The scene shifted to the heavenly demon palace. Qi Tulam remembered the old man, Liu Chantian. Even though I don't know how his elderly self will react, I still have to pay my father-in-law a visit. As soon as he said that, she was startled, and her mother was a bit panicked. I should have visited long ago. It's truly shameful that I haven't. She comforted her husband, saying that visiting his parents was fine, but her own father Lin Qian interrupted, comforting her. He certainly won't welcome me, but he is definitely waiting for you to return. She frowned in deep worry. I know you could be in danger, but for the sake of our future, and that of Liqian, the couple immediately understood each other's intent. You're worried that something might happen if they meet later, right? With that, they decided to agree. All right, let's go. Arriving at the Heavenly Demon Palace, the entire martial arts world had been in an uproar these past few days. You could hear whispers in every tavern. You've seen the public notice posted by the Righteous Alliance, right? Of course, the sect leader of the Righteous Sword Sect clearing his name is certainly a good thing, but it would be even better if they could just tell us the truth about the death of the Lin family patriarch. I heard an expert living in seclusion from the Righteous faction couldn't just stand by anymore, so they intervened. There were plenty of rumors like that. Some said it was the work of assassins from the Southern Music Alliance. Others claimed it was the champion of the Heavenly Dragon tournament, and some even said they had an internal conflict. Will the Northern Heavenly Ba family just wither away like that? Probably not. If the Lin family patriarch were still alive, he might have become a common enemy of the martial arts world. But now, it's hard to say. On the side of the Northern Heavenly Ba family, just as Lin Xiaoqi had calculated, now that the old man was dead, he would just ascend to the throne. Yet, he didn't look happy at all, his hand clenching the paper so hard his veins were bulging. Frowning in anger, he thought, grandfather actually died in such a ridiculous way. Over at the Southern Music Alliance, the elders were sitting around, discussing strategy. Even Tiannu and Duan Yue had vanished without a trace. That side must be in complete chaos. This is a perfect opportunity to topple the Northern Heavenly Ba family, but we still don't know which force intervened. We must be even more cautious. But the old man, Yang Renju, had already calculated everything. He ordered the White Tiger Squad to assemble at the Feiyan Detention Center. The sect leader, along with 2 subordinates, walked straight inside. One subordinate asked, Sect leader, there isn't much left. She answered coldly, Continue. I'm starting to get bored. Actually, I just heard some interesting news. She decided to head to Wuhan. Now that all three major forces were eyeing the place, the most peaceful spot was the residence of those old men. Leng Disheng and Tian Wu Yue were going back and forth, so Liqian had already helped those poor women find a shelter, right? Like father, like son. Indeed, Liqian was also very concerned about the weak. Both old men suddenly looked at the old woman, Yang Huaying. "Are you even listening to me?" She said nothing, only staring at the blood-red sky. "If you're uncomfortable, I'm listening." The world was about to face a violent shock. Outside, in the bustling market, the troops began performing the play about the murder of Lin Tiandao. You, in order to frame the sect leader of the righteous sword sect, slaughtered all the innocent people of Lihan Manor. Who are you, really? When dealing with villains, there's no need to state one's name. Everyone watching clapped incessantly. Zheng Xiaolian happened to catch the whole thing and was stunned. She hadn't expected the play to have such content. Who hired them to perform this? That way, the truth that my father is innocent will spread much faster. She smiled gently, immediately guessing, there's only one person who would do this for me. Right then, the protagonist appeared behind her. I thought the same thing. The two stood among the crowd, a perfect match. Don't you think their acting has gotten better? To prevent people from the Northern Heavenly Ba family from causing trouble, I've stationed guards around the theater. She didn't know what to say other than, "Really? Thank you so much," he asked in surprise. "Is the little one not with you today?" She told the truth. "The child we found at Lihan Manor is very close to Zheng Tulian now. He doesn't cling to me anymore. Father even said he wanted to teach him martial arts." He nodded and smiled. Teaching him martial arts is a good idea. Zheng Xiaolian looked at him intently, feeling something was off. "Although your expression, tone, and attitude are the same as usual, I can still feel that whenever your hands are stained with blood, your mood turns dark." So, she decided to cheer him up, calling out, "Liqian." She didn't know when she had ended up at that stall, waving her hand. "Let's try this too. I heard that if you write a wish on a lantern and release it into the sky, it will come true." He walked over immediately. "Haha, a wish? Writing it right here then." The two watched the lantern float into the sky. Zheng Xiaolian asked, "What did you write?" He smiled, determined to keep his secret. "If I tell you, it won't be fun anymore. You didn't tell me either, right?" She couldn't argue with that. "I guess that's true." Suddenly, he looked over. "Thank you. Thank you for praying for me." Zheng Xiaolian's face turned beet red, and she nervously watched the lantern flying ahead. "What? Did you see it?" Her wish was for family peace and a prayer for Qi Liqian to dominate the world. The protagonist read it and was overjoyed. These 2 taels of silver were well spent. Releasing sky lanterns is quite fun. Regardless, I hope all of our dreams come true. The light of the lantern shone on her beautiful face, her eyes shimmering with tears. The protagonist watched, dazed. The distance between them was very close. He decided to move a little closer and reached out to take her hand. But at that exact moment, his sixth sense warned him. His heart skipped a beat, and he raised his hand to block a strike. Nothing appeared, only water. Zheng Xiaolian looked over, worried. Water? He saw it. There was a pink light floating in the distance. That was it. He had to tell her, "Zheng Tulian, you said earlier you wanted to buy tonic for the little one, right? Why don't you walk around by yourself for a bit?" Having said that, he darted away. As soon as he reached the middle of the lake, a group of assassins lunged at him. They were numerous and fast. Both sides clashed intensely, but they didn't seem intent on killing. In the blink of an eye, the whole group stood in 2 rows on the lanterns, as solemn as statues. Even he had to admit their presence was quite extraordinary. Before him, a man in red appeared and stepped forward. He stared at him and gritted his teeth. "You called me here. What is this all about?" The man flicked the water from his hands and tilted his head. "I should say that I'm just a bit curious about your strength." Both men flared their internal energy at each other. The man with long brown hair stared him down. "Although I heard early on that you go by the name of the world's overlord and run here and there, I didn't expect you to handle Lin Tiandao. It seems that title isn't just a child's fantasy. What is it that you actually want?" Qi Liqian didn't hesitate to say, "I will destroy all. Those villains like Lin Tiandao, unify the martial arts world, and create a better one." After saying exactly that, he asked, "Who are you? Really? Why do you know me?" But the man just found it amusing. I never expected to hear those words from the child of Tuyet Ha. Upon hearing that, his mind immediately raced. Could you be? Late at night, Chi Tu Linyet Ha stood under a tree alone, lost in thought. Remembering that day, the day her beloved husband said, "Before that, I have to take Li Qian to a place. I must pay my father-in-law a visit." Ever since then, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Father certainly won't welcome Liqian. But sooner or later, they have to meet. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared. The person who arrived was Liu Tuyet-san, the young sect leader of the Heavenly Demon, Divine Sect. He saw her and smiled. 20 years. Finally, we meet again. Her eyes widened in shock. She let out a cry, and her brother rushed over to hug her tightly. Both laughed happily. Back then, when you opened the fruit stall, you visited me a few times, didn't you? Even though you only stood and watched from far away. Haha, you noticed? But seeing you living happily put my mind at ease. While I was at it, I got to see how much your son has grown. You probably know that for years, someone has been reporting the situation of your son to me. When I heard the news of Lin Tiandao's passing, I was terrified that the child would follow in his father's footsteps. But after meeting him in person, I realized he is nothing like his father. She smiled. If I had to say who he is like, compared to his father and me, Liqian is actually more like you. But for the young sect leader to leave the sect is no easy task. Why did you really come here this time? Only then did he speak. Firstly, to visit you. Secondly, to pay a visit to the Supreme Demon Empress. Upon hearing that, Tuet-san was startled, his eyes widening. Father, he really hasn't given up on that dream even now. Indeed, although I might just be worrying over nothing, if my guess is correct, before long, the martial arts world will be engulfed in another storm of blood. Your son's life will also be in danger. Only you can stop Father, only the Supreme Demon Empress. On the side of the Northern Heavenly Ba family, the group had all gathered. The family patriarch actually died right inside the manor. I heard the martial artists present at the time, some died, others fled, right? It seems because they failed to protect the patriarch, they were afraid of being held accountable, so they all ran away. The surviving servants each gave a different story. How did it end up like this? Lin Jiaqi was now sitting in the head seat. Everyone, you are all the veterans under our Northern Heavenly Ba family. Today, I invited you here not to investigate the cause of grandfather's death, but as the new patriarch of the Northern Heavenly Ba family, I want to quickly clean up this mess. The leader of the Taishang sect immediately objected. Young Master Lin, nothing is clear yet. He insisted it was too early to discuss the succession, but the protagonist didn't listen. Unfortunately, uncovering the truth was no easy task. Most of the survivors were traumatized and claimed they hadn't seen anything clearly. Some even incoherently blamed those women for killing his grandfather. With things as they were, outsiders were watching them like tigers waiting for prey. The elders looked at each other. I heard that the Lord held an audience with Liqian, the master of Tanfeng Manor, that day. Could it be him? Do you really think that makes sense? They were bickering so loudly they didn't notice someone walking in. Although everyone acknowledged his exceptional martial arts, to them, he was still just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. He walked straight in and said, "Are you all talking about me?" The elders froze in shock. They looked at the door and shouted, "You, who is that with you?" He clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Liqian of the Kang Thien sect." Lin Jiaqi glared at him. Liqian, where do you think you are? Daring to show your face here. He stood tall and calmly announced, "My Tanfeng Manor has officially changed its name to the Kang Thien sect. I came here to announce this news, and also to tell you all the cause of Lin Thien Toai's death. Lin Thien Toai committed countless heinous crimes. He brutally tortured many people and eventually murdered them. And he did it all just because they wouldn't follow his orders, or because he wanted to possess some woman." As soon as the elder heard this, he jumped up. "You bastard! How dare you spout such nonsense here?" He was interrupted while speaking, but the protagonist growled a warning. "Shut your mouth. I'm not asking for your permission." The killing intent radiating from him scared the group until they nearly wet themselves, and they went dead silent. Lin Xiaoqi only cared about one thing. "So you're saying you did all of this, right?" As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in a buzz. Was it really him? Impossible. Who is that person? But the old man beside him finally spoke up. "Take off your hood. I am the one who killed him. It is I, the Lan He general." The elders were terrified at the sight. How could this be? It was unbelievable. They shouted again. "The Lightning Sword Senior retired from the martial world over 20 years ago. How dare you impersonate him?" The old man had no choice, so he drew his sword to prove it, unleashing a flurry of magnificent strikes. The crowd looked up, craning their necks to see if it was the real deal or a fake. Now they finally believed it. There was a dragon appearing on the rooftop, that was for sure. The lightning sword. He immediately clasped his hands, his attitude doing a 180-degree turn as they shouted in unison, "Greetings to the Lightning Sword Senior." The old man sternly glared and reiterated, "Everything Liqian said is true. I am the one who executed Lin Thian Toai. And furthermore, I did it under my status as the right guardian of the Kang Thian sect. Lin Jiachi couldn't believe it. The lightning sword was only a right guardian of a sect? If he isn't the supreme guardian but only a right guardian, does that mean there is someone even more formidable within that guy's sect? The protagonist continued. Everyone, listen closely. I came here today to give you all a chance. Even though my sect has already executed the villain Lin Thian Toai, we do not intend to forcibly annex the Bak Thian Ba family. The crowd felt a chill down their spines. What an arrogant tone. However, he added, if anyone wants to leave the Bak Thian Ba family, the Kang Thian sect is ready to take you in. Rest assured, you don't need to fear any pressure from the Bak Thian Ba family. We will discuss this further in a few days. I will take my leave. He didn't even bother looking at Lin Jiachi's expression. He truly looked down on him. That night, in the same room where Lin Thian Toai used to sit, the young heir cursed in frustration. Damn Liqian, you ruined my entire meeting. Now, surely everyone was considering which side to take. Seeing a silhouette outside the window, the protagonist noted, it seems you're no longer trying to hide your tracks. He had been standing there for a while. He had even met his grandfather face to face. So what was this kid? He walked up to him and smiled. Your grandfather and I once met in this very room. Back then, I came to sell him a longevity peach. The boy realized immediately. Grandfather must have refused. So, you killed him, right? The protagonist revealed the truth. It's a pity. But I didn't kill him. He made too many enemies. Even if I hadn't acted, plenty of others wanted him dead. Lin Xiachi, how does it feel to sit in that seat? Do you think you're any different from your grandfather? He nodded confidently. Of course, I'm not as foolish as that old man. I've already calculated everything. If he wants to use my life as a bargaining chip, I'll agree. At least for now, I'll agree. His eyes lit up with anticipation. So, did you come here this time to sell that amazing peach to me? But the protagonist shook his head. No, I have no peaches to sell you. He didn't even give him a chance. If you put it that way, I guess I have no choice. The boy lowered his head and smirked. Ha, true to his nature. He gritted his teeth. So, are you going to kill me now? Liqian didn't even move a muscle. If it were a short while ago, I definitely would have. But now, I've changed my strategy. The boy picked up a wine flask and poured. You? Being so merciful? If what you say is true, that's quite a surprise. Before he could finish, the protagonist interrupted him. Lin Jiachi warned him of one thing. Don't follow in his grandfather's footsteps. That's exactly why I came here today. The boy understood immediately. Was this a warning? But when he looked up, the protagonist was gone. What a ridiculous person. The next morning, on the protagonist's side, Tong Triet Vin was still training the soldiers every day, demanding they give their all in every drill. The old Lan Di general stood beside him, looking down. The number of martial artists is growing, isn't it? But to the protagonist, this was nothing. They were still far behind. What do you think, sir? The old man assessed them. You mean them? Their momentum is good. Their movements are rhythmic. They are talents worth utilizing. Liqian saw right through him and teased. You know I wasn't asking about that. Why change the subject? You seemed very happy yesterday, sir. The old man chuckled. I thought that after 70, I could just stay out of worldly affairs. I didn't expect that going for a stroll after so long would feel this great. It had been a long time since he'd seen the old man this happy. The protagonist was truly grateful. With the senior's help, his actions were much more convenient. Furthermore, many people will surely join us just because they trust you, senior. Suddenly, the old man asked, I heard the young master of the demonic sect came to find you. It surely has to do with the heavenly demon, right? The protagonist nodded. I can only guess so. It feels like the martial world is about to face another storm. It's quite worrying. Even though I don't intend to help you rule the world, at times like this, the old man furrowed his brows. We truly need a sect like the Kang Thian sect. Liqian had calculated everything. I know that now that we've announced the existence of the Kang Thian sect to the world, Su Kuai is going to be much busier. That person was sitting, working. When he suddenly jumped, the pile of scrolls on the table was enough to give anyone a headache. Damn it, why is there so much work to do? It was too late to regret it now. It seemed he had stepped onto a path of no return. One wrong choice had led him to this point. Earlier, the protagonist had asked him, Su Kuai, is Zhengtu Lian's treatment going smoothly? Everything is fine, no major issues. It's just that when you were scamming people everywhere before, you led a group of thugs. I want to turn them into an intelligence unit. They are all clever people with life experience. They can certainly become the third largest intelligence network after the Beggar sect and the Hanggu sect. He broke into a cold sweat. That's unpredictable. Is he insulting me or praising me? Once, the protagonist came to ask him, "How about being my strategist?" He had refused, saying it wouldn't work. But Liqian smiled and coaxed him. "Just take it easy. Don't feel pressured. This is just a temporary position." Temporary? It's been forever. The protagonist thought it over, feeling relieved. With Sukwai as the official strategist, and having invited you to be the right guardian, it really feels like a proper sect now. The old man folded his arms and asked, "Really? Do you truly think you can get what you want? I mean, recruiting part of the Ba family's forces." The protagonist nodded triumphantly. "I must try to push for this. Everyone is eyeing the Ba family right now. We can take this opportunity to take away their most elite members." On Lin Xiaqi's side, he stood by the window, watching the rain, recalling the protagonist's words, "Don't follow in your grandfather's footsteps." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing. Does he dare equate me with that old man? I won't die that easily. He was determined. I will definitely become the longest living person in the Ba family. In the courtyard, 2 guards were pacing back and forth. They seemed very dissatisfied. How cruel. It's raining this hard, and they still make us patrol all night. The young master is the only bloodline of the Ba family. Everyone must be eyeing him. Both of them had their heads severed the moment they finished their sentence, dying without even closing their eyes. In the dead of night, someone really came creeping in. They were cloaked in dark garments, and the leader told his subordinates, "I will personally go to the place where Lin Xiaqi is staying. You all, keep a close watch on the surroundings. If there's any trouble, give the signal." The group immediately acknowledged clearly. Today is the day Lin Xiaqi meets his end. Inside the room, the man didn't suspect a thing, leisurely pouring tea, but suddenly he felt something was off. "It's unusually quiet tonight. Did they set up night guards in the hallway?" His subordinate reported, "Everything is set. Not even a mouse could slip in." "Rest assured, my lord, they don't know there's a giant mouse lurking right outside the door." Lin Xiaqi stood up. "All right, the rain is getting heavier. 2 people, one inside and one outside, separated by just a door. The one outside held his sword, feeling very nervous. He knew he only had one chance. He had to strike and kill instantly, then retreat immediately. Thinking he'd rush in, he found not a single soul inside. He was stunned. This was clearly Lin Xiaqi's room. Just then, someone attacked from behind. He panicked, realizing something was wrong, and turned to fight back. But his hooded cloak was torn to shreds, revealing his face completely. "Damn it, I've been exposed." Before he could react to the thunderous sound above like the sky was collapsing, a massive steel cage dropped down. Was he trapped inside a trap? The others were just decoys, but he didn't worry. Raising his sword to slash, it was just a cage. Surely he could cut through it. But no matter how hard he slashed, the cage remained intact. Only his sword shattered into pieces. A voice rang out by his ear. "Don't waste your energy. You can't cut through that." It was Lin Xiaqi. He stood outside, chuckling. "To deal with those who dare to come and assassinate me, I have specially crafted this steel cage. Captain of the White Tiger Squad of the Southern Music Alliance, Mo Hui. I truly didn't expect such a big mouse to sneak in. As far as I know, you are the subordinate most valued by the Southern Music Alliance. I wonder how much this little life of yours is worth." Right then, a pitch-black iron orb rolled to his feet. Both of them realized at the same time, though they didn't know what it was, until it made a loud hiss sound, and smoke spewed out from the orb. The whole group yelled in alarm. "Young master, be careful, it's poison. You must leave first." But it wasn't Mo Hui's doing. Even he looked around in confusion. What on earth was going on? Just hearing Lin Xiaqi shouting, "Everyone calm down." Anyway, he is already trapped in the iron cage. He can't escape. Mo Hui was trying to figure out a way. Is there really no way to cut through this steel cage? Then, a flash of light suddenly sparked, cutting horizontally. He recognized that tattooed arm immediately. Why are you here?" The one who came to save him was Liqian. White smoke filled the room, and all that could be heard were the desperate screams of the guards. "My lord, you must leave first." "Wait, why everyone calm down? Anyway, he's trapped in the iron cage. He can't possibly run away." Lin Xiaqi looked on, his face twisted in panic. He had vanished. The steel cage he was so proud of had been sliced in two, left with nothing. The subordinate stood there, stunned. How could this be? He hurriedly ordered, "Search the surroundings for me, immediately." Suddenly, someone walked up behind him to offer a plan. The White Tiger Squad leader has probably left the Northern Heaven Overlord's estate by now. Since it's raining so heavily, it's not easy to track them. Why don't we strengthen the guards in the manor first? What do you think? He turned to see that person and immediately felt more at ease. You came just in time, Elder Feng Shaoshan. They went into a private room to talk. You were right. They really did come to ambush me. How did you predict that? The old man bowed his head, remembering it was the young man and Wu Ying who told him. Wasn't it? I didn't know the exact day, but we should strengthen the defensive forces over the next 3 or 4 days. There is news that the Southern Music Alliance is moving. Perhaps they will strike Lin Shachi first. But he didn't say that, just acting mysterious. The late Patriarch Lin always guarded against the Southern Music Alliance. I just followed his example a bit. The situation on our side is quite chaotic, so I felt they might take advantage of the confusion to fish in troubled waters. Lin Shachi smiled smugly. Thanks to you, we avoided a disaster. The old man nodded humbly. The young master being safe and sound is a great blessing, but in his heart, he knew clearly that it was still too early to feel at ease. Young Master Lin. Although I had to follow their orders because they forced me to take poison. He couldn't understand it. But what exactly was Liqian's goal? What would he ask him to do next? He could only follow blindly in despair, still having no clue. On the other side, a figure dashed through the forest like a flash of lightning. This old man was the Willow Sword, the top master of the Southern Music Alliance, rushing forward in a panic. This is a huge disaster. Remembering what the old patriarch had said, he had just received a report that the assassination plan might have been leaked. If the intel is true, the current situation is definitely critical. You head out first and see. The White Tiger Squad will follow. The more the old man thought, the more worried he became. Furrowing his brows, he had to hurry. Just then, he saw 2 figures appear ahead. Liqian and the White Tiger guy standing and talking. The old man panicked and felt guilty. He recognized him. He was the youth who shot the bean from the rooftop that day. His killing intent soared instantly, and he drew his sword right away. He slashed straight at the young man, who managed to draw his sword and block it just in time. What the hell? We just saw each other and you're already starting a fight? Liqian glared and asked immediately. Why are you attacking me out of nowhere? The old man had no proof, but he was acting on instinct, which often hit the mark. Every time something relates to the Northern Heaven Overlord's family, I always see your shadow. White Tiger stood there, hurriedly shouting to intervene. Old senior, it seems like there is some misunderstanding. Today, this person was the one who saved me. I was discovered by Lin Xiaoqi. My life was hanging by a thread. The old man still didn't believe it, staring at him intently. Saved you? But why were you even there? The young man had to lower his sword and speak plainly. I didn't come here to save him. His killing intent rose again, and he said sternly, I came to find Lin Shachi because there is some bad blood between him and me. He once intended to harm the young lady. They exchanged a few words. You mean the matter of Lin Tiantui plotting to exterminate the righteous sword sect? So this old man was already suspicious of the youth and had a grudge against him from before. He leaned in close. You expect me to believe that everything happening today was just a coincidence? The two stared eye to eye, neither willing to back down. And if you don't believe it, what are you going to do? The fact that you saved White Tiger is true. What can the old man do to you? White Tiger spoke up to defend him again. Old senior, if it weren't for this person stepping in to save me today, I would have already lost my life. Not to mention, if I had been captured as a hostage, it would surely have implicated the Alliance leader. Liqian just chuckled. It seems your time wasn't up today. I don't have time to stand here and argue either. All right. Whether you believe me or not is your choice. There is definitely nothing left to do today. I'm leaving first. White Tiger also turned to advise the old man, let's go back and report to the Alliance leader first. But the old man still stood there, holding his sword across his chest, watching the direction the youth left, feeling like something wasn't right. But White Tiger seemed convinced. That lad was indeed very strange. But if this were all orchestrated by him, he should have demanded something from the Southern Music Alliance, instead of just leaving like that. The old Willow Sword man furrowed his brows and bit his lip, feeling extremely annoyed. This is hard to say. We should still observe a bit more. Elsewhere, Wu Ying was talking with Old Man Fang. Both couldn't help but laugh. With our young master's acting skills, Mo Hui will definitely treat him as his savior. Although this is also considered a gain, but maintaining a balance of mutual restraint between the Northern Heaven Overlord's family and the Southern Music Alliance is our biggest harvest. Feng Shaoshan will also gradually gain Lin Xiaoqi's trust. There's still a lot of work that requires him. Wu Ying nodded. The young master is going to become even busier, because he's about to head to the Heavenly Demon Palace. Old Man Fang understood immediately. It seemed like he wanted to wrap up urgent matters before leaving. Wu Ying was always the type to be tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Although there was no need to worry about him, he still hoped that nothing would happen before then. Liqian was busy with his own business, standing on the treetop, admiring the world. He had calculated everything. The rain had just stopped, and the air smelled so pleasant. Maybe I should just cultivate here today. Suddenly, a faint fragrance drifted through the air. This scent, how lucky! This type of flower only blooms for a few days each season, and yet I found it. Below the tree root were two vibrant, glowing blue flowers. He jumped down and immediately thought of his girl at home. Would she like this? Just then, a blinding light flashed behind his back, and something flew past him. Fortunately, he tilted his body and dodged it instantly. It plunged straight into the dried tree root. With such immense power, if it had hit his neck, he would have been a goner. Now looking closely, it was a throwing knife, tied with a red silk ribbon, with black ink characters written on it. His eyes widened in shock. It wasn't just one. All around him, a series of energy streams were surging straight toward him in the blink of an eye. Liqian hurriedly leaped high into the air. Dodging all these attacks, he was bombarded by a continuous stream of throwing knives, both black and gold. They formed a formation that surrounded him without a single gap. But he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He stood there calmly, looking around with a smile. This formation is quite flashy. What exactly is the goal here? This is actually pretty interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up, and a deep, pitch-black hole instantly appeared beneath his feet. The ground cracked and crumbled, and he proactively jumped right into the hole. Who knows how much time passed, but he landed safely and brushed the dust off his shoulders. The most important thing was that the blue flower tucked inside his shirt was still intact. He had almost ruined it. Only now did he have time to look around. But once he saw this place, his eyes widened in shock. The ground was as red as fire. Flowers? A voice suddenly echoed. They aren't butterflies. The red flowers he saw instantly spread their wings and scattered in every direction. Wherever they flew, they lit up the area. Now, he could even see two massive stone lion statues. They were guarding a place called Kong Mong Lao, which was grand and imposing but eerily gloomy. Liqian chuckled. Kong Mong Lao. I've heard of this place before. He reached out to catch one of the butterflies, his eyes filled with seething anger, though he didn't know who the target was. At the peak of a jagged mountain stood a small wooden house, and the surrounding area was stained a deep red. He stared fixedly in that direction, but he thought, this way of inviting someone is really a buzzkill. However, no one appeared at the house, and Liqian Fi smiled helplessly. What kind of game is he trying to play? Just then, he noticed something off about the stone lion statues. Its legs suddenly moved. It stomped down hard, shattering the ground into pieces. Instantly, their eyes glowed blood red as they stepped forward. One eye blue and one red. They leaned their gigantic heads toward him, staring at him like he was their prey. Fine then, if that's how it is, I'll have to butcher them. Liqian reached out and drew his sword. The two monsters also flew into a frenzy, letting out fierce roars. So, the guy in this place isn't making a move himself, but letting these two stone lions handle it first. He looked at them and smiled. More interesting than I thought. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wu Ying stood on a high mountain looking down, puzzled. They must be talking by now, right? He's in there, and honestly, I can't find peace of mind at all. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his ear. Wu Ying. He spun around, and the moment he saw who had appeared, he jumped in fright. His eyes widened in horror, and he clasped his hands in a formal bow, shouting, "The divine sect is invincible. The heavenly demon is immortal." The man smiled. "It's been a long time since I heard you say that, kid." In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The old man was Pham Kang, the leader of the Red Fox Squad. The Red Fox Squad was the personal guard of the Heavenly Demon Clan. The two stood face to face, talking. Back then, we were both still young. Little one, you've now become a proper warrior, and I've become the leader of the Red Fox Squad. Wu Ying frowned, looking remorseful. I deserve death 1,000 times over. Memories of that horrific time flooded back. 20 years ago, as the youngest member of the Red Fox Squad, his mission was to protect the young mistress. He was so loyal to her that when she wanted to leave the martial arts world, he held on to his conviction to protect her and left with her. But by doing that, I was no better than a deserter. I don't regret my choice back then, but I no longer have the face to stand before my seniors. The man's face darkened, and he muttered, repeating the phrase, "Deserve death 1,000 times over?" He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he reassured him. "What are you talking about? From the very beginning, you have always been devoted to protecting the young mistress and her son. Isn't that carrying out the mission of the Red Fox Squad? Wu Ying, you have always been a member of our Red Fox Squad." Hearing this, Wu Ying felt deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes. "Senior, this means more to me than anything," the old man announced. The brothers of the Red Fox Squad all miss you very much. The young sect leader has already given his approval, so go and greet everyone." In another room, the young sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect smiled at the woman in front of him. "You are still as beautiful as ever, Senior Supreme Demon Empress." The old woman sat comfortably before him. "Why do you talk exactly like that, Liqian fellow?" The two exchanged a few words. "Is it true? I heard you've been taking care of the fields lately. There's a small joy to be found in farming." She sighed and asked, "Anyway, is the sect leader still doing well?" He replied calmly, "Same as always." He thought to himself that perhaps the sect leader was actually lucky that the senior demon empress wasn't by his side. "Actually, I came to see you because of my father. I have a request. My father still hasn't given up on his dream. Over 30 years ago, he sparked the Great War between the demonic and righteous factions, and even now, he remains obsessed with it. Looking across the whole martial arts world, you are the only one who can change his mind. I cannot sit by and watch the world be bathed in blood again." She wasn't surprised by this. She looked out the window and let out a long sigh. "A dream, you say? To unify the martial arts world. Everyone is trapped in that dream, a dream that no one was ever meant to achieve." Liqian was the same, which is why he was currently fighting two gigantic stone lions. The blue-eyed one opened its massive maw, preparing to bite down. It snapped its jaws shut, but it only caught the air. As soon as the blue one finished, the red one attacked, but they were just all size and no skill. How could they possibly match him? Liqian was still in the mood to taunt them. "You two coordinate quite well." Since that's the case, he planted his feet firmly, cracking the ground beneath him, and sprang up. As he swung his blade toward the monster's belly, he said, "I'll make sure you can't get in my way anymore." As soon as he finished his sentence, the monster's leg had been sliced clean off. Cutting one leg wasn't enough. He had to cut all four to make it impressive. The oversized beast was being absolutely thrashed by him. With both its legs severed, what could it possibly do? It collapsed on the ground, struggling. Now, only the red one remained. A series of razor-sharp slashes rained down on both beasts. In an instant, the stone lions shattered into thousands of pieces. Liqian had dealt with both in the blink of an eye. It was fast and dangerous, but this only made him more annoyed at the jerk who set this trap. Stone statues that can move? Looks like this guy really likes these lame jokes. Let me see who exactly is hiding behind this. He walked straight toward the house on the soaring mountain and pushed the door open. Inside, it was dilapidated and ruined. The furniture was covered in dust, and cobwebs were everywhere. It looked like no one had touched the place in a long time. Liqian guessed that someone had lived here before, but it had been abandoned. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and the woman appeared, looking down at him. "You're not wrong," she said, standing on the second floor, fanning herself. "It would be more accurate to think of this as a house where time has stood still. Its age is about the same as yours." Seeing her posing there, he recognized her immediately. "You're the one I met while chasing the Flying Swallow Society. Who exactly are you? Why did you summon me here?" The woman walked straight down, stood in front of him, and lifted his chin with her fan. What an incredibly curious child. But the next thing she said was, "I have something I want to show you." Liqian brushed her fan away with disgust. "Even though I don't know what you're trying to do, how do you know about the Fong Mong Lao?" The sect lady smiled smugly. "Your father knows this place best. Go ask him." Back on the side of the Demon Empress, the old woman looked at the Leo fellow in surprise. "I'm the only one who can stop the sect leader?" He was certain of it, thinking to himself that the strongest demonic person wasn't his father, but the Demon Empress herself. However, the woman shook her head firmly. "You're wrong." Her eyebrows knitted together as she told him the truth. "Because I am a demonic person, the 9 Calamity demonic arts is the supreme martial art among all demonic techniques. Whoever comprehends its essence can summon the heavenly demon's soul. Furthermore, those who practice this art cannot disobey the orders of the heavenly demon's soul. You know this too, don't you?" The young sect leader understood immediately. The Demon Empress didn't dare disobey the father's orders, and the father couldn't guarantee victory against the Tutfong family. But the Tutfong family didn't dare oppose the Supreme Demon Empress. This circle of mutual restraint was truly delicate. After explaining, she closed the subject for him. "So, I cannot stop the sect leader, and I cannot interfere in this matter." He finally gave up. It was my own lack of foresight. He felt a headache coming on, silently calculating. Perhaps it's because of the previous sect leader that she can't intervene. So, even if I find the Demon Empress, I can't stop my father. Thinking of the bloodshed and heads rolling, he felt discouraged. Is this world about to return to those days? On Zheng Xiaolian's side, the girl couldn't sleep, and was still standing watch, her heart burning with worry. It was so late, and he hadn't returned. The sun would be up soon. Even though Liqian was shockingly strong, the things he did were just as dangerous. The girl had been by his side many times, yet she still felt this way. Liqian asked, "What are you thinking about?" The girl shook her head. "It's nothing. I just often feel uneasy lately, and I can't help but worry if something might happen to you. Who wouldn't like being cared for by their woman?" He smirked. Zheng Tulian confidently comforted the girl, telling her not to worry, and the girl teased him back, pretending to be angry. "Who cares about you? Haha, I'll always come back safely." But Liqian confidently promised, "I give you my word." Yet, it was so late, and he was still nowhere to be seen. Zheng Xiaolian was worried sick. She didn't know where he had gone, nor what he was doing. "I'll just wait for Wu Ying to return and ask him. But as for Liqian, he'll be fine, right? While you're here worrying, he's over there being treated to a full table of food by a beautiful woman." The leader of the Fai Yen Association picks up her teacup and invites him to join her for a drink, but he doesn't even bother to touch his chopsticks. "The things you want to show me are definitely not these," he says. Fai Yen Association leader, "What exactly are you trying to do?" She isn't surprised. "So, you've already figured out who I am?" Liqian boasts triumphantly. "My intuition has always been pretty spot on." Disappointed, she sets her teacup down and stands up. "It seems these things don't suit your taste. Then, let's end the tea here. Turn around, and I'll show you exactly what you want to see." As she speaks, she opens the door. "You've surely heard what the world was like during the Great War between the righteous and demonic factions, but you've certainly never seen it with your own eyes." Before him lies a scene of smoke and fire, with people clashing violently and countless dead. Everything unfolds right before his eyes, as if he were standing there himself. He watches as the weak kneel, clutching the enemy's feet in desperation. "Please, please, sir. If you take this too, we'll starve to death." But all they receive in return is a curse. "Get lost, you bastard." And with that, their heads are lopped off instantly. The female leader explains that at the beginning, the Great War was just a conflict between martial artists, but neither the demonic cult nor the righteous sects could end it because their strength was too evenly matched. As the front lines stretched, innocent commoners began to suffer the consequences. Have you considered all of this? Liqian has, of course, accounted for it. "If I had let that happen, I wouldn't have started this from the beginning." She fans herself and says, "Then you are forced to obtain a few things." He glares at her, puzzled. "Obtain a few things?" She replies, "That is the power to completely overwhelm the heavenly demon sect and the Tatfong family, along with the psychological fortitude to confront them. You know, relying solely on your own strength is nowhere near enough, right?" Suddenly, a blinding light erupts behind her, and without another word, she uses her fan to thrust him forward. "What if I could grant you that power? How about it?" Vines cover his body, tightening around his every knuckle. The vine branches bloom with glowing white flowers. He can truly feel a surge of power now. They wrap tightly around him, trapping him. A giant red butterfly flies over and lands right on his head. The scene shifts again. He stands there, with mountains of corpses below and blood flowing like a river. Trapped, he faces the catastrophe head-on. The leader's voice echoes, "To change this world, you must have prepared yourself to make sacrifices. But what if it affects the lives of those around you?" As she asks this, he immediately thinks of Wu Ying and his girl, Zheng Xiaolian. His eyes widen in panic. On your own, you cannot protect everyone. Seizing the opportunity, she reaches out to Liqian to tempt him. "Take my hand." He acts as if hypnotized, slowly reaching out. She smiles with satisfaction. Their hands are about to touch. Suddenly, he shifts his grip and squeezes her wrist tightly. He's handsome, but he's not stupid. He looks her straight in the eye and says, "If a weak little soul manipulation technique like that could control me, I wouldn't have dared to claim I'd unify the martial arts world in the first place." Suddenly, a gust of wind rises. Flower petals fill the sky, and the space shatters into pieces. The formation vanishes, and he finds himself back in the woods. Her voice lingers before she disappears. "Don't be so quick to decide. Think it over carefully. We'll discuss it again next time we meet." Morning has arrived. He spent the entire night in her mental space and grinds his teeth in frustration. "I was trapped for way too long." Elsewhere, the woman returns to her room. Her elderly henchman asks anxiously, "Should I have made the formation stronger?" "My apologies." She remains calm. Everything was within expectations. She seems quite pleased, smiling broadly. "But it's been a long time since I've encountered something this interesting. I'm very curious to see how he turns out. No matter what happens or what he loses, will he be able to endure it?" The moment the formation dissipates, he notices a familiar figure right before his eyes. Zheng Tulian? It's unclear how long she has been standing there, but she doesn't seem to recognize him. I understand now. I was still inside the formation, he thinks. Once the illusion fully breaks, she finally senses him and turns around, overjoyed. Ah, I found you. Seeing her searching for him, Liqian smiles happily. Zheng Xiaolian asks hurriedly, "It's the middle of the night. Why did you come here? You didn't come home yesterday, and I heard you went to the Bakthian Ba house." He guesses, then teases her triumphantly. "Are you worried about me?" Her face turns beet red. Even though she knew he wouldn't be in danger, she mutters, "But..." He leans in, waiting to hear the rest. "But what?" She only dares to whisper, "I was very worried about you." Liqian laughs heartily. "So, you didn't sleep all night? Why be shy about worrying for the person you love?" Zheng Xiaolian looks up at him, her eyes shining. "Let's go home together. Everyone is waiting for you." Touched, he nods immediately. "Yeah, let's go." They return to Thuong Thien Mon to get some rest. After some time, she opens the door and catches a faint scent in the air. She realizes it's the small flower he picked for her yesterday. She picks it up and inhales the fragrance. Liqian hasn't left yet. He stands on a nearby roof, watching her affectionately with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, Wu Ying appears. "Young master, you're here? What are you looking at?" He follows his gaze and chuckles teasingly. "No wonder you were looking so intently." Liqian doesn't bother hiding it. "Wu Ying, once you truly love someone, you will understand." He's aware of the situation too. "Now that you mention it, yesterday was truly surprising. I didn't expect the Phi Yen Association leader to offer to join forces with us. Furthermore, her claim that she can suppress the power of the demon cult and the righteous sects is truly hard to believe." He recalls that, while it didn't sound entirely like a lie, her approach seemed to have an ulterior motive. "It seems I need to have a talk with my father." They stand there talking. "I'm sorry, I should have been by your side," Wu Ying says. He nods. "Weren't you busy handling the tasks I gave you? Thanks to you, my uncle was able to meet his old comrade before he passed away." Wu Ying looks grim. "Don't look at me like this now. Back then, everyone treated me like the youngest brother. I cherished them too." He understands everything. He smiles at his companion and asks, "Haha, but Wu Ying, don't you have any regrets?" He has never regretted staying by his side. "You know the answer. Why ask?" He teases him again. "What if one day you suddenly regret it and feel like you should have followed the seniors back? After all, I'm always ordering you to do so many things." He doesn't care. In fact, he likes it. Haha. "The more tasks you entrust to me, the more it proves that you trust me." They understand each other perfectly and look ahead. It's almost time for the meeting. Indeed, starting today, the landscape is about to shift again. In the large forest, several suspicious masked figures are heading in one direction, including Duong Daoqin, the sect leader of Duong Thitao Monday. He pulls his hat lower and looks around. Just as we predicted, everyone is hiding their true identities. Some are even wearing extra masks. We have no choice. But he knows well that this is a betrayal of the Bakthian Ba family. A few days ago, all the families previously forced into submission by the Bakthian Ba family received a letter from Liqian, the sect leader of Thuong Thien Monday. Although the letter only invited everyone to Thuong Thien Mon for a chat, everyone understood the underlying message. He thinks that trusting a newly formed sect feels like a gamble. Suddenly, a loud shout breaks his train of thought. "I knew it would come to this." A group of people suddenly appears, blocking their path. He is terrified and freezes. It is the leader of Thiet Thuong Mon, Su Hu Ba. Those beside him are members of sects that previously led the way in helping the Lam family with their shameless deeds. It seems the news of today's gathering has been leaked. Before they can protest, the old man draws his sword. "I expected traitors to come, but I didn't expect so many. You must still feel some shame, hiding your faces like that." The henchmen around him draw their swords as well. The masked men are trembling in fear. "Stop!" one cries out. "Sect leader Su, what are you doing?" Su Hu Ba grips his sword tightly. "You all know very well how the Bakthian Ba family treats traitors, don't you?" The others are terrified. Wait. But the old man is too fast and ruthless. He strikes in the blink of an eye, swinging his sword down and shouting to execute everyone. But the sword, as it swings down, is deflected and shatters into pieces. Both the attacker and the victims are stunned into silence. They look over, even more terrified. Leaves? Who used these? Only one person could do something like this. Liqian. He stands on a large tree branch, looking down. This world is truly ridiculous. Can the lackeys of that beast in human skin, Lin Tiansui, really come here to kill? Su Hu Ba is startled. "That guy is," he bellows. "Are you acting so reckless just because of your martial arts? Or are you arrogant because you have the support of that Fitch Lich Sword Senior?" No matter how arrogant you are, a small fry like you from the Azure Heaven sect is no match for the Northern Sky hegemon. Liqian just laughed, looking unimpressed as he plucked a leaf from a branch. I'll give you a warning too. I wonder where this leaf will strike. His eyes narrowed, staring down with a chilling intensity. Is it a weapon or a poison? The whole group looked up at him, swallowing hard in fear, too terrified to say another word. Seeing they were as obedient as puppies now, he jumped down. Very well, our esteemed guests, please follow this way. I'll show you the path. The group immediately scattered and followed him, leaving the useless Suyuba standing there, unable to even draw his sword anymore. His underling looked around and asked, "Are we just going to let them go like that?" The old man's face darkened with rage. There would be plenty of opportunities later. He gritted his teeth, unable to swallow his pride. It won't be long now. I will definitely make them pay for this. Whether it was that brat or those traitors, Liqian led the group back home and into the courtyard. He told them, "This is the first time this place has been open to outsiders." He explained that the area was soundproofed, so they didn't have to worry about walls having ears. Only then did the group dare to take off their hats and look around. They were stunned. How could this be? Was this really the Azure Heaven sect? Although they had imagined it would be big, they never expected it to be this massive. Furthermore, I can sense the aura of countless experts. These must be the elite martial forces of the Azure Heaven sect. The old Master Yang couldn't believe his eyes. With this scale, and this kind of combat power, combined with the martial arts of sect leader Qi and the legendary Thunderbolt Sword Senior, who on earth are these people? Only then did Liu Mian step forward to address them. From now on, we are in the same boat. Although we started out for our own interests. From this moment on, I will consider you all as my allies, bonded by loyalty. His eyes shone like stars as he confidently declared, "You will never regret the choice you made today." The scene shifted to a gloomy room where an underling knelt and presented a document. The leader, having just received a grade 1 contract, looked exhausted. A grade 1 contract, the incident with the Southern Peak Alliance last time cost us dearly. He opened the paper, expectant. They were really in need of a big job right now. He seemed satisfied as he slammed the paper onto the table. Damn, 100,000 silver taels. With this much money, one could live like an emperor for a lifetime. However, it was a pity to give it up, yet accepting it gave him a bad feeling. The old man was filled with killing intent. He called everyone for an emergency meeting as quickly as possible. The target on the contract was Liqian. The group sat around the table. I have a bad feeling about this, but the pay is so high, wouldn't it be a shame to walk away? We just need to make it look like a natural death. Surely no one will suspect us. Is there a way to take him out? Haven't you heard that the Thunderbolt sword is also in his sect? If we fail, we'll be the ones in danger. The leader waved his hand, cutting them off. Then we must send someone who will never fail. The group looked over and guessed who it was. You don't mean summon Gui Hun? But, one asked, even though Gui Hun is our sect's top assassin and has never failed, isn't he currently on a mission to assassinate the sect leader? Those people aren't just skilled in martial arts, their guards are also top tier. It must take time to complete that mission. The old leader didn't bother listening, his eyes bulging as he growled. No, once Gui Hun has taken action, he has surely finished the job by now. The man they mentioned, Gui Hun, had just finished slaughtering a room full of people. His methods were truly terrifying, a cold-blooded killer. That night, Liqian was intently practicing his qi. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, startled. A burst of energy had shot straight toward him from out of nowhere. A voice echoed from the roof. Still far too slow. He leapt up, landing right beside the person. That goes without saying. It was the Supreme Demon Queen. The two sat together, watching the stars. No moon tonight, but the sky is full of stars. Grandma, what was it like when you were young in the underworld? Which aspect are you asking about? Every aspect. Grandma. She told him. Everything was better back then. People were kinder. Who would dare to sit calmly in an inn today and eat in peace? A small argument, and they would pull out their weapons and start a fight. He smiled awkwardly. The Supreme Demon Queen shouldn't be saying things like that, right? Haha. They say the title Supreme Demon Queen was bestowed upon you by the predecessor of the heavenly demon cult. She recounted, that's right. When he ascended to the position of cult leader, I was about your age. He was the dream and ideal of all demon practitioners. In the end, he became the leader. Although his time was short, thanks to his guidance, I was able to master countless martial arts secrets. Suddenly, she realized something was off. Why do you keep asking about the past? You aren't some old person on their deathbed, are you? After the conversation with the sect leader, he felt puzzled. Grandma, is everything I'm doing right now correct? The old woman looked up at the sky. You once dreamed of conquering the world. Do you regret it now? Of course, there was no room for regret in his vocabulary. His gaze was calm. No. Once I decided to do this, I wanted to take the most righteous path. Since he didn't regret it, she just commented, so far, it's been passable. He grinned widely. That's a pretty harsh assessment. She added, being called passable is already a high compliment. Because the path you've chosen is like this, if you don't act ruthlessly, you simply cannot move forward. Having power means standing above others. Do you have the confidence to make them admire and submit to you, rather than just forcing them through violence? There is certainly a path in this world that only you can walk to the end. Don't be hasty, take it slow. As for the human heart, once it becomes twisted, it only grows more evil as time passes. If your original intention was good, then never forget your starting point for as long as you live. You can learn that from your father. That way, even after a long time has passed, you will still receive a good reputation. She shared from the bottom of her heart. Chi Liqian was moved to tears and went to hug her. That's why I like Miss Yang. She dodged quickly. Too hot. Stay away from me. How shameless. Then talk to me a little longer. It's late. Time to rest. Lin Xiaoqi finally received news of the betrayal. He sat for a long time, staring at his teacup. After grandfather passed away, they stopped respecting the Northern Sky hegemon entirely. Someone is spreading rumors that I was the one who killed him, and the Southern Peak Alliance dared to send assassins after me. The elder Feng Shoshan chimed in immediately. The subordinates are just as outraged as you, young master, but the urgent matter is to reorganize the internal ranks. The matter of revenge must wait for the right moment. If so, we must quickly have the young master officially inherit the position of family head. Lin Xiaoqi was very interested, but he knew. True, but there is no power currently supporting my succession. If I'm too hasty, I'm afraid it will trigger a rebellion. The old man kept trying to persuade him. Young master, you are the only bloodline left of the Northern Sky hegemon. If we don't quickly unite under a new family head, the Southern Peak Alliance will surely launch an all-out war. He had to admit that was true. Elder Feng Shoshan. You are right. The Northern Sky hegemon must restore its prestige under the leadership of a new family head. For now, focus our forces on defending against the Southern Peak Alliance. As for that Chi Liqian, there are countless people who want his head. It doesn't have to be me. In the desolate forest, two guards walked and talked. The moon is hidden and the stars are sparse tonight. We must increase the watch. Our Azure Heaven sect is drawing attention from the entire underworld. We must be more careful during patrols. Suddenly, one of them tapped the old guard on the shoulder. He had spotted someone. Only then did the old man notice. You're right, there are very faint footsteps. We must search this area. The other guard pulled a signal flare from his chest, ready to call for reinforcements. Both stood guard, looking around and shouting, Who's there? Just then, Liu Mian, who was standing nearby, was startled and turned back, clearly sensing killing intent. A masked person was killing, and his guards couldn't resist. The assassin raised his blade to stab down. I didn't expect these guys to be this strong. I have no choice but to strike. But before he could even move, a clang was heard. The blade in the assassin's hand flew straight into the sky and slammed into the ground. The guard was overjoyed. He saw a familiar tattooed hand gripping the assassin's throat tightly. The guard who almost died shouted, Sect leader. He still had enough energy to look at them and ask, Are you both severely injured? Both grinned. No, sect leader. We are both fine. He ripped the mask off the assassin's face. You dare to come to my courtyard to kill my people? How bold. Who sent you? But the man couldn't say a word. Blood gushed from his mouth as he committed suicide. He had actually bitten down on a poison capsule hidden in his teeth. It was definitely a professional assassin. The guard watched in horror. The man hadn't hesitated for a second. What a ruthless man. He threw the assassin's corpse to the ground, feeling like something was wrong. This isn't right. The look on his face just now clearly showed he was terrified. It seems there's something even worse than death for him. The guard crawled over and asked, Assassin. Who exactly is his target? Chi Liqian shook his head. I don't know. Search him. There seems to be something in his chest pocket. The moment he saw the photo, he panicked and shouted, Wait, isn't that the sect master? I get it now, you bastards. The guard looked at him, pale with fear. Humph. Daring to hire an assassin to kill a sect master? The sect master would surely be furious. Little did they know, all Chi Liqian cared about was, do I really look that intimidating? He was speechless. Well, at least the sect master wasn't hurt. But he knew it wasn't the time to draw him so poorly. It wasn't over yet. The real culprit was someone else. and he was likely about to make his move. And indeed, another assassin had a photo of him, and after finishing his meal, he even tossed a bone at it. The meat is so tough. The spy I sent hasn't returned yet. It seems as I predicted. He's probably dead. He laughed cunningly. This job was definitely worth handling personally. Back on Liqian's side, he sent 2 soldiers to check on the situation. Old Fang took their pulses. Luckily, you avoided the vital spots, and the blades weren't poisoned. The 2 soldiers were very respectful. We're truly sorry to trouble the military advisor to treat us personally. Please don't worry, head instructor. We'll recover quickly. They promised to return to training soon, but the old man scolded them. What are you saying? Resting is also a form of training. Military advisor. Let me take the night watch tonight. Old Fang disagreed. With Instructor Song here, how could they get any sleep tonight? Liqian added, the military advisor is right. You should focus on practicing how to rest well. Lately, you've been busy with everything and the training, so you haven't rested properly. Old Song bowed his head, brow furrowed. This subordinate is ashamed. Liqian nodded and turned to leave. Rest well, see you tomorrow. The old military advisor was puzzled. Where are you heading? He had decided. From now on, he would train outside. Instructor Song, don't worry too much about me. He meant what he said. Otherwise, the assassin might find his way back and kill more of his men. For the first few days, everything went according to plan, and the place remained peaceful. Every night, Liqian would head out to the vast fields to train under the moonlight. The moon was clear, the stars were bright, and the air was crisp. It was perfect for training. Suddenly, a sound echoed near and far. An assassin emerged from the shadows, lunging with his sword, but Liqian skillfully leaned and dodged. It was the same assassin from before, his eyes glowing red like a beast hunting prey. You knew I was waiting in ambush? I've been preparing for this day for a long time. That's right, I've been waiting for you to show up. The assassin slashed again, and Liqian jumped back. What an interesting fellow. The 2 clashed, evenly matched. The grassland was torn to shreds by their intense fight. The assassin's weapon was strange, it could separate and reassemble. Finally, it snapped back into a straight sword. He smirked triumphantly. First time seeing a weapon like this? Are you terrified? But Liqian dismissed him outright. Not at all. I'm just wondering. Why use a weapon like this? Is your swordsmanship that poor? The assassin's bloodshot eyes widened in anger. How dare you talk so arrogantly? I think the sword on your back is just for show. It is just for show, because I don't need it to deal with someone like you. My bare hands are enough. The assassin, humiliated and red with rage, lunged forward, still posturing. You're going to die for sure. The weapon in his hand shifted fluidly, changing forms again. As he spoke, he leaned to the side and dodged easily. Suddenly, the assassin pressed a switch, and the long weapon snapped open. Oh, this? In a flash, it turned into a long, coiled wire. Liqian leaped into the air, looking down with disdain. That won't be of any use. The assassin grew angrier and more reckless, the wire in his hand extending further. He was racking his brain, thinking, every move of mine is being dodged or countered. Suddenly, the wire whipped around Liqian's waist. He thought, now, I'll just slice him in half. But before he could execute his plan, Liqian clamped 2 fingers onto a link of the chain. With a powerful tug, he dragged the assassin straight toward him. The assassin, desperate, threw a punch with his bare hand. I'm very curious. Before he could finish, Liqian's punch caved his face in. Blood splattered everywhere, not even his parents would recognize him now. The assassin couldn't react in time and fell backward. Liqian stared down at him, asking, just how many people have you killed with this weapon? But the assassin was out cold and couldn't answer. He lay flat on the ground, his face swollen and bruised, only now realizing the bitter truth. This guy is far more dangerous than the rumors said. He's only 20 years old. How is this possible? Now, he had no choice but to accept it. The mission is a failure. In the end, I have to take the poison, just like those clowns. But before he could bite down on the pill, something was jammed into his mouth. It was his own iron sword. Liqian had predicted his move and blocked him immediately. He glared at him, warning, don't even think about it. The assassin, struggling to speak, choked out. What do you intend to do? Liqian's face was cold as ice. Did you think you could die that easily? I still need to take something from you. Meanwhile, the leader of the assassin group was still holding out hope. If Guihun takes action, he will definitely bring back that guy's head. I'm starting to look forward to it. To be able to decide someone else's fate, it's truly an interesting matter. But just as he felt smug, he opened the door to see a pool of blood waiting for him. A voice sounded from behind, making him jump. Just got back? It was Liqian, appearing like a ghost coming to collect a debt. He stood right behind him and growled. I've been waiting for you all this time. The old man swallowed hard in fear. Damn it, if he's here now, it means the commissioned mission has failed. The old man furrowed his brow and asked, Is Guihun dead? Liqian finally let him go and crossed his arms. I spared his life. Just pay me the compensation, and I'll return him to you. The man was confused. Compensation? Don't act surprised. You know everything. Didn't you collect 100,000 silver taels for this mission? If it fails, the penalty is 10 times the reward. The man finally understood, grinding his teeth. You mean you want me to give you 1,000,000 silver taels? Exactly. You're a smart one. He had to weigh his options. Trading 1,000,000 taels for Guihun's life? Looking at the fingers scattered in the pool of blood, he did the math. The man could no longer be an assassin. To the ghost assassin sect, he was now worthless. He clenched his fists until his veins bulged. And if I refuse? Liqian laughed. Then, naturally, I would be very grateful. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the old man's purple, furious face. Because then, I'd have a reason to kill you and take all your money. Finally, the man had no choice but to pull out a stack of papers. This is all our assets. You don't really think we can just cough up 1,000,000 taels right now, do you? He nodded. Fine. I'll collect the rest in monthly installments. The man actually had the nerve to ask, But aren't you afraid of doing this to us? Assassins will never forgive someone who dares to touch their rice bowl. That group of people was usually incredibly selfish, but they became unusually united when something like this happened. To get rid of you, it's possible that every assassin in the Central Plains will mobilize at once. Liqian, terrified, calmly walked past him. That would be perfect. Coincidentally, I've been needing a lot of money lately. Just send all of them my way. The old man was seething, his hands shaking violently, his anger boiling over as he cursed silently. Fine, I'll grant your request. Even if I have to mobilize every single assassin, I will have your head and my money back. Suddenly, as he reached the door, Liqian stopped in his tracks. But it seems I can't just leave like this. The confused old man turned around, bewildered. What? Liqian gave him a warning. You'll never stop regretting this. As time goes by, every day you'll think about how you shouldn't have given me that money, and you'll even lose your appetite because of it. Every month when you pay me, you'll feel resentful, as if you've been swindled, and then you'll definitely start thinking about wanting to steal the money back, won't you? He spoke with such precision that the old man's eyes went wide. What are you talking about? But Liqian seemed to read his mind, turning his head with a strange, eerie look. Don't tell me you're already thinking about it right now? The old man, both angry and terrified, screamed, You! What kind of person do you take me for? But Liqian's killing intent flared up. Actually, come to think of it, I'm the same. He took a few steps forward, and the old man immediately backed away in fear. Actually, I was just bluffing earlier. If all the assassins in the Central Plains were aiming for me, how could I ever live in peace? I'd surely regret it too. He had already thought 100 steps ahead. I'd think that I should have just killed you directly back then, instead of sparing your life and leaving this trouble behind. I should have killed the sect master of the Ghost Assassin sect. I should have been ruthless even in my dreams. I'll never stop regretting that I didn't kill you then. He had the old man cornered with nowhere left to run. The old man stood rigid, paralyzed by fear, staring blankly as he spoke. If I just walk away now, I'm afraid it won't end well for either of us. The man's eyes were bloodshot, a cornered dog ready to bite. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Before he could finish, he was struck by a single blow from Liqian, sent flying straight into the door, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to his knees, unable to retaliate, and shrieked, You bastard! You didn't keep your promise. He stomped hard on the man's hand as a warning. If you ever dare to accept an assassination contract against anyone related to me again, I will slaughter every assassin in the underworld, including you. Is that clear? Seeing his eyes burning with rage and his overwhelming killing intent, the man was scared out of his wits and finally bowed his head in submission. I understand. The next day, the old man was training frantically in the yard when he suddenly heard a voice. Starting your training so early? Ah, it's Master Liqian. He hurriedly bowed. The sect leader walked toward him. You've worked the hardest while the other martial artists were dealing with this incident. The man quickly shook his head. Please, don't say that. It's thanks to your concern that everyone recovered so smoothly. His voice trailed off, and he added, I am deeply grateful. Then, he noticed something felt off. You've been training so desperately lately. Does it have to do with the leader of the Longya gang, your family's enemy? The old man finally spoke up. Actually, I went to find him a few days ago. I've only dragged out my miserable existence until now, hoping for the day I could avenge my family. But when I arrived, the man I saw was no longer the person he used to be. His family and subordinates had all abandoned him. He was dragging his sickly body around, living alone in a dilapidated house. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to strike. If it were before, I surely would have taken his life with a single sword stroke. So, it seems I'm not the only one who has changed over the years. My heart has grown too soft. I don't know if I'm still qualified to train the new wind unit. And those martial artists who were attacked, if only I had trained them more strictly. He understood how the man felt and interrupted him. That is exactly why the new wind unit needs you. You are a good mentor. You know exactly when to draw your sword and when not to. The old man was about to reply, "Sect leader, I'm not as strong as you say," when he reached into his pocket and pulled something out. "I was going to give you this when you officially took the position of lead instructor. Take it and see." As he spoke, he handed over a brown wooden box carved with a withered tree. He opened it, and a bright light spilled across his face. It was a radiant, golden pill. Before the man could even ask, he answered for him. "It's a Great Restoration pill." The old man was shell-shocked. "What? This couldn't be the Great Restoration pill of the Shaolin Temple, could it? I heard there were only 3 left in the entire world." Seeing he wasn't joking, the old man broke into a cold sweat. "Is it really a Great Restoration pill? A treasure like this, why give it to me?" Now it was Liqian's turn to be surprised. "Why ask why? You are my subordinate, and you are helping me handle very important matters." Liqian wanted him to know that following him would never be a loss. "Do you have any idea how much work I intend to make you do to pay for this? You had better prepare yourself mentally." The old man looked back and forth between him and the pill, still unable to believe it. I already knew the sect leader was a hard man to read, but to anyone in the underworld, this pill is worth more than life itself. He thought to himself, to think someone actually values me more than a Great Restoration pill. If he trusted him this much, he would gladly give his all. He clasped his hands together with a beaming smile and bowed deeply. "Sect leader." Their eyes met, and he felt immensely satisfied. "I will naturally go through fire and water for him." This news hit Wu Ying like a bolt of lightning, and he shouted, You gave him the Great Restoration pill? That's a miraculous medicine. Even you, Master, haven't used one yet." Why? He didn't care. He had calculated everything. The position of Instructor Song was crucial. A single pill was nothing to worry about. Besides, I will eventually conquer the entire world. When that happens, I can have as many pills as I want. Wu Ying let out a helpless sigh. "You really are something, Master. But the thing he's most curious about is, where did you get it?" Perhaps his guess was right. The wooden box in the old man Chi Tu Lin's hand was completely empty. The old man was radiating, killing intent, flames of rage burning. His precious son had added a little salt to the wound, admitting bluntly, "I stole it." Inside the house, Chi Tu Lin was checking the pulse of an elderly woman. Her son stood by, thanking him profusely. "Doctor, thanks to your miraculous hands, my mother can move and go about her daily life much more easily now. She isn't in pain anymore, and she sleeps well at night." The old man let go of her wrist and replied modestly, "Don't call me doctor. I'm not a doctor. Your mother's condition requires consistent treatment. You must bring her back tomorrow." As the son helped his mother walk away, he bowed. "Yes, thank you so much. I always come empty-handed. I feel truly ashamed." Suddenly, he saw someone walking in and exclaimed, "Oh, has the next patient arrived so soon?" The old man looked at his son standing before him and nodded. "Come in." The old man gave a vague explanation. There were too many people who didn't dare seek medical help because they had no money. But he had seen through it all. Charging no money is one thing, but your technique for regulating blood flow and meridians is incredible. Even ordinary doctors couldn't do it. To think you'd find a way to use martial arts to heal people, you really live up to your reputation. Chi Tu Lin looked at Liqian and asked, "Being able to help them is enough. How did the urgent matter you mentioned earlier go? We should be heading to the Heavenly Demon Sect soon, right?" He sat down on a wooden crate. "This is actually the first time I've met my maternal grandfather, but why didn't his father ask? Aren't you curious what I did with the Great Restoration pill?" The old man knew his son's character too well. "Is there a need to ask? You surely used it where you felt it was needed." That was also why he wasn't angry anymore. He hadn't expected the old man to be so reasonable. "That's right. I gave it to someone who deserved it." Chi Tu Lin smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you today." As he was speaking, a man walked in, coughing violently. "Is the doctor in?" Liqian immediately stood up to leave. "It looks like you're busy, father. I'll ask you next time." The old man agreed immediately, even offering to meet again. In any case, we'll have plenty of opportunities later. Let's talk then. Father and son looked at each other with mutual understanding. It had been a long time since they had been on such good terms. Yes, I'll talk to you when I get back. Over at the elder's house, the Supreme Ma Empress held a teacup and asked with a smile, "So, this is my new tea. Is it any good?" Zhang Xiaolian took a sip. The tea was rich and flavorful. "Thanks to you, I get to enjoy such delicious tea." The two old men immediately grew jealous. "What about us? Don't we get any? We've been fixing farm tools all day." The old woman clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Tisk. If I didn't tell you to, would you have even done it? Look at Zhang Xiaolian. He didn't even ask. And she comes to help every day." The old man frowned and advised, "Young Lady Trin, don't waste your efforts. A tiny garden like this means nothing. Even if that person were to turn an entire city upside down, he wouldn't break a sweat." She smiled brightly. "I just find it interesting to work and talk with you. That's why I come." The old woman was very pleased with her future granddaughter-in-law. She couldn't understand how someone could be so sweet-spoken. "Right, didn't you say you had a date today?" Only then did the girl mention that Liqian had promised to show her a great place today, perfect for martial arts training. The old woman knew exactly what that meant. At the best age for that. Right, heh. The girl blushed. "No, it's not like that." All right, don't be late. Go on." "Yes, I'll come back tomorrow." Just as they had planned, Liqian took Zhang Xiaolian to a place filled with fireflies. Her eyes lit up with excitement. It was truly beautiful. The two went for a walk, a dreamlike scene. She never imagined such a place existed. He looked around. "I come here often. It's spacious and secluded, perfect for practicing martial arts." She looked at the sword wrapped in white cloth on his back and smiled. "Liqian, have you started training with your father's sword?" The two chatted happily. "That sword is called the gentleman's sword, right?" "Yes. Anyone who practices swordsmanship desires to possess this blade. But the ultimate goal is actually..." As he reached this point, his face became very serious. "The realm of Heart Sword is the dream of every swordsman, the ultimate goal, and a lofty ideal that is hard to reach." Zhang Xiaolian gasped in amazement. "Could it be that you..." He guessed what she was thinking, grinning from ear to ear. "I'm still far from that." She finally understood, but for some reason, her heart felt a bit uneasy. "Wait, why do I suddenly feel anxious? It's not that I don't want Liqian to improve his martial arts. Could it be that I don't want the distance between us to grow too large?" As she was lost in thought, he called out, "Let's both take that as our goal for training." Zhang Xiaolian agreed immediately. "Yes, I hope we can both reach that level." The two looked at each other with deep affection, moving closer and closer. Suddenly, he asked, "Trin Tu Lien?" She let out a soft, But his next words were, "Did you sense the killing intent?" At that exact moment, a man with fiery red eyes lunged at them with a sword. She was startled and snapped to attention. That guy's strike was incredibly powerful. He pulled his girlfriend close, hugging her waist tightly to shield her. He glared at the person before him. This aura felt so familiar. It was the same energy he'd sensed from the Flying Swallow sect members who were hit by that evil fog earlier. Not denying it. "I see." Sharp eyes. "So, I guess you realize by now that you aren't leaving here in one piece?" He hurried to set her on her feet. "Zhang Tulian, hide here. Don't move." With that, he lunged forward like lightning, and the battle escalated instantly. "How dare you ruin the romantic mood with my girl? Today, I'm going to mince you." In the blink of an eye, Liqian struck at his opponent's face, but his hand hit a wall of chest armor instead. He wondered why he couldn't pierce it. The man grabbed his wrist, sneering. "Are you scratching me?" Realizing the situation was dire, he knew he had to draw his sword right then and there. Both swung their swords. His hand was pinned by the enemy, but they struck simultaneously. However, his blade moved a step faster, landing squarely on the enemy's head. He sliced him while the enemy's arm was still raised, unable to strike down. Half of the man's head was sheared off. "I never expected you to block 3 of my moves." Finally, the body exploded and disintegrated. This guy was definitely not normal. As he burst, streaks of pitch-black smoke shot out, wrapping tightly around the hero's sword. Seeing him engulfed in the purple-black smoke, Zhang Xiaolian panicked from afar and screamed for Liqian. He shouted back urgently, "Zhang Tulian, don't come over here." But she ran straight to him, trying to grab his hand and refusing to let go. "That light, it's pulling me in with such force." Liqian yelled, "Zhang Tulian, let go, you'll get hurt. Some invisible power is dragging me into the earth. If this keeps up, you'll be." She quickly thought to herself. Even Liqian was helpless. What could she possibly do? Even though she had no idea how to help, she gritted her teeth and channeled all her strength, stabbing her sword into the ground to anchor herself. She screamed anxiously, "I will never let go." He couldn't even speak properly, helplessly scolding her. "You idiot!" He looked down at his lower body. What on earth was this fog? It kept dragging him down with overwhelming suction. The sword in her hand couldn't take the strain and snapped in half, shattering completely. Both watched, eyes wide with horror as she was dragged along too. Just then, Zheng Xiaolian's arm was sliced by something, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes widened in agony at the sight. He had to get himself out of that thing, otherwise his girl would be even more severely injured. Zheng Xiaolian saw this, her eyes bright with twisted delight. "Qi Liqian, your hand is slipping." Even as he struggled to pull her hand away, he waved at her with a smile. "Wait for me to come back, okay?" With that, he let go and pushed her flying away from the pit. Zheng Xiaolian's heart skipped a beat, memories flooding back to that day on the rope bridge, that same feeling of her heart skipping a beat, along with all the times they had enjoyed together. His love and care were clear before her eyes. "Thank you." And just like that, their hands parted. He was dragged straight down, disappearing into the earth in a flash, despite Zheng Xiaolian's desperate screams. Qi Liqian quickly turned to look behind him. His sword was still stuck there, quite a distance from her, his sword that still radiated spiritual energy. Qi Liqian. Back when Qi Liqian was just a little kid, his parents stood there, seeing him off. His mother carefully instructed, "Learn to grow up before you come home." He grinned with a youthful, innocent face. "Yes, mother, I will definitely see all that this world has to offer." Back then, he carried 2 swords on his back that were bigger than he was. Liu Tucson remembered the memory, her hand reaching out to touch the sword, before finally hesitating. The sword had been returned to her by him long ago. Suddenly, the door opened, and her husband walked in. The old man asked, "Is something wrong? Why are you looking at the Hellblade?" She shook her head. "It's nothing. Just suddenly remembered some old stories today." Recalling when Qi Liqian first stepped into the martial arts world, the old man sighed. "Although the boy doesn't know it, I haven't had a good night's sleep since that day. But as long as it helps Qi Liqian become stronger, I haven't hesitated once. The boy is even more exceptional than we expected now." She nodded in silent agreement, then added, "But sometimes, I feel has he grown up too early?" The old man shook his head. Not. Suddenly, both froze, startled, and looked at each other. Outside the main gate, a female figure was running toward them as if her life depended on it. In her arms, she clutched his blade. Seeing her, the woman knew immediately that something had happened. Elsewhere, Qi Liqian suddenly snapped his eyes open. He was lying on a long bench in a strange room, sitting up in a panic and shouting, "Zheng Tulian!" But he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Checking his body, he realized his internal energy was gone. Before he could process it, the sect leader appeared. "You won't be able to undo that prohibition." He caught sight of her, his eyes filled with utter disgust. "The Flying Swallow sect leader, it really is you." She walked over to him. "You're quite talented, waking up so quickly. If it were anyone else, they would have met the king of hell by now while being dragged down here." He glared at her. "Was that black smoke you're doing? I've never heard of such a thing." She sat on the chair opposite him, resting her chin on her hand. "This? It's not important. My previous proposal, have you thought about it? That thing again?" He sighed. "Don't you already know the answer? I don't know what grudge you have against my father, nor do I know why you want to rule the world." Qi Liqian's face was cold as he declared, "But I have no intention of sharing the martial arts world with anyone." Seeing him act like this annoyed her. "I think highly of you. Yet you choose the path to hell?" She mocked. "What can you accomplish with just the courage of a child?" He didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and retorted, "A child? You were young once too. Do you think your childhood was completely meaningless? It's a pity that most adults in the martial arts world today aren't even as good as a child. That's why kids like me have to step up. Isn't that right? Because we can't let adults like you manipulate the martial arts world." Being mocked and hit where it hurt, she glared with killing intent. "Since you've rejected my offer, there's no reason to keep you alive. I will send you to a place that will make you regret your choice today." But he wasn't afraid and glared back at her. She continued, "Go experience it for yourself and see just how useless you really are." The scene shifted to a desolate desert, dust and sand filling the sky. 2 guards pushed open the heavy gate and asked each other, "What is this? I've never seen so many experts escorting a carriage before. Who are they bringing here this time?" As the carriage stopped, the guards shouted, "Get off!" One man pulled out a paper and read it painfully slowly. 2857 is an old man with white hair. 2858 is a square-faced youth. 2859 is a long-haired girl. He stopped reading and looked down at the list, confused. Huh? What's this? One more person? A man stepped out, his hands bound by heavy shackles. 2860 is Liqian. The guard yelled. From now on, this is your name. When called, you must respond immediately. He never expected to fall into such a situation. He clicked his tongue in disgust. This name is way too long. The guard glared. Stop your grumbling. Get inside. He casually asked if he should be fed something first. Those who had been numbered were taken into a gloomy room. Guards stood watch on both sides, and sitting on a high chair in front was a man who said, They're all here. He tapped the armrest. Yes, I've been waiting. Killing intent radiated from him. He glared down at the prisoners. Just now, I was curious about who warranted so many escorts for a carriage. Looking at your calm demeanor, it must be you. The man pointed directly at him. What's your name? He replied indifferently, Liqian. Then he asked back, What's your name? The man laughed with wicked delight. Hehe, kid, your energy is sealed and your hands are bound. Yet you still don't realize your situation? He dared to ask the name of a monster. This bald, evil man was the great evil wolf, Meng-Yi. The young man, standing in the same row as him, jumped in terror. Meng-Yi, hearing the name was like seeing a ghost. He quickly knelt and kowtowed. Please, spare my life. Ever since I stepped into the martial arts world, I've heard of the great reputation of Lord Meng-Yi. Please, I beg you to spare my life. The guards nearby looked at each other and laughed. The old man reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Fine, I'll give each of you a chance. Before the young man could even be happy, something was thrown into the middle of them, a sharp dagger. He ordered, As long as you can kill one person among you, the rest will live. The prisoners looked at each other in confusion. What does this mean? Are you making us slaughter each other? The bald man sat calmly, watching, but he was startled by Liqian's voice. Killing one person is not hard at all. As he spoke, he held out his bound hands, his whole body radiating a fiery red energy that made the old man shiver. He immediately smirked with interest. That's right. Nothing is more important than your own little life. Have you decided who to kill yet? Well, they're just a bunch of nobodies. It makes no difference to me who dies. He. Suddenly, a guard turned his head and called out to them. They stroked their chins with lecherous grins, holding that woman back. It's been a while since we've had some fun. Let me get some satisfaction. The man beside him chimed in, laughing until he shook. He's at it again. Hey, are you that itching for trouble? Do you want to defile that woman? The guy still put on a cocky face. In this place, women are a rare commodity. Heh. So if you want to kill someone, kill the others. The young man turned to look at the blade. Damn it, if he gets his hands on that sword, I'll be in danger. It's better to strike first. Thinking that, he acted immediately. But just as he reached for the blade, the man stopped him. Don't touch that sword. The guy froze solid. He warned him, If you do, you'll be the first one to die. But the young man just gnashed his teeth, refusing to understand. Why would you say that? At this rate, we're all going to die. His gaze was fixed, glaring straight at the bald man, because that guy was incredibly filthy. As for the parents of Liqian, the old man received the sword from the hands of Zalian. The two of them stood talking to each other. It's a good thing Zheng Tulian's wounds aren't too deep. Wu Ying had some knowledge of the Fi Yen Association. Previously, Liqian had bribed someone from the Fi Yen Association, so Wu Ying knew how to approach them. Liqian seemed to have intended to scout them out further. The old man made up his mind, I'll go bring Liqian back. But his wife suggested, Why don't you let me go instead? Her reason was that there were still many patients waiting for him to treat. But he had already planned it out. I'll find another doctor to cover for me for a few days. I can't let you go alone. She immediately grabbed his hand. Don't worry about me. I promise you, I'll be back before the full moon. On the other side, the man was also bluffing the crowd. My mother used to say this often. There's no need to fawn over the wicked. Once they realize their opponent is easy to bully, they'll push even harder next time. Moreover, the more cruel they are, the more true this is. The guards standing around gasped. This guy had some nerve, daring to talk to Lord Mong-Ak like that. The young man glanced at the blade stuck in the ground again. What a madman. In this situation, he's still adding fuel to the fire. At this rate, everyone is going to die. Thinking it was now or never, he acted. He picked up the blade. The guards standing outside started chirping. Hey, you understand, right? Don't kill the women. But he was only calculating. Offending him brought no benefits. The first person he aimed for was the one he considered the weakest. Sorry, old man. But just as the sword came down, Liqian intervened in time, knocking it away, and knocking that guy straight into a pillar, nearly stabbing the guard in the face with it. He was stunned. Ah, you bastard! I warned you once already, but you wouldn't listen. It seems this isn't the first or second time you've pulled these dirty tricks. But the guards still rushed to surround Liqian. The other three were scared out of their wits. The old man rushed to shield the girl. Miss, get back. The guards thought the man was an easy target and scrambled to attack. Leave this guy to me. But before they could even touch a hair on his head, they were sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. The square-faced man swung his sword down too. You bastard. I'll cut off your arm first. They swarmed him, yet they couldn't even hit a man in handcuffs. Dodge. He dodged it. Hey, he's above us. Even with so many of them, they couldn't touch him. They couldn't wrap their heads around how he could do that using only external martial arts. They couldn't even keep up with his speed anymore. This was impossible. Where did he go this time? In a split second, Liqian appeared right behind him. Are you going to continue doing evil in the future? Death was knocking at his door, yet he still shouted stubbornly. Shut your mouth. The man was so angry he kicked him in the neck, knocking him out instantly. Since it's so obvious, why ask 3 times? He was done for. He had used both feet to snap his neck. Seeing him die with a broken neck, everyone present was shocked, while he calmly hopped back to the ground. Then, from behind his head, a hand appeared, slamming his face straight into the ground and shattering the tile floor. Blood splattered everywhere. The ambushers thought they had done something great, breathing hard. What a monster. The guards standing around looked over in a panic. Lord Mong-ak, you actually stepped in personally? Someone even asked, is Lord Mong-ak going to kill him? The bald guy was terrified from watching the man kill others. No wonder they sent so many guards to escort him. If his internal energy weren't sealed, suddenly, the man's voice rang out. You must keep your promise. Liqian lifted his head as if nothing happened. He looked at the young man's corpse. Haven't we killed one person already? Blood was streaming from his mouth, but he was still fully alert. The bald guy stared with wide eyes, lips tightly pursed in frustration. Scene changed to a brothel. People were bustling in and out. The madam, dressed gaudily, swayed through the room. We have so many guests today. The old man following her bowed. It's all thanks to the madam's blessing. Just then, a girl ran over in a panic. Madam, a guest just arrived. From the first flower to the 10th, he's called for all of them. She was shocked, her eyes widening in disbelief. He called for all 10 of our brothel's greatest beauties? Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't have thought of that. The girl wasn't done yet. Furthermore, that guest also requested the presence of the madam and the manager. She couldn't understand it all. Called for us? In a private room, the girls were sitting around a table, chatting happily. You're so witty. The time just flew by. Hehehe. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. Sorry to disturb. The madam led the old man inside. I heard you were looking for me and the manager. She was thinking, he even called for all 10 beauties of the brothel. Let me see who this saint is. But when she saw the man sitting there, her eyes bulged in horror. In all my life, I've never seen a woman this beautiful. Tuyet-san sat amidst the beauties, legs crossed, hands supporting her chin, sipping tea while coldly looking at them. Everyone seems to be here. Now, let's talk business. The madam sat with her hand on her head, staring at the people in front of her. Let's talk business. The woman didn't quite understand and asked cautiously. She was thinking, that girl isn't just beautiful. That suffocating aura around her, what is it? Lu Tuye-san put down her cup, staring at them intensely. Among you, there is someone connected to them. The madam went straight to the point. The Phi Yen Association. The girls around the table looked blank and asked in return, what is the Phi Yen Association? We've never heard of it. Seeing their innocent faces, the madam irritably waved her hand, and the girls fainted on the spot. But one man didn't react at all. So it's you. He was the old man standing next to the woman, retreating in guilt. A member of the Phi Yen Association. He was Hong Chi Yen No Bat. He couldn't believe she had pressed the sleep pressure points on everyone at once. Caught red-handed, he still tried to argue. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. But the woman had noticed a detail. When the name Phi Yen Association was mentioned, only your muscles tightened for a second. Tell me everything you know about them. His face was cold, still denying it to the end. I've never heard of that name. Lu Tuye-san angrily warned. I never say things a second time. He was about to die without knowing his place. I'm just the manager of this brothel. I really don't know anything. Before he could finish, his shoulder was pierced by something sharp. Blood sprayed everywhere. It was a chopstick. He stared with wide eyes and screamed in pain. Ah. The madam didn't say much. She picked up another chopstick and started counting. The bastard clutched his wounded shoulder in agony. Why are you treating me like this? Liu Tuye-san just counted without answering. 49, 50. That's 50 chopsticks. The madam sat with her chin in her hand, smiling beautifully at him. You still have at least 50 more times to deny it. On Liqian's side, the shackles on his hands were removed. The guards began to protest. Lord Mongak, you've already spared his life. Are you really okay with letting him go just like that? The bald man sat silently on his high chair, staring down. He was remembering the man's expression just a moment ago, lying in a pool of blood, still lifting his head to challenge him. Haven't we killed one person already? He was fuming, gnashing his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't let this guy cause him to lose face in front of his subordinates for breaking his word. He spat out the words with difficulty. It's fine. I'm looking forward to the moment he finds out the truth. Just like that, the large gates opened, and he was set free. He looked at the scene outside and gasped in shock. Just as the bald man had warned, he would soon learn why that place was called a cattle shed. Scene changed to the association leader. She stood in a flower field, talking to her subordinate. That child has probably reached the cattle shed by now. Interesting things will happen soon, won't they? Are you reminding me, madam? You didn't eliminate him. This move seems like a mistake, but the lady enjoyed teasing him. Doing this would make him realize his own weakness and incompetence before he died. The old man listened silently without saying another word, but in his heart, he thought, although I don't know if the reason you did that is the only one. I have no idea what the consequences of this will turn out to be. Hey, leader. Since Liqian was released, he sat down to eat and chat with the other two prisoners. They had a place to stay, and were even being fed for free. He chewed on a rice ball, feeling confused. There were too many strange things going on, and he truly couldn't understand what this place was actually for. The old man sitting next to him stared in disbelief. He was saying that, but his expression was far too calm. He even had the nerve to remark, "The food here is terrible, old-timer." The old man humbly replied, "Old-timer? No, I'm just a silkworm keeper. You can just call me Tam No." Suddenly, he noticed the square-faced man sitting nearby. The old man held no grudge for the earlier attempt on his life, and simply offered him a rice ball. "Eat something." The old man smiled kindly to reassure him. "That was a life-or-death situation. You were just trying to survive. I don't blame you." The square-faced man felt ashamed. "Sir, old man, I apologize for what happened earlier." Liqian also looked over and praised, "Old man Tom No is truly kind-hearted." But the old man just laughed it off. "Ha ha, since we've ended up in a place like this, what's the point of dwelling on the past?" Just then, someone could be heard running toward them in a panic, shouting, "Please, spare my life. I can't die like this." He was sprinting toward Liqian, but before he could reach him, he was struck. A stone thrown by his pursuer hit him right in the head. He collapsed right in front of them as the others caught up with sticks in hand. How annoying. "Get going." He tried to beg. Please spare my life." One of the pursuers sneered, "Don't worry, we aren't going to kill you." They laughed menacingly as they surrounded him. "We're just going to make your life worse than death." Ha ha ha. Liqian felt disgusted by the scene, stood up, and asked, "Where do you think you're taking him?" The men finally looked over. "Who's that guy? Since you asked, I'll introduce myself. I am Liqian." The group started shouting, "This guy actually dares to give his name? Must be a newbie, huh?" The square-faced man sat stunned on the side, watching as the others prepared to attack. "Let me teach you the rules of this place." Before he could even lift his hand, Liqian landed a punch that caved the man's face in. Everyone gasped. Seeing their comrade defeated, the others shouted to each other, "He knows martial arts." Liqian snatched a stick from one of them. "I'll teach you all something too. From now on, you'll be hearing my name quite often." While the group stood there, stunned, and wondering what he was rambling about, he jumped up and swung the stick. In the other room, the door burst open, and a bloodied man stumbled in. "There's an intruder." He died the moment he finished the sentence. The entire room erupted in panic. The leader, Dam Yin Ni Tom, slammed the table and roared, "What is the meaning of this?" They had just learned that all the guards in the hallway were dead. "Damn it, get a carrier pigeon ready. Once we report the situation, we must withdraw immediately." He frantically commanded while writing, but before he could finish, his entire body stiffened in panic. Everyone in the room stared in horror. What was happening? A woman, without a word, the woman simply placed a fresh, bloody head on the table and scoffed. "Searching for a bunch of useless trash like this to be your guards? You truly are a pathetic man." Diodam was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Who on earth was this woman? On the other side, Liqian was fighting intensely, smashing his opponents with a single stick. "If you want to come at me, come all at once." This mother and son were both unstoppable. The mother grabbed the old man. "So what if you're from the Flying Swallow sect?" while Chi Li Gan pointed his stick to warn them. No matter who you are, both mother and son had the same motto: kill without mercy. Two people in different places, both fighting to the bitter end, both facing weak opponents who insisted on running their mouths. The one who dies is you. The woman's slender, elegant hand reached out, effortlessly stopping the sword slashing down at her. In just 2 moves, the opponent's own sword split his head in 2. The woman smiled at them. Let me teach you a little more. The things she was about to say were the very things Chi Li Gan was thinking. Your footwork must be faster than the opponent's eyes. With that, he finished off another one. Yet, they still kept rushing in, fighting, and cursing. Stop talking nonsense. Chi Li Gan taught them a lesson while taking them down. The second rule: anything you can grab is a weapon. People are no exception. He grabbed the nearest guy by the neck and used him as a club. With one swing, he cleared out a few more. He suddenly held the man firmly in front of him, raised a large piece of wood, and prepared to strike. Do you know what the final lesson is? On the other side, the mother had also finished off the assassins. One guy managed to escape, running for his life. Just as he shouted that she was a monster, he was suddenly yanked back. Without even lifting her foot, the woman stood in place and pulled the wretch back through the wall. He finally realized, is this air-based telekinesis? His throat was crushed in her grip. The third lesson for my son: never give your opponent a chance to survive. She snapped his neck on the spot. On the other side, Chi Li Gan had also finished off his enemy. This is the lesson I have for my son. In just a few short minutes, not a single person remained alive in the room. Diudam lay on the ground, dying. You actually found the right place, but it's too late. The woman looked at a bird flying in the sky without a hint of anger. Are you talking about the carrier pigeon? I suppose it's going to report to your superiors, isn't it? He trembled in fear, his eyes bulging. You knew everything? The woman nodded, adjusting her skirt. That's right, but keeping you alive would have made things much simpler. Now, you're not even as useful as that pigeon. As she spoke, she raised her slender leg. He looked at the foot descending toward his face, confused. What do you mean? But that was his last chance to speak. She crushed his head without changing her expression. I must catch up before that pigeon disappears. Scene shift to Chi Li Gan. The man he saved hurriedly clasped his hands. Thank you. Thanks to you, I kept my life. Chi Li Gan asked. Those people have temporarily retreated, but where were they taking you? And what did they mean by making your life worse than death? The man didn't know. No one knows about that. I only know that those who are taken away never return. They call themselves the Earth Hand Sect. Every few days, the Earth Hand Sect issues orders, and then they go and abduct people. Regardless of age or gender, the number of people they need is usually fixed, so there will likely be others taken to replace me. The square-faced man stood by, listening and sighing. Man, I really have no idea what's going on. I just got drunk, and when I woke up, I was already in the prisoner transport carriage. It turned out they had all been kidnapped. He turned to the old man. Sir, what about your story? The old man bowed his head, remembering, I'm much the same. Just go back to your room and rest for now. Chi Li Gan didn't say another word, just silently observing them. Dusk fell, and the sky grew dark. The old man quietly opened the door and walked out, standing there with his head tilted, looking up at the towering cliffs. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. You still aren't sleeping? It was Chi Li Gan. I don't know how long you've been standing here. You can't sleep either? Chi Li Gan nodded. I'm not used to the bed. When I change places, I can't close my eyes. Now that he had the chance to speak privately with the old man, he asked, But you seem to know quite a lot about this place. Would you mind telling me a few things? The old man smiled bitterly. Ha ha, there's nothing to hide. The old man told his story. It was just a very cliché tale. I used to make a living gathering herbs, and then they found me. Because they always made me find dangerous poisonous plants, I guessed they weren't using them for medicine. Even though my wife always begged me not to do things against my conscience, I had already tasted the profits, so I didn't listen to a word. In the end, while I was out gathering herbs, my wife took our son and left. A long time later, I finally felt regret and searched everywhere for traces of them. Eventually, I learned that my wife had passed away from illness long ago, and my son had vanished without a trace. After that, he went everywhere looking for news of his son, stopped working for the Flying Swallow sect, and was eventually captured here. Mentioning the painful memory, the old man gritted his teeth. Even though a wretch like me doesn't deserve to live, if by chance there is a way to survive and leave this place, his aged face looked sorrowful. Even if it's just once, I want to see my son again. The old man had the same determination as him. No matter what, I will definitely find a way out of here. Chi Li Gan thought, I also have someone I want to see, Zheng Xiaolian. She's waiting at home, practicing her sword, anxious for me to return. He closed his eyes. I can even imagine what she's doing right now. He tied his hair up. To get out, I first need to break the internal energy suppression. Although dealing with those people earlier wasn't a problem, the old man looked at him curiously. But you, do you have a way to break the suppression? If I had one, I would have already done it, but it's not a dead end. I don't have one. Therefore, I must go and investigate the details of the Earth Hand sect first. Scene shift to the Earth Hand sect stronghold. Some scoundrel guards were bragging to each other. Huh? Heard some guy beat up some of our small fry today? Those guys were beaten to death? If the regional leader, Lord Kun, finds out about this, he's definitely going to get an earful. One guy laughed sarcastically. What was his name again? Qi Li Gan. Huh. What a ridiculous name. As he said that, he noticed his buddies sitting nearby getting absolutely demolished by our protagonist, who was standing right behind them. After the beatdown, our guy quickly slipped away, leaving them to curse at each other. Damn it, why did you hit me for no reason? Talking nonsense? When did I even hit you? There was a slingshot on the ground. Which bastard is pulling such a sick prank? While they were busy bickering, our protagonist snuck inside and saw a pile of documents, but nothing important yet. Why are they hiding it so well? Better search carefully. He read through them all, but found nothing useful. However, one book caught his attention. These bastards, 2,533, 2,534. I don't really get what they're doing. Just then, the door opened. He jumped, scared out of his wits. Before the guy could see him, he managed to hide. The guy walked in, muttering curses. One of them escaped halfway today. What a pain. Clean this up, quick. Suddenly, he stopped dead and stared in one direction. Why is the list out here? Could someone have? He looked up and immediately locked eyes with our protagonist, who was hiding on the ceiling. They stared at each other, and the protagonist's face turned red. Ah, crap. I've been spotted. Time to fight. Scene shift to a large house in the cliffside. The servants panicked the moment they saw the man. My lord, you've returned? One asked timidly. Did something happen over there? Another rushed to tend to him. Are you tired, sir? The man looked quite wealthy and powerful, wearing a gold necklace. Seeing their attitude, he knew something wasn't right, and asked immediately, What's going on? Why is it so noisy today? This was Lord Kun, the leader of the Kun sect. The servant, terrified, had to shout his report. We haven't caught number 2,785 yet. Please give us a new number, we'll go catch him right away. A strange guy had gotten in the way and caused a mess, but somehow, the moment he opened the door, he saw Qi Li Gan lying comfortably on a lounge chair, nibbling on some food. Not bad. This is top-quality dried meat. The flavor is truly excellent. The room was filled with corpses. The others froze in shock. Looking closely at the protagonist's face, they all shouted in unison, That's him! Seeing them enter, he wasn't afraid at all, and stared back at the leader defiantly. I wasn't planning on doing this at first, but someone found me. So, I figured I'd take the opportunity to ask what on earth you guys are up to. Lord Kun gripped his sword tightly and drew it decisively. I heard a newcomer arrived who isn't to be trifled with. So it's you. How bold. Before the blade was even fully drawn, the protagonist puffed out his chest and glared at him in warning. How bold. Put that sword away. If you dare draw your blade, I'll kill you. Kun sect number 26. He recited the number perfectly. The guy was stunned, clearly terrified. How do you know that? Liqian stood up and dusted off his hands. I've checked the list. Among all the previous recruits, you're the only one left alive. Our guy was acting his heart out. Humph. You were definitely captured and brought here too. You just got lucky that the Hmong Yi chose you, which is why you have your current position. But if I report that you can't even keep me in line, do you think he'll let you keep this post? Or maybe I should just kill you now and go ask Hmong Yi for the position of Lord Kun. These words made the guy furious, but he didn't dare move, only observing the protagonist from head to toe. This guy didn't just use the list to figure out my background, he even dares to threaten me. He's definitely no ordinary person. Looking around at the corpses, he realized that even though these people had no internal energy, the protagonist was able to handle them all on his own. Facing an unbeatable opponent, negotiation is the best strategy. He thought, then acted. He decisively put his sword away. So, what do you want? If you're going to say something stupid like telling me to stop capturing people, you'd better shut your mouth. The protagonist looked him straight in the eye. He was doing the exact opposite. This bastard didn't understand a thing, and was being played like a fiddle. Outside the tiled roof of the house, the young woman stood there examining her body for a long time. She hadn't been able to bathe in ages, and she looked truly miserable. She recalled being saved by our protagonist. Why would someone like him care about someone like me? Especially when he knows full well how dangerous it is. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Your name is Jia Yan, right? He brought some food to her and asked with a smile. Want some dried meat? I brought plenty back. She blushed deeply, retreated in a hurry, and waved her hands. Don't come near me. I smell. You can tell, can't you? I see you're still bothered by this, he said earnestly. Follow me. He led her to a hidden cave with a large barrel of water already set up. He stood guard at the entrance. You probably need this more, right? If anyone comes, I'll drive them off for you. Don't worry, just bathe. If you're embarrassed, I'll move a bit further away. She looked at his back and felt truly at ease. No need, just standing there is fine. Jia Yan looked at the water barrel, moved. He actually helped me find a place like this. He probably carried the tub here himself. He must be so tired. And he still has the heart to reassure me. Even though the food is bland and living conditions are inconvenient, please try to hold on a bit longer. I'm finding a way for us to get out of here. She didn't look happy at all. And what if we get out? To me, here and the outside world are not much different. Not with this face of mine. She pushed back her hair, revealing half of her face hideously burned. The protagonist understood the anxiety in her heart. I know someone who can fade those scars. You can't imagine how happy she was. She shrieked. Really? Every doctor with even a shred of reputation. I've seen them all. But none of them could do it. Who is this doctor you're talking about? He explained more clearly. Not a doctor, it's my grandmother. Maybe even my parents could do it. She thought he was just joking to comfort her and touched her face helplessly, thinking, I knew it. That's fundamentally impossible. But my parents turned my face into this and abandoned me. People only see me as a monster because of these scars. It turned out they were the ones who had poured hot oil on her face. I used to think everyone hated me. He is the first person to treat me this well. The more she thought about it, the more tears blurred her vision. She couldn't help but ask, why are you treating me so well? Secretly hoping in her heart, though it was impossible, just in case, but our guy answered straight. Because you remind me of someone I like. If she were ever in this situation, I would hope someone would treat her just the way I'm treating you. Jia Yan lost all hope and wiped her tears. She must be a lucky woman. She must be a very good person. The protagonist nodded. Yeah, after we escape, I'll take you to meet her. But she didn't believe it much. Escape? I doubt that's possible. She thought that, but still smiled brightly. All right then, be sure to take me to meet that old lady too, okay? Promise? He smiled slightly and nodded. It's a deal. The next morning, inside the cell, Liqian stood looking at the characters tattooed on his wrist. The guy with the pen sat there, prisoner number 2760, confirmed. No errors. The protagonist was speechless. I never expected them to burn someone else's skin just to verify an identity. A subordinate looked at Lord Kun, shivering. I thought he would change his mind by this morning, but I didn't expect him to actually come. But sir, are you really going to do what he said? He just fell silent, remembering last night's conversation. If you're going to say something stupid like advising me to stop capturing people, you'd better shut your mouth. It was the exact opposite. He had told him to bring him along. Now the leader was certain. That madman. It seems his suggestion last night wasn't a joke, so he told his subordinates. In any case, it's my right to decide who goes. This is not a problem. But saying that was one thing. Inside, he was burning with anxiety, unable to sit still. If Lord Mengyi finds out he's more useful than me, I'm dead. If I don't get rid of this budding disaster quickly, there's a good chance I'll be the one dragged to that place. Out loud, he said. He volunteered to go. I have no reason to stop him. But in his heart he thought, you idiot. Do you think you can be as arrogant over there as you are here? You'll regret your own hubris. Liqian seemed to sense his killing intent. After getting ready, he turned and glanced at him. The guy sat on a high chair, looking down and smirking maliciously. Then let's hit the road. He followed the three of them, looking around and wondering, is this whole place controlled by mechanisms? He asked that one question, and the guy became alert. These mechanisms are very intricate. You'd better not try anything funny. The protagonist glanced around. Try something funny? Your judge of character is truly pathetic. As soon as he finished, he unexpectedly attacked both guards at once. Lord Kun immediately turned and drew his sword. You bastard. But before he could even finish drawing, he took a punch straight to the face. Too fast, too dangerous. After handling all three of them alone, he walked toward some rock formations he had targeted earlier. These stalagmites don't have a speck of dust on them. Looks like someone touches them often. He couldn't find a way to restore his internal energy at the Kun sect's main base, so he had no choice but to look elsewhere. As he spoke, he turned the rock formation once, and the space immediately opened a door. He looked around. Even though this is a gamble, no matter what, I must find clues to break the internal energy seal in here, and I have to be fast before that guy arrives. Thinking that, he ran like the wind. Just then, on the other side, a subordinate ran in to report. Lord Meng-yi, someone has escaped from the beast pen. He was heading there, but when he heard the news, he didn't hurry at all, just smiled gleefully. Huh, do I even need to ask who's struggling so desperately to break the seal? He slowly pushed himself up. You fool. There's nothing there. Now that he's reached you, I suppose it's time for me to go catch a mouse. Li can also knew his place and kept running without stopping. It would be a huge mess if he got caught. The moment the poker arrived, the know-it-all finally woke up, kneeling and begging Lord Mong-ak for mercy, claiming he had run there on his own. The old man glared and gave the order. Since there was nowhere to hide, he couldn't have gone far search thoroughly. Understood, Lord Mong-ak. The staff in his hand poked the man's head. And you? You're still alive? How fortunate. The know-it-all was so terrified he nearly wet himself, looking up with trembling eyes. Lord Mong-ak. When you say it like that, this lowly one is truly terrified, but the hand gripping the staff was already radiating murderous intent. He jabbed so hard that the other man's eyes bulged, turning blood red as if they were about to pop out of his skull. Lord Mong-ak decided he couldn't be kept alive. The old man pierced his head through with the staff, killing him instantly. Just like that, our protagonist successfully reached a room where a shadow was working inside. He looked at the silhouette, puzzled. Why is there a doctor here? He pulled back an eyelid, revealing a bloodshot, milky white eye. Let's see finally, someone who's actually usable. On the hospital bed lay a shirtless young man being examined by the old man. Rumor had it his martial arts were decent, and his foundation was indeed miraculous. It's passable, I suppose, but you can't reach the pinnacle with someone like this. This old man was the poison master. He muttered while holding a needle. The sect master must be aware of that, right? Suddenly, the door creaked open. The old man was so focused on his work that he didn't notice the protagonist sneaking in. You can't create a masterpiece with such half-baked materials. If you want better results, the protagonist's eyes caught the pile of bottles on the table. He looked back at the shirtless man covered in needles. The old man's eyes widened. Ambition requires the right ingredients. No sooner had he finished speaking than the protagonist struck from behind. A single palm strike was enough to take half the old man's life. The poison master collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Liqian understood the situation. Did they bring people here just for this kind of thing? Now that he thought about it, he stood with his back turned, not noticing the man on the bed beginning to convulse. He circled the workbench once. There wasn't any special medicine there. What the hell were they actually doing? Gotta dig a little deeper. As he was looking, he was startled, and quickly leaned back to dodge. He almost got ambushed by the guy on the bed. He did a somersault to evade it. This is getting complicated. Looks like I have to fight empty-handed again. But looking closer, something felt off. What exactly are these people? His bones were broken, and he'd suffered fatal wounds. Yet he didn't make a sound, just kept charging forward head-on. The protagonist realized it was he, just like the people he encountered on the mountain before being captured. Were they all coming from this place? He'd been captured without even knowing what was going on. The guy was like a punching machine, throwing blows without fatigue, his face devoid of emotion. The protagonist blocked the punch with both hands. I can't kill him. I have to find a way to wake him up. Thinking this, he stayed calm and called out, Hey, I'm not your enemy. The man actually paused, stammering in confusion. No, not an enemy? Seeing their condition, the protagonist was boiling with rage. Fei Yen, sect master, what on earth do you want to use these living people for? On her side, the woman was standing on a bridge talking to the old man when a servant rushed over, shouting a report. Sect master, she turned around, asking if there was something urgent. She didn't look worried at all. The servant was drenched in sweat, panting as he delivered the news. Yen Wu Ba and Yen Ni Tam have suddenly lost contact. She guessed that an extremely dangerous individual must be approaching. A henchman, speaking before thinking, asked, Forgive my forwardness, but could this be because of that person in the livestock shed? Perhaps we should eliminate him before things get noisy. But before the fool could finish, the woman, annoyed, coldly flicked her fan. His head immediately fell into the lake, blood spraying everywhere. You knew you were talking too much, didn't you? The old man standing nearby turned dark, looking over. Sect master, the old man noticed her hand holding the fan was trembling. Your hand is shaking like that. It seems you still haven't fully regained control, have you? She explained that after using the great technique, it would tremble for a while. The old man was surprised. You never told me you had this symptom. She cut him off directly. It's fine. If you intend to advise me to give up again, Don't bother. Looking at the corpse in the water, he knew fear. Very well. We won't mention it for now. But if even Yenni Tam was attacked in an instant, you can probably guess who's coming, right? We must take the time to eliminate Liqian, then go into hiding for a while. But she asked, visibly annoyed, "Do you think I'll lose?" The old man knew he couldn't sway her, sighing. "Sigh. The reason you still haven't killed Li can forget it. What's more important right now is that your physical condition cannot deal with his parents." She had guessed it all. The person coming can only be a woman. He wondered, only his mother? It's not certain yet. She looked into the distance, guessing. That person would absolutely never use that method. In her mind, she remembered the image of Chi Tu Lin, because he would absolutely never become that cruel. From the first time I met him, I knew. That actually makes things better. That woman was of the heavenly demon's bloodline. She smiled smugly. I have an even better chance of winning now. She made up her mind. Let's go, too. Let's go welcome last Saturday, back to Liqian. A moment later, the soldiers ran into the room. Poison Master, are you all right? This guy is still alive? Damn it, he actually came here. The old man sat up, clutching his aching head. What is going on here? His hands were shaking violently. Hurry, catch him and bring him back. He stole my medicine. It was true. The protagonist ran like the wind. Down the hallway when you steal something, you have to run fast. His brain was working at full capacity, calculating. I just need a little more time to find a place to hide before Mongak arrives. But it seemed he had miscalculated. As soon as he thought about it, the man appeared out of nowhere, swinging his sword in a horizontal slash. It hit the protagonist right in the stomach. The attack was swift and vicious. Like a beast pouncing on its prey, he roared, "I'm here!" A single sword strike sent the protagonist flying, slamming him straight into the wall, which collapsed into rubble. Liqian lay sprawled on the ground, on the verge of losing consciousness. The old man walked over step by step. I thought you'd put up a fight for a little longer. Giving up so quickly? Did you stop struggling already? Suddenly, he saw several white bottles fall from the protagonist's body. What is this? He stared intently at the chest of his robe. Medicine? He immediately threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha. You're going to try this kind of medicine? Looks like you're really desperate, aren't you? He had guessed correctly. The smile on his face froze. Wait, could it be? It was true. The protagonist's body was changing. You've already taken it? His heart was pounding wildly. Liqian's eyes snapped wide open. He was revived. His body changed, and purple veins bulged across his neck as he trembled. Mongak stood there, staring down at him. You brat. You're even more insane than I anticipated. Do you even know what those are? You think that's medicine to help you recover your internal energy? His hand suddenly twitched. So noisy. You've been chattering nonstop. The old man couldn't understand it. His brow furrowed. You brat. In the past, those who took the Poison Master's medicine suffered excruciating pain. If they didn't die, it would take them days to even open their eyes. Yet, Liqian was standing up normally, even stronger than before. He couldn't comprehend it. How on earth did you manage to endure that? The protagonist stood there wearily, panting so hard, smoke came out of his mouth. About 15 minutes ago, when I first got the medicine, I opened it immediately. To break the internal energy seal, I had to find which bloodline was being suppressed. He clicked his tongue. He didn't have a clue yet, so he could only forcefully stimulate it. If that's the case, I have to use some potent medicine. Maybe this stuff happens to suit me. Thinking that, he tried it. What did he have to lose? Now that this poker bastard knew he had used the medicine, he grinned cunningly. So that's how it is. I've been a bit bored lately. Having something interesting to do every now and then isn't bad. The protagonist looked at him coldly. Something interesting, huh? Great evil wolf Mong Ak. You certainly haven't wasted that infamous reputation of yours. I found your name familiar earlier. Seeing the weapon in your hand, I finally remembered. Although you became famous throughout the world for your high-level martial arts, that title only came after you slaughtered the Liqian sect, didn't it? A ruthless and cruel great evil wolf who didn't even spare children. And the reason you did that was simply to get the staff of the Liqian sect master, the very staff you're holding. The old man was so stung by the words that he flushed red and charged into battle, but the protagonist jumped up and dodged it instantly. The old man still refused to admit it. Ha ha, because it was worth it for me to do so. He was preparing to charge again. Where do you think you're going, you bastard? Suddenly, the protagonist spun around and slapped him directly on the shoulder. The old man, holding the needle, pursed his lips tightly, his eyes wide with rage. That Poison Master's silver needle, you dare play this childish prank on me. His veins were bulging, One tight grip would have been enough to crush that needle to dust. As for the guy running away, the bald man was hot on his heels. "I'll make you regret this." He could still run, but his head felt like it was splitting open. Yet, the medicinal power was constantly stimulating his meridians. He was on the verge of discovering which channel had been suppressed. Just then, a soldier ran up from the front and shouted, "Lord Mong-ak, he's here." The bald man appeared immediately, lunging with his staff, swinging it down hard to grab him. He hurriedly drew his weapon to block, but the man's strength was so immense that his sword shattered instantly. It only held for a few seconds before, bang, it exploded into pieces. Both stood on the bridge with a deep pit below. Liqian looked around. The smell of rot was suffocating. "What on earth have you done?" Only then did his gaze drop to the bottom. It was nothing but a pile of skulls. Who knows how many people had met their end here? The man let out a harsh laugh. "Why are you so surprised? This is a slaughterhouse for livestock. You either die, become something less than an animal, or become strong. Everyone here ends up in one of those three categories. Of course, the Phi Yen Assembly only needs the strong. The rest are just dealt with." Heh. He understood what the man meant. His face darkened like a soot-stained pot, and he slowly drew his sword to deal with him. "Oh, using oil to burn people alive? I'll make you pay the price. Die!" As he spoke, he lunged to attack. The man dodged, sneering. "It's a pity, but this place, where you're fighting and cursing, will be your grave." He was only being toyed with because his internal energy was locked. Otherwise, the guy was just a small fry. He didn't even take him seriously. The bald man was irritated, thinking, "Aha, the idiot still dares to use only external martial arts to challenge me? Himp." He had been popping pills recklessly anyway. His blood and chi must be out of control. Thinking this, he shouted gleefully, "You're done for!" A powerful palm strike sent him flying far away. Liqian coughed up blood like rain. The man watched him struggle to get back up to keep fighting. "Tisk, you can't possibly not know you've reached your limit. Why be so stubborn?" He couldn't die here, because someone was waiting for him. All the people you've purged, and those you call livestock and lock away, they all have people they cherish or dreams they haven't fulfilled yet. His eyes widened with a terrifying intensity, wanting to tear them to shreds right then and there. "I won't let you trample on those precious things." The bald man gnashed his teeth so hard they nearly broke. Willpower? Is that all he's relying on to hang on until now? Though he didn't know what the hell the kid was rambling about. Everything ends here. The two lunged at each other again for close quarters combat, evenly matched, with tension pulled as tight as a bowstring. He managed to land a punch that made the man bleed, but it didn't do much. "You idiot. Even if you do that." The man looked at the broken bridge, watching him fall, and sneered triumphantly. "You'll still lose." But he reached out and grabbed the man's ankle firmly. Lord Mong-ak's eyes widened. "You still want to struggle?" Of course he did. Now the situation had changed. He was hanging onto the bridge with one hand, while the other gripped the man's leg, pulling him down. The man couldn't believe his eyes. "What is this?" His body wouldn't move. He went completely stiff. The staff fell from his hand, and flames roared up, engulfing the bones below. He looked down at him with contempt. This cunning snake. The man realized too late the last move was just a diversion. This was the real one. He had pinned a needle into the Amon acupoint, paralyzing his entire body. As he fell freely, he thought, could this fire also have been part of his plan? But it was too late. He would burn to death down there. Even if someone left, they couldn't save him. Meanwhile, he managed to climb back up, his body exhausted and staggering, with no energy left to walk. Luckily, I found out which meridian was suppressed. Now I just need to find a way to resolve it. But before he could rest, he opened the door and was caught off guard by a surprise attack. You are. The massive force of the blow sent him flying backward. In that split second between life and death, his mind flashed to his first love. The Wu Ying group, the old strategist, the elders, and especially his parents. I promised them I'd just be gone for a moment and come right back. But now he lay there, covered in blood. Perhaps he was about to meet his ancestors. The door opened wider. Liqian looked at the newcomer in shock. It was the bald man himself. They had crossed paths twice, but never fought properly. How the hell is he here? Before he could even see the man's face, he was sent flying again. The old man stood there, mocking him. No matter how you struggle, you can't break that restriction. It's a type of evil art few know about. You definitely can't break it. Seeing him like a soulless corpse, the man grew even more gloating. This ending is a bit pathetic for you. In his mind, a past memory appeared. His mother asked, "Have you finished your training?" "Yes, mother. You said you had something to tell me today, right?" "That's right. It's about the 9 Desolation Demonic Arts. Since he was young, his mother had taught him, the 9 Desolation Demonic Arts can suppress all demonic and evil energy in the world. That's why the geniuses of Shaolin or Wudang might be able to defeat the 9 Desolation Demonic Arts. But those who practice demonic or evil arts can never defeat it. That is why the 9 Desolation Demonic Arts is known as the demon among demons. The absolute demonic art. Liqian listened intently and nodded slightly. I understand. But mother, why am I being sealed by their evil arts? Is it because my training isn't enough? But I clearly train until I cough up blood every day. Since being locked in here, I haven't been lazy for a single day either. Even so, he couldn't understand why he still couldn't defeat this evil art. His mother understood the situation immediately. Because you yourself are resisting this power, aren't you? Inside his body, hearing that, he suddenly couldn't hear anything else. Her words back then rescued him, jolting him awake. His eyes widened. On the other side, his mother was closing in on them. This place was barren. Nothing could live here. The ground was littered with corpses. The scumbag sat at the root of a tree, looking at her in fear. You, who exactly are you? Why are you doing this? The sword in her hand was covered in blood. Of course it's because you swallows kidnapped my child. It's very annoying, you know. The scumbag, not knowing his place, threatened her, confronting our Fai Yen assembly. You will definitely regret this. She laughed. Regret? Betraying the demon sect to live in seclusion with him. I've never regretted that, and today is no different. The man even dared to say, whatever you do is useless. After all, he's dead. Daring to say her child was dead. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was split in two. Back on Liqian's side, he still had a little strength to fight the old bald man. The two stood face to face, eyes locked. I never expected to meet you in a place like this. He stared at him intently. After his internal energy was sealed, he could clearly feel a sensation that made his hair stand on end and left him breathless, a feeling of oppression. This old man was too strong. In his current state, facing him was... The old man drew his sword and reached out. Last time you were lucky to survive and escape from me, Yan-san. Prepare yourself. He took a threatening stance. Today, let me send you on your way one last time. As soon as he finished, he lunged with his sword. At this point, he could only fight. What else could he do? Regardless of the outcome, he could only meet the challenge. He threw a punch, but the man tilted his body and dodged it. After that punch, the man noticed his hand. The tattoo is fading. Does it have something to do with internal energy? But he didn't care. He turned his body to throw a kick, but the man caught it firmly. His ankle was held tight, and with one swing, his whole body was thrown to the ground, blood gushing out again. He clearly couldn't be the man's match in this wretched state. But not wanting to die, he had to hold on to the end. He couldn't even dodge. He was furious. He had clearly mastered the 9 Desolation Demonic Arts. Why? The old man turned to mock him, always hiding and scurrying around like a rat. It's so annoying. Finishing his words, he swung his sword. A series of crimson techniques wove through the air, and the entire building collapsed into dust. Looking at how pathetic he was. Damn it, why still can't I break the restriction? Only now did he remember his mother's words. It was because his body was filled with fear. He couldn't understand. What am I afraid of? The old man was unleashing the 14 demon-subduing sword of the Supreme Heavenly Master. He pierced him with one strike. A long sword ran through his stomach, blood spraying. The two hovered in midair. He bit his lip, unable to move from the pain. The bald man narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Quite commendable. You actually managed to tilt your body to avoid the fatal spot, but it's useless. Just loosen your grip for a moment, and you'll definitely die. He held the sword tightly, feeling confused. This is a sword technique of the Huashan sect. As someone of a righteous sect, why are you acting as a lackey for the Fai Yen assembly? The man laughed and countered, You dare talk about the righteous sect? How ridiculous. Why don't you look at how heavy the demonic aura on you is? Every time we fight, that demonic aura must be surging, right? In the end, you'll definitely succumb to that destructive desire. But was what the man said hitting the nail on his heart? So, this is my fear. If he used the 7th move of the 9 Desolation Demonic Arts, the 7th demonic sword move, the demonic strike, he was afraid that using the 9 Desolation Demonic Arts would eventually lead him to lose control. But you once had an outburst in front of Jiayan, and she never blamed you for it, even when you were pushed to the limit by the 7-fold ripple. Recalling the look in her eyes, you immediately tightened your grip on the opponent's sword with your bare hand. In a flash, his sword shattered into pieces. Demonic energy surged within you. If even she could accept you, what the hell are you afraid of? A powerful stream of demonic energy shot straight into the sky, tearing a massive hole through the ceiling. The old bald man's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. You, this is impossible. How could you break the seal? But before he could finish, you struck him, smashing his face in. You told him that you had discarded your fear, because now you finally had someone to hold you back. In an instant, you decapitated the bald man with a strike. Looking down at your hands, you realized this time was different. Before, every time you used demonic arts, your internal energy would run wild. But now, it felt much more stable. You clenched your fist tight. No matter what, you couldn't forget the prisoners here. They were truly pitiful, and the cruel ones had to pay the price. Especially that woman, the leader of the Swallow Society, Chi Luri. Reclaiming your strength, you made a vow. You would destroy this place. Over on her side, grandmother was standing under that tree in the pouring rain. The rain was heavy, but you had foreseen that this might happen one day. Because after Liqian was born, even though we lived very happily, that happiness seemed to come with a cost, being enemies of both the demonic and righteous paths. The Swallow Society, though no one knows where their loyalties lie, is detested by everyone. Whoever managed to take Liqian away must be an incredibly powerful expert, yet I haven't been able to find a single clue about them. The Jianghu is truly vast, and its limits are unfathomable. Just then, a carriage arrived. The crowd looked around, puzzled. What's going on? Why all the noise? Where is Lord Yanshiba? And I don't see the cattle meant to be offered to Lord Meng-Yi. Suddenly, they spotted the old woman and shouted in unison. There's still a woman over there. But the moment she turned around, every one of them wet their pants. What's wrong? Why is her aura so terrifying? What on earth happened here? She walked, step by step, toward them, as they stood there, bewildered. What happened? She asked. Oh, I've torn them apart, broken them, and smashed them to bits. A lot of things happened. With a flick of her hand, the leader's throat was slashed, spraying blood everywhere. He frantically clutched his neck, as if he'd been run through. Sweat poured down him like rain. The mere killing intent she radiated was enough to make anyone feel the terror of death. The old woman threatened him. Where is the pen where you keep the Swallow Society's prisoners? Lead the way. The scene shifts to the prisoners, who were worriedly whispering to each other. With this heavy rain, why haven't we seen young hero Chi all day? His movements are always so unpredictable. He's probably busy meddling in someone else's affairs again. The old man hung his head in worry, but remembering that you had promised to help him, he clung to hope. Once we break this seal, we'll be able to get out. After we get out, I'll help you find your son. The old man felt that you were a good person. The square-faced man nodded in agreement. That's right, I owe him a debt of gratitude too. Suddenly, the old man looked to the side and saw someone approaching. It was Jia Yan. He called her over. You came at just the right time. I noticed you haven't eaten anything today. Come eat with us. The square-faced man teased. Old man, you're nagging again. She's not a 2-year-old child anymore. She's grown up now. Surely she doesn't like hearing you nag. The old man laughed. You get old, and you just start nagging more. The young girl held her rice ball and smiled happily. It's strange. Outside, everyone avoided me like the plague, but here I've met such kind people. It's all thanks to him. She remembered the day you brought her to bathe. She had been too overwhelmed to thank you properly. When he returns, I must thank him. Suddenly, she looked away in shock. Her uneaten rice ball fell to the ground and was trampled into nothingness. By the time Liqian returned, it was already too late. The square-faced man had been killed. Others whispered around them. It must be because he tried to save the old man. He risked his life trying to stop the guards from taking people away, and that's why he met this end. Isn't there still a girl left? That girl also tried to save the old man, and in the end, she was dragged away too. In another room, as he opened his eyes, he saw the demonic apothecary standing there, mumbling. Still no movement. It seems Lord Yansan has already dealt with him. It's so hard. Helping a young person get stronger is easy, but making an old man young again is truly difficult. Just then, a scream came from outside. Wait, wait. With a loud crash, the door was smashed open. A guard was hurled inside, flying straight at the demonic apothecary. You walked in, eyes heavy, your voice sounding familiar. I'm sorry, I'm late. Jia Yan lay on the floor, covered in blood, smiling as she looked at you. You look terrible, but I knew you would definitely come. Young hero Chi, I intended to take Grandpa and sneak out while they weren't looking, but I was discovered, and they beat me nearly to death. Her voice trembled, yet she asked, Where's Grandpa? You looked at the old man lying on the bed, his body pierced with needles. Grandpa is all right. That's so good. You looked at her, comforting her. We're almost out of here. Just hold on a little longer. I need to find my grandmother to help you remove those scars. But she was completely exhausted. Young hero Chi, you know I can't hold on any longer. I wanted to give up so many times, but to wait for you, I've held on until now. Whether it was the first day or the day you helped me get water for my bath, I never got to thank you. Even if you were just lying about helping me remove my scars, it doesn't matter. This is the first time in my life, the first time I've had hope for the future. Thank you so much. The light faded from her eyes. You looked on, heartbroken. Wait, don't give up. Hang in there, just a little longer. But after saying those words, she breathed her last. A satisfied smile still lingered on her lips. Your hand froze in the air, and you collapsed in despair. Grandpa, no, I thought I could help everyone. Bring everyone out of here, help the old man find his son, help her remove the scars on her face. I thought I could do those things, but the demonic apothecary was still alive, struggling to sit up and sneer. You bastard, you're here to ruin everything again. Just in time. I needed someone to take my anger out on. You glared at him. How many people have you killed using this method so far? My count is 2,860, give or take. Countless people had lost their lives at his hands or been turned into hideous monsters. Your killing intent radiated outward, making him tremble in fear. The pressure was suffocating. His face went white as a sheet, and he tried to explain, but you had lost your sanity, wanting only to become a demon and wipe them all out. Why are you still laughing? It's just that I find it ridiculous. People like you get to live while they lose their lives. This world is a joke. I can't even protect an old man and a girl. And someone like me, wanting to change the world, is also a joke. You pointed 2 fingers directly at his forehead. Is there any way to turn the mutated people back to normal? The old man continued to argue stubbornly. Becoming like this is actually a good thing for them. They were nobodies, and I gave them power and a body they never dared to dream of, even if there's no way to restore them. So what? Before he could finish, demonic energy shot from your fingertips, piercing his brain. He died on the spot. Chi-Chi Liqian looked at his corpse on the floor. You bastards, you truly are beyond saving. Outside, the guards were frantically searching. Is that guy still alive? I saw him heading toward the apothecary's room. Quick, go get Lord Meng-Yi and Lord Yan-san. Of course, before killing, you remembered what your father told you. When it is truly necessary to strike, you must think it through carefully. You had always kept those words in your heart. Today, you acted accordingly. You had thought it through. Father, today I will dispose of these animals once and for all. None of them deserve to live. No matter how many times you thought it over, the group dared to scream, "Finish him off with one blow! Charge!" They rushed at you, blades swinging. Chi-Chi Liqian didn't need to say a word. He lunged forward, striking continuously. The group was terrified. So what if he's that guy? He's all alone and weaponless. Who says I'm weaponless? You snatched a blade from one of their hands. They watched in horror as you swung, cutting a man in half despite his attempt to block it. How could they possibly stop you? They kept charging only to be cut down. Yet, the leader still shrieked, "Stop him! I told you to stop him! Damn it! How many people has he cut down with one blade already?" They were distracted for a few seconds, and you were already right on top of them. As you fought, you felt it. It's always like this. Whenever I use my mother's martial arts, it's like I lose my sanity. All that remains is a singular, burning desire for slaughter. His bloodlust is relentless, striking until his enemy screams, "This guy is a demon. If you're a demon, then we're even worse than monsters." He raises his sword with both hands and strikes downward. If someone who wipes out trash like you is called a demon, then I'll gladly accept the title. In the blink of an eye, he completely wrecked the building. A demon, you say? I'm sick of hearing that, but I won't let the bloodlust control me anymore. As he steps out of the ruins, he sees a group of people standing outside. What's going on? I hear a loud commotion coming from the Kunlun sect's dormitory, so I rushed over to see who this young man was. Chi Liqian Bao. You guys don't have much time. Everyone, hurry and get out of here. The group looks confused, but he continues. It's a good thing you're all gathered here. Does anyone among you have any medical knowledge? I used to run a small clinic. I've studied medicine for a while, one replied. He had already figured it out. I've identified the blood vessels affected by the numbing drugs, he tells them. I'll call out the pressure points. You all need to perform acupuncture on the martial artists. Doing so will undo the internal energy seal. Everyone gasps in shock. Undo the seal? That heartless man. He shares the good news with them. He is dead, and there aren't many of his underlings left. Those who have regained their internal energy help the others evacuate. The group bursts into tears of joy, covering their faces. Can we really leave? Can we go home? Thank you. Thank you so much. I thought for sure I was going to die here. The last time I told my family I was going to work was 2 years ago. I told my pregnant wife I was just heading out to buy her a watermelon. Looking at them, he remembers himself. Now, he can finally keep his promise. A promise? When he finally let go, he remembered the promise to return. He has to get back soon. She must be waiting for him. And indeed, she is. The girl is currently following the demon empress up the mountain. The old lady frowns. The path is so treacherous, yet you followed me without even asking where we were going. The girl patiently replies, I believe you have your reasons, grandmother. You must be heartbroken over what happened to Liqian, aren't you? At the mention of his name, her eyes well up. If only I could have been a little stronger. I've always been on the receiving end of Liqian's help, but I've never been able to do anything for him. The old lady knows that the people Liqian met in the martial world only wanted to use him or rely on him. Because of that, he locked his heart away early on. You were the first person who ever wanted to protect him. Perhaps that is exactly why ever since he met you, he seems to have changed quite a bit. He's learned how to smile from the bottom of his heart. So, even though you feel like you're only receiving his help, you need to look at the bigger picture. If you keep obsessing over what's right in front of you, you won't see anything at all. Everything in this world is just passing by in a flash, and if you only focus on the present, you'll be drowning in regret forever. But if you cast your gaze further, you will see through it all. Where are we, and where are we heading? The girl understands. Grandmother is right, but she is always governed by her emotions. First, sadness, frustration, anger, love, fatigue, loneliness. They never give her the time to look beyond. The old lady seems to see through her thoughts. You think you have no talent, don't you? Zheng Shalian nods in admission. Yes. You train your martial arts every single day without ever being lazy. Even when your father was taken away, you kept practicing. Since the day Liqian disappeared, you haven't had a single good night's sleep. You're always swinging your sword in training. If you don't believe in your own talent, then believe in your own hard work and prove the power of that effort right here. They arrive at their destination, a dilapidated building covered in spiderwebs. Trin Zheng Shalian's eyes widen in surprise. This is it. The old lady tells her, from here on out, you must walk the path alone. The trials of this demon sword lineage cannot be overcome with mere courage alone. Are you prepared to put your life on the line? Trin Zheng Shalian is not afraid. She only thinks of Liqian. Since I met you, brother, I've understood one thing. When the moment comes that requires you to risk it all, never hesitate, just like you. Thinking of this, the girl nods confidently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liqian stands with the group and suddenly startles. The people he helped are looking at him with joy. What is this? I can feel my internal energy. The seal is truly broken. There's no time to lose, everyone. Hurry up. Suddenly, someone asks him, Young master, aren't you coming with us? He senses something. Gripping his sword tight, he says, You all go ahead. He instantly raises his sword to block a sneak attack. Someone is attacking, and their strength is no joke. Suddenly, a wave of sword chi strikes the ceiling, punching a massive hole through it. The crowd screams in terror. Who on earth is that? Even he feels a chill. This sensation is more intense than he imagined. This opponent is incredibly dangerous. The group scrambles to run away. Hurry. Go. If we stay here, we'll only hold him back. Young master, take care. I will never forget this kindness. Liqian stares at the figure standing before him. You just stood there and watched me take out so many members of the Flying Swallow Society, only showing yourself now? It seems your only mission was to keep an eye on me. He sizes the man up. Martial artists refine their bodies and minds through training, and their level of power is clearly reflected in their eyes. Although a master's gaze can suppress an opponent, the eyes of someone who has transcended the master level are incredibly calm. The man says coldly, What happens to the lives of others has nothing to do with me. Seeing the man's emotionless gaze, weary, indifferent, otherworldly, is he that kind of person? Yet, this person is now interested in him. But seeing your martial arts, I find it quite interesting, the man says, revealing himself. Sure enough, he draws his sword. I want to spar with you personally. I knew it, he thinks. Is that so? What are you afraid of? I'll take whatever you throw at me. Since the man is that type of person, he prepares a finishing blow. The sixth form of the super demon arts. The two clash immediately. At first, they are evenly matched, their power causing explosions that shake the heavens and earth. After only a few moves, the bastard actually sighs. This martial art is beyond my imagination. He slashes horizontally, but he blocks it perfectly. Suddenly, he feels demonic energy. He loathes him even more. A demon like you would surely be obsessed with this technique. As the demon side takes over, he shows him his true colors. Both clash harder and faster, neither giving an inch, fighting tirelessly. But he gets slashed once, his neck spurting a long trail of blood. The man's strength is formidable. So, I've had some practice sparring with people like you. Are you Yan Yi? He replies. Still wrong. I am Yan Er. Even though he isn't the leader, he's already this strong. Suddenly, the man leaps high into the air, vanishing and reappearing. You're quite good for your age, but the gap in experience is impossible to bridge. With that, he launches his move. The first form of the absolute shadow sword, Shattered Image. A series of black slashes rains down on him. Liqian desperately blocks them. Move after move, the ground explodes violently, filling the air with dust and debris. The man has buried him under rocks, turning the spot into a small grave. He waits for about 3 seconds, and when he doesn't see him, he frowns and turns away. It seems it was just my imagination. I thought you would be more impressive. But just as he turns to leave, he bursts out from the rocks, sword in hand, swinging down. With his eyes blazing, he warns him. Thinking whatever you want is your right, but I don't have the time to waste on you here. Elsewhere, Old Tong is still training the troops, shouting at the top of his lungs in frustration. Where is everyone's spirit? Are you always going to be this slow with your swords? A soldier nervously asks. Master Instructor, when will the sect leader return? The North Heaven family is eyeing us. Even the old man doesn't know. He frowns and thinks, what on earth happened to Master A. Li? Is waiting the only thing I can do? He just brushes it off. Doesn't everyone understand the sect leader well? Instead of wasting time worrying about him, you should use this opportunity to improve your own strength. On the city wall, the strategist and Wu Ying look at the situation. Everyone is starting to waver. It's not that they aren't loyal to the sect leader, but feeling uneasy in this situation is only natural. The old strategist still hopes the sect leader hasn't truly met with disaster. Before he can finish, Wu Ying interrupts. The young master will return. I trust him absolutely. He will definitely come back. At the same time, in the old, dilapidated house in the forest, Zheng Xiaolian is still practicing her martial arts. But things don't look good. A group of people in black, with yellow talismans stuck to their foreheads, is surrounding her. The girl frowns, concentrating with all her might. This is definitely a formation, but the pain she feels is terrifyingly real. If she dies here, it's all over. She can't die. She has to survive, no matter what. Liqian said he would return, so she must survive this to wait for him. On his side, he is also hacking and slashing like a madman. After trading a few blows, the enemy realizes, it really wasn't my imagination after all. That guy's power is unfathomable, but he basically can't control it at all. If anything, it's leading him by the nose. What a pity. I won't get to see what he'd look like if he actually mastered it. As for you, you've already been slashed by him a few times, and your internal energy is running dry. You can't keep this up any longer. That guy watches you charge at him like a moth to a flame, wondering, does he want a quick death? Fine then, let's finish this with one sword strike, shall we? The second form of the Absolute Shadow Sword, the seventh form of the Nine Hells Demonic Arts. Let's unleash them both and settle this right here. The two killing intents collide violently, so powerful that even the earth spirit shakes. The force is immense. You have to keep pushing your energy just a little more, hold on a bit longer, but suddenly, you feel something wrong. Your body is burning like it's on fire, as if a fireball is churning inside you. Could this be chi deviation? No, that's impossible. And your sword is giving out too. You barely blocked for a few seconds before it shattered into pieces. His blade is coming straight down, and you're just a hair's breadth away from death. Just in the nick of time, a flash of red streaks in, blocking his blade. That familiar sword appears at the perfect moment. Even Yan II is startled and freezes in place. Mother has arrived. She stepped in to save her precious son from certain doom. You look up at her and heave a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness I wasn't too late. The burning sensation in your body has completely cooled down. The earth spirit, having escaped death, is much calmer now, staring at him with cold, piercing eyes. He hurriedly retreats, glaring at your mother's weapon. What a strange blade. She smugly swings it behind her back. It really is an exceptionally rare blade. Lichuan, have you stabilized your chaotic chi? You nod. I'm okay now. She gives you a once-over to check your condition. If she'd arrived a moment later, that thing would have awakened. Still, at least you're alive. Very well. We'll talk later. She speaks while hefting her sword, ready to keep fighting. Yan II manages to block a hit, his face darkening like the bottom of a pot. She couldn't care less about him, keeping her eyes on you. Watch closely now, she says before launching herself into the fray. This isn't just a battle, it's a lesson for you. Shikan stands there with his jaw dropped, watching in shock. Yan II is equally stunned. He's never faced an opponent like this before. How could he possibly keep up? She plays with him like a toy in the palm of her hand, appearing and disappearing. He can't even pinpoint her position. And to top it off, she's preaching philosophy while fighting it's completely beyond him. With strength like that, why waste your life away? He still tries to act profound. I only pursue the path of the sword. Life holds no meaning to me. The tension between them is taut as a bowstring, and he can feel that this woman hasn't even used her full power yet. If that's the case, I'll force you to go all out. Thinking is acting, he immediately triggers the third form, heart-severing strike. As he swings his sword, a crimson arc slashes down from above. Blood sprays everywhere. She slashes his arm clean off. Even you, standing on the sidelines, feel like the very world has been severed in two. Mother is using the second half of the first form of the Nine Hells demonic arts, direct severing. Yan II's arm is cut clean off. Now that he's lost his sword arm, she mocks him with disdain. Someone who has never carried the weight of life, your swordsmanship is shallow indeed. Shikan has never seen her use this technique in his entire life. He's frozen solid, unable to believe his eyes. Mother, why did you abandon such a martial art? Was it because of the family? Did you have to give things up? He remembers when he set out into the martial world. She told him to return only once he'd become a real man. At the time, you had laughed and promised, "Yes, mother, I will certainly see the breadth of this world." That day, even though you walked away with a show of strength, your mother's silhouette was etched into your mind. Back then, you had felt so heartbroken, even a little resentful. But one day later, when Wu Ying first appeared, you remember telling him about your mother. You, having just started to taste the bitterness of life, couldn't help but indignantly ask, "Does mother not love me? I was so young, yet she sent me to such a distant place. Weren't you worried at all?" He had patiently explained to you. The lady made that decision to protect the young master. In the end, everyone has their own fears. You, in your innocence, had asked, "Do you mean there is someone in this world so strong that even mother fears them?" Back then, you vaguely thought the person she feared was someone in the martial world. But now you understand. Your parents are enemies to both the righteous and demonic sects. What they fear is leaving you alone in this world. So, they hoped that even if you were alone, you could live well. You grip your broken sword tightly. But even now, you aren't strong enough. The enemy, the one she defeated with a few basic strikes, was the same one who nearly took your life. That bastard Yan II still hasn't given up. If he has 2 arms, he uses 2. If he has 1, he uses 1. He retrieves his sword, ready to trade his arm for a chance. But the outcome won't change. He screams as he charges, unleashing the 4th form of the absolute shadow sword, combined with the second half of the second form of the Nine Hells demonic arts, wind-deflecting strike. But Mother isn't the least bit afraid. She stands tall, a radiant red power erupting from her body, blocking his sword stroke entirely. He doesn't understand at all. This isn't some protective chi. He grips his sword tighter, thinking, "Fine, whatever, I'll just slash you to pieces." You watch, panicked, realizing the energy flow has changed. Even as powerful as Mother is, she hasn't trained in over 20 years. You scream out, "Mother, let me," but she isn't that far gone. Class is permanent. She grips the great sword with both hands, setting her stance, and calls out, "Liqian, focus." You stand there, eyes wide open. The space around Yan II turns pitch black, and he stands there staring blankly, utterly confused. How is this possible? You also see the darkness. Since when was she standing right behind him? Was it you who couldn't control your body earlier? I think it has something to do with this. He turns around in horror, seeing the woman radiating intense demonic energy. What kind of martial art is this? You realize in astonishment that this is a peak-level technique of the demonic arts. If you can comprehend its ultimate essence, you can summon it. The heavenly demon soul, a demon with eyes of fire. Yan II looks on in terror. Heavenly demon soul, what is that? Mother's grip on the sword now looks as if she has 2 extra demonic arms helping her. Yan II is petrified. Could this martial art belong to the heavenly demon? Before he can even finish his sentence, he's sliced in 2. His body is torn apart, blood raining down like a river. Mother's expression doesn't change as she teaches him one final lesson. Anyone who practices demonic or evil arts can never resist the heavenly demon soul. Everyone will submit to you. You understand it now, too. Your eyes have truly been opened today. Could this martial art really be the heavenly demons? But by the time he realizes the problem, it's too late. Mother takes the opportunity to teach you a lesson too. Anyone who practices demonic or evil arts can never resist the heavenly demon soul. All of them will submit to you. This is your first time witnessing something like this. You're stunned, standing there watching his corpse collapse before you. To think that a single strike could subdue such a formidable expert. This is the true nine hells demonic arts. Your mind is broadened, and you finally understand that this is the realm you must strive to challenge. In the flower garden, the sect leader walks ahead, followed by that old man. Sect leader, please, calm down. He tries to advise her. Her mother has likely arrived, and given the current state of her body, but none of it reaches her ears. That's exactly why I have to go there, isn't it? She glares at him, warning him to stop trying to stop her. The old man finally shuts his mouth. She ignores him and keeps walking. Watching her back, the old man is filled with nostalgia. Will he ever see that child from long ago again? Back then, she was just a tiny girl. He had walked up behind her and asked, "Are you here alone again? Do you miss your parents?" She turned around, her face as calm as ever. "No, I'm just watching the butterflies." The old man sat beside her. "Oh dear, did I scare the butterflies away?" He chuckled, then pulled out some steamed buns, smiling broadly. "Eat them while they're still hot." The child looked at the buns and suddenly covered her mouth to giggle. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" She took one. "From now on, every time I see a meat bun, I'll probably think of you. I'm sorry, I only know how to make this one dish. But, mister, the buns you make are the best." "That's because I've made hundreds of them," she asked while eating. "Why do you only know how to make this one thing?" He looked up at the sky and sighed softly. "Because that child loved them so much. Next time, I'll make something else for you." Now, looking at that cold back in front of him, he still holds on to hope, believing that in some corner, deep down in the sect leader's heart, traces of that child still remain. If she just ends the great technique, she can return to her original form. That's why the old man decides to speak up one last time. "Sect leader, I beg you, stop this. Please, come to your senses." She freezes in place, turns her head, and glares at him with eyes colder than ice. They stand in silence for a long time. Anyone else would have lost their head by now, but because it's him, she can't bring herself to strike. Over on Liqian's side, the battle has ended, and so much has happened here. If it weren't for your mother's intervention, you might have. The woman cuts him off directly. "Old man, you could have done it even without me. Didn't you feel your body burning up?" He suddenly remembers, that's right. What was that all about? His mother explains that he shouldn't have been able to summon the heavenly demon soul unless his 9 fiery demonic arts had reached perfection. "I haven't reached that level yet. It must be because you were in such a desperate situation, craving victory and hungering for greater power. That's what triggered your heavenly demon soul. However, your heavenly demon soul hasn't fully awakened yet. That's why you couldn't defeat her." She knows deep down that something like this has no precedent. One moment of carelessness, and he could easily be consumed and controlled by the heavenly demon soul instead. The only thing she can do now is advise him to keep training and continue doing what he must in the shadows. He finally understands. The things I need to do if Mother is that formidable. Then, just how much stronger is the heavenly demon's own soul? But even someone as powerful as that couldn't achieve the dream of conquering the world. Though I've known it for a long time, I have to admit it now. It turns out my dream is really hard to achieve. She understands what he means. Perhaps so, but people who have lived a while don't chase wild, foolish dreams anymore. However, dreaming is a privilege of the young, and she still trusts him unconditionally. "So, my son, you don't need to be afraid. If your heart is restless, you won't be able to move forward. That is life. You just need to hold on to the belief that everything you encounter is for the best. Just take it one step at a time and keep moving forward." Liqian understands everything. With a determined smile, he replies, "I will take those words to heart." She looks at him. "Go on now. Everyone is waiting for you. But I can't leave just yet. I still have work to do." She looks him up and down. The look in his eyes has changed. He must have gone through something here. But just like before, he will surely overcome it with resilience and grow into a mature, capable man. From here on out, you must walk your own path. With that, she turns and walks away. You will face situations like today's countless times in the future. Even though he experiences that pain and disappointment every time it happens, he looks at the long, white-wrapped sword she left behind, his eyes wide with surprise. Is this what she wanted to tell him? You still have to walk your own path. He stayed behind to give his 3 friends a proper burial. This is all I can do for you. The faces of the old man, the girl, and the square-faced man flash through his memory. In the next life, you must forget everything that happened here, forget this terrible human world. He stands up to leave. After that, come find me. I will surely create a better world. Although this place has collapsed, it isn't over, because this cycle will surely repeat somewhere else. Suddenly, the space around him turns pitch black, and dark purple mist surrounds him. It erupts from the ground, carrying a sky-high killing intent. A figure appears right behind him. Liqian isn't surprised. As long as she is still alive, his eyes burn with resentment. You came right on time, sect leader of the Flying Swallow sect. She defied the old man's orders and sneaked here. Seeing how she appeared, he recalls that it must be the dark arts he encountered before. Was it the Flying Swallow sect's technique? He glances at the old man who is always tailing her. Or was it his? She smirks. Long time no see. She immediately probes him. Why are you here alone? I thought your mother would have arrived by now. His eyes flash as he glares at her. This is something I need to handle myself. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The more angry he gets, the more satisfied she seems. Even though it's a pity I couldn't meet her, seeing your pathetic face is satisfying enough. In the days you spent in the cattle shed, you must have realized just how weak you truly are. Every word of hers fuels his rage. He clenches his fists, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Where is this place? Why on earth did you do something like this? She maintains her usual condescending air. I told you before, you aren't the only one eyeing the world. So, to conquer it, I absolutely need a group of powerful subordinates who obey me unconditionally. In his mind, he recalls the Mountain of Skulls. Just for this reason, you went and exploited those innocent people? How brutal. Furthermore, he still can't gauge her martial arts level. Sometimes she seems weaker than him, and other times she feels even stronger than Yen Ni. This woman is extremely dangerous. Even so, he touches the large sword on his back. Having it here makes him feel much more at ease. It's time to use it. I have to finish her off. She immediately fans herself, glancing at the old man with a warning. Don't you dare interfere, or I will never forgive you. The old man nods in understanding. So she plans to eliminate him right here, to eliminate the son of that person. The old man stands there, reminiscing about his drunken past. After losing his family, he lived his days in a haze. Until one day, he saw him walk in. He guessed instantly. Are you the young master of the Fong Mong Lao? He had come looking for him. The old man asked, what business does a noble young master have here? This dojo has been abandoned for a long time. Surely you didn't come here to learn martial arts. The young man nods. Actually, not long ago, I saw some village kids bullying a little girl. I heard she lost both her parents. The old man replies dismissively. In these war-torn times, there are countless orphans. The young man nods. That's true, but she's just a little child with no one to look after her. I'm very worried. Whenever I have time, I'll come check on her. The old man guesses his intent. Your family has many secrets, and you can't bring her home, so you want me to help take care of her? What use is someone like me for a task like that? This young man was Chi Tu-lin in his youth. I've heard my father speak of you. I know the kind of man you really are. Before he can finish, the old man cuts him off. That's all in the past. He realizes, I apologize for being too abrupt. I didn't mean to disturb your peace. I will take my leave now. But before he walks more than a few steps, the old man calls out, how old is the child? Chi Tu-lin stops. 12. The old man's eyes widen in shock. 12? Perhaps because my only daughter's life ended at 12. I wanted to see that child grow to 13, 14, and eventually, see her grown up. That's why he often brought steamed buns to the little girl. You don't even have a bowl of porridge to eat all day? Look at how pale and frail you are. Eat this. And so, his time, which had stood still since the day he lost his family, began to flow again. Through her shadow, the two of them stayed together. Now, the girl has grown up this much. What a long, destined connection. Liqian swings his sword and charges at her first. She remains the same. Her weapon is a thin fan, but its power is immense. With just a flick of her wrist, it transforms into a sword blade. The two fight as if they are strung tight, like a bowstring. First time fighting her, he realizes now that she changed her attack trajectory. With a single gesture, she retracts her fan and smiles mockingly. You've improved after staying here a while, though it's pointless. She stabs forward with the fan as if it were a sharp sword, striking with precision. Luckily, he leans and dodges in time. Her strike is powerful enough to shatter the mountain of rocks behind him. He continues to attack relentlessly, determined to end it quickly. She glides as effortlessly as floating clouds. She fights as if it's just a fun game. Just how terrifying is her power? Sometimes she seems human. Other times she transforms into something else entirely. He's already drenched in sweat after only a few rounds. He really wants to ask, "Who on earth are you?" Her prowess is so great that it even knocks him back. 9 fiery demonic arts. First form, wind departs. She glares in anger, leaping high into the air, looking down at him. Even though she's losing, she boasts, "I am the one who will erase this martial art from the world." Chi Liqian is caught off guard. What? She lunges down from the air, her killing intent swirling around them. He's starting to feel intimidated. The strange, intense power coming from her is growing stronger. A single moment of distraction, and her fan slashes him, drawing blood. His blood splatters onto her porcelain face, but the old man watching from the sidelines is anxious. No, this isn't good. Indeed, he notices her hand shaking uncontrollably. He knows her great technique hasn't stabilized yet. He obviously spots the weakness, too. Even though you don't know why, you've left yourself open. Seizing the opportunity, he struck her with a powerful blow, but she managed to block it. Their weapons collided with a deafening blast. Chidori lunged forward like a starving beast, lifting his sword high to bring it down, his eyes bloodshot, filled with a murderous rage. The leader of the Flying Swallow Society recalled what he had witnessed here, her anger boiling over. In the future, you will continue to bring suffering to the people, trampling on their hopes and stealing their lives. I must eliminate you and end this right here. These petty tricks won't fool me anymore. But just as he swung down, a purple-black mist engulfed the area, and she vanished without a trace. Chidori's eyes widened in shock. How the hell did that old man leap in to shield her, taking a fatal blow? Blood sprayed from his mouth. He was already half dead, yet he still struggled to speak. I know. Meanwhile, the woman was terrified, completely beside herself. No, stay back. He was caught completely off guard. He had struck true, but only against the old man. The woman had escaped. He was stunned. What was going on? In just a few seconds, both the old man and the leader had disappeared, letting her slip away at the last moment. Infuriated, he let out a frustrated roar. The scene shifts to a flower field 10,000 miles away, where a swirling purple-black mist appeared. The leader of the Flying Swallow Society looked around, dazed. This is a faint, wheezing voice echoed. Do you remember? You always loved coming here. She started, turning back to see the old man lying there, gasping for air. He was the one who had brought her here to save her life, and they had eaten dumplings here many times. She hurried to kneel beside him. No, why did you do this? In my current state, I could have easily handled him. You're dying, stop talking nonsense. The old man cut her off. His eyes were glazing over, slowly closing. It's been so long since I called you that. Thinking back to the past, those days were so wonderful. I should have stopped you. I shouldn't have let things reach this point. But I truly couldn't. Because only that path could help you keep living. Forget about advising you. I even practiced evil arts myself to help you. His eyes closed. Can you promise me one last thing? She cried out in pain. Last thing? Don't say such ominous things. Using his last breath, he urged, just let it go. Whether it's the past, the resentment, the Flying Swallow Society, or the entire world, even if we are both destined for hell, at least live a normal life before that happens. Furthermore, at this point, the old man's eyes suddenly burned blood red, and he shrieked like a demon. That man, he is definitely hiding something from us. With those words, he coughed up blood and died. She frantically called out to Uncle Yen Shisi, but he was gone, dying in agony with his eyes wide open. Watching him pass, her heart turned to ice. Uncle, it was I who killed you. She smoothed his eyes shut. It was my stubbornness, my ignorance, and my stupidity. She sat there, tears streaming down her face, crying as she spoke. Uncle, I will let go of the past you mentioned. I won't do such childish things anymore. But I can't agree to your other requests. I'm sorry. I knew long ago that he was hiding something from us just looking at the changes in my body. How could I not know? She glared, looking like she had gone mad. But this was my choice. Even if this body is torn apart, I must complete the great art of world domination. And as for you, Chidori, you who killed him by this blood oath, I will eliminate you. She turned on her heel and left, leaving the old man's body behind. The scene shifted elsewhere. The strategist sighed in relief. Finally, I can rest easy. Madame Liu is back, so the sect leader must be returning soon. Wu Ying grinned from ear to ear. The young master is okay. That's wonderful. While the sect leader was away, the manor remained secure, all thanks to your leadership, strategist. The strategist, pretending to be humble, brushed it off. A small matter, not worth mentioning. Before the young master went missing, most families under the Northern Heaven Ba clan had pledged loyalty to Heaven's Gate. Lin Xiaoqi will surely punish them. Heaven's Gate has a responsibility to protect them. If we fail, our reputation will plummet, and the subordinate families will abandon us. As he was busy calculating his next move, someone ran in from outside, screaming in panic. Strategist, we have intelligence. An attack on the families under Heaven's Gate is imminent. But strangely, the attackers aren't from the Northern Heaven Ba clan. They are the Night God Squad from Wind and Cloud City. The strategist felt a jolt of anxiety. Everything was going according to plan, but I had factored in the sect leader's combat strength. Now that things had changed, he asked, "Where is the Night God Squad heading?" The scout reported, "There are two teams. One is heading for Yang Clan Taoist Temple, the other to the White Clan Manor." The strategist realized the White Clan Manor was the larger target, and likely their primary objective. The captain of the Night God Squad is among the best in the land. It seems I must ask the Thunderblade Senior to head to the White Clan Manor. Wu Ying immediately nodded. Understood. I will lead the Vanguard Squad to the Yang Clan Taoist Temple. Over at the temple, the sounds of battle and slaughter were constant. Charge! Don't let anyone survive. The Taoist master of the temple shouted to his men. Hurry, get the women and children to safety. He had planned for everything, but despite holding them off, the disparity in strength was simply too great. Is choosing to follow Heaven's Gate instead of that two-faced monster, Lin Tiantui, a crime? At this rate, we'll be wiped out. Wu Ying was also there, his blade cutting down several enemies at once. The old master looked confused. Who are you? Wu Ying shouted to reassure him. Heaven's Gate is here to save you. Let's fight together. The arrival of reinforcements lifted their spirits. Heaven's Gate hasn't abandoned us. Everyone, give your all. The enemies were being slaughtered, blood flowing like a river. Just as they thought they were winning, they faltered. How are they appearing so suddenly? Wu Ying thought. Heaven's Gate is the pride of the Thunderblade. Thankfully, everything is going according to the strategist's plans. The captain of the Night God Squad must be headed there. This should be over soon. Just then, someone ambushed him from behind, nearly taking his head off. Wu Ying barely managed to hold his ground. He turned to look at his opponent and was shocked. This aura, could he be the captain of the Night God Squad? Liqian looked at him and mocked. Why so surprised? Looks like you weren't expecting me. They clashed immediately. Wu Ying grew nervous. If he fought him, he couldn't protect the temple. He needed to send someone to warn the Thunderblade Senior. But before he could act, he took a near-fatal blow. His opponent smirked. It's over. But the strike wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the old master standing right behind him. Wu Ying realized it was sword energy and screamed a warning. Sect leader Yang, dodge. But he didn't know if there was time. His opponent was too fast and too dangerous. Just as things reached a breaking point, dark clouds and thunder gathered in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down directly in front of the old man. Everyone was stunned. On the ground, a familiar dragon-shaped crack appeared. The sword energy had vanished. Everyone recognized that mark. Is that the Thunderblade Senior? But a different voice rang out. Too bad. Wu Ying looked up at the bright smile on the man's face. It's me. The one who had deflected the blow was Chidori. He sat on the roof, looking down like a gargoyle. Everyone below looked up, cheering with joy. It's the sect leader! Oh my god, the sect leader is back. The intruder turned to look. So that is the sect leader of Heaven's Gate? I heard his martial arts were legendary, but he looks so young. Was the Thunderblade's display earlier a trick? Is he real or fake? He wanted to test it himself, so he lunged forward with his sword. Chidori didn't even move. He sat still and swung his sword once. The bastard's head flew off, and his body was split in two before hitting the ground. Now, do you know? The chaos subsided. The old master swallowed hard, still trembling. I thought we were finished today. I didn't expect you to arrive just in time. Because of you, we avoided a disaster. Chidori replied calmly. Protecting subordinate families is what Heaven's Gate should do. Is the Northern Heaven Ba clan planning any other retaliation? The old master bowed. Not at the moment. But how can I ever repay this debt? Just then, someone ran up. Sect leader. About that matter, the old master understood and excused himself. I apologize. I won't take any more of your time. Now, Wu Ying and Chidori finally had a moment to look at each other. Wu Ying smiled proudly. I knew you would return. But, young master, are you okay? Chidori knew nothing escaped him. As expected, Wu Ying, you are the most perceptive at times like these. The Flying Swallow Society. They are more ruthless than we imagined. Those freaks we ran into on the mountain last time? They were mass-produced by those guys. Even though that place has collapsed, it's far from over. The leader of the Fai Yen sect has already fled, but things are even more complicated on this side. Wu Ying looked around the area. He understood and replied, "Even though the Bac Thien Ba family dragged Phong Van City into this just as we planned, I didn't expect them to deal with their own traitorous clansmen so quickly." He nodded. "It's done now. Let's make good use of it." He understood immediately. Make good use of it? It seems he already has a plan. Let's drop the subject for now. Why don't I see Zheng Tu Lian? Wu Ying suddenly frowned. About that, the young mistress, she's still fighting at the Trung Kiem Ma, hacking and slashing like a madwoman. She hasn't stopped. He calculated wearily. What day is it even now? Not to mention sleep, she hasn't even had a moment to catch her breath. She's clearly exhausted. Those guys with the talismans on their faces are attacking harder than ever, like endless zombies. One moment of distraction, and she was blasted away by his palm strike. She flew through the wall into a room full of white statues, her whole body aching. She tried to scramble up, her limbs trembling. She couldn't move anymore, and her sword had been dropped. She had truly reached her limit, but 3 more were coming in. She had to push herself. Just then, the mark on her palm glowed brightly. She looked at it in surprise. The god-slaying armor? She remembered what he told her. We each have one. When a deity gets close, the gauntlet will react. She looked at the 2 rushing toward her, enduring the pain. He has saved me so many times. I have to be strong. I must find a way to be stronger. She jumped to avoid the strike, only to realize the statues were holding real swords. Just then, a cloaked figure lunged at her. Luckily, Zheng Xiaolian dodged to the side, quickly grabbing a sword from the nearest statue. Having a weapon is a start. This sword was no ordinary blade. It glowed with spiritual power the moment she drew it. She slashed sideways, and blood sprayed from the enemy. Only 2 left, and she finished them off in seconds. Zheng Xiaolian looked down in surprise. This definitely wasn't an ordinary sword. More of them rushed in, as thick as thieves, endless. But with the sword in hand, she felt emboldened and decided to test it again. Blood from those guys splattered onto the last few statues, and it was finally over. Zheng Xiaolian leaned against the door as she walked out, letting out a sigh of relief. It was a success. She walked out, step by step. Liqian, are you back? But there was no one in front of her. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. The god-slaying armor clearly reacted. Was it just a hallucination? But why was the view in front of her gradually blurring? Her body couldn't take it anymore, and she collapsed. Suddenly, a familiar, tattooed hand reached out, pulling her into his arms. Liqian had truly arrived. He stared wide-eyed at the girl he missed day and night as she slumped in his embrace, pulling her close to hold her tightly, finally satisfying his longing. That night, the silver sword was placed neatly on the wooden cabinet. He sat by the bed watching over her as she rested, but it was already midnight and she still hadn't woken up. Her limbs were covered in scars. Just looking at them, he knew how hard she had been fighting. After watching her for a while, he stood up and went outside. Wu Ying was already waiting there. "You're here?" He spoke up. "It's time for you to head out." He looked at him and said, "That Feng Shousan guy finished what we assigned him, but that's not enough. I've told the Duong clan to keep it a secret. Now is the time to officially expand our territory." Meanwhile, at the Tiat Thuong sect, a subordinate of the Bac Thien Ba family asked, "No news from the Dathan squad that went to attack the Duong clan yet?" He nodded. "No sir, not yet." The old master of the Tiat Thuong sect frowned, deep in thought. "That's strange. It should have been done long ago, right? Why is it? Could the Phong Van City's Dathan squad have messed it up? I knew from the start I shouldn't have let them get involved." A few days ago, in the room, Lin Xiaoqi sat on his chair, looking down at the 2 old men below. A large number of families under the Bac Thien Ba family had already surrendered to the Thuong Thien sect. No matter the method, we must punish them severely. But Nam Nyak Lian is eyeing us. We have to figure out how to deal with them first. The old man spoke. "I have a strategy." He looked at him. "Elder Feng Shou-san, what is your strategy?" The old man proceeded to speak at length. It was a plan to show the outside world that the Bac Thien Ba family was still strong, while countering Nam Nyak Lian's attack, dragging Phong Van City into the conflict. Lin Shachi and the old man were stunned, their eyes widening in shock. "Phong Van City? How are we going to drag them into this?" He put on a mysterious look. "Young master, you once hired assassins to deal with Yang Tu Shuang of Nam Nyak Lian. To cover it up, the previous head ceded some benefits to Nam Nyak Lian. You remember, don't you? We just need to cede those benefits to Phong Van City on the condition that they help us deal with those traitors." Thinking back, the old man felt something was off. Why did Feng Shou-san suggest this? Making Nam Nyak Lian and Phong Van City clash was like letting 2 beasts fight over a piece of meat. If they were careless and got discovered, the Bac Thien Ba family would fall into a crisis. But it was too late. There was no better way. He was burning with anxiety. There was still no news. Something must have gone wrong. He quickly ordered, "Go to the Duong clan immediately to confirm the situation." The subordinate grinned. Yes, if the Dathan squad has already made a move, surely the men of the Duong clan, even the women and children, won't escape death. But before he could finish his sentence, a beam of light flew through his head as fast as a flash. He collapsed and died right in front of the old man. The old man jumped up in terror. What is this?" He looked at the newcomer and shuddered. "You are?" He remembered now. It was the guy who came with the old man Fitch Lich. "It is I, who executed Lin Tian Sui. As the guardian of the Thuong Thian sect, even though they had eliminated the villain Lin Tian Sui, if anyone wanted to leave the Bak Thian Ba family, the Thuong Thian sect was ready to take them in." Seeing him standing there again, he screamed in fear. The master of the Thuong Thian sect, Chi Liqian, smiled deviously, tilting his head to greet him. "Long time no see." The old man pointed a shaking finger. "Why is this guy here?" He stepped over the corpse, walking closer to him to eliminate everyone on his side. "You came up with a clever plan, but what can you do? Although dragging Fongvan City into this wasn't a bad idea, the Dathan squad has already been wiped out." He listened, frowning in disbelief. "What? How do you know? Why are you still spouting nonsense at a time like this?" "That's not right, wiped out? You're just talking nonsense. Who could possibly eliminate them?" He ignored him, mocking with contempt. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Those who wiped them out were the White Tiger squad of Nam Nyak Lien. This news hit like a bolt from the blue. He was clearly suspicious. Why would Nam Nyak Lien help a family under your command? Could it be that they discovered the Bak Thien Ba family was planning to cede benefits to Phong Van City? He ignored him. "That has nothing to do with me. I came here today because you dared to touch a family under the Thuong Thien sect. I'm here to punish you." He glared and declared, "I'm going to take your head." The old man panicked but still left himself an escape route. He stomped hard on a hidden mechanism stone, smiling triumphantly. "Don't count on it." The floor immediately sank, revealing 2 secret doors. A series of assassins rushed out from below to attack him. They surrounded him, thrusting their swords. "Kill him for me!" Another bunch of weaklings. Chi Liqian didn't show a hint of fear, leaping high into the air, staring straight at the old man who was fleeing. "Hey you, stop struggling, you won't escape." Suddenly he saw the man press hard against a rock. He was quite surprised. That bastard. There was a door there. Before leaving, the man turned back and laughed triumphantly. "Thanks for providing the information." He jumped down and shouted, "Wait, where are you running to?" But before he could chase him, the soldiers used their swords to block him. He was definitely acting, intentionally letting himself be blocked. He yelled, "Stay there!" But the old man was too busy running for his life to pay attention. Even as the stone door closed shut, he ignored his shouting. "Suhuba, don't run. This old man is quite something." As he ran through the tunnel, he racked his brain. Even if he didn't know if the guy's words were entirely true, he had to find time to report it to young Master Lam. He stood outside, still pounding against the stone wall. "Wait, I told you to wait. Damn it. I didn't expect this kind of mechanism here." Suddenly he stopped. His expression shifted 180 degrees, and he grinned maliciously. "Suhu Ba, I put so much effort into sending you off. You must convey that clearly to him." Wu Ying appeared right behind him, surrounded by the corpses of the soldiers. "Young master, your acting has improved. They will definitely believe that Nam Nyak Lien did it. After all, to make the play more authentic, we even hid Nam Nyak Lien's hidden weapons there. I never imagined the young master would actually pull off a move like this." He was bursting with pride, acting like the biggest mastermind in the room, his face practically beaming with self-satisfaction. If you want to use the 2 tigers fighting over one prey strategy, you have to hit hard, right? I've got it all calculated from this day on. The landscape of the martial arts world is going to change completely. Finally, that's settled. Let's head back. Someone's waiting for me, and she's probably been anxious. Li Ang understood immediately. "Huh, you mean the young miss?" Li Men chuckled. "She's waiting for me too. But the person I'm referring to is someone else." He hadn't guessed it yet. Someone else? So, he was going to meet Bo Chi Tu Lin. The old man looked his son up and down, noticing how thin he had gotten. Li Ang teased him, saying those people at the Flying Swallow sect clearly didn't feed him anything decent. The old man suddenly explained, "I actually intended to go save you." Both of them felt a bit awkward. His eyes widened in shock, hardly able to believe it. "Father, you're actually capable of saying things like that?" It had been a long time since the two of them had shared such a tender moment, and it was hard to find the right words. Li Ang teased back, "I guess being kidnapped every now and then isn't such a bad thing." The old man was speechless and scolded him. You little brat. They stood there chatting for a long time. Father, there's something I need to ask you, Liang said. Getting straight to business, it was about the Flying Swallow sect and a certain woman. Old Man Bo's expression turned serious as Liqian got straight to the point. The leader of the Flying Swallow sect seems to know you. No, it's not just that it seems there's some kind of history between you and her. Old Man Bo looked a bit flustered and immediately explained, I have never done anything to cross paths with any woman. I only found out about this Flying Swallow sect after you were kidnapped. You can trust me, Li Men. Your father never lies. Then what could be the Flying Swallow sect leader's motive? The old man continued. I've heard about it. This whole thing was extremely dangerous. If you keep walking this path, you're bound to face something like this again. What are your plans for the future? Liang didn't need the old man to say it. He knew. I am well aware that the path I must take is one stained with blood, but even if I don't walk it, someone else will. So, I have decided to see it through to the end. Sometimes I can't think things through before acting, but I swear I can guarantee you I will never do anything that would bring shame upon you. Old Man Bo stared intensely at his son. Your appearance has changed so much, but your words remain the same. When Liqian was still just a child, he used to look at me with wide, innocent eyes and say, I will definitely become the greatest hero in the world. Back then, I just thought it was childish talk, but now that he's grown into a man, he's still clinging to that ideal. The old man chuckled, choosing to believe in him. You really have grown up now. Liang didn't hold back or beat around the bush as his father had. Now that I'm older, father, please tell me the truth. Are you really not suspicious of any woman? He added, I won't tell mother. I'm not a kid anymore. I can understand these things. The old man's face darkened like a storm cloud. The scene shifted to the room of Lin Xiaoqi. He looked at Su Hu Ba, who rushed in and demanded, what is the meaning of this? How could the Night God squad be completely wiped out by the Nam Nok alliance? The old man couldn't even catch his breath, struggling to get the words out. It seems the intelligence was leaked. The sect master of the Thung Tien sect knows about this as well. As soon as he heard that, the cup in Lin Xiaoqi's hand shattered instantly, his eyes burning with fury. Liqian, why is he involved in everything? Wait, no, that's not right. Our original plan was to cause a conflict between Fongvan City and the Nam Nok alliance, wasn't it? Su Hu Ba nodded in agreement. That's true, but the current situation is looking rather shaky. Young master is right. Only the old man, Feng Shou-san, remained calm. This might actually be a good thing. However, since the Fongvan City side might suspect that the North Heaven Ba family is plotting behind their backs, we should immediately inform the Lord of Fongvan City about this. Lin Xiaoqi agreed at once. Elder Feng makes sense. Go and handle it. But Su Hu Ba was skeptical. Elder Feng Shou-san, he just watched as the situation spiraled out of our control, yet he can still say things like that? He felt like he was on pins and needles, wondering if everything was going to fall apart beyond repair. After speaking with his father, Liqian practiced in the woods, the scenes from that place flashing through his mind. My lord, so many people died there, innocent people, and yet I couldn't save them. But Mother's heavenly demon soul is truly terrifyingly strong. If I want to protect the people I cherish and change this martial arts world, Liang resolved, I must obtain even greater power. His tense face suddenly softened into a gentle smile. He didn't even need to turn around to know who was there. He smiled and asked, You're awake? It was Zheng Shalian, standing there prettily, brushing back her hair. Yeah. That porridge clears throat. It was delicious. Thank you. Li Men? Still so vain? It was good, wasn't it? I'm very confident in my cooking. Liang gave her a few compliments. The Demon Sword sect's formation was incredibly powerful, yet you didn't back down once. You really are something else. Zheng Shalian looked down at her scarred hands. It felt so real inside, not like a formation at all. Even now, I can clearly feel the sensation of swinging my sword. Suddenly, Liang said seriously, You don't have to risk your life like that. You still have other paths you could take. I understand. You're only saying that because you're worried about me, right? But compared to being protected by others, I want to be the one protecting someone else now. Seeing her resolve, Liang didn't stop her. You've grown stronger. You're a true expert now. Zheng Shalian's face lit up with joy. Hearing that from you, I'm actually blushing. Anyway, my martial arts are nothing compared to yours. Liang looked away, humbled. I'm still lacking too. Whether it's martial technique or internal energy, I still need to keep training. He didn't look like he was joking, and Zheng Shalian stared at him in disbelief. Liqian was clearly so strong, and yet he still had such humility. But she was optimistic, and clenched her fists. cheering him on. In other words, we still have a lot of room to grow. I'm so excited. I wonder what realm we can reach. Liang looked at the happily smiling Zhang Xiaolian and suddenly said tenderly, I missed you. She was completely taken aback, frozen stiff. That was so sudden, but she didn't want to hide it anymore. I missed you too, but Liang swerved the conversation. I missed the sky here, and this scenery. She was startled, and quickly changed her tone. I also missed the sky here. The scenery is quite beautiful too. Ha ha. Her face was beet red as she gave a forced laugh. Only then did Liang add, and I missed you too. I missed you the most. She turned around sharply, and as their eyes met, they couldn't help but smile. Their relationship had taken another step forward, growing closer than ever. The scene shifted to the Wuhan branch of Fongvan City. Hong Tan, the chief strategist of Fongvan City, gripped the scroll in his hand. I must report this to the Lord immediately. But just as he reached the door, he heard a blood-curdling scream from inside. Please, please, my lord, have mercy. He knew he had come at the wrong time, but he still had to open the door. Strategist Hong Tan, I have a report to deliver. His eyes were met with a blood-covered floor. A man stood in the middle of the room, sword dripping with blood, his voice terrifyingly cold. Strategist, your timing is perfect. This musician played a wrong note, so I chopped off his arm. Should I take his head too? Hong Tan looked at the poor old man kneeling on the ground. Chopping off an arm was enough to punish his mistake. He would never be able to touch an instrument again. But before he could finish his thought, the man was sent flying by a kick, rolling straight into the lake. You got it wrong. What are you here for? Hong Tan hurriedly offered the scroll. My lord, the Night God squad has been completely destroyed. The man gripped it so hard he almost bled. How could this happen? The Night God squad was wiped out by the Nam Nyak Alliance? The strategist calmly explained. My subordinates have gone to investigate, and it is possible that this is a scheme by the North Heaven Ba family. The Lord glanced at the miserable musician who had died with his eyes open. No matter who it is, I will personally turn them into that very state. His eyes bulged with rage. I am Tudo Ba, Lord of Fongvan City. He ordered his underlings. Find the mastermind behind this. The next morning, in the peaceful garden, voices could be heard. This shovel is very sturdy. Good job. The demon empress looked up and smiled. You're here? Old man Fitch Lich stood nearby with his arms crossed. Yeah. Why did you buy a new one? The lady shook her head. I didn't buy it. Liqian gave it to me. The old man guessed. It seems to be a thank you gift for bringing that girl to the demon sword sect. He's truly a rare child. But you must have come here to talk to me about something, right? Speak up. Nothing gets past you, old woman, he finally told her. Liqian came to see me last night. The boy said he wants to resolve this matter himself. They continued talking, the old man looking a bit dejected. Since ancient times, people should just settle down in their old age. Being older, there's no need to cause bloodshed everywhere, and earn a bad reputation, too. Has that boy finally truly grown up? The old man looked tired. He's been an adult for a long time, a righteous 20-year-old man. Only you keep treating him like a child. But the lady felt, just reaching a certain age doesn't make you an adult, does it? Only when one truly faces this world can they be considered a real adult. Beneath the flowering tree, Zhang Xiaolian was practicing her swordsmanship, her eyes tightly closed. I could feel a mysterious aura emanating from the blade. According to grandmother, this sword is called the Maiden's Sword. This sword is calling out to you, she said. The girl didn't quite understand. The sword is calling me? That's right. You said this sword really intrigued you back in the training cave, didn't you? Zhang Xiaolian answered honestly. Yes. My eyes were completely drawn to it. Grandmother chuckled and handed the sword back. The ways of the world are truly fascinating. This sword, along with the legendary blade known as the greatest of all time, the Sunzi sword, are a pair. She was lost in thought. She didn't know when, but Liqian had sat himself up on a branch. He looked like he had a lot on his mind, making the girl jump as she turned around. Liqian, you're here. He jumped down right beside her. I guess it's because of this sword, right? She nodded. Yeah. I don't know if I'm worthy of using it. I heard it's an incredibly powerful blade. I know about that. It's true. These two swords once belonged to the sword god, Mu Qingyang. Later, Mu Qingyang gifted this sword to his lover, Sa Huilong. But, controlled by his inner demons, Sa Huilong used this very sword to kill Mu Qingyang. Zhang Xiaolian felt a pang of sorrow. Killing the one you love with your own hands, that's just too tragic. He suddenly asked, if you're so worried, why not just try it out yourself? Testing if I can become its master, that's a good idea. Oh, I'll try it right now. Then let's follow Liqian's lead and give it a shot. Zheng Xiaolian began to dance through the sword forms, becoming more amazed with each movement. What is this? The sword in his hand moved in sync, as if the two blades recognized each other. The two moved in a fluid, seamless rhythm. Now the girl understood. So this is the test he was talking about? All right, I have to give it my all. Even though his attacks were still within her range to deflect, she could tell he was getting serious now. He struck and explained while fighting. After Mu Qingyang, the maiden's sword has taken many lives. Knowing all this, do you still dare to use it? This made the girl hesitate. Many lives? Is that so? At that, Zheng Xiaolian suddenly stopped, ceasing her attack. She looked troubled. If she turned out the same way, what would she do? If she were controlled by the sword, too. Suddenly, the crimson sword began to tremble violently. He knew it immediately. I believe this sword calls to you for a reason. A demonic sword in the hands of a true hero becomes a weapon for good. You possess such a legendary blade, yet you feel no greed. Only worry about whether you can stay on the righteous path. You will definitely be able to change this sword's fate. He pointed his sword out again. Want to continue? His words gave her newfound confidence. She gripped the sword tightly. Even though she wasn't strong enough yet, she nodded firmly. Yeah, I want to strive to become that kind of hero. At the same time, in Fenyun City, the man named Situ Ba slammed his fist onto the table, roaring with rage. They found Namnak Lian's hidden weapons on the corpses of the Night God squad. What is the meaning of this? The strategist, Hong Xian, hurriedly explained. It seems the hidden weapons broke and got stuck deep in the flesh, so they couldn't be retrieved. Furthermore, the rights in Fenyun City that the Northern Tianba clan promised us were already promised to Namnyak Lian beforehand. Perhaps Namnyak Lian attacked the Night God squad because they didn't want to lose those rights. The old man turned bright red with fury. That Lin Xiaoqi actually dared to toy with me. But the strategist felt that while Lin Xiaoqi was foolish, he didn't have the guts for this, and it still needed investigation. However, the old man disagreed. Strategist, do you know why planners can never rule the pugilistic world? Because the world doesn't operate on a strategist's logic. He glared and asked, which side is it? Hong Xin was stunned. Master, what do you mean by, which side? Whether it was the Northern Tianba clan or Namnyak Lian, the conflict was inevitable. He had to weigh his options carefully. But I can no longer advise the city lord against it. Wuhuan was the territory of the Northern Tianba clan, while only a part of Namnyak Lian's White Tiger squad was stationed there. With that, he decisively named Namnyak Lian. The old man waited for nothing else, ordering the Fengyun armored cavalry to prepare for battle. Hundreds of soldiers rode out immediately. Only 2 people remained in the room. Situ Ba stood up abruptly. As you said, this could be a trap. If it is, we will certainly suffer heavy losses. The strategist didn't quite understand. Then why, sir? Before he could finish, the old man spoke up. But when it's time to act, and we don't, we lose something, our momentum. Just then, someone approached outside the courtyard. Hong Xin jumped and turned to look. That old man knows it already. We can't survive by grazing like sheep. Once we start grazing, the mongrels of the underworld will bare their fangs at us. We must roar, even if we are walking into a trap. As he spoke, he grabbed a weapon from the table and kicked it straight toward the door. The strategist's eyes widened in horror as the weapon pierced the thick wooden door and impaled the person walking in. Situ Ba glared and shouted, "Who are you?" His weapon was blocked by the person with a sword. If I wanted you to know who I was, why would I wear a mask? This person was Qi Liqian. It was time for him to strike. The 2 men stared at him, stunned, unable to recognize him at first. The strategist looked around and realized he hadn't come alone. Moreover, Lument, the Fengyun armored cavalry had just departed to fight Nam Nyak Lian's White Tiger squad when the ambush struck. In other words, baiting the Fengyun armored cavalry into leaving was his plan all along. The screams were fading now. Were the ones being dealt with his subordinates? Or his eyes darted left and right? But only Situ Ba remained calm, glaring, and asking, is it Nam Nyak Lian, the Northern Tianba clan, or the Black Sect? Liqian couldn't help but laugh. Do you still think the 4 lords are ruling the underworld? The man didn't understand. If it's not for the 4 lords, why are you doing this? He listed the Northern Tianba clan, Nam Nyak Lian, and the Black Sect, and finally summed up his goal for Fengyun City. I will swallow them all. But the man wasn't afraid, calmly mocking him. Such greed, watch out, or you might burst. As he finished, the 3 assassins hiding behind him launched a sneak attack, but it was like a mosquito bite to him. He jumped up and dodged it effortlessly. They swarmed him like a tide. but he stood his ground against all of them alone. A few basic moves were enough to finish them off. These men were the Seven Winds, the City Lord's personal guard. Ba stood high up, looking down with a sneer. That coordinated attack technique is exquisite. Up until now, no one has ever survived the Seven Winds combined strike. So let me see. If you had the guts to storm in here, do you have the strength to match it? With that, the whole group swarmed him again. Liqian had never known fear. He just took them on. This was nothing to him. He watched while fighting. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, so there had to be a leader. But with so many of them, he had to see who it was. It wasn't him, and it wasn't them. But after a few tests, he spotted him. Gotcha. He targeted the ringleader and pierced him with a single thrust. All your actions stem from you. The moment he was killed, all the others stood frozen. Ba and his strategist turned pale. He had wiped them all out. He mocked them. Once you lose your limbs, the head is useless anyway. The old man was seething but had to maintain his composure. This duel has allowed me to witness your swordsmanship. In his heart, he was starting to feel intimidated. If this man had really planned the diversion of the cavalry, then his martial arts and his brain were both formidable. He called him by name. City Lord of Fengyun City, Ba. I heard there have been many horrific tragedies in your territory. You use the excuse of protection fees to exploit merchants. If they are even a single coin short, you cut off their ears, hands, nose, or feet to set an example for others. Exposed, he still managed to grin. Ha, I thought you were going to say something important. You're the one feeling wronged here? I was the one being merciful, taking the trouble to protect them, yet they repay kindness with resentment. The strong rule, the weak obey, that is the pugilistic world, he roared and launched himself forward with a clenched fist, aiming straight at Liqian. But he didn't even bother to dodge, standing his ground and raising his hand to block. Ba stared at him. He calmly used his bare hands to block his fist. That was something. He blocked my punch? A truly interesting fellow. He growled. How are your actions any different from mine? Don't you want to use your strength to seize everything too? In the end, you're just following the rules of the underworld. The rules of the underworld? That era, where just hearing the words pugilistic world was enough to set one's blood on fire. Back when he was a boy, I was just like that too. I'd stretch out my arms and legs, bragging to my old man, Dad, I saw a martial artist on the road today, and he was carrying a massive blade. When I grow up, I'm going to start my own sect and join those people in the Jianghu. There was a time when just catching a glimpse of a sword hilt at someone's waist was enough to make my heart race. But look at it now. It's all schemes and treacherous plots. People are willing to stab their friends in the back over a few measly coins. Integrity isn't considered a virtue anymore. I despise him for it. Exposing their hypocritical faces, the world is filled with all sorts of filth that's the Jianghu you lot have created. The old man roared in defiance. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? He didn't care. He gripped his sword and lunged straight at him. Looking at this current state of affairs, do you expect me to just close my eyes, cover my ears, and stay silent? The old man was seething with rage, his entire body radiating killing intent. You are truly too arrogant. And he was ready to take him down right then and there. Even so, I must find it. When he was young, Liqian was still naive. Old man, you name my sect for me, his father asked back. Wouldn't it be better if you chose a name you like yourself? He kept pestering him. Oh, come on, just name it for me, please. Master Lin tilted his head to look at the sky. Name it for the sect that will find the things in the Jianghu that you have never seen before. The blue sky is the Shangtian upper heaven. He still remembers the name his father gave him to this day. The old man attacked Liqian barehanded, and the two clashed, the tension as taut as a bowstring. A few hits later, the whole building exploded into smithereens. The people fighting outside looked on in panic. What's going on? Everyone turned to watch, trying to get a look at the chaos. They just happened to see the two of them burst out of the building, trading blows without pause. Lord City Master, who is that? Is he with those intruders? Situba's name was shouted, and they realized immediately. He laughed mockingly. Doesn't matter if you see my face, does it? Shangtian Sect Master, I'm not scared of you either. Even with my mask off, it doesn't matter, because you're going to die here. The old man lunged forward. About to die and still flapping your gums? I should be saying that to you. He unleashed his supreme, world-shaking martial arts. His barehanded technique collided with his sword, causing an earth-shattering explosion. When the giants fight, the ants get crushed. The minor assassins outside were terrified and scrambled to run away. Everyone, get back. Lord Strategist, are you all right? Hong Tan stood there, staring blankly. He couldn't believe it. Shangtian sect master. How is he able to go toe-to-toe with the city master? The Cloudwind cavalry hasn't returned yet. They are well past our expected time. Now he started thinking about the captain of the White Tiger team from the Southern Peak Alliance. Could it be his doing? Over at the Southern Peak Alliance, the fighting was so intense it was like a river of blood. Captain, get out of the way. Mo Huey didn't understand what was happening. Who on earth are they? Damn it, these people, could it be they knew the White Tiger team only had a portion of their force here, so they launched a surprise attack? The power gap is just too large. At this rate, retreating will be nearly impossible. As he was thinking, a sword pierced straight through his chest. He looked back, startled and terrified. You are? He couldn't believe it. He shouted, "Captain of the Cloudwind Cavalry!" The man who stabbed him sneered. Even the brilliant White Tiger team captain, Mo Hui, will have to die here. Until his final breath, Mo Hui couldn't understand why the Cloudwind City, but the man didn't say another word. He just leaped into the air and brought his sword down. This is the retribution you deserve. He racked his brain to think. Retribution? What does that mean? Why did he suddenly remember what the Alliance leader said? He recalled the old man asking during their talk. That young man also participated in the Dragon Phoenix banquet, right? Are you talking about the person named Qi Liqian we met at Spring Breeze Inn? Yes, that's him. Qi Liqian remembered the image of him cutting through the iron cage to save him that day. I don't know why, but I always have the feeling that he is definitely involved in this. It has to be him. On Qi Liqian's side, he was evenly matched with the old man Situ Ba. The old man finally felt a tinge of fear. It seems you're not just all talk. He put all his strength into swinging his sword. Let me see what you're really made of. One strike leveled the ground, but he couldn't see the old man's body anywhere. He was still looking around in surprise when suddenly, something shot up from under his feet like lightning, a wooden box, flickering in and out of sight. A click of Situ Ba's tongue echoed. "Oh, my precious collection is all ruined." The two stood facing each other. He mocked. "You went out of your way to collect these things?" He laughed. "It's all because I'm too soft-hearted. Even with those annoying people who dared to embezzle protection money, I still gave them a chance. As long as I showed them these things, they'd find a way to scrape together the money." He thought they were some kind of treasure, but they were all just body parts from someone. And as for those who were too stubborn to understand, they had to use their own bodies to fill my collection. It sounded absolutely disgusting. He went pale, barely holding back from throwing up. The old man lunged like a moth to a flame, screaming, "You little brat, come and be part of the collection too." But he had been fighting for so long and still hadn't realized that he was on a completely different level. With one horizontal sword swing, he cleanly took his head. A loud thud, and blood sprayed everywhere. But this guy was too stubborn and didn't fall apart easily. He capitalized on the momentum and added another strike. The old man glared, teeth grinding. "You filthy, cowardly rat, how dare you? How dare you damage my body?" He was seething with rage and unleashed another move. Flower World Cloudwind Godfist. He boasted loudly before even doing anything. "I will crush you. Then I will flatten the Shangtian sect." He saw the space flash with a blinding green light. Galaxy Meteor Sword, second form, Meteor Radiance. This was his signature move. With one swipe, all four of the man's limbs were severed. Now the old man had nothing left. If he wanted to play the collector game, he'd have 4 new toys now. His limbs were scattered in the air, and his torso was splattered in blood on the ground. He was finally defeated in bitter despair. His voice trembled, barely able to finish the sentence. "Blue Sky, you truly have the strength to dare hold such dreams. But this Jiang Hu isn't so easily manipulated." As soon as he finished, he breathed his last breath and died on the spot. He didn't need him to remind him of that. After a long while, Qi Liqian replied, "I know." Because compared to those who had neglected their martial arts for years, he was completely different. Just as he thought of that old man, on the other side, the old man had also just killed someone. The White Tiger team captain had managed to keep his life. The most dangerous among the 4 leaders, Southern Peak Alliance leader Yang Rengming. As soon as the old man appeared, his underlings became insufferably arrogant. They shouted loudly, "The Alliance leader is here. You're all dead." But now, even he was being targeted. "You're the next one on stage. Fighting you will be the real battle." He had planned it all out. By now, the Cloudwind cavalry team must have finished their battle too. Sure enough, to deal with him, one needed power greater than what he currently possessed. Just as he thought that, a massive, giant hand immediately appeared in his inner demon. "Weak human, do you crave greater power?" Qi Liqian didn't see it coming and was startled. This feeling, a demonic, haunting voice whispered, "I will grant you that power." His eyes widened in shock. What is this? A chilling sensation covering my entire body? And there, the massive, burning eyes of the monsters appeared. He was momentarily lost in his inner demon, dazed and unable to hear the calls. It wasn't until later that the sect master snapped back. Is something wrong? Wu Ying looked at his worried face, and he had to reassure her. It's probably just a bit of fatigue, nothing major. It's better to quickly resolve the matters of Cloudwind City first. Morning came, the battle ended, and corpses littered the field. Everyone stood in a daze, looking at the scene, bewildered and terrified. They never expected that a single strike would take down the Cloudwind City Master. I never thought the martial arts of Sect Master Qi would reach this realm. The strategist Hong Tan knelt on the ground. I truly can't believe it. The city master actually died so quickly. He heard footsteps approaching and glared up, asking, "Now, how do you intend to deal with me?" Shangtian Sect Master looked at him, sizing him up. Chief Strategist of Cloudwind City, Hong Tan. I highly value your strategic ability. Thanks to you, the Cloudwind Cavalry team possesses the immense strength it has today, and Cloudwind City was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with powerful forces like the Southern Peak Alliance or the Northern Heaven Ba clan. To everyone's surprise, he didn't want to kill him, but wanted to recruit him under his command. Use that ability to give us a hand. But he didn't seem willing to rely on betraying his deceased master just to save his own life. Deep down, he had already resigned himself. But I have always thought this way. The day the city master died was the day of my own end. Furthermore, this man is a tyrant who personally executed the 4 leaders. Once my utility is gone, I will have no value left to exist. Suddenly, there were shouts from other underlings begging for mercy. Wait, wait. I was only following orders. But his people were determined not to show mercy. Keep those words for the underworld. He looked at the scene and understood that this was the inevitable outcome for all of them. Just as he was thinking that, a shout rang out. Stop. That's an order from the sect master to his own people. Do not kill those who have surrendered. Keep the casualties to the absolute minimum. The crowd immediately shouted, Lord Master. Hong Tan widened his eyes in shock, staring at him as if he were an alien. Are you really going to spare everyone? For those in the Murim, the master's rise to power is our own glory. I always thought so too, but you are a completely different breed. He then looked over at his sworn brother, Wu Ying, telling him to hurry up and treat the wounded, including the warriors from Fongvan City. The strategist, having decided to follow Liqian, asked immediately, What do you need me to do? Just keep him surrendered, that's enough, he replied, turning to leave. I'll tell you later. I will certainly assign you tasks better suited to your skills than what you did under Tudo Ba. Hong Tan said nothing more, watching as Liqian's back faded into the distance. If this man has made his move, I'm starting to get curious about what he'll turn this Murim into. Over at the Namnyak Alliance, the battle had also ended, requiring the old man Yang Renming to intervene personally. He glared at the White Tiger captain, whose casualties were devastating. The man hurriedly lowered his head. I have no face to look at you, master. All of this is the responsibility of a captain like me. But the old man didn't utter a word of blame, waving his hand to spare him. It's good that you're safe. The White Tiger captain couldn't believe it. Alliance master, I never expected you to prioritize the safety of your subordinates in such a situation. He became even more determined. In that case, I must be honest. It's thanks to your timely arrival that although a few enemies escaped, achieving this current outcome is already a stroke of luck. The old man shook his head, cutting him off. No, Liqian has already gone in pursuit. Not a single one of them will get away. Hearing this, he felt relieved. If Master Liqian took action, they were surely dead. But how did the Alliance Master know the news and get here? The old man replied, I received an urgent report from a spy saying someone was targeting you, along with intelligence that the Bakthian Ba family had handed over the rights promised to us to Fongvan City. The White Tiger captain finally realized things were a bit unusual. I have a feeling their intention was to cause a conflict between us and Fongvan City. The old man nodded in agreement. That is correct, but I won't be fooled by these petty tricks. Ever since Lin Tiansui died, the peace between the 4 lords has been broken. Now, there are only winners and losers. Therefore, relay the order for all troops to assemble at Wuhan. I've calculated everything. We will attack the Bakthian Ba family. Transition to another side. The old strategist was reviewing the ledgers. The Thuong Tian sect's forces hadn't suffered heavy losses yet, certainly thanks to the blessings of Wu Ying and Commander Tong. As he was muttering to himself, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ugly monster, you've become a true strategist now. The old man was scared out of his wits. He'd die of a heart attack sooner or later at this rate. Furious, he glared at Liqian, who was looming in front of him, and shouted, "Why do you always startle me every time you show up?" He took a moment to calm down before changing his tone. "You arrived just in time. I actually had something to discuss with you," he warned him seriously. "From now on, two things are most important: secrecy and speed. As for the Fongvan City warriors who surrendered, just keep an eye on their movements." Liqian asked, "Is the reason we aren't targeting the Bakthian Ba family first because of the Nam-Nyak alliance?" He nodded firmly. "That's right. There's no need for us to clash with the Nam-Nyak alliance over fighting for the Bakthian Ba family, is there? Yang Renming is an intelligent man. He has certainly discovered by now that a third party is interfering. Therefore, instead of letting others pull the strings, it's better to directly attack the Bakthian Ba family, whom he has been eyeing for a long time. In the meantime, we just need to utilize the strategist of Fongvan City and absorb all the remnants of their forces. I heard he has always tried his best to prevent Tudoba's evil deeds. Perhaps that is why so many people are willing to follow him. But you must be mentally prepared. The casualties will certainly be massive. After all, this is war." Liqian had already calculated this, his face unchanging. "Mercy and hesitation will only lead to greater sacrifices." The old man spoke in a rush. "For now, we just need to stand back and observe. Also, once this matter ends, he was slightly surprised. Is there something else?" Surprisingly, the old man looked genuinely serious, resting his chin on his hand and staring into the distance. "Please teach me how to win a girl's heart. The atmosphere between you and Miss Trin has been very sweet lately." Liqian was equally serious. "To be honest, for him, ugly monster, there is someone more experienced in this than I am. The one who successfully courted the peak of the demon cult is none other than Master Chi-Tu-Lin." The old man was currently enjoying sweet moments with his wife. "You're tired, right? Go to sleep first." The lady, Lu, held her husband's hand and asked, "Are you not sleeping?" The old man sat by the bed, deep in thought. "I'm just thinking about a few things." She sat up and leaned against her husband's back. "What is it?" The old man told the truth. "It's about your father wanting to meet you and Liqian, but I don't think Liqian has time right now." Knowing this, she decided to step back. The boy is currently facing a wall he must overcome himself. Recalling the day he fought, she could clearly feel it. "Didn't you feel your body burning? That is the heavenly demon soul. Thinking it over, I believe meeting my father right now would do more harm than good." Master Chi-Tu-Lin sighed heavily. "At a time like this, I can only stand and watch. I truly feel helpless." Liqian once said he still had things to say to him. If only I could do something to help him, that would be great. In the dead of night, Liqian collapsed under a tree. Trembling, struggling to breathe, a person walked up to him and asked in a harsh tone, "You have to take responsibility for your words, don't you?" He even pointed a sword at him. "Get up." That person was unexpectedly Master Chi-Tu-Lin, who was usually gentle and scholarly. It was rare to see him like this. An hour ago, Liqian was waiting under the tree. He was calculating, the master of Fongvan City was dead. Next would be the war between the Nam-Nyak alliance and the Bakthian Ba family. But right at that moment, that familiar sensation returned, the same one that happened back at the stables. He remembered the feeling of burning fire, spreading throughout his entire body. Just then, a wooden sword flew from somewhere. He caught it, looked up, and saw who had arrived. Master Chi-Tu-Lin was standing there. "It is, after all, my son's request." He smiled at the old man. This old man always knew him. "How did you know I wanted to learn martial arts?" The old man saw right through him and retorted, "Besides that, is there any other reason?" "There are many. For example, to have a drink with you?" The old man laughed. "That's not bad either. Do you want to bring both of these martial arts to the peak of mastery?" He nodded firmly, as confident as ever. "Yes, only then can I dominate the world. My sword has left its sheath, and many have already lost their lives. For their sake, I must succeed. No matter how arduous the training, I will persevere." Looking into his eyes now, the old man had to admit it. "It seems you are very serious." "How many more times do I have to say it, Liqian?" "Yes, I am serious." As soon as he finished, the sword in the old man's hand stabbed past his neck. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have met his ancestors. Even with that dodge, a streak of blood remained on his neck. His face darkened, his teeth clenched in annoyance, and his whole body immediately moved backward. Was that too sudden? The old man lunged forward at lightning speed, demonstrating his point. "Does an enemy greet you before attacking?" The old man even gave him a handicap. "I won't use internal energy, so try your best to hold your ground." The sound of weapons clashing rang out. It was clear the old man was holding back, yet he still felt suffocated. Every time he blocked a blow, both his wrists felt like they were about to break. If he wasn't using internal energy and the power and speed were already this terrifying, he didn't even want to imagine what it would be like if he used it. After struggling hard, he managed to barely parry a few strikes. But suddenly, he saw a giant sphere of light flying straight at his stomach. Bang! A crisp sound, and his whole body flew away, slamming heavily into the ground. He trembled in pain, gasping for air. It felt like being struck by lightning. It was completely different. Compared to when he trained as a child, the old man walked over to mock him. Is this all the skill you have? You have to take responsibility for your words. Remember? The two locked eyes. Get up. Provoked, he was furious and grabbed his sword. You didn't have to say it, old man, he shouted. I was just about to do that. His body moved like a flash of lightning, charging straight at the old man. They engaged in another intense round, and he took quite a few hits. The old man fought while instructing him. Clear movements, adjust your breathing. That's it. Keep moving, maintain your rhythm. From late night until dawn, they hadn't stopped fighting. Transition to the Wuhan branch of the Nam-Nok Alliance. The old man Yang Renming was sitting shirtless in the training room. A golden spiritual energy gathered in his abdomen, and he channeled all his strength into a punch, releasing a massive force. Suddenly, his fist stopped in midair. He glanced toward the door and saw his grandson standing there. You've arrived? He bowed his head and said, Yes. Seeing the overwhelming power and the physical state of the old man, he couldn't help but feel awestruck. He truly was not someone to be trifled with. While the other clan leaders of the four great families merely stood by and did nothing after seizing power, his grandfather had never stopped training for a single day, always standing at the forefront of every battle. Thanks to that, he was able to save the White Tiger Squad this time. He spoke up first, asking, I don't know why you called me back. Grandfather, the old man interrupted. It's about what happened at the Dragon Phoenix banquet earlier. Those who were taken by the Yin demon insects, including you, there were only 4 of you in total, right? He recalled and nodded. Yes. There was the young lady from the Six Waters Mountain Villa, the young lady from the Righteous Sword sect, and a guy named Liqian. The old man reacted to the name Liqian. From the very beginning, he had brought a different feeling compared to the other captives. Seeing the old man ask, he felt guilty. You already know, don't you? It wasn't me who destroyed the Yin demon insects, he said, hanging his head in shame. I know I haven't lived up to your expectations, but sooner or later, I will become someone who makes you proud and help the Nam-Nok Alliance thrive and prosper. He hadn't achieved it yet, but knowing he could say these words made the old man happy. Just keep working hard at it. He nodded obediently. Yes, grandfather, I will try my best. But the old man said that, while looking not particularly hopeful, the Yin demon insects were not an enemy that Swung could handle. Liqian being there means it is highly likely it was him. When Mo Hui failed his assassination attempt on Lin Xiaoqi and nearly lost his life, it was also that person who saved him. Although there were many suspicious things about him, there wasn't much time left to expose his true face. At this moment, Liqian was sitting quietly meditating under a tree, his body already unable to take it after just one training session. Thinking back to the moments teetering on the edge of death earlier, he was still terrified. Even though he knew his father was very strong, he had barely sat down to catch his breath before his entire body was struck with a painful blow. His old man had just loomed over him again. Already acting weak and crying in pain from just this little injury, he wearily gripped his sword and stood up, still defiant, far from giving up. I'm not crying. I'm not in pain. You aren't using internal energy, so what exactly is this power? The old man explained it was true essence energy. He was caught off guard, his eyes widening in shock. True essence energy was the foundational source for martial artists, but before he could even think about it, he was struck again. Do you still have the energy to think right now? Stand properly. It wasn't until he had some time to rest that he thought again. True essence energy couldn't be used carelessly. Why, father? Could it be that you want to push me this hard? He hadn't even told his mother about the leader of the Flying Swallow Association yet. Why? Just then, a mocking voice echoed from the tree. You look truly pathetic. He was startled. He looked up and immediately recognized him. You are him, the most powerful expert of the Nam-Nok Alliance, Liqian. Even though he hid his aura, he still recognized him. The old man looked at him, exhausted, and guessed, there aren't many who could beat a warrior of your caliber into this state. Who did this to you? Liqian had no responsibility to answer him, his eyes fierce. A very powerful expert. The old man muttered, very powerful, interesting. With that, he jumped down right next to him. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. He smiled bitterly and reached for his wooden sword, thinking, it seems you're very interested in me. But as soon as his hand touched it, a sharp pain shot through his brain. Tisk. I ran into him right now. At this moment, the old man calmly closed his eyes, ignoring the small spark. It would cause a forest fire sooner or later. When he opened his eyes, his killing intent was off the charts. Today, the old man decided to put out the small spark that was him. Facing off against him, he felt a bit intimidated. Damn it, his internal energy is truly terrifying. Due to the swirling cyclone, the old man's entire aura turned pitch black. Just feeling it, he knew this man was truly different from the experts of the 4 great families he had ever met. He gripped his sword tightly. He absolutely couldn't be negligent. But why didn't he draw his sword, and why wasn't he attacking? He asked, confused. What are you standing there for? Are you not going to fight? The old man hated hearing that. His brow furrowed as he took a deep breath to calm down. Even though I want to test swordsmanship with you immediately, my orders are only to follow you. He asked back, skeptical. This should be done in secret, right? The old man looked disdainful, showing his true colors. But with your level, no matter how well I hide, I would be discovered sooner or later. Besides, the formation set up by the Liqian sect is even more powerful than the main headquarters of the Namnak Alliance. Even I wouldn't proactively enter that place. He furrowed his brow, probing. What are you secretly plotting in that fortress? Does it have anything to do with the Fongvan City event this time? Liqian didn't care, challenging him directly to his face. If you're curious, go investigate it yourself. This response didn't surprise the old man. This guy was still as bold as ever, but he couldn't make judgments based on his shallow appearance because a mysterious aura radiated from him. Seeing the old man beating around the bush, he had to urge him. Are you done talking? I'm getting ready to leave. You weren't waiting for me all night, were you? Here it is, he's showing his fangs. Surely he's going to fight. The old man shook his head. No. He threw the sword over his shoulder and started to leave. Then that's good. The old man still couldn't feel at ease, warning him, you'd better not do anything reckless. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your miserable life. His face didn't change, and he even smiled. Once done, he just leisurely walked away. There was nothing left to say to him. Every day, Liqian diligently practiced his swordplay with his old man, and his old man was just as ruthless, hitting him harder than an enemy. The old man calculated it. Today is the nth day Liqian has been undergoing this training. When I first started this training, I couldn't even last 5 days. But this kid can persevere for this long. The old man was a bit surprised. His fighting spirit was growing stronger, and his progress was truly significant, but the old man still bluntly criticized him. Still far from enough. After saying this, he couldn't hold on anymore. His hand holding the sword was knocked backward, torturing his wrist. But the pain on the outside of his body was nothing. His mind kept reminding him he couldn't lose like this. Suddenly, a burst of power flashed. Their eyes met, and half of the wooden sword flew and embedded directly into the ground. His father's sword was just a hair's breadth from his head. You've grasped it. What the old man asked was, when he learned to fuse true essence energy into the sword, is there true essence energy on my sword? He looked at the broken wooden sword. That's right. The sword couldn't withstand your power. Liqian didn't know what to say. I didn't mean to do that. During training, I was just preoccupied with wondering what true essence energy actually is. This kind of enlightenment is beyond imagination, something no one has ever taught. Yet he was able to learn it unconsciously? This talent is truly worthy of being her son, and his father's son as well. Since you've learned it, it's time. True essence energy is very difficult to recover once used, sometimes even impossible. The old man braced himself on the sword, spiritual power radiating from his body. To train the Milky Way meteor sword to perfection, you must learn how not to exhaust this stream of power when using true essence energy. The training process from now on will be 100 times harder than it is now. Are you mentally prepared? He had never stopped learning new things. He confidently nodded his head. Yes, I have always been looking forward to this. But for the life of him, what kind of learning was this? Time passed, and he was so pressured that he went to find a waterfall, screaming in agony, his face twisted in frustration. Again, failed again. His father had taught him everything. The core of the Tat Fong family's martial arts that his father had passed on was to circulate true essence energy throughout the entire body. But the first step was to move the energy from the dantian into the meridians, yet it stayed motionless in the dantian. Every time he tried to force it out, his body would suffer immense pain. Moreover, whenever it seemed like there was progress, the feeling from when he was at the beast pen came flooding back, leaving him breathless. He was so miserable. But no matter what, he refused to give up. It's impossible. I didn't expect it to hinder me in every way. It seems it really doesn't want me to master this martial art. He sat down again. It's okay. If not today, then tomorrow. I will persevere to the end. Let's start over. Time flew by like a dog running through a field. From late at night until morning, from the rain until it stopped, he just sat there. Finally, there was progress. Today feels a bit different. The feeling throughout my entire body is clearer than usual, including the flow of the true essence energy. Completely different from before. No more feeling of blockage. Now, I just need to move this flow of power into the meridians. But this time it happened again. His face turned purple, and sweat poured off him like a bath. It's happening again. That same feeling. Liqian refused to give in. Do you think I'll lose? I must keep my mind steady. The sound of the waterfall, the smell of damp earth, and the profound silence within his inner self that he hadn't even realized. I have to trap myself in there and keep my head clear. What is this? This kind of crack had never appeared before. Suddenly, his entire body was pulled away by some force as fast as lightning. He understood nothing. He fell straight into a bottomless black hole. He had fallen in. Where on earth is this? He just saw those two flaming eyes and heard that terrifying voice again. Do you think you can gain true power just by relying on that martial art? Who recognized it? Are you finally calmer now? Or are you going to spout that same old nonsense? Don't rush me. If you want, I can strip you of your power too. The monstrous creature seemed furious, glaring and cursing immediately. You impudent brat, let me show you. No sooner had he finished speaking than it struck, driving straight through his stomach. Liqian's entire body was drenched in blood, and the creature continued to threaten him. Who is the real master? Blood sprayed from his mouth as he felt the vitality draining from his body. He was spiraling into panic, unable to move a muscle. It clearly wasn't reality, but the pain he felt was incredibly real. As his consciousness faded, he panicked and immediately sought out his master. She asked him, "You said you heard the voice of the heavenly demon spirit? Tell me exactly what happened." "Yes, and every time I prepare to circulate my internal energy, it appears and disrupts me." The master pondered for a moment. "I thought the time hadn't come yet, but I didn't expect this day to arrive so soon. Only when one reaches the pinnacle of the Nine Flames demonic art can one summon the heavenly demon spirit. Even if you reach that level, if you cannot control it, you will be dominated by it instead." She gave him a stern warning. "Since it has awakened, you only need to remember one thing. Do not be afraid. Even if everyone else in this world fears it, you must absolutely never be afraid." At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He had to remember that, once the heavenly demon spirit awakens, it forms an unbreakable karmic bond. Liqian immediately clenched his fists tight. "If that's the case, then I'll show you who the real master is." He channeled every ounce of strength he had, determined not to let it gain the upper hand. Who is the master here? His spiritual energy was immense, and a brilliant light flooded the dark, oppressive space, shattering the sharp spikes that were piercing his body. The creature let out a helpless, forced laugh. "All talk and no action, huh? Ha ha, a powerful spirit. Indeed. But this isn't over yet." Finally, he succeeded in returning to reality, feeling completely drained. Although he had tried his best not to show fear, the feeling of terror and oppression still lingered in his bones. As for the power he just felt, he suddenly saw a radiant light shining from his dantian. Sensing the internal energy beginning to circulate once more, he collapsed onto the grass. He had never felt so satisfied. It was pure relief. He couldn't stop smiling. That night at the Namnyak Alliance, Elder Liqian was walking along the corridor, still wondering, who exactly is Liqian, the master of the Swung sect? There's no information about him anywhere in the pugilistic world. And just how high is his cultivation level? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Doesn't look like you've gained anything, does it? The peaceful stalemate between the four lords has lasted too long, making even your sword soft." Elder Liqian didn't bother to care, simply walking toward him. "If you're talking about going to the Swung sect, I only avoided entering because there's a very powerful formation there." This remark infuriated the other man, who punched a hole straight through a pillar. "That attitude of yours is the biggest problem. Forget about the formation, just smash through it and charge in." This hot-headed giant was the Breaking Sword, a top expert of the Namnyak Alliance. Elder Liqian couldn't be bothered to argue. "And then what? Start a ruckus? Don't forget that the Thunder Sword is still at the Swung sect." The giant roared in frustration. "Humph. Are you afraid of that old man who's got one foot in the grave?" Elder Liqian didn't even deny it, nodding. "Yes. I'm so scared I can't sleep at night." He walked away, ignoring the man's shouting. "Fine. Keep cherishing your life like that, and you'll surely die by my sword in the end. I won't yield such an opportunity to that wet-behind-the-ears kid." Elder Liqian was annoyed now. Wet behind the ears? That conclusion is still up for debate. Meanwhile, Liqian was continuing his sword training with his father. I can now control my internal energy skillfully. Looking at him, his father could see that his blood vessels had become stronger, his meridians were clearly cleared, and the tattoo's color had deepened. It seemed his internal strength was becoming more refined. Finally, his father announced with satisfaction that the training session was over. Liqian felt exhausted. It had been a period of extreme pain. Every time the wooden sword struck him, his bones felt like they were shattering, making it hard to even stand. But in reality, his father had it 100 times harder, because if he made even the slightest mistake while circulating the internal energy, he would lose his life on the spot. It was a massive mental strain. He had never felt more appreciative of his father. He clasped his hands and bowed sincerely. "Father, thank you." Seeing such filial piety, his father was moved. "No need to thank me. I'm just doing what a father should. By the way, I have something to show you. Follow me." "What is it?" His father, Chi Tu-lin, led him to a massive tree. Liqian's eyes widened. "What kind of tree is this? I've never seen it before." His father gently placed a hand on the trunk. "This is the 1,000-year living, 1,000-year dead cedar tree." Liqian was awestruck by its vitality. Unexpectedly, his father said, "I hope you can live like this tree." He didn't quite understand. His father explained, "To live a long, happy life, and even after you're gone, your legacy lives on forever. I truly wish, from the bottom of my heart, that you live a life like this." Liqian stared in surprise. When did the old man get so profound? "Yes, father, the things that touch people aren't always grand. Just like grand things are built from small ones. The same goes for being moved. What I've learned from you isn't just martial arts. You've taught me how to be steady and reliable, like this tree, and how to live well." He didn't want to let his father down, so he solemnly affirmed, "I can't make any guarantees, but I will give it my all." His father was satisfied. "That is enough. The sun is setting. Let's head back." But Liqian didn't want to go yet. "Father, you go ahead. I still need to go somewhere. I have to clean out the warehouse." His father understood. That night, in the dark forest, lines of torches lit up the area, and carts of grain were being moved back and forth. Two men stood on high ground, talking. "Is that the Namnak Alliance's grain warehouse?" Wu Ying stood beside him and nodded. "Yes, they disguised themselves as bandits. Our intelligence team had a hard time finding it." "How cunning," Liqian admitted. "This shows the Alliance leader is not someone to be taken lightly. That's why we had to go to such lengths to hide the death of the Fongvan City Lord." "Exactly," Wu Ying replied. "Because of our efforts, the Alliance leader stopped paying attention to Fongvan City and turned his attention to attacking the Bakthian family. The war between the Namnak Alliance and the Bakthian family had begun. It started with a surprise attack by the Alliance, and soon the flames of war spread throughout the region. As a result, the Namnak Alliance won consecutive victories, occupying a large portion of the Bakthian family's territory. The rivalry that had lasted for 20 years was now nearing its end. Wu Ying had investigated thoroughly. After the death of Lin Tiansui, the Bakthian family's strength had dwindled, and they couldn't stop the Namnak Alliance. Liqian nodded with satisfaction. "Good, keep it up. The Alliance will surely win, but we can't just stand by and watch. After all, the Bakthian family still has its uses. The grain warehouse was the key to turning the tide of the war." Wu Ying, who had been with him since he was young, had never been this surprised. "Young master, when did he grow up like this? He's no longer the boy I need to protect. He has matured into a sect master who can fight against those who dominate the world." But seeing him like this, Wu Ying grew worried. "I can't protect him, yet I still call myself his guard. Am I holding the young master back?" He frowned, thinking, "I really need to consider if it's time for me to step down." Suddenly, Liqian cut through his thoughts. "Wu Ying, you know me too well. This mission is quite dangerous, and there will surely be more dangers ahead." That only made Wu Ying more certain. "As I thought, the young master feels the same. But what I want to say is, you need to become stronger so you can continue to protect me safely." Wu Ying froze, but his heart blossomed with joy. "I will do my best. Your subordinate will never let you down. Is the Tanfong team ready?" "Yes. To avoid detection, I have stationed them a bit further away." "Good. Back to work. Call them here. Let's proceed with the plan." With that, he leaped away like a bird. "Now it's our turn to help the Bakthian family win." On the other side, the two old men were still glaring at each other. The Namnak Alliance is about to win, and the Bakthian family is retreating. Elder Yang Renming stood before them. "Even if we kill all of them, Lin Shachi, as long as he is still alive, this war will never end." The breaking sword was eager for a fight. That guy is just gasping for breath, running for his life everywhere now. Finding him is just a matter of time. Still, that old man Liu Jian is sharp as a tack. But something's really strange. The situation at Fengyun City is too quiet. Even though my spies haven't sent back any news, I can't shake this uneasy feeling. That old hothead, the Swordbreaker, is acting up again. The Alliance leader and the White Tiger Squad already wiped out the Fengyun Iron Cavalry, so how would those people dare to show their faces again? Liu Jian sneered with a disdainful glance. We must be cautious right now. Don't go provoking the Swordbreaker. You're always saying things that ruin the mood. As they kept bickering, suddenly, a man burst through the door, running in a panic. It's a disaster. Our secret grain storehouse, he shouted. 3 locations have been raided. The old men were stunned, turning to each other. How could they be attacked out of nowhere? Yang Renmin's face turned black as a pot. What's the extent of the damage? The soldier swallowed hard, trembling with fear. That the food has been completely looted, he wailed. We were already low due to the war. If this drags on, we're going to suffer a crushing defeat. The old Swordbreaker drew his own conclusion immediately. Humph. This must be Lin Haqi's final desperate struggle. Only Yang Renmin remained calm and reassuring. No need to panic. Since it has come to this, the most important thing now is to end the war quickly. The solution is to take Lin Haqi's head. Both old men bowed their hands. The Alliance leader is right. The old man pointed directly. This is something only you can do. Both old men took the order and left immediately. Meanwhile, at a crowded eatery in Wuhan, customers were chatting away. Every street had a few luxury carriages. It seemed the economy in Wuhan was booming. Find and eliminate Lin Haqi, annex the Bei Tianba family. All of this would soon belong to the Nan-Yue alliance. As he was speaking, he suddenly looked in another direction. Waiter, this isn't the tea I ordered. The man turned around. Huh, sir, I clearly confirmed it carefully before bringing it out today. He growled. Come over here and see for yourself. The waiter opened the teapot and was terrified. Oh my, it was my mistake, dear customer. Please, my lord, do not hold a grudge against a lowly servant. But this old man acted generous. Forget it. People make mistakes. How can one not err? As the waiter was still cowering, thank you, sir. I will go change the pot for you right now. But before he could finish, his hand was chopped off, blood spraying everywhere. The waiter's face turned pale as a sheet, collapsing to the floor in pain, blood gushing out. The bastard finally revealed his true nature, cold and demonic. Oh dear, are you okay? I only accidentally cut off your arm. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is the lesson from the old master. Scene shifts to a steamy bathhouse, where he lay back comfortably. The alliance leader surely has a sharp eye. If he had sent a stubborn fool like Liu Jian, a sure thing would have been ruined. But this chance I must show the alliance leader my true capability. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening. This scent, ever since he stepped into the martial arts world, he had smelled the stench of blood every single day. He glanced toward the door, instantly putting on his cloak and grabbing his sword without making a sound. My subordinates couldn't have all left at once. He walked out to the main hall. Why was there not a single soul? Where did they all go? Wait, his gaze stopped below. Other than him, a person wearing a wide-brimmed hat sat with his back turned. It was the protagonist. He walked down step by step and asked, "Did you come alone?" Seeing the protagonist didn't bother to reply, he grew furious and snarled, "Are you deaf? How dare you ignore me? How can you sit there so calmly eating while in the midst of my killing intent?" Clearly not a simple person. Furthermore, annoyed, he kicked the protagonist's dining table away. He sat down directly across from him. The smell of blood was too thick. His face turned red with rage, his murderous aura soaring. "Where are my subordinates?" Only then did the protagonist bother to answer. "Sipping tea? Your subordinates?" Saying that, a spark of lightning seemed to flash in his eyes, his voice icy and infinite. "They're all dead." The old man still tried to act composed. "How did they die?" The protagonist slammed a blood-stained sword onto the table. The man understood, knitting his brows tightly. "Are you planning to attack our non-UA alliance? What's the reason?" The protagonist stared straight at the Swordbreaker. Of course, it's because the non-UA alliance leader and the Bei Tianba family head are two of a kind. To climb to their current positions, he has murdered countless innocent people. The territory of the Bei Tianba family that was just seized has already started being taxed. Although to his subordinates, he was a benevolent lord who was highly respected, but to outsiders, he was a man of ultimate cruelty. However, the bastard still stubbornly defended him. It is precisely because the alliance leader is like that everyone fears the Nan-Yue alliance. "A brat like you, How could you ever hope to stand against us? The protagonist rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head in defiance. So many questions. Why kill? How to kill? What to do after killing? You really intend to ask one by one, who are you? The swordbreaker's head was practically boiling with rage. He grabbed his sword and charged. Fine then, our conversation ends here. One slash of his sword shattered the house, but the protagonist didn't fear a thing, dodging easily with a lean of his body. The man's eyes glowed as he lunged, cursing. Two swords clashed, sparks flying. The swordbreaker was actually decent. At first, they were evenly matched. Light flashed in the air like meteors, the figures impossible to see clearly. One minion lay on the ground, still alive. He woke up just in time, his eyes opening slightly. What is that sound? That is, he was startled. It was the senior, the swordbreaker. He recognized both the protagonist and that other guy. Not long before, he remembered sitting in the tavern. I chased away the innkeeper and the staff, and now I'm drinking alone. But suddenly, he looked out the door, wondering what the night watchman and the guards were doing. It was time for the shift change, so why hadn't a single person returned? He couldn't help but be suspicious, so he walked out to the door with his sword. Geez, there's no one outside either. Where the hell did everyone go? As he was muttering, his foot stepped on something wet and sticky. He stood frozen in place. Before him was a pile of blood-soaked corpses. A figure appeared behind him. He hurriedly drew his sword with lightning speed. Damn it. But before he could even draw his blade, his chest was pierced through. He only caught a glimpse of the hat. He had been severely wounded by a stranger and fainted. Just by himself, he had taken out everyone. They didn't even have time to call for help. Now, he woke up, still terrified but holding on to hope. With the Swordbreaker Senior here, you're done for, you bastard. You think you're something? Just wait and see. The old Swordbreaker waved his hand, yelling, "You've got some skills, but you sure talk big." When he swung down, the protagonist blocked it effortlessly. He hadn't won yet, but all you could hear was the old man's shouting. "Compared to our alliance leader, you are far inferior." The protagonist stepped way back. "Is that so?" "That remains to be seen." "I don't know what you ate to be this confident. You don't even have the chance to challenge him. This is an ultimate move that no one has ever survived. Even I don't know how to deal with it." This was likely his strongest move. The protagonist tossed his sword, spiritual energy rising, applying the technique the old man just taught me. The Swordbreaker's face turned pale with shock, his aura suddenly shifting. His eyes widened as he watched the protagonist rush forward. He actually blocked my attack head-on? The old man was terrified to the core. Rack my brain as I might. Have I ever met someone like this? His eyes were bloodshot as he stammered. You don't seem like... You're not a newcomer to the martial arts world. I've never seen anything like this in my life. What technique did you use?" The protagonist was straightforward and boasted, "Original essence chi," but the man stubbornly refused to believe it. Lies. How could original essence chi be used like that? Before he could finish, blood sprayed again. The protagonist didn't bother to say more, staring straight into his eyes. Finally, he realized the protagonist wasn't joking. "Fine. As a martial artist, to die at the hands of a master like you is something I have no regrets over. I should have heard of your name more often in the future. What a pity." As soon as he said that, the protagonist stabbed him, killing him on the spot. Damn it, I didn't expect to think of that unlucky guy at a time like this. The person he thought of was Liqian. If that guy knew I died, he'd probably be thrilled. After killing him, the protagonist flicked his sword to shake off the blood. The lowly soldier on the ground watched the whole scene, eyes squeezed shut, not even daring to breathe. How could this be? This is impossible. The senior was actually killed. "Don't move," he thought. "Before he leaves, I must stay silent. Hold my breath. Don't even let my pulse jump." But no matter how well he faked death, the protagonist saw right through him. He opened his eyes, and the moment he did, he saw the Swordbreaker's severed head right in front of his face. Terrified, his body went cold and stiff. He winced. You bastard, watch yourself." But before he could finish, the protagonist's hand was already on his face. The protagonist emanated killing intent, staring down and threatening him. "If you dare to lift your head, I'll kill you." The man didn't understand, biting his lip hard. He wanted to hide his identity. "Why?" The protagonist shoved the Swordbreaker's head toward him. "Take this thing and get out of here." He couldn't believe it. "Get out of here? Could it be that you're sparing my life? Just because of this?" The protagonist smiled triumphantly. "Of course. Do you think I didn't kill you because of some mistake? Go back and report this to the Namnok Union leader. If he wants to retrieve this person's body, tell him to come and see me in person. I'll be waiting right here. If you're afraid of dying, send someone else. As long as my message gets delivered, that's all that matters. The man had already mapped out an escape, knowing that returning to the Namnak Union would mean being blamed for failing to protect his senior. Despite his inner thoughts, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Don't worry, I will report this to him personally. It is the last shred of dignity I have as a warrior. Chi Liqian Fi chuckled in amusement. I knew you'd choose that. He signaled for the man to leave. As soon as the messenger scrambled away in a panic, Wu Ying appeared by his side. That guy has guts, she remarked. But will the Namnak Union leader actually come? Chi Liqian Fi nodded. He'll send someone, for sure, but he won't show his own face. Wu Ying didn't quite get it. Then why did you tell him to relay that message? Chi Liqian Fi smiled. Because I won't be waiting for him anyway. Though, I didn't expect that old man's head to be brought before Yang Renming so soon. Let's go. The old man looked pale, filled with such hatred he looked ready to devour his enemy alive. He didn't believe the soldier at all. He kept interrogating him. Are you telling me you never even saw the killer's face? The soldier lowered his head in terror. I am ashamed, my lord. I couldn't protect the broken sword senior. I am willing to die to atone for my failure. Before he could finish, the old man waved his hand to stop him. No need to blame yourself. If the situation was such that even broken sword couldn't survive, there was nothing you could have done. Besides, you knew you'd be punished for his death, yet you still returned. The old man felt deeply moved. The soldier's eyes welled up with tears. However, the man known as Liqian, standing nearby, felt something was off. This is truly strange. Broken Sword was killed so easily lately. Bizarre events have been piling up. If we keep ignoring these and only focus on hunting Lin Jiaqi, I fear the situation will spiral out of control. Yang Renming understood. Liqian, you're right. The most important thing now is to return to the base and regroup. Liqian glanced at the severed head. I understand. But before that, your subordinate, the old man, knew immediately what he wanted to avenge Broken Sword. He knew that even if he tried to stop him, Liqian wouldn't listen. You want to avenge him to comfort his soul, don't you? Liqian nodded. Yes. Once I deal with him, I will come find you immediately. Very well. Yang Renming looked crushed. Broken Sword was someone I trusted deeply. This was my miscalculation. Years ago, if Liqian hadn't hidden Broken Sword's true strength, that mediocre fool could never have compared to him. In the end, having only his head brought back brings such humiliation upon me. If I don't let Liqian go get revenge, the authority of the Namnak Union will plummet. I have no other choice now. When Liqian arrived, he found only the lonely, lifeless body. He ordered the soldier, take Broken Sword's remains back first. Memories flooded back. It was hard to believe someone so boisterous in life was now so silent. It was heartbreaking. But even if this is a trap for me, or if they left a decoy to lure me elsewhere, there should at least be someone here. Strange. The old man unleashed his spiritual energy to search the surroundings, yet found nothing. His mind raced. There were three possibilities. The soldier misheard. Something happened to their side, or the target had gone in a different direction. At the same time, Yang Renming was riding through the forest with Captain Bak Ho. Mo Hui reported, We are almost at the Namnak Union's territory. They must be handling Broken Sword's body right now. Perhaps with him, the old man remained calm. Liqian will definitely handle that guy. He should be back soon. But he felt something was wrong. Why was the air in this remote forest so thick with the smell of alcohol? Looking down, he noticed a stream of energy leading directly to where Chi Liqian was sitting right in front of him. The old man recognized him instantly. Is that you, young hero Chich? You've dressed up nicely, he said, already having a feast laid out. Seeing the old man jump off his horse, Mo Hui was confused. Former Union leader, the old man walked straight into the barrier and sat down. Long time no see, Cheech smiled and asked, Are things still going well? The old man put on his hypocritical smile. An old man like me remains the same. As for you, you've become the master of a righteous sect. That is truly something to celebrate. Chich held out a jar of wine. Nothing to brag about. Come, have a drink. The old man raised his cup. There's a saying. A scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days of absence. That saying fits you perfectly. They stared at each other. The old man drank the wine without a hint of suspicion. Let's get straight to business. I have received Broken Sword's head. Mo Hui and his men were shocked. He was the one who killed Broken Sword? At this point, Chi Liqian didn't bother denying it. You have sharp eyes indeed. The old man laid his cards on the table. You told me to come collect his body personally, just to lure Liqian away from me, didn't you? Chich smiled and nodded. Dealing with 3 people at once is quite exhausting. You're still as decisive as ever. How did you find me? Finding you is truly difficult, but Broken Sword paved the way for me. The The old man frowned tightly. Broken sword? Chich smirked. Exactly. I placed a 1,000-mile tracking scent on his head. I figured you would definitely stroke his head, given he was a subordinate you trusted so much. Even the old man had to respect his planning. It seems from the moment you spared that subordinate, you had already planned everything. He stared at Chich, evaluating him. Bold yet meticulous. With incredible martial arts, was that why I felt that way? From the very first moment I saw this kid, emotions I had buried long ago suddenly erupted. What kind of emotion? It was exactly the same as the day I seized control of the Nam-Nak Union. Anxious, excited, empty. At the same time, a sense of ambition stirred within me. That was exactly what I felt from him that day. I sensed that today's outcome was bound to happen, and I felt a peerless, kingly aura radiating from him. The old man had to accept the presence of a true overlord. He didn't want to sit there anymore and stood up. "My, is it this late already? Many thanks for the hospitality." He said this, but his entire body was radiating a freezing chill. "What do you plan to do next?" Liqian watched him standing tall and spoke slowly, his demonic sword glowing red at his side. "First, I'll clear out these pests in my way." With that, he slashed, and the entire group of men behind the old man was wiped out. The old man only had time to glance back at Mo Hui, who had just managed to draw his sword and shout, "You bastard!" Just as the old man looked away, Chich flipped the table. All the food and wine were spilled. At the same moment, Mo Hui was struck by a sword beam and collapsed. The old man couldn't just stand by. He lunged forward. "Stop it!" His palm struck Chich square in the chest. It must have hurt. Chich coughed violently, his body thrown back into a large tree, snapping it in two. Mo Hui luckily survived, and the soldiers gathered around. "Captain, are you okay?" He pointed frantically. "Don't worry about me. Go help the Union leader." His eyes couldn't keep up with Chich's speed. Suddenly, the demonic sword flew on its own, moving through the air with lightning speed, killing enemies in an instant. Mo Hui realized the blade's aura was immense, controlled entirely by Chich from a distance. Fighting the old man, while using his sword to kill others, that was peak skill. The sword flew back to Chich, perfectly blocking the old man's strike. The old man threw a punch. "Daring to get distracted in front of me? Do you think you'll walk away unharmed?" He unleashed his most powerful move, the first form of the creation fist technique, 10,000 Buddhas. But Chich not only dodged the punch, but also slashed with his sword. How was this possible? The two clashed, the tension as taut as a string. A single impact caused the earth to shake and everything to explode. After testing him 3 times, Chich realized, "So, out of the 3 of you, you are the strongest." The old man roared. 3 people? Who were the other 2? He threw another super move at Chich. Creation Fist, second form. 10,000 families under heaven. That move is truly formidable. Chich's sword was pushed far away, carving a trench in the ground. They stood facing each other. "You ask me who the other 2 are?" Chich recited the names of the 2 dead men. "Let me show you. Lin Tiansui, Tu Do Ba." The old man finally realized he was the one who killed them, shocked to his core. What? The one who eliminated Lin Tiansui wasn't the lightning sword? And Tu Do Ba was he also? It was too late for the realization. The master of the Heaven sect was truly terrifying. The old man steeled his resolve, determined to sacrifice his old life to kill Chich. "If I don't eliminate this person, he will become a great disaster. Take this. Creation Fist. Third form. Creation of all things." Chich looked at the move with alarm. Its power was truly terrifying. He had to. He gripped his massive sword with both hands and slashed horizontally. Eliminate him? But this move was only enough to cut off 5 of the old man's fingers. Because he stood in my way, I must kill him. After slashing his arm, he followed up with a few more horizontal strikes. Blood sprayed everywhere from the old man. Was it because he didn't live up to the dream of the pugilistic world I once had? That was the only reason I had to do it. Before he could even recover, it was the protagonist's turn to show his power. He began with the first move of the 9 fiend demonic arts. Wind-scattering technique. The old man was left speechless, unable to say another word. The protagonist's sword swung straight down from above, but it came to a sudden halt right before hitting his forehead. The old man was scared out of his wits. Why didn't he strike? Was it because the protagonist hadn't passed judgment on him yet? Even though he used the protection of the Southern Peak Alliance as an excuse to commit countless crimes. But the warriors of the Southern Peak Alliance truly respected him and followed his lead. He wasn't like Lin Tiansui or Tu Do Ba, so the protagonist decided to take him under his command. "If you surrender, I can spare you and your subordinates." The old man gave a bitter, mocking laugh. This felt no different than a slap in the face. He looked down at his severed fingers and the deep gash across his chest. Is this all it comes down to? The old man decided to give in. You win. Only then did Liqian put down his weapon. A wise choice indeed. After saying that, he turned and walked away. I've been thinking, this might be the first time I've ever spared an enemy. My father always told me to believe that people are inherently good at heart and that if you can forgive someone, you should. My mother, however, was the complete opposite of father. But I listened to her advice too. As he was spinning his sword, he suddenly stopped and ducked, narrowly dodging a sneak attack from the old man behind his back. The protagonist, of course, struck down young Renming, killing him instantly, but not before teaching him a lesson. My mother always said you have to pull the weeds out by the roots to prevent future trouble. Watching him collapse on the ground, the protagonist looked at him with clear disdain. You dared to launch a sneak attack? The lives of your subordinates were all in your hands. Why would you do something so low? Have you never thought of others? Why are you like this? Haha, what do you mean why? Because I've always been this kind of person. I started with nothing and roamed the martial world to get where I am. No matter how low or dirty the deed, I never hesitated to do it. The protagonist's expression darkened. It seems my judgment of character is still lacking. Now I understand why. When you clearly could have blocked my strike to protect them, you chose to attack me instead. I actually thought you were a man of honor and integrity. The old man let out a mocking laugh. Honor and integrity? Maybe our position defines who we become? During my time as the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, I really did try to follow those rules. But throwing them all away, honestly, it felt incredibly refreshing. The old man trembled as he tried to speak his last words before dying, feeling the thrill of being able to commit evil without restraint, just like he used to. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. He collapsed, unable to close his eyes in death. But even if he hadn't asked, the protagonist had already made up his mind. Even so, I will keep your secret from your subordinates and help you maintain the reputation you valued so much. Just then, a killing intent surged from behind him. Liqian was startled and turned around, but a sword had already pierced through his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. It was the old willow sword, screaming in agony, "You bastard! How dare you murder the Alliance leader?" The protagonist gripped the old man's sword to stop it and stared him down. It seems that lying about our meeting location really made you angry. Huh.